Release that which chapter 1370 to chapter 1449. A world without magic power? Nightingale was puzzled. Would the world be the same as it is now? I think the two of you are thinking too much. Indeed. Anna came back to her senses. The influence of forces is mutual. Even the introduction of an inconspicuous force into a balanced system can bring about new changes to the whole system, not to mention the omnipresent magic power. If it really did appear halfway, then the world before it should have been completely different. But according to your description, this world is so similar to the world you once lived in. The water boils, the snow melts, the sun warms, and the earth nurtures life. Except for the absence of magic power, it's almost exactly the same. That's why it's worthy of respect. I think that's what that line of text was trying to express. Roland suppressed the chill that crept up his back. It's not within the framework of the four forces, but it can be seamlessly integrated into it and affect all aspects of the world, as if it's above all things. Is that really possible? Anna frowned. That's the only guess. Roland clenched his fist. And the appearance of magic power must have brought about changes, but the changes may not be what the other party expected. He paused. That's why it's called the price. It sounds a little scary. Nightingale could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. No, it's actually a good thing. Huh? Why? The world today is still full of magic power, which means that even the gods can't reverse the price. If that's the case, magic power will exist forever in the future, Roland explained seriously. And if magic power exists forever, you won't suddenly disappear. Ahem. Nightingale turned her head away. That seems to make sense. But it's already been more than 3 months since the months of demons, and no new witches have appeared. Who's to blame? Anna said with a faint smile. He was speechless for a moment. Okay, no more jokes. Anna chuckled. According to this inference, the start of the battle of divine will and the upgrading of the race all happened after the appearance of magic power, and finally formed the world we're familiar with now? Logically speaking, you could say so. After all, the legacy shard and the realm of mind are closely related to magic power, and the various ruins that have been excavated in reality also prove that before we appeared, other civilizations once existed here. Roland heaved a sigh of relief. I'm more concerned about 2 things now. One is the sphere under the red hole that is gradually forming and being covered by prismatic light. The other is the liberation that the Oracle of Betrayal is seeking. You suspect that the former is the planet we live on? He nodded and said, it would be great if we could fly up there and have a look. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to verify this with Neverwinter's current level of technology. As for land's so-called liberation, it must be related to the suspension of the battle of divine will. However, as for what it means, I'm afraid I can only know after entering the bottomless land. Roland had originally thought that for a huge organization like the Martialist Association, even if they had reached a preliminary consensus, it would be an extremely long process to go through the procedures. It would take at least 10 days to half a month to come up with a proper constitution. Instead of waiting for the concrete results from the upper echelons, he might as well make a few requests, such as providing targeted technical information to Scroll, as well as conducting professional training for the tequila witches such as Saint Miran and Duo. However, the reality was far beyond his expectations. Just 1 day later, when he entered the Dreamland again that night, he received a call from Garcia. Mr. Rock's secretary wants me to inform you that the Prism City has already discussed and approved the first aid plan. The specific implementation of the plan requires your participation. The meeting will be held at the Clover Group's new Energy Automobile City Project Department. If there are no other arrangements, we'll set off now. Wait, we? Before Roland could react, the other party hung up the phone. Following that, there was a series of knocks on the living room door. Roland hurriedly put on his coat and opened the door. It was Garcia who was standing outside the door. Why does Rock's secretary have to inform you, and then you have to inform me? Roland was puzzled. Can't Mr. Defender just call me directly? Why did you have to come here? You really don't know anything, Garcia said grumpily. This represents the Martialist Association's recognition of you, and it's also the standard for high-level communication. Besides, there are many non-members of the association attending this meeting. If you go alone, won't you be a disgrace to the association? By the way, I'll be responsible for contacting people for such meetings in the future. Let's go when you're ready. I haven't washed up yet. She rolled her eyes. Then hurry up. Seeing that Garcia had no intention of leaving, Roland had to do as she said. However, when they went downstairs, they suddenly remembered that Garcia's luxury two-door car had been smashed into scrap metal during the last rescue. In the end, it was still the van that Roland was familiar with that drove the two out of the residential area. I'll pay for your car, he said awkwardly while sitting in the passenger seat. But driving this, won't it be a disgrace to the association? Shut up, Garcia said with a livid face. Roland tactfully looked away. After driving out of the urban area, her expression recovered a little. What happened before, since it was to save a life, it can be regarded as extremely important, so I can let you go for the time being. As for what happened at that time, I'll also abide by the association's rules and won't ask you about it for the time being. Roland was startled and did not know what to say for a moment. After a while, he replied, "Okay, thank you. But this doesn't mean that you'll write off what you owe me, understand?" Garcia changed the topic and emphasized, "After the confidentiality order is lifted, you must tell me everything that happened at that time, including Zero's identity and the real background of your relatives from the countryside." She had indeed noticed something strange. But this was also within his expectations. Garcia had been at the scene when Fei Yuhan was being treated, so naturally, she had witnessed the entire process of Fei Yuhan's near-death experience. Whether it was Scroll, who came with the enchanted sutures, or the God's punishment witches who did not seem surprised, they were obviously not ordinary people. Even so, she was still willing to wait for him to explain. This trust made Roland's heart surge with warmth. And Fei Yuhan, rock. Under the influence of many people, this world was indeed heading towards the unknown. But it was precisely this unknown that was worth protecting. When everything is over, I'll tell you everything, he replied solemnly. After the car drove into the factory area, Roland discovered that the rather eye-catching signboard of the new Energy Car City project had disappeared and was replaced by a brand new gold-plated sign. His eyes widened in surprise. The words were clearly Grey Castle Design Bureau. That was not the only change in the factory. Roland noticed that many workers were dismantling the billboards on both sides of the road along the way. The noisy construction site was now quiet, as if the huge Auto City project had been emptied in the blink of an eye. Scaffolding had been set up inside and outside the low wall that was used to separate the construction site. It seemed that a new outer wall was going to be built on this foundation. What was more, he saw many armed policemen setting up cordons and checkpoints outside the project department. Anyone who entered or left the building had to be identified, and vehicles were not allowed to approach the project department building. After verifying his and Garcia's IDs, the policeman gave them a standard military salute and opened the gate for them. "Oh my God." Garcia whispered, "What did you ask the association to do?" "To be honest, I don't know more than you do," Roland said innocently, shaking his head. "I haven't asked for anything yet." As the two of them walked to the front of the building, Garcia's footsteps paused slightly, and she could not help but frown. Standing outside the door was her father, Guard, one of the members of the Clover Board of Directors. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Guard nodded at his daughter and then stretched out his hand. "Mr. Roland, although I knew you were extraordinary the first time I met you, I didn't expect that you would exceed my expectations. From today onwards, this factory is yours." Guard was congratulating Roland, but there was not much joy in his tone. His expression was quite complicated, like a collection of contradictions. If the first time they met, the middle-aged man was obviously scornful, then the second time, because of his relationship with the Guardian, it had changed to a fake friendliness. This time, the emotions that he revealed were probably his true feelings. "Isn't the new Energy Auto City a key project of the Clover Group? Is it really good to give it away like this?" Garcia said sarcastically. "I thought the Clover Group would be more strong-willed when they tried to demolish the tube-shaped department in spite of public opinion." Surprisingly, Guard did not show any anger. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, "The Martialist Association has made an offer that our family can't refuse, Although I'm a member of the board, I can't stop this decision. In addition, the Clover Group has also officially suspended the demolition and reconstruction of the tube-shaped department. It will be announced at the press conference later. You don't have to wave flags for those residents anymore, daughter. Garcia was startled. The demolition is over? Yes, it's all over. Guard said slowly, I know you won't forgive me easily even if it's over, but at least we're no longer enemies. If you want to see your brother in the future, you can come to our house anytime. Of course. He looked at Roland. You can also bring him along. After sending the two of them into the hall, Guard waved his hand and left the department building. Before the two of them could react, the secretary in charge of receiving them had already brought them into the main conference room. There were 40 to 50 people sitting in a room of nearly 100 square meters. Almost everyone was dressed in formal wear. It didn't look like a meeting at a construction site at all. There were a total of 4 chairs at the head of the long table. Other than Guardian Rock, there were 2 other people sitting there. One was about 40 or 50 years old, with a capable face, and the other had grizzled hair, but his eyes were full of vigor. Obviously, the last chair was reserved for him. Garcia seemed to have woken up from her daze and gave him a gentle push from behind. Roland nodded, stepped forward, and sat beside Rock. After his experience as a king, he naturally wouldn't have stage fright in such an occasion. Instead, he became more and more curious. Judging from their behavior, it was obvious that the association was planning to give him a surprise. However, after the secretary announced the start of the meeting and introduced the participants one by one, Roland was left speechless. Although he knew that the Martialist Association had a long history and had a considerable influence on the government, this surprise was still far beyond his expectations. From metallurgy to materials, from mechanical design to automatic control, almost all of the participants were authoritative experts in their respective fields. Among them were academic masters from the National Academy of Sciences, as well as technical leaders from private companies. More importantly, these 40 to 50 people were just representatives. Each of them had a huge team behind them, and they could completely take care of the entire process from research and development to production. The 2 people sitting on his right were the Chief Technical Director, Director Wu, and the Administrative Director, Director Liu. The former coordinated the progress of various research projects, while the latter was responsible for the allocation of personnel and resources. The entire system was obviously professional, and the small team from the Design Bureau of Greycastle couldn't compare. Because of this, the association had taken over this piece of land. Without enough land, it was impossible to carry out so many research projects at the same time. In addition, both of them were also representatives of the government and were among the few in the meeting who knew about the project. The whole project was named the Nuwa Project. It was very appropriate to use the legend of patching up the sky to fight against the erosion. However, because only a few government officials knew about the other world, the paper documents explained the project as a recovery drill. That was, assuming that human civilization would eventually be destroyed by the erosion, and the survivors would use the post-war resources to rebuild civilization on the ruins. One of the key reasons was that some of the awakened had undergone a rare mutation under the influence of the erosion and evolved special abilities that were very different from the existing force of nature. Therefore, any research project must take these factors into account. As for the specific appearance of the special abilities, it was up to the association's chief hunter, Roland. Seeing this, Roland almost spat out the tea he had just drunk. In other words, the main content of the meeting was to listen to him announce the abilities and discuss their uses. Even if he made it up, everyone had to seriously consider how the abilities would affect the reconstruction of civilization. It was fortunate that the Martialist Association was doing this. If he had announced this almost childish condition himself, perhaps half of the experts present would immediately leave. I wonder if Mr. Roland is satisfied with this plan? Rock looked at him and smiled. Previously, when you made that request to me, you said that it was extremely important to this world. I thought it was just an exaggeration, but now I understand the true meaning of your words. Considering that the manifestation of magic in the 2 worlds is different, no matter how strange your request is, they won't be able to raise any objections. Roland raised his eyebrows. You believe everything I said? To be honest, I don't know either. He retracted his gaze. But as long as we can work together to defeat the erosion, there will always be a chance to verify it in the future, right? And this brand new design bureau is just the beginning. The Let Go of That Witch comic is coming. Please stay tuned for more details. There will also be an official poster giveaway. Everyone can come and try your luck. The battle started quickly and ended just as quickly. When it stabbed its evolved tail hook into the center of another eye of branch nest, the outcome of the battle was already decided. The rapidly spreading neurotoxin would destroy the opponent's weak willpower, and the blades and legs that lost control would scatter in all directions. Looking at the collapsing body of the eye of branch nest, it retracted its tail hook in satisfaction. It used to be like these pitiful creatures, collecting aimlessly and waiting for the mother of the nest to decide their fate. Now, the latter had not changed much, but it had become the hunter of the nest eyes. Compared to its original appearance, its transformation could be said to be earth-shaking. Using the pheromone of some deep-sea fishes, it separated its eyes from its organs and attached them to its skin. At the same time, it evolved a shell filled with magic power around its ribs. This greatly improved its body's defense. Even if it encountered the detestable two-legged insect again, it would not be easily invaded. In addition, long-distance combat was obviously safer than close combat. Now, it could synthesize violent explosive elements in its body, which could be used to shoot gallstones and bone spears. Although it borrowed the structure of another low-level insect, it was much more effective overall. At least it did not rely on magic power when attacking, and it would not be disturbed by God's stone. In order to accommodate these organs, its entire body expanded more than 3 times, and ordinary blades could not do anything to it. Finally, it had a poisonous tail hook, which could not only give a fatal blow to a large target, but also preserve the intact body to obtain the pheromone. It was a weapon that killed many birds with one stone. Without a doubt, it could not be considered as the same kind of creature as the eyes of branch nest. In order to distinguish itself from its former self, it even learned from those insects and gave itself a name, Devour. Devour everything and evolve itself. And the eyes of branch nest scattered around the sea to collect pheromone were undoubtedly the most valuable prey. Next was the time to enjoy. Devour opened its shell, and countless tentacles surged out, slowly pulling the other into its body. At this moment, it suddenly felt an extremely strange fluctuation. The fluctuation was so great that it seemed as if the world was roaring at the same time. It looked at the sky. Apart from the dense dark clouds and the red moon hanging high in the sky, there seemed to be no change in the dome. However, in its eyes, the gray sky seemed to have set off ripples that continued to spread into the distance. A strong sense of uneasiness surrounded it. Whether it was the violent eruption of lava under the sea or the spontaneous tremors of the earth, they would all produce all kinds of fluctuations, but none of them were like what they were feeling now. It was too pure and full of rhythm, and that was why it was frightening. The ripples quickly dispersed into the sky. However, before Devour could recover from the shock, a familiar scent entered its body through its tentacles. This was an evolutionary command issued by the mother of the nest. Large amounts of orders were received by the central hub of the eyes of branch nest, and because of devouring, a new bridge was built. After losing contact with the main nest for so long, it did not expect to hear the call of the tribe again in this way. Not only that, but its body immediately identified the content of these pheromones and subconsciously wanted to execute them. No, it was no longer an ordinary nest eye, it was a unique entity. After spitting out the body of the eyes of branch nest, Devour rolled left and right to fight against the remaining instincts. Blade and Foot, who were guarding at the side, were so scared that they did not move. A few of them were directly smashed into meat paste by its sweeping tail hook, and the surrounding seawater also stirred up huge waves. Devour almost used all of its strength to control the impulse in its heart, and forcibly suppressed the inducement of change. After catching its breath, it hesitated again, and finally let Foot fish up the sunken nest eye. After all, if it knew the evolution direction of the tribe, it would no doubt be more convenient when hunting other nest eyes in the future. It carefully pierced its tentacles back into the nest eye's central hub, feeling the will of the main nest, and memorizing the instructions filled with pheromones one by one. However, the final result shocked him to no end. These instructions were a little too much. It should be known that evolution had always been a very serious matter. Any reconstruction could not be perfect in a single aspect, just like how flexibility was always the opposite of sturdiness, and high explosive meant low endurance. To achieve perfection, it could not be separated from the overall balance. It was precisely because of this that every time the main nest issued an evolutionary order, it would only make a decision after repeated analysis and screening, basically not more than 2 orders at a time, and the priority of the nest eyes was much higher than the secondary vassals. But this time, it read many evolutionary orders that affected both the nest eyes and the vassals at the same time. For example, endurance of pain, rapid blood clotting, rapid reproduction, sharp carapace, and so on. Some of the pheromones even came from the original fragments that had not been screened, which was completely different from what the mother of the nest had done before. Not only that, some of the orders even included the original beasts that provided the mutated pheromones, completely disregarding the consequences. Indeed, these evolutions could greatly increase the tribe's strength in a short period of time, but at the same time, it would also ruin the tribe's future. It still vaguely remembered the trend that was engraved in their bloodline. The ultimate goal of their evolution was not to continue, but to fly higher into the sky. But once the evolution was completed, the flaws brought by the inferior pheromones would be difficult to make up for, and the price was a little too high. It could not understand the basis of the mother of the nest's decision. Fortunately, its fate had been completely separated from the tribe, and no matter what this change meant, it had nothing to do with it. After dissecting the nest eyes, Devour dived into the deep sea, and soon disappeared among the waves. Is it too late? The guardian stood by the calm sea, gazing into the distance to the north. Shallow waves crashed onto the shore of the island, producing a monotonous and gentle rustling sound. But she knew that this was probably the last piece of the sea. The distant horizon was dyed a thick layer of dark red, and from time to time, she could see the arcs formed by magic flickering, as if a huge storm cloud was slowly forming. Soon, this bloody red cloud would reach the sky above the land of dawn, and become a part of the battle of destiny. And in another direction, a black wave rose from the surface of the sea. It stretched for hundreds of kilometers, like a moving reef. Under the guidance of the will of God, they would eventually converge. She had witnessed such a scene countless times. But this time it would probably be the last time. Of course, it did not mean the end. For the entire world, it was nothing more than a new beginning. But that beginning was just another cycle of tens of millions of years, and the one watching over this place would no longer be her. She did not know if the little girl had successfully found her way back. She turned to look towards the south, and if only there was a chance to meet again in the future. Faster, she silently said in her heart. The meeting on Project Newell lasted for several days, and the professionalism displayed by the participants amazed Roland, but what surprised him even more was their energy. Arguments and debates continued throughout the meeting, often from 9 in the morning to 7 in the evening, and it was not unusual for them to argue until midnight when they encountered difficult issues. Although most of them were dressed in formal wear, they did not give an inch in the technical field, and the intensity of the debate was no less than that of going into battle naked. Not only were there industry backbones in their 30s or 40s, but even the gray-haired seniors were the same. When people reached this age, it was normal for them to be inarticulate and slow in thinking. However, other than their appearance, there was almost no sign of aging. Not only were their voices loud and clear, but their eyes were also bright and full of expression. When debating, they could often suppress the latecomers by a head. This made Roland believe that the brain was indeed an organ that developed the more it was used. In the dream world, he could still rely on the awakening force to maintain a high level of concentration, but after waking up, he would feel obviously tired. In order to deal with the contents of the meeting, he had to increase the number of times he slept, using the time in reality to replenish his energy. Of course, the atmosphere in the project department was not like this from the beginning. At least at the beginning, no one showed much interest, and the focus of the dispute was more on Roland's settings. For example, after the destruction of human civilization, the fallen evils degenerated into another type of competitor, as well as black fire, elemental purification, and other variants of the force of nature that obviously did not match the overall level of technology. Although no one openly questioned whether this was possible because of the Martialist Association and the government's leadership, there were occasional conflicts and responses. They either remained silent, or repeatedly questioned the details under the guise of "for the convenience of work," and naturally, the tone used during the process was not very good. If Roland had not winked at Ling and the others several times, the tequila witches would probably have started fighting on the spot. It was not until the end of the first night that the conflict between the two sides reached its peak. A chief engineer who specialized in mechanical control stood up and said bluntly, no matter how much they discussed it, it was useless if they could not remember it. Just the matters that were decided in one day were enough for the Martialists to digest for several weeks, so it was better to end the meeting earlier next time. Roland clearly remembered that Scroll, who had been silent all this while, suddenly slammed her palm on the table. After that, the conference room became a stage for her to dominate. Not only was the content of the meeting discussed, but also who spoke up several times, how many questions were raised from the beginning to the end, and how much contribution was made to the project. This incredible memory ability shocked everyone present. The chief master who raised the objection was rendered speechless. For a moment, it was as if everyone present had become his students, and Scroll was his only teacher. Perhaps it was because she had confirmed the association's deduction that the force of nature had infinite possibilities and was not limited to strengthening the muscles of the limbs. Or perhaps it was because the engineering elites were naturally close to people with high intelligence. Coupled with Scroll's outstanding temperament and appearance, the situation was suddenly reversed. The next day, there were still occasional disputes, but the focus of the discussion had shifted from the settings to Project Muwa itself. Not only that, in a situation where there was no shortage of money or manpower, every controversial point that came up in the meeting could be immediately transmitted to the research and development team, and they could test it on the spot to verify its feasibility. For Roland, this was undoubtedly the most rewarding few days in the dream world. According to the suggestion of the chief technical officer, Director Wu, his current focus of improvement should be on the tools. The other party's original words were, even though we have extremely high precision processing methods and reliable metal raw materials, we still use such a crude machine tool. It's really a waste. Even if we lack electronic control technology, we can use mechanical methods to achieve semi-automatic and precise control. If you had brought it up earlier, you wouldn't have had to put up with these defective products until now. Roland did not know whether to laugh or cry. The defective products that the other party mentioned were already the pinnacle of what he had learned in his life. However, he completely agreed with the director's evaluation. Before electronic technology was popularized, pure mechanical equipment had once been developed to the level of works of art. For example, mechanical computers and the difference engines that were developed from them, but ultimately remained on paper. Anyone who saw the layers of overlapping gears and interlocking screws would feel a sense of pure beauty. However, the advancement of electronic technology was like a torrent, sweeping these huge and complicated machines into the gutter of history in the blink of an eye. Even if he flipped through the textbooks, he would not be able to find the relevant equipment design knowledge. Now that there was a specialized team to improve the production tools for him and restore these originally vanished mechanical devices, he naturally could not ask for more. Once the level of the tools was improved, not only would it bring about an increase in production efficiency, but it would also reduce the need for manpower. This meant that Neverwinter could use the same number of workers to complete more work, which was very significant for a kingdom with a limited population. In addition to production machine tools, the new design bureau also provided many administrative tools, such as relatively simple mechanical calculators, typewriters, automatic printing presses, and so on. They basically did not need electronic components, and only a few of them could greatly improve the speed of administrative work. And this part of the content formed the foundation of Project Muwa. The content built on top of this suddenly expanded by a lot. Most of the people in the meeting agreed that strengthening oneself was the most important task to protect the human race from extinction. They had to have the power to resist the degenerated fallen evils to have the capital to discuss the next step of development, so the second stage of the discussion mainly focused on weapons. Considering the conditions given by Roland, the participants did not directly propose a plan that would solve the problem in one step, but instead divided it into 3 steps: a quarterly plan, a 1-year plan, and a 5-year plan. Although the war history of the dream world provided the best answers to some questions, because the number of survivors in the setting was not enough to support a complete industrial system, it was obviously not practical to completely replicate history. Therefore, the experts were more inclined to focus on the development of the few projects that would bring the greatest benefits to the enemy. This was also the original intention of the first two plans, to bring about a radical change in the humans' combat ability within 3 months to a year. The first and easiest project to be mentioned was a variety of high-performance explosives and propellants. This was also the current biggest shortcoming of Neverwinter. If the production process of nitro gunpowder could still be glimpsed from chemistry books, then the information on simple explosives such as TNT and RDX was much less, not to mention the composition and ratio of modern composite gunpowder. Now that the official representative had started this gap could finally be filled. Bookseller's website. Secondly, there was the more advanced bullet processing line. Although the production line designed by Roland could be regarded as a streamlined process, it was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the military experts, who bluntly called it the level of a workshop. In their own words, such a product with relatively simple structure and process could completely replace 95% of the human work with machines, and with the help of mechanical control equipment, production could basically be achieved 24 hours a day. According to the military plan, the new production line would cost a lot of money, but it could save a lot of manpower, and at the same time increase the bullet production efficiency by more than 10 times. If the number of people engaged in the production remained the same, the increase in production capacity would be even greater. After the cornerstone project of the Nuwa project was in place, the equipment needed for the new production line would no longer have any theoretical technical difficulties. Together with the enhancement of the propellant, the accuracy and lethality of the guns would be further improved. Looking at this part of the report, Roland could only sigh in admiration at the accuracy of the expert's vision. The number of ammunition had always been the number one problem that troubled the First Army. The number of workers engaged in related production had been increasing since the expedition to the Fertile Plains, but the shortage of ammunition did not seem to be alleviated. For example, the Air Knight, who was a big consumer of ammunition, could use an astonishing number of bullets just by training, but the process could not be omitted. Roland had heard Iron Axe complain more than once about the front line. If the ammunition production capacity could be increased, the possibility of the demons breaking through the First Army's defense line with their advantage in numbers would be further reduced, or in other words, they would completely lose the ability to fight the demons head-on. As for the related light weapons, the expert group did not put forward any more suggestions. It was not that there was no room for improvement, but that the cost-effectiveness of the improvement was not high. The combination of general-purpose machine guns and bolt/semi-automatic rifles was temporarily enough to deal with the threat of the degenerated fallen evils. As for the offensive tasks on the battlefield, it should be handled by heavy weapons such as cannons. In other words, as long as the enemy was flattened, the infantry could easily occupy the territory. Instead of spending resources on improving the guns, it was better to manufacture more cannons, and all actions would be carried out by cannons. Whether it was attacking, retreating, reinforcing, or blocking, they would first fire a few shells and plow the ground. Of course, this was only for the immediate and effective quarterly plan. In the 5-year plan, individual light weapons would undoubtedly become a very important item. As for Roland, what he was most interested in was the 1-year plan. Its benefits were slightly lower than gunpowder and bullets, and the resources needed to be invested were also relatively more. However, it was the key to determining the outcome of a war. The plan covered the existing heavy weapons in Neverwinter, including 2 major improvement projects and 2 new projects. The Army and the Air Knight would each take half of the projects. First, it was the old subject of the Greycastle Design Bureau, the Caterpillar tractor and the armored tank that was developed from it. This was also the only occasion where Master Xia could show his face. Surprisingly, after looking at the design drawings, the experts didn't criticize it as being useless. Instead, they thought that under the conditions of low technology, the plan had some merit. Compared to the equipment itself, they were more concerned about the nuclear power center. When Roland took out the magic ceremony cube, the atmosphere in the hall took a turn for the better. Even the 2 government representatives who knew the inside story were dumbfounded. Even now, he could still clearly remember the scene at that time. Looking at the seemingly ordinary stone cube, everyone had a complicated look on their faces. After all, the background setting was the background setting, and they could accept it for scroll's sake. However, if Roland took out a stone and claimed that it was a nuclear power unit, he would be treating the experts as fools. Rock winked at him, and Director Liu decided to temporarily adjourn the meeting to avoid further awkwardness and ruin the cooperative atmosphere that they had painstakingly built up. But under his insistence, one of the chief engineers reluctantly sent it to the test room to let the team do a simple output test. When the chief engineer's assistant left, he looked confused and disgusted. However, half an hour later, when he rushed into the conference room, he was so excited that he couldn't even speak. Then, the whole conference room went crazy. In the face of the indisputable facts, Roland found that everyone was looking at him with a burning gaze. Director Wu even dragged Director Liu out of the conference room. No one knew what they talked about outside, but the most obvious change was that the security in the factory area increased by more than one level the next day. All the armed police were replaced by regular soldiers, and there were even sentry boxes and barracks set up at the gate. If it weren't for the fact that ordinary martial arts were useless to Roland, he would have had a private car to clear the way and bodyguards to protect him. He wasn't trying to show off, but it was Anna's idea. After telling her about what happened the day before the meeting, she was quite annoyed. Then, she raised her eyebrows and came up with a revenge plan, which was to use magic power to reshape the other party's worldview. The result was better than Roland had expected. After that, not only did everyone respect Scroll, but they also agreed to all of his requests, hoping that they could get a piece of the magic ceremony cube to experiment on. The meeting ended later and later. With a tangible object, it wasn't difficult for a team with the support of modern technology to design a workable basic plan. Just like that, the original 3-cylinder magic cube was eliminated. In its place was a more reasonably designed high-pressure magic cube machine with higher pressure in the cylinder. Not only had its theoretical output power more than doubled, but its volume and vibration had also been reduced by nearly 30%. It would be loaded on the replicated heavy-duty trucks and tractors for practical testing. The final project plan could be determined in a week at most. In addition to the improvement of the Rubik's Cube engine, the project team also provided a drawing of a small truck. This kind of truck had only 20 to 30 horsepower and was driven by an inline diesel engine. The fuel was the leftovers from the biplane's fuel extraction. The total load was between 1 and 2 tons. The structure was extremely simple, and it did not even have a cab. At first glance, it looked like a square tractor with 4 wheels. Roland soon realized the use of this small truck. In terms of production difficulty, it was much easier than a steam truck, and it could be produced in large batches in a short time. The former was undoubtedly a waste for short-distance transportation, while the latter was just right. It was much more efficient than horses and mules, so it was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. The last part of the one-year plan was the core of the core. It consisted of 2 sub-projects. The first was to improve the Fire of Heaven to further increase its advantage against flying devil beasts, and on this basis, develop more sub-models to suit different combat needs. The second was to develop a new long-range bomber. It wasn't that the project team didn't mention a brand new fighter. Without considering electronic equipment, the upper limit of a monoplane was higher than a biplane, but in the end, the one-year plan was still mainly about modifications. The person who made this judgment was Director Wu, the person in charge of technology. Roland also learned a new concept from the meeting: time efficiency. Any engineering product on the assembly line would increase its production efficiency over time. Even if there were no changes to the product itself, this phenomenon would still occur spontaneously. The reason was that processing was a skilled job. The workers would gradually familiarize themselves with the operation of the production line, including the interaction between humans and machines, as well as the interaction between humans. This had nothing to do with one's accomplishments. It was more of a natural tendency to slack off. Everyone would take the initiative to find the easiest shortcut to complete a task, and even improve the unreasonable parts of the process themselves. Therefore, the production speed and quality of an industrial product in the later stages were not only much higher than in the earlier stages, but the cost would also be much lower. If you wanted the Space Knight to reach a certain scale as soon as possible, then the production lines that had just been set up with great difficulty should remain the same for the time being. This would help the workers familiarize themselves with the processing and operating process of the machinery, so that the equipment would not be a burden to the war. The improvements to the Fire of Heaven mainly focused on the modification of the hull, a more powerful engine, and a new weapon system. Needless to say, the Fire of Heaven was a product that Roland had come up with based on his experience and the antique blueprints in his dream. Even though aerodynamics were not a problem for a biplane with a top speed of no more than 150 km per hour, it did not mean that there were no benefits to it. On the contrary, with the support of wind tunnel and simulation technology, work such as modifying the airfoil was the least costly and the easiest to improve. The engine was obviously the most important. As the saying went, as long as there was enough power, even a brick could be supermobile. Once the power was increased, the other improvements would come naturally. However, even the most basic piston engine had to take into account the low level of technology after the apocalypse, as well as its durability and performance. It was not an easy task to design. It was said that the relevant team had come up with 7 or 8 trial production plans in one go. As for which engine to choose as the best solution, it would still take some time to determine. The new weapon system, on the other hand, did not have as many concerns. To put it bluntly, the technical content was not high. The military had a bunch of mature but already obsolete plans, such as 20mm autocannons, detachable aircraft bombs, and so on. What to install and how to install depended on the first 2 improvements. They were content that could be added at any time. According to the technical specifications given by the project team, the Type 2 biplane would have a cruising speed of 250 km per hour, could carry 2 auxiliary fuel tanks of 100 kilograms, and had a range of more than 1,000 kilometers. Furthermore, both the climbing speed and the elevation limit were much higher than the Fire of Heaven. This meant that the improved wings could rush from the rear to the front line within a day, or directly fly from the front line to the Great Rift on the ridge of the continent. Taking into account the rugged topography of the impassable mountain range, which made it difficult for ordinary troops to pass through, this parameter was undoubtedly extremely important. Finally, there was the bomber. It was the costliest and most controversial project of all. It took them half a day just to discuss whether this kind of special aircraft was needed to deal with the regressed fallen evils. The reason of the opponents was simple: biplanes could also bomb ground targets, but it was just a matter of carrying fewer fuel. However, the large bomber required a more professional landing site and more maintenance personnel, which would definitely put a lot of pressure on the logistics. In addition, although it scored higher in bombing, it needed fighter jets to escort it, which reduced the efficiency of the Air Force as a whole. The Flying Devil beasts had limited means against the agile fighter jets, but it was a different story for the clumsy bombers. As long as it was a reckless crash, it could cause serious damage to the aircraft. Furthermore, there were special fallen evils similar to martialists among the enemies, which increased the uncertainty of the risk. After all, the price of losing a bomber was much higher than a biplane. And with the remaining human resources, it was a question mark how many large bombers could be built. Finally, it was Roland who insisted on protecting this project. Under the circumstances of low technical standards, it was indeed lacking in various aspects. It was unable to come and go without a trace, and was capable of both offense and defense, but he had his own considerations. That was, Neverwinter needed a body that could travel long distances to launch an attack on the bottomless land when necessary. No one knew how far the dream world was from the erosion of the god's domain, and God would probably not remain silent forever. According to Lon, he needed to enter the divine domain from both worlds at the same time at that moment. If the dream world suddenly opened a passage to the erosion, and he was unable to quickly reach the bottomless land, then all his previous efforts would be for naught. Of course, braving the demon's attacks and heading to the enemy's territory was a helpless choice, but having a choice was better than having no choice at all, and the bomber was the most feasible plan under the current technological conditions. The other point was Project Glory of the Sun. With the Fire of Heaven's capacity, it was impossible to shoulder such a heavy responsibility no matter how many improvements were made. Without a means to throw it, even if a feasible explosive device was developed, it would be of limited use. Of course, it was not impossible for the Seagull to be launched at high altitudes with the Hummingbird's reduced weight, but as such, the detonator could not be equipped with God's stones of retaliation. During the long descent, it would be extremely vulnerable to damage from the senior demons. For example, if it was discovered by Sky Lord Haxord, it would be troublesome once he used the teleportation portal to teleport it elsewhere. Therefore, the safest method was to directly create a magic-forbidding body and rely on the Air Knight to launch it. And this was inseparable from a plane that could carry a larger amount of ammunition. The project team's initial plan was a 4-engine single-wing bomber. The engine needed to be specially developed, and 4 engines was to increase redundancy. Even if 1 or 2 engines malfunctioned, it could still return safely. Just from the rendering alone, the bomber looked like a giant beast with a wingspan of more than 30 meters. The tail was forked into 2 fins. Although the stable aerodynamic layout reduced the maneuverability, in exchange, it allowed for a longer range and easier operation. When it took off with full fuel, it could carry about 4 tons of ammunition and fly for more than 2,000 kilometers. Without considering the return flight, this number could be doubled, and it was enough to satisfy Roland's request to cross the ridge of the continent. However, its complexity far exceeded that of the Fire of Heaven. Even with the project team's specialized guidance, it was unlikely to be produced in an assembly line. In other words, its production rate would not be high. But at the very least, it gave humans the capital to light up the glory of the sun. Please remember this book's original domain name. For mobile version website, also, to answer the suggestions of my friends, the plot has been following the general outline. I'm not deliberately speeding up the ending, nor do I want to give the story an ordinary ending. There's a certain degree of challenge in writing this way, but as my first book, there's no harm in trying, right? Thank you for your continued support. Take a day off currently in the middle of typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. After the meeting, the 2 government representatives asked Roland to stay behind and promised that the government would further promote more assistance projects, including the experimental data of the first generation of nuclear weapons. Of course, it was not just the Martialist Association that made them make such a promise. The magical creations with magical effects were also an important reason why the government was so proactive. In short, just as Defender Rock had said, this meeting was only the beginning. In just a few days, the Design Bureau of Grey Castle had filled in all the gaps left by Neverwinter's development. Hundreds, even thousands of people worked on each project to think about and perfect it. The Battle of Divine Will was no longer the fate of the world. For the first time, Roland deeply felt that the surviving human beings were not fighting alone. They were supported by a force that could not be ignored. Although the 2 worlds had never come into contact with each other, they were closely connected by fate. Taking advantage of this round of technological reform, Roland ordered the administrative office to increase the recruitment of workers. He also planned to build more than 10 new factories to produce various new products, ranging from high-performance composite gunpowder to semi-automatic machine tools. After solving the population and economic constraints, Neverwinter, which was in a period of rapid development, could completely build and develop itself according to Roland's will. At least, this momentum would not stop until the main contradiction of survival was resolved. Just as the technological reform was carried out vigorously, Roland suddenly received an unexpected and pleasant news. Joan, who had been missing for nearly a year, had returned. After receiving the news, he and Nightingale immediately rushed to the first medical hospital of Neverwinter. Since last winter, when the government decreed to expand the scale of public education and medical care in King's City, the administrative office had built 3 more hospitals in the south bank of the Redwater River, the central section of Kingdom Avenue, and Longsong Stronghold. These hospitals were responsible for simple diagnosis and epidemic prevention in each district. The West City Hospital, which was the first to be transformed from a noble's mansion and famous for Miss Nana's permanent residence, naturally received the title of First Medical Hospital. Walking into the ward, Camilla Derry slightly bowed to him. Vendi and Tilly had returned to the front line, and Scroll was busy copying the information. The chief butler of Sleeping Island naturally took over the task of taking care of everyone. Moreover, she had witnessed Joan's disappearance with her own eyes and had always felt guilty. Now that she had found Joan again, she was more excited than anyone else, which could be seen from the way she took the initiative to bow to Xianxia. After all, she had always believed that she was the one who snatched Tilly away, which was also the main reason for Ash's death. If not for the intelligence that the Sky-Sea realm could directly threaten the fjords and Sleeping Island, she would never have moved to Neverwinter. Roland didn't care too much about this. He waved his hand and asked softly, "How's her condition?" "I can only say, it's not a big deal." "Only?" Roland was puzzled. From his point of view, being able to return safely was already the best outcome. She is back to her old self. Camilla stroked Joan's hair and sighed softly. It was only after listening to her story that Roland finally understood what she meant. Joan didn't swim back to the shallow port by herself. The first person who found her was a Neverwinter fisherman. According to the man's report, when he went out to the open sea to fish, he was suddenly awakened by the sound of a heavy object hitting the stern of the ship, followed by the sound of chewing. He thought that he had encountered a sea ghost and was about to fight to the death, but he didn't expect to see a big fish that looked like a human. At that time, she was holding the fish that was boiling in the pot and gnawing fiercely, as if she hadn't eaten for several days. Seeing the panic of the fisherman, she didn't attack. Instead, she let out a few strange cries and then curled up in a corner of the deck, as if she had fallen asleep. Influenced by Neverwinter's long-term propaganda, the fisherman brought her back to the shallow port with the mentality of giving it a try. The reward for saving a witch was much higher than a boat of fish. To encounter a witch in the vast sea, if it wasn't a sea ghost, it could only be a witch. And this big fish was Joan. Lily has already examined her. There are many parasite infections all over her body, and some of the worms can't be eradicated with my ability, Camilla said sadly. In order to get rid of the hidden danger as soon as possible, I fed her sleeping fern and used a knife to cut out the shelled worms that were embedded in her skin. In theory, these bugs will only appear on old ships and giant whales. In other words, Joan didn't swim back from the Shadow Islands? They wouldn't have been infected at that distance. Camilla shook her head. And with Joan's speed, it wouldn't take her so long to return from the ruins to Neverwinter. I'm worried that she experienced something terrible that caused her to return to her old state. She didn't have time to clean up the parasites. She was so hungry that she went on the ship to look for food, and she was so tired that she almost fainted. All of these indicated that the journey was full of danger. In the case of long-term excessive stress, witches were likely to suffer irreparable psychological trauma. Maggie was a typical example. Camilla had the ability to communicate with her mind, so she was not afraid that Joan wouldn't be able to speak. What she really worried about was that Joan would never recover and would have to spend the rest of her life like an animal. Roland could not help but fall silent. Indeed, physical health did not mean mental health. Neither Nana's medical bandages nor Lily's purifying water could cure psychological blockages. Suddenly, a rhythmic knock on the door broke the silence in the room. Nightingale turned around and opened the door, feeling puzzled. She saw Mystery Moon's head poking out from the crack of the door. I heard Joan's back? Wait, hey, don't push me. The door was suddenly pushed open, and several people stumbled into the room. Apart from Mystery Moon, Summer, Sharon, and Amy were also there. Lily was the last one to enter the room. I can't help it. She found out, Lily said helplessly. Ahem. First of all, I only came to visit Joan because I heard she was sick. Mystery Moon said firmly. Although she belongs to the exploration group, Lightning and Maggie aren't here, so we're the only ones who can accompany her. I'm not trying to pull her into the detective group, and I don't, Summer had already covered her mouth with her hand. It's just her own delusion. It's none of our business, Sharon said with a righteous look. Hey, isn't it good to have one more member? Amy touched the back of her head in surprise. Shoo. Lily made a shushing gesture. Looking at the group of people fighting among themselves, Roland could not help but smile. He looked at Camilla Derry, spread out his hands and shrugged. Camilla was slightly stunned, and then her expression relaxed a lot. Maybe Joan had indeed encountered something terrible, but with this group of people accompanying her, he believed that she would get back on track sooner or later. Hey, look at this. What's this? It looks like a piece of silk. Why would there be silk in the hospital? Moreover, I can tell that the material is of high quality. Why don't we ask Aunt Camilla? Why don't you ask? I don't dare. I heard it all. Camilla, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, put her hand to her forehead and said, "That's the cloth Joan used to bandage her wound. Be careful of the germs on it. Didn't His Majesty say not to touch a possible source of infection?" After Roland and Nightingale left, only Camilla and the members of the detective group were left in the ward. The latter busied himself around the hospital bed, and he had helped a lot throughout the day. It was a good thing that Joan had such warm-hearted friends. The only problem was that they talked a little too much. "There are germs on it? Lily, can you sense it? Take it, away from me, in front of me. Hey, don't tear it." "Huh? I can't tear it. Sharon, help me. It seems hard to tear it." "Summer, do you want to have a try?" "No," she corrected herself. These guys didn't talk a little too much, they talked too much. Just as Camilla was about to ask them to return to the castle with the excuse of "It's late today, come back tomorrow," Joan's eyelids suddenly twitched. She hurriedly held her breath. A few seconds later, the sleeping girl slowly opened her eyes. "Ah!" Joan opened her mouth and let out a weak cry. The room instantly fell silent. She really couldn't speak. Camilla suppressed her regret and put her hand on Joan's chest. In an instant, countless fragments of consciousness flooded into her mind like a tide. The moment she asked a question, she immediately received an answer. This was the resonance of the soul. She saw herself being stretched infinitely in the dark bottom of the sea, like a distorted illusion. She saw the sky and the sea turning upside down, and the seawater pouring down from the sky. She saw black rib monsters all over the sea, forming wave after wave, charging toward the mainland. She saw layers of stone tablets in the misty water and the woman in white walking toward her. The last thing that entered his sight was a vast, bottomless, circular hole. "The sinkhole you saw really looked like this?" Roland stood up in surprise. "I'm sorry." Camilla was slightly embarrassed. "My drawing skills are only at this level." The scene on the table was drawn by the butler according to Joan's memory. However, it was not comparable to Scroll and Soroya's. Even the apprentices in the art studio were far from it. The densely packed short lines were the grassland, the crooked circles were the sinkholes, the uplifted slope was the mountain, and the wavy lines represented the seawater. To an outsider, it was no different from a simple drawing and could not be used as a reference. But Roland was different. He had once seen the legendary bottomless land in his dream. It was also the endpoint of the battle of divine will, the passage for the victorious race to advance. Even though it was eventually engulfed by tsunamis and volcanoes, and the towns built on it were all destroyed, the general topography did not change much. For example, one side was flat while the other was bulging, and the distant towering continent could be vaguely seen. Before seeing it with their own eyes, it was always an illusory legend. After all, the northern end of the Land of Dawn stretched for thousands of kilometers. The humans before the Union were unable to draw a detailed map of it, and whether it even existed was a question. From the beginning to the end, only Lon had mentioned the location of the bottomless land. And now, Joan's experience had turned it into a reality. "No, this is enough." Roland could not wait to take out the large map from the bookcase and spread it on the floor in front of the table. He then placed the map in the direction of the northeast of the continent. "It's probably here." "What exactly is that?" Camilla could not help but ask. "I don't think it's a naturally formed sinkhole." "Why would you think so?" Roland asked. "It's obvious." She crossed her arms. "How can a sinkhole be so regular? And that strange seabed, the land and seawater in the sky, it's weird no matter how I look at it." Roland pondered for a moment. "I feel that there's no such thing as natural." "What, do you mean?" "For example, the misty forest and grassland to the west of Neverwinter used to be a wasteland, but a bird brought seeds here and gradually evolved into what it is today. As long as enough time passes, such a hypothesis will definitely be established. However, later generations believe that this is the inherent appearance of the world. Don't you find it strange?" Camilla frowned. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Roland sighed inwardly. These principles were indeed too complicated for the people of the current generation. It was normal for them to be unable to understand. I see. Nightingale, who was chewing on dried fish, suddenly clapped her hands and said, "What you're trying to say is that we're no different from birds and beasts, right? Is this a riddle?" The butler rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Think about it. Nightingale pointed at the city in the night outside the window and said, "Birds brought seeds here and formed the forest and grassland. Humans moved to the North Slope Mountain and built Neverwinter. For this world, the essence should be the same. The so-called natural is only from our point of view. Even a bird wouldn't think that the branches of a tree are more natural than the eaves. Otherwise, why would it build its nest on the ladder?" According to this inference, the circular sinkhole and the countercurrent are all part of the natural world, just like the misty forest and Neverwinter. She paused for a moment and said, "Maybe the moon and stars above our heads were formed in the same way." This? Camilla was stunned for a moment. Roland raised his eyebrows in surprise. Camilla was obviously a bad student, but she was exceptionally sharp in some aspects. Should he say that it was because of her jumpy personality or because she was an idiot with a broader mind? He recalled the scene where the stones kept hitting each other and finally converged into a planet. God brought magic power to this world. From that moment on, the world had embarked on a completely different path. Let's go back to your previous question. He cleared his throat and roused Camilla from her daze. The island that Joan arrived at should be the bottomless land, and the black hole should be the pathway for the advancement of the race. When the relics of God become one, the path to heaven will appear, but it will definitely not be true liberation, nor will it win the smile of God. But we still need to go there. The bottomless land is the place closest to the divine domain. Perhaps there is a way to escape the battle of divine will. Camilla widened her eyes, as though she wanted to blurt out, "Where did you learn of these things?" but she ultimately held back. As for the floating continent, I'm guessing that it's most likely the sky-sea realm that the demons speak of. Roland turned around and picked up a pen holder, placing it west of the Land of Dawn. Due to certain reasons, a distorted spatial passageway has formed at the bottom of the shadow waters. The other end is connected to the sky-sea realm, which is why Joan was able to instantly move from the Shadow Islands to the other side of the sea. In fact, it's not just her, the bottom of the two seas are also connected. Every once in a while, large amounts of seawater will pour into the sky-sea realm, and then fall back down, forming the waterfall that Joan saw. Camilla was surprised. Could this be the reason why Thunder saw the seawater crossing the Sealine, forever flowing from high to low? I'm afraid so. He nodded. There's no need for the seawater to flow back, because the high and low sides are connected. Similarly, the rapid ebb and flow of the tides has nothing to do with the celestial bodies, and only depends on the frequency and number of passageways open. You mean, there's more than one sea region like the Shadow Islands? To make the entire Maelstrom Sea rise and fall, just one passageway is probably far from enough. As for whether there are ruins of ancient civilizations in those places, it's unknown. Roland felt the puzzle pieces in his mind coming together. And the stone tower ruins in the middle of the Shadow Islands should be looking at the sky-sea realm. Then what's the meaning of the door seen in the observation mirror? Nightingale interrupted. Perhaps only the builder knows. He shook his head. But we can boldly speculate that it might be a watchtower. The ruins have been under the water for a long time, and to be honest, it's not a good observation point. So, could it be that a long time ago, the terrain of the Shadow Islands wasn't as low as it is now, and the sky-sea realm wasn't as high? Until the battle of divine will changed everything, and the watchers and the watched no longer exist. Only the magic-guided observation mirror still keeps a close eye on the original target, and it hasn't changed to this day. With all due respect, this is a little too unbelievable. Camilla gasped. Changing the height of two continents? Do you know how much this will affect the entire sea region? It could probably kill all the land creatures. Roland could not help but think of the waves that were taller than mountains. Perhaps this was the original intention of God. Of course, these are all my guesses, and you can't treat them as facts. He suppressed his distracting thoughts and changed the topic. Finally, there's the Black Continent in the northeast of the Land of Dawn. Joan saw countless sea monsters attacking it. Based on the analysis of the information obtained, it should be the territory of the demons. He walked to the top of the map and wrote the name Valkyries mentioned on the carpet with a charcoal pencil. Blackstone region. Bookseller's website. This is what the world looks like? Camilla seemed to realize something. That's right. If you roll up the floor, it will be a map of the world. Roland put down his pen and looked at his feet in a daze. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but in history, there was a fleet that set off from the Spanish port of Barros. After sailing for 70 days and nights, they finally arrived at the New World of America, thus rewriting the map of the world. Now, Joan had used the same method to find out the general shape of the world for the first time. Although the two had different intentions, these discoveries were real. Not only would history remember Joan's name, the exploration group would also probably live up to its name because of her circumnavigating the world. But that was only in the general sense. To Roland, accurately locating the bottomless land and the sky-sea realm was undoubtedly the most important thing at the moment. Especially the former. Joan's discovery allowed him to confirm that the realm of mind was not as far away as he had imagined. This was obviously good news. At the very least, the new bomber plan and the improved fire of Heaven had a clear goal in terms of the performance parameters. Of course, the sky-sea realm, which was located above the ocean, was somewhat beyond their reach. Fortunately, they were fighting with the demons. Even if they were to head east, they would first land on the west coast of the Land of Dawn, which was still a distance away from the fertile plains. Then there's only one question left. Nightingale scoffed. Who was the woman Joan met on the island? There are no signs of humans living there. If she's really someone from God's faction, there's no reason for them to help her, right? Roland was silent for a moment. In fact, I'm afraid that's the worst problem. Why? Camilla was puzzled. In theory, if the battle of divine will ends in destruction regardless of victory or defeat, then God is our enemy. He said with some hesitation. But the Guardian did not show any hostility. Either their concept of good and evil is completely different from ours, or they don't care about us at all. This kind of care is probably like how we bandage an injured bird. The two witches looked at each other and were momentarily stunned on the spot. But what followed was a chill that went deep into the soles of their feet. Everyone knew that if a flock of birds stole grains, humans would not hesitate to kill them, but no one would treat birds as real enemies. Occasionally, they would snatch one or two nestlings from the claws of cats. The latter had nothing to do with good or evil, it was just a personal preference. The Battle of Divine Will had gone on for many rounds, and countless races had been destroyed under the watchful eyes of the Guardians. The gods would not hesitate at all when it came to the survival of civilizations. Although they had saved Joan, it did not mean that humans were a special kind of race. This is too scary, Camilla Derry murmured. I hope I'm wrong. Roland sighed. But since we're going to stop the battle of divine will, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape God's wrath. This is the price. Stop your foolishness. You have no idea what you are doing. Everything will return to nothingness. Millions of years of accumulation will also be destroyed. You can't afford such a crime. Every single sentence echoed in his ears like a miniature version of time. He had paid such a price to keep the battle of divine will going. How could he stop it so easily? Whether in reality or in the dream world, this struggle was inevitable. At the sedimentation Bay Pier in the kingdom of Wolfheart. This place had once been occupied by demons, and the densely packed residential area was now a wreckage. However, as the First Army was gradually equipped with weapons, and the demons were caught unprepared by the attack of trucks and cannons, the demons were forced to retreat from the port city in just 1 month. The mist storage tower in the square, which had been smashed by the stronghold's cannons, was proof of this. The demons had driven humans to transport pieces of neatly cut obsidian from the north, and the inferior demons, who did not need the red mist, piled them up into towers until they connected with the towers in other cities, forming a dreadful area of dense mist. However, before this plan could be realized, the half-built mist storage tower had already collapsed in the roar of cannons. As the humans gradually launched a counterattack, the demons' control over their territory was visibly declining, and the once extinct fugitives showed signs of recovery. Even though the city was dead, the port became busy again. Even though the demons had destroyed most of the roads and bridges before they retreated, the construction team was still able to build temporary roads within a week. For those who had escaped the red mist with great difficulty, this was undoubtedly a fortunate thing. However, not everyone who fled to the south thought so. Damn it, the rumors were actually true. Negan Murray said hatefully as he looked at the checkpoints set up on the road. I had wanted the demons to deal with the troublesome people of Grey Castle, but I didn't expect them to be so unreliable. Both sides are monsters, just that one side is more savage, Talos Murray replied expressionlessly. Half of his face was hidden under his bandana, and several scars extended from the shadows, like earthworms entrenched under his skin. However, without the support of the nobles, the Wimbledon family will lose everything they have sooner or later. We don't have to worry about that. At this point, he looked at the people queuing up, and his tone became more sinister. We have enough people to deal with, that's true. Negan was also excited. Anyone who defers to Grey Castle is our enemy. We have to make them pay a price. But we have to endure it for now. Talos pressed on his shoulder. Once dawn arrives, we can hunt however we want. Even though the demons would never mention their defeat, it was an indisputable fact that the number of monsters stationed in Everwinter was decreasing. Compared to the ignorant commoners, the nobles could always find out news from the front lines if they wanted to. After knowing that the demons from Hell were no match for the people of Grey Castle, panic had already spread among the nobles. As a knight, Talos did not have as many burdens as the nobles. He was not willing to risk his life for these ugly races, and it was even more impossible for him to defer to Grey Castle, who had a grudge against him. Since there was no way out in Everwinter, it was wiser for him to head south to the territories that the people of Grey Castle had yet to take control of. Of course, things like hunting refugees could be done anywhere. He still had a lot of time to take revenge, or rather, enjoy himself. Unknowingly, he had fallen in love with the feeling of being in control of everything. Listening to the refugees beg for mercy, roll around, and wail under the hooves of the horses was simply irresistible. Every time he bathed in the warm fresh blood, even the old wounds on his face would fade a lot, as if they were responding to this sacrifice. Since it was impossible to revive his family, he might as well enjoy the hard-earned pleasure. And there was nothing more worth looking forward to in this world. Bookseller's website, name? Where are you from? Nolan, this is my older brother, Bunos. We're from Icebound Town. Negan replied casually in response to the checkpoint inspector's question. Even though the two of them had heard that it was best to tell the truth to the inspector of Grey Castle before they reached the sedimentation bay, or else they might run into trouble once they reached the south, they had no intention of going to Grey Castle from the start. Once they passed through Cage Mountain, they would be in the territory of the Kingdom of Dawn. There were many villages and towns there that they could hide in. With their strength, the two of them did not have to worry about their future. Thus, compared to nobles, they would be less conspicuous if they disguised themselves as commoners. They had even discussed beforehand that they could work as guards or patrols for the Lord. They would have a dignified identity during the day and freedom at night. As long as they guarded the deserted roads, they would not have to worry about not being able to find a lone fugitive. It was the same as what they did in Everwinter. Oh? That place is quite far from the sedimentation bay, the inspector said as he recorded. Did the news of the demons' defeat spread so quickly? Among the fugitives, there aren't many northerners like you. Negan was slightly surprised. From the other party's appearance and attire, he was clearly a normal person, and most of the normal people he had seen were only familiar with the place they lived in. The word experienced and knowledgeable had nothing to do with them. But not only did this person from Grey Castle know of Icebound Town, he even knew the distance to this unknown town. Is that so? I heard it from a merchant friend. Not long from now, there will probably be more people coming from Everwinter, right? As he answered, he secretly rejoiced that the town they chose was not far from the kingdom of Wolfheart. If it was Snow Reflection Castle in the north of Everwinter, it would probably arouse suspicion. I hope so. The inspector looked at Taros. By the way, can you lift up your brother's scarf? He was scratched by a wild beast before. It's not convenient to show it to others. I'm sorry, but this is the rule. If there are any obvious characteristics, I have to write it down in the report. Negan frowned. Damn it, he's just a watchdog. My brother is an official knight. If they were in the wild, he would definitely pull out this guy's tongue. Well, it's no big deal, Talos said coldly. I just took a look. He lifted his scarf, revealing half of his twisted face. The inspector couldn't help but take a step back, probably because it was too horrifying, and the surrounding people all gasped. Even so, the people of Grey Castle persistently completed the record. Then, this is your nameplate, he handed the 2 metal plates to Negan. It's the only proof to exchange for your new identity, remember not to lose it. Now go to the holding area and wait. This guy was scared. Negan received the nameplate and sneered in his heart. The eldest brother's expression seemed calm, but in fact, he already had the intention to kill. This kind of aura that was tempered through fighting with the sword was not something that a commoner could bear. In addition to his current ferocious appearance, his deterrence increased by several folds. It was already an outstanding performance that the other party did not fall to the ground on his butt. Unfortunately, this was not the place to cause a ruckus. There were soldiers of Grey Castle guarding the sentry post, and no matter how powerful they were, it would be difficult for them to evade the invisible crossbows. Let's go. Talos put down his scarf and nodded. Yes. Negan pushed through the crowd and took the lead to enter the port. But very quickly, his footsteps slowed down. Brother, they're going to transport everyone away. Talos also noticed the arrangements of the people of Grey Castle. Their original plan of getting past the checkpoint and finding a chance to act on their own sounded good, but the other party did not give the refugees the chance to disperse. From the sentry post to the detention area, it was basically surrounded by brightly colored cloth strips. As long as the seemingly scattered refugees followed the cloth strips, they would definitely be led to the dock and board the large ships docked by the shore. Although the cloth did not have any restrictive effects, the patrolling soldiers of Grey Castle had them. They were loitering around the streets, and if the 2 of them crossed the cloth and left the crowd, those fellows would definitely not ignore them. And the biggest difference from what they had imagined was undoubtedly the city itself. The core area of the sedimentation bay was in ruins. Not to mention the residents, not even a single intact house could be found. This not only made it impossible for them to blend in with the locals, it also made it extremely difficult for them to hide their tracks. This was completely different from the Everwinter Kingdom. Even though they were both occupied by the demons, be it Snow Reflection Castle or the other cities, they were all basically intact. Who would have thought that in the south, it would be completely different? What should we do? Negan could not help but reveal a trace of anxiety. Once they boarded the ship, they could only resign themselves to fate. If they headed straight for Grey Castle, wouldn't they have nowhere to escape to? Staying in the same place was obviously not a solution. To the refugees, they all hoped to leave the territory of the demons as soon as possible. If they took a single step forward, they would also be targeted by the patrolling soldiers. You were too impatient, that's why you weren't conferred a title by His Majesty. Talos exhaled. Walk slowly, don't stop. The docks are so big, it's impossible for the people of Grey Castle to be flawless. Just look at their numbers, there are at most 100 of them. As long as we look carefully, we will definitely have a chance to escape. Hearing his brother say this, Negan gradually calmed down. No matter how crazy his elder brother was when he killed, he was as calm as ice when he enjoyed victory. As long as they followed his instructions, there was no obstacle that they could not overcome. After a quarter of an hour, Negan found an opportunity. Brother, look over there, he exclaimed in a low voice. Unbelievable. Talos observed for a while and nodded in agreement. I have to say, the people of Grey Castle are indeed extraordinary when it comes to unorthodox means. They can even transport carriages to such an extent. At a corner of the docks, there were more than 10 four-wheeled carriages. Their size was astonishing, and the goods they carried were not something an ordinary carriage could compare to. The food and other resources that the refugees needed were all provided by them. At least, there were many porters shuttling between the docks and the carriages, transporting bags of goods to the ships. The number of people there was more chaotic, and it overlapped with the detention area, so it was not too difficult to approach the carriages. However, even if they reached the carriages, it did not mean that they could escape from the area controlled by the people of Grey Castle. Unless they could outrun the firearms, they would be caught by the patrolling soldiers sooner or later. The only feasible method was to escape by hijacking the carriages. Although these four-wheeled carriages were huge, they still needed people to drive them. Furthermore, unlike the carriages, the driver seemed to be wrapped around the front of the carriages. In other words, they had the opportunity to hijack the driver while ensuring that they were not discovered. Negan and Talos looked at each other, instantly confirming the thoughts in each other's minds. Using the huge carriages as cover, they found the carriages that were preparing to leave, and then pointed the dagger at the driver's throat. The rest would be easy. The two of them immediately moved. The entire process could be said to be daunting, but not dangerous. Although there were many porters who noticed the two of them walking further and further away, they would at most point out the direction to board the ships. No one came forward to question them. They also acted as if they were attracted by the huge carriages, easily deceiving the busy crowd. After all, everyone had their own things to do, and no one was willing to cause trouble. Once they entered the blind spot, Negan and Talos quickly bent down, sticking close to the carriages as they ran. Very quickly, they closed in on the carriages that had been loaded and unloaded. They were just one step away from the success of their plan. At this moment, a curious voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Who are you?" Negan instantly felt his hair stand on end. He abruptly turned his head, only to see that a cloaked woman had appeared behind him without him noticing. The other party tilted her head, and the drooping hood covered most of her face. He reached for his waist, but was secretly stopped by Talos. "My apologies. We are refugees from Icebound Town. We wanted to get closer to take a look at these amazing creations, but we did not expect to walk all the way here." "I see, refugees, huh?" The woman smiled, but had no intention of leaving. "But, why is there such a thick stench of blood on your bodies?" "Vertex M, what are you talking about?" Negan said impatiently. "The smell of blood. Do you think you're a dog? What is this fellow talking about? He doesn't seem to be in his right mind at all." His tone carried a hint of mockery. Most people would not speak to a stranger they met for the first time in such a manner. If it were any other time, he would be interested in playing with her, but now that escaping from the sedimentation bay was his top priority, the best way to deal with an idiot was to make her shut up. Negan increased the strength on his wrist to convey his thoughts to his elder brother. But the latter did not let go. "I think, you're probably mistaken. This used to be a port, it's not uncommon to kill and dry fish here. The difference between human blood and the smell of fish is like the difference between heaven and earth." The lady was unmoved. If there was only one smell, it could be explained by wounds. But the smell of blood on your bodies is too much and too mixed, it's hard to ignore. Some are old, probably a few months old, while some are new, at most 2 or 3 days old. They're currently coming out from under your clothes. Under my clothes? Negan could not help but be stunned. To most knight, a set of light and sturdy armor was the most precious asset. If carefully maintained, it could be passed down for many generations. It was the same for the Murray family. They had abandoned the desolate land of Everwinter, but they did not abandon their armor and weapons. In order not to be noticed, the two of them wore large coats and robes. Since it was winter, it was not unusual for them to wear thick clothing. Only when it was time to kill for fun would they go into battle lightly. Other than being more agile, they did not have to worry about blood staining their clothes. After the battle, they only needed to wipe the blood off their armor, and the grease that soaked the armor could also maintain it. But this should not have been discovered by anyone, so how did the other party know? Could it be that she really sniffed it out? Negan's heart was suddenly filled with unease. At the same time, the hand that was pressing down on him suddenly loosened. All he saw was a flash before his eyes, and Talos' figure had already rushed in front of the lady. His elder brother did not draw his weapon. For someone who had trained for a long time, fists, palms, and joints were enough to kill. The speed of this attack could be said to be as fast as lightning. From the moment he took a step to the moment he attacked, it was only a blink of an eye. If he was the target, it would be very difficult for him to react. In terms of ability and skill, his eldest brother was definitely one of the best knight of Everwinter. Regardless of whether the other party was an idiot, a madman, or someone with an extraordinary sense of smell, he was already a dead man. However, the sound of the throat bone being crushed did not come. He only heard 2 soft ping sounds. The woman raised her elbow and pried away the iron arm that was reaching for her throat. Then, she single-handedly received Taros's left punch. Negan's eyes almost popped out of his head. How was this possible? Putting aside fighting techniques, just the difference in strength between a man and a woman was enough to determine everything. Moreover, his elder brother was known for his great strength, and it was the first time he had seen someone receive his attack with one hand. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several blows, but Talos was still unable to kill his opponent with a single blow. When they separated again, he finally tore off his robe and pulled out his dagger. "Brother, let's go together." There was a hint of urgency in this low voice. Only then did Negan realize that as a knight's elder brother, he had already made the judgment that he could not defeat his opponent by himself. "Who exactly are you?" He gritted his teeth and pulled out his dagger, bending down beside Taros. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you don't seem to be ordinary refugees. Then, there's a need to explain the reason for your lies." The woman spread out her hands, as though indicating that it was not a problem even if she was empty-handed. "If you surrender now, you might suffer less. However, murder is a serious crime. According to the laws of Grey Castle, once the blood on your body is confirmed to be from an innocent person, the only ending for you is death. This person is crazy," she seemed to be persuading them, but every action and every word she said was forcing them into a dead end. Who would place a dead end in front of them from the very beginning? Since they knew that they would die, it was impossible for them to surrender without putting up a fight. In other words, the other party was forcing them to make a move. There was no point in saying anything more. When Taros stabbed forward with his dagger, Negan followed closely behind, suppressing the woman's space to evade. At the same time, it was to prevent her from turning around and escaping. However, the other party did not seem to have any intention of escaping. Not only that, she did not even attempt to shout for help. She leaped forward and engaged them in combat. Only after experiencing it personally did Negan understand how terrifying the other party was. Every strike of hers was heavy and powerful, requiring the strength of one's entire body to resist. Even if it was a seemingly light block, one had to firmly grasp the handle of the dagger, or else the weapon would be easily knocked away. He could not imagine how the other party's body could contain such frightening strength. "Don't hold back, she doesn't pose a threat to us." Taro's low roar jolted Negan back to his senses. That's right, they were wearing armor, and the other party did not have any sharp blades in her hands. There was no need to use conventional methods. Even if he took 1 or 2 punches, it would not be a big deal. Exchanging injuries for injuries would only be beneficial to them. He threw the dagger at the woman, and after being easily dodged, he opened his arms and pounced towards the target. Under normal circumstances, this would undoubtedly be suicidal. But with just her fists and legs, what could she do to him? Following that, an intense pain exploded on Negan's face. He felt his nose sinking into his bones, and his throat was filled with the taste of rust. His vision suddenly became blurry. "Damn it, it hurts, but you're finished." He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to close his arms. The range was far larger than the dagger, and if he was hugged, he would definitely die. If he wanted to dodge, he would have to destroy his current defensive stance, and in the process, he would definitely reveal a flaw. He believed that his brother would definitely grasp this opportunity. Indeed, due to the excessive movement of dodging, the woman's entire body collapsed. Evidently, she no longer had the strength to stop her brother's next step. Taros took a step forward and swung his sword upwards. A gray light slashed diagonally into the woman's head. The latter's head flew upwards, as though it had been struck by a venomous snake's tongue. Before he had the time to heave a sigh of relief, the woman who had fallen backwards did not scream out as he had expected, nor did she fall to the ground with her hands covering her face. Instead, she used the momentum of her body to kick out twice, sending him and Taros flying. Negan even felt that it was not a kick, but a battering ram. With a loud bang, he crashed into the four-wheeled vehicle behind him. The armor on his body was unable to withstand the pincer attack, and the force that entered his body caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. After landing on the ground, the woman regained her balance, and the hood on her head slid down, revealing her smooth long hair and a pair of pointy furry ears. The only thing he did not see was the wound that he had expected. Negan's heart instantly sank to the bottom. That strike that seemed to have struck the woman's head was merely an illusion brought about by the long brim of the hood. The only thing that his brother had sliced open was the woman's hood, and those inhuman ears, cough cough. You ugly monster. Taros clutched his chest as he slowly stood up. I'm clearly wearing the godstone of retaliation, how could you not be affected? Because I didn't use my ability. The woman touched her hood regretfully. As for you saying that I'm ugly, that's just because you have a low level of appreciation. The people of Neverwinter don't think so, and the chief even praised me. That's simply a load of nonsense. Negan coughed out a mouthful of blood. My brother is a knight conferred by the Queen of Everwinter. Even in the King City Knight Regiment, not many can defeat him. If not for your evil ability, do you think you can defeat my elder brother? Dream on. Is that so? Perhaps you haven't realized the changes that have happened to your body. The woman's face darkened. Let me ask you, the blood on your body, did it come from opponents of equal strength? What are you trying to say? I don't think so. Although your attacks are ruthless, you lack a sense of sharpness and the will to fight to the death. She said slowly. I've seen too many people like you. Once you've obtained some achievements, you are unwilling to take another step forward. You only dare to turn around and bully the weak in order to maintain your position. Over time, this spirit will seep into your bones and be remembered by your body. No matter how many victories you obtain, it won't make you stronger. And among the opponents I've faced, there are transcendents who are so strong that they make others despair, and there are also ancient witches who are proficient in various martial arts. This is the difference. Perhaps you guys did possess extraordinary strength in the past, but now. She paused. You can no longer be considered powerful. Vertex M. They were the weaklings. When this thought appeared, Negan was completely stunned on the spot. He subconsciously thought that it was nonsense, but reality mercilessly reminded him that even with weapons in hand and 2 against 1, it was impossible to defeat the other party. They hated Roland Wimbledon, hated the people of Grey Castle, and hated firearms even more. It was precisely because of these unreasonable things that allowed a lowly commoner to threaten the knight who had trained hard for more than a decade. Those lowly commoners should have prostrated at their feet and relied on their protection to survive. This was the tradition that had lasted for thousands of years, the order that the world recognized. If firearms did not exist, his brother and he would still be the invincible warriors of the past. But not only did the woman in front of him not use firearms, she did not even have a weapon. They had lost to her in the aspect that they were most confident in. This inconceivable truth and belief collided, causing him to be momentarily dazed. As expected of a witch, she's best at deceiving people with lies. Using strength to win? Don't make me laugh. Talos took 2 deep breaths. You merely used the power of impurity to pollute my godstone. Cough cough, if the Church of Hermes was still around, how would you dare to show yourselves here? Other than the tradition-defying king of Grey Castle, you are the ones who should go to hell. Bullshit. A man's voice suddenly cut in from the front of the carriage. I am a member of the church. I have driven dozens of witches, if not hundreds. Not only did they show themselves, they even praised my driving. Furthermore, the past and present leaders of the church are all witches, and you're talking to me about tradition? This is the F***king tradition. Negan and Talos could not help but look at each other. This was obviously the coachman speaking. There was always a way out. They had to kidnap the coachman and leave this place first. Only then would they have the chance to take revenge. As long as there was someone to stall this she-wolf, it would be fine. Comparing the strength of the two, it was naturally better for the stronger brother to do the job. But before Negan could speak, Talos suddenly grabbed him and threw him towards the she-wolf with a loud shout. Bro. He watched in disbelief as the man turned around and ran towards the front of the car, leaving behind only a silhouette that quickly left. The woman mercilessly slapped him to the ground, and then kicked his head. The hammer-like blow made his vision go black, and he quickly lost consciousness. Just as his thoughts of shock and despair were interrupted, he vaguely heard a whisper coming from above his head. The people over there aren't people you can deal with. The distance of more than 10 steps was covered in the blink of an eye. Just as Taros was about to reach the driver's seat, a figure suddenly walked out from behind the car. That person was also a woman, wearing a dark gray uniform. Just as they had observed earlier, she was dressed like a four-wheeled carriage driver. So there were 2 coachmen for each carriage. This person couldn't possibly be a witch, right, since he was just an ordinary person, 1 or 2 of them wouldn't make a difference. Or rather, it would be enough to have 1 driver for him. Compared to the man who shouted, the woman was obviously easier to control. Taros intended to capture him first before stabbing the guy who dared to refute him. As for the iron rod in the female coachman's hand, he didn't even put it in his eyes. Reaching out to pull off his scarf, he roared at the other party. As he ran, he raised his dagger, intending to intimidate the woman before pressing the dagger against her neck to threaten her into submission. But what surprised Taros was that the other party's expression was as calm as water, without a single ripple, as though she had turned a blind eye to his ferocious appearance. And what surprised him even more was what happened next. The female coachman's body tilted slightly, her hands holding the iron rod above her head. It was obviously a chopping stance. This person actually knows swordsmanship. Just as the thought popped up in his mind, the other party had already taken a step forward and swung the iron rod in her hand. Damn it, this kind of bold move was completely risking one's life. In the eyes of a layman, it was no different from courting death. But to Taros, this strike had the power of a mountain. And the iron rod with a fork at the front seemed to have expanded dozens of times, covering all of his movements. Everything happened too fast. He was running at full speed and had no room to dodge. If he maintained his posture, he might be able to stab the tip of the dagger into her neck, but the rod would undoubtedly split his head open. It was simply unreasonable. Taros realized that his body reacted faster than his mind. He hastily turned the dagger around and raised his hands horizontally above his head, trying to block the blow. Break! The woman's iron rod smashed into the center of the dagger. Under the tremendous force, the dagger's curve quickly exceeded its limit, and with a bang, it shattered, but the momentum of the rod did not diminish, and with sparks and splashes of metal, it smashed straight into his face. How could this be? Taros only heard a loud bang in his ears, and before he could even make a sound, he fell stiffly to the ground, his body twitching non-stop. But that was his body's automatic reaction, and his consciousness had long fallen into a coma. Is it over? Charles cautiously poked his head out of the car window. Yes, if he had chosen to stab me to the end, maybe he could have fought a few more rounds. Farina flicked the blood stains on the wrench. If he had retreated at the last minute, 1 blow would have been enough. Of course, your bait was also crucial. Well done. Charles smirked. Don't forget that I was once a noble, and nobles are best at scolding people. I guarantee you won't repeat a single word in 100 sentences. Farina raised her head and looked at the person she needed. You're obviously a noble, but you're so different from them. Sometimes I often fall into confusion. Why is there such a huge difference between people? Is this also the intention of the Creator? You're also very different. Charles slightly shifted his gaze, but quickly looked straight back at her. That's why I'm so attracted to you. Charles, Farina, ahem, I'm sorry, Lorger interrupted the two's eye contact. Is that man dead? The werewolf girl carried the unconscious assailant to the front of the car and threw him on the body of another person. I think he's still breathing, Farina replied. You knew we were coming? Lorger nodded. I heard your footsteps. Not only did you notice the noise here, but you also quickly decided on a strategy. You're indeed the former captain of the Judgment Army. After fighting with you, they basically lost their fighting spirit. I just took advantage of the situation. Farina smiled. What you said just now is quite reasonable. If there's a chance in the future, can I also fight with you? Lorger's ears twitched. Of course, or in other words, I'm more than happy to. It's not too late to talk about it later, Charles sighed. Now the problem is, what should we do with these 2 guys? Let the First Army control them and interrogate them first. Since they can wear armor, they're obviously not ordinary refugees, Lorger said indifferently. As for how to deal with them later, let them decide. Bookseller's website, Kingdom of Everwinter. My lord. Lord Marwain. Someone nudged his arm. Marwain opened his eyes impatiently. It took a while for his blurry vision to come back together, and the familiar face of the old butler appeared in his eyes. Burp, why is it you again? He struggled to prop himself up and accidentally knocked over a few bottles of wine on the low table. One of them fell to the ground with a loud clang. This voice also brought him back to his senses. What followed was a hangover headache. That's right, he had forced a few girls to drink with him last night. It was around 4 or 5 in the morning, and he had fallen asleep on the couch. Marwain squinted his eyes and glanced at the couch beside him. It was covered with all kinds of alcohol and other liquids, and it gave off an unpleasant sour smell after being baked in the fireplace for a night. As for the girls, they had already disappeared. It was obvious that they were still lacking in the aspect of serving others. Damn it, how did I fall asleep on this thing yesterday? Let's burn it. Marwain wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and changed to a more comfortable sitting position to relieve his headache. So, my dear butler, what bad news do you have for me today? Which knight has run away, or has Grey Castle entered the kingdom of Everwinter? You flatter me, my lord. The butler bowed even lower. He was the one who came up with the idea to attack the Grey Castle team, and he did not want his master to shift the blame to himself. Grey Castle is still fighting the demons in the kingdom of Wolfheart. They won't be able to reach the kingdom of Everwinter in the near future. Please rest assured. But isn't it only a matter of time? Marwain interrupted. The stench of alcohol in his mouth was a little pungent. The demons haven't increased their forces, and even that Sky Lord is nowhere to be seen. Anyone with eyes can see that the situation has changed. What's the point of you comforting me? No, my lord. Listen to me. Marwain growled. I know what you're trying to say. Please pull yourself together and don't give up. But you saw it for yourself that day. They had the same weapons, but Grey Castle still defeated our men. What does that mean? The gap was not with the nobles, but with the subordinates and people at the bottom. They dared to face the muskets head-on, but what about our men? You only know how to run like a rat. How many people are left in the kingdom of eternal winter? Viscount Narnos? No, his current territory was already comparable to accounts. Duke Remy? Most of his family business was in Everwinter, so he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. And this family, that family. Indeed, the great aristocratic families were still here, but did they not want to leave? No. At this point, his tone suddenly became high-pitched. They can't leave. He didn't want to burn the family property that he had accumulated for several generations and start from nothing. As long as there was a way, they wouldn't sit still and wait for death. However, those knights that I invited here would not have such concerns. A title deed is not binding at all. These people could leave with the title deed and come back after the war subsides. Therefore, I could only refuse to meet them and invite them to stay by holding a banquet. This isn't giving up, and it's not escaping. Do you understand? Marwain picked up a bottle of wine and gulped down a mouthful. Once I fulfill my promise, they will immediately leave. Since my subordinates and people can't compare to Grey Castle, the only thing I can rely on is the demons. As long as they can defeat Roland Wimbledon, these people will settle down again. When the time comes, I can reissue the title deed, and these knights will become my greatest help. My lord. I know, but I have to inform you. God, shut up, you don't know. Marwain's voice had a slight tremble. You think I'm weak, useless, and only knows how to drink all day, but that's not the case. My strategy isn't wrong, it's the demons who lost. Even they can't defeat the people of Grey Castle, what's the point of me pulling myself together? It's fine if the others leave, but even Fuller, whom I thought highly of, left. What's the point of me becoming the king of Everwinter? I might as well drink more wine. After all, I won't be able to drink it in the future. So from today onwards, you don't have to tell me any bad news. Just keep it to yourself. Prepare some good wine for me tonight. I remember there's still a lot of it in the underground storehouse, right? Now, get out. With that, Marwain covered his face with his hands and lay back down on the couch. My lord, what I wanted to say is that the Sky Lord is currently waiting in the castle's parlor. He says he has a new decree for you. The butler finally found an opportunity to speak and hurriedly said it in one breath. What? What did you say? Marwain sat up abruptly. The Sky Lord is here? Why didn't you inform me earlier? Prepare a basin of hot water for me, I'll go over after I wash my face. There's no need. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the door. The two of them were stunned and turned to look, only to see a tall, blue-skinned figure pushing open the door and striding in. It was Hacksword. He scanned the messy furnishings and empty wine bottles in the room and revealed an undisguised look of contempt. I thought you were tied up by something important, but it seems like I've wronged you. Why, do you think the outcome of this war has been decided? Damn it, he heard me complaining. Marwain hurriedly knelt down on one knee and even wanted to slap himself. No, my lord, I'm just, considering your level of knowledge, I can forgive you this time. But don't do it again, or else I'll pull out your tongue. Hacksword said coldly, the enemy's performance in the early stages has indeed exceeded our expectations, but that's only in the early stages. In fact, their good days have already come to an end. Not only the kingdom of Wolfheart, but the kingdom of Dawn and Grey Castle will soon be engulfed in the flames of war. This is the fate of those who resist. Your Excellency, may I ask, is this true? Marwain asked doubtfully. He had originally thought that the Everwinter continent was doomed, and he wanted to seek shelter from the Grand Lord. However, from what the other party had said, the situation wasn't too bad. At the very least, it wasn't to the point of no return. Since they also thought that Grey Castle was weak, the credibility of Hacksword's words was questionable. Hacksword sneered. It's understandable that you have doubts, but after you witness the power of my race, I believe you'll understand the weight of my words. With that, he raised his hand and opened a door that emitted a strange purple light. Follow me. Marwain swallowed his saliva and braced himself to enter the door. On the other side of the door was another hall. He was surprised to see many familiar faces, such as Narnos and Remy. Clearly, the Sky Lord had gathered most of the nobles in the kingdom of Everwinter. Before he could ask about the situation, the senior demon lord opened a new teleportation door. Hacksword's intentions were self-evident. The nobles looked at each other and finally lined up to enter the door. This trip took nearly a day. Marwain couldn't remember how many teleportation doors he had passed through. The scenery around him was sometimes a cave, sometimes a mountain ridge. The deeper he went, the more uneasy he felt. Even though he knew that the demons didn't need to spend so much effort to kill him, such an unknown and forceful teleportation always made him fearful. When night fell, the nobles finally arrived at their destination. When the last door slowly disappeared behind them, Marwain Parker's eyes suddenly widened. He saw a miracle, that's right, even if he exhausted all the words he had, he couldn't accurately describe what he had seen. Other than a miracle, he couldn't think of any other way to describe it. The other nobles weren't any better. All of them were tongue-tied and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Now, you've seen it, Hacksword said expressionlessly. Baidu search 881 Chinese network yen. No advertising message. The senior lord's words were not empty words, it was not something humans could achieve. Marwain could not imagine how the people of Grey Castle would deal with such a miracle. Apart from looking up, the only thing they could do was pray. The demons would definitely win the war. He no longer had any doubts. The disappointment and fear from before were swept away and replaced with an indescribable excitement. Since the demons could win the war, the rewards promised to him would no longer be an illusory matter. The contrast was incomparable to a drowning person being rescued. It was a direct return to the peak. As for the knight who escaped, they would probably regret it for the rest of their lives. No, that's not right, they would not have the qualifications to live to the end of their lives. Once I become the Queen of Everwinter, I will definitely teach the traitors a lesson. Marwain knelt down excitedly and lowered his head to Hacksword. Yes, we have. The other nobles did the same. This is my race's deity of gods, and also the most direct way to display power. Skylord placed his hands behind his back and said, I did not bring all of you here to dispel your doubts, I have a mission for all of you to complete. Please instruct us, everyone immediately replied. The deity of gods still needs some time to reach the impassable mountain range, but the territories that you are in charge of are showing signs of losing control. Every fugitive can turn into an enemy of the race, I do not wish for the situation to worsen. He swept his gaze across everyone. From today onwards, all of you are to gather manpower and move everyone in the city here. At the same time, I will carve out a region in the deity of gods for all of you to reside in until the end of the battle of divine will. You wish for those lowly people to ascend the miracle? Narnos asked in surprise. Whose fault do you think it is? Haxord glanced at him coldly. The latter immediately shut his mouth. The news of the knight's escape will spread to the lower ranks in no time, and when that happens, the order in Everwinter will completely collapse. Rather than letting them be used by Grey Castle, why not control them before the snowball gets bigger? If there are any objections, use swords and blades to shut them up. This shouldn't be a difficult task for all of you. Of course. Marwain was the first to respond. I'll do it right away. The other nobles also agreed one after another. Don't worry, your territory will not be abandoned because of this, because the war will not last that long. Haxord seemed to see through their worries. In addition, following the deity of gods into action means that you are participating in the war. This will greatly increase the weight of your contributions. When the time comes, the human kingdoms will definitely not ignore this point. Do you understand what I mean? The nobles were instantly overjoyed. The failure of the sneak attack on the Grey Castle team had undoubtedly not satisfied the senior demon lord. Now that they had a chance to make up for their mistake, and perhaps even take it a step further, everyone's spirits were roused. Yes. We will definitely do our best. Haxord opened a new portal. It's good that you understand. I only have 2 requests. The faster the time transfer, the better, and you must not reveal the existence of the deity of gods. Then, let's move at once. After sending the Everwinter nobles away, he returned to the depths of the Great Rift Valley. Haxord was under a lot of pressure to allow the low-energy worms in the eyes of the majority of his people to come into contact with the deity of gods. At the very least, the senior demon lords were not united, and Mask even felt that it was a form of blasphemy. But he still forcefully carried it out with his identity as the Western Front commander. Skylord gradually understood that there was nothing special about the Grey Castle warriors. They might have been farmers or hunters in the past, but after a few months of training, they would join the army as new soldiers. The firearms in their hands were enough to kill a well-trained primal demon. In other words, the efficiency of the other party's conversion of soldiers far exceeded the past experience of his race. Even the symbiotic demons that Mask was so proud of were unable to achieve such an astonishing conversion speed. That was why Grey Castle was frantically plundering people from Everwinter and Kingdom of Wolfheart. It was not a burden, nor was it a long-term plan, but a genuine short-term benefit. Once the order maintained by the nobles crumbled, they would be handing over a large number of warriors to the enemy. This was something that Haxord absolutely did not wish to happen. At the same time, these people were not inferior to the inferior demons in terms of work. It would be a pity to kill them all, so it was better to migrate them to the deity of gods and serve the race. Under such circumstances, this decision could be said to be the most reasonable choice. Of course, it was not something that he could care about if the other members of his race acknowledged it. What God's creation, what holy place, none of it was more important than victory. He had already staked everything on the Western Front. Not only did he make an oath with the king, he had even applied for the deity of gods. The criticism and accusations were nothing more than a new debt. Compared to the pressure from the upper echelons, the problem that gave Haxord a bigger headache came from Sky City. He slowly walked down the stone steps to the bottom of the birth tower. In the red mist pond that was as dense as liquid, there was an additional black figure. He sat cross-legged in front of the Nightmare Lord, holding onto her palm without moving, like a stone statue. You still haven't given up? Haxord frowned in dissatisfaction. If I could find traces of her through the realm of mind, I would have done so a long time ago. He did not know what kind of bad luck he had encountered, or why every one of his comrades was so unreliable. This person was Silent Disaster, who had come to reinforce the Western Front. Just like its name, it wore a set of airtight armor most of the time and rarely showed its true face. It basically didn't open its mouth either, so no one knew what was going on in its head. But he was different from Mask and the other senior lords. His individual strength was outstanding among the senior lords, so Skylord could not be too harsh on him. If it were anyone else, Skylord would have already started cursing. After all, it was not easy for reinforcements to arrive. But the moment they arrived at Sky City, they did not ask about the battle situation or understand the enemy's situation. Instead, they ran straight to the Red Mist Pond and accompanied the Nightmare Lord's body. Everyone knew that once one got lost in the realm of mind, it was impossible to return to the starting point. In the vast sea, there were ocean currents and the sun and stars to guide them, but in the realm of mind, there was nothing. It was always chaotic, and the torrents at the bottom were like storms. It was extremely difficult to maintain oneself, not to mention the constant erosion of other consciousnesses. The Nightmare Lord had been lost for several months. Even if it could be found, it would definitely not be the it from before. It must have found some clues to take such a risk, Silent Disaster replied. Silent Disaster gave a rare reply. Anything related to Valkyries, I must personally verify it. Clearly, Silent Disaster did not trust him. Haxord rubbed his forehead helplessly. Although the Nightmare Lord was a very special existence to other senior lords, it was even more special to some people. Silent Disaster was one of them. If he remembered correctly, the Nightmare Lord's ascension ceremony was presided over by the Nightmare Lord. Are you done verifying it now? More or less, but my conclusion is different from yours, Silent Disaster said concisely. I believe that the Nightmare Lord is not completely lost, but is trapped somewhere in the realm of mind. Reason? Intuition. Intuition. Haxord cursed inwardly. If there was anything more unreliable than Mask's promise, it would probably be Silent Disaster's intuition. Will this conclusion be of any help to the outcome? You can't find any traces of the Nightmare Lord, nor can you wake it up. In the end, nothing can be changed. Instead of spending time here, why not think about how to deal with the humans? That mail. Silent Disaster glanced at him. What? I will help you destroy the humans. That is my purpose here. She suddenly stood up from the Red Mist Pond, a dangerous red light flashing under her helmet. But the mail that appeared in the inheritance hall must be handed over to me. I believe that the Nightmare Lord's whereabouts must be related to him. Vertex M. 5 days later, while transporting the goods, Farina and Joe received a message from the liaison officer of the First Army. The commander-in-chief of the army, Iron Axe, wanted to see them. They went all the way to the Cage Mountain command post. When they entered the conference room, Farina found that there was more than one person in the room. Judging from the badges on their shoulders, they were all high-ranking officials of the First Army. Joe swallowed nervously. Farina looked calm and saluted them. Farina, member of the No. 2 Transport Unit No. 1, reporting for duty. Iron Axe and the other officers returned the salute with a smile, without putting on airs. She couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. The style of the Church of Hermes had made her used to ignoring the social gap and dealing with things straightforwardly. She did not expect that the high-ranking military officials of Grey Castle were the same, or even worse. She was calm because she had a clear conscience, but it did not mean that she had forgotten that she was once a criminal of the Judgment Army of the Church. It was not surprising that she was slighted. However, the crowd did not show any signs of contempt. Even the Church could not be so friendly to non-believers. May I know why you called me here? Farina's eyes finally fell on Iron Axe. Do you remember the night of Everwinter you caught in the sedimentation bay a few days ago? Iron Axe went straight to the point. We've confirmed their identities and the crimes they committed. Farina suddenly realized something. Are they very important to the First Army? Yes and no, Iron Axe said slowly. Iron Axe said slowly, for the whole war situation, they are not worth mentioning at all, but for those who sacrificed their lives for this war, their capture means that the criminals will not be able to escape punishment after all. In this way, we can finally comfort those who sacrificed themselves. Then Farina heard a story about blood-stained intelligence. At first, the news of the intruders did not attract the attention of the higher-ups. After all, there were 3 or 4 fugitives who tried to bluff their way through every day. They were either minor nobles or wealthy merchants, and their reasons for escaping were that they had committed crimes or were afraid of being plundered. According to Lorger's report, the 2 Everwinter Night clearly belonged to the former category. However, due to the complex and strong smell of blood, the interrogators were more meticulous in their investigation. After a series of psychological games and forced them to confess, the younger brother was the first to succumb. He confessed everything they had done. A few months ago, the two brothers were ordered by the Liege to capture fugitives near the city. However, because the eldest brother had a grudge against the people of Grey Castle, he bore a grudge against them and turned the capture into a hunt. If it was just a normal murder case, the punishment would be nothing more than a death sentence or a lifetime of mining. However, the hunting of fugitives incident made the higher-ups in charge of approval and filing pay attention to it. In the end, the case was handed over to the Intelligence Department and investigated by Hill Fox. However, there were two biggest blind spots in this case. First, the First Army still did not know who the sender of the intelligence was. They only knew that the deceased was from black money. Secondly, considering the other party's casualness in killing, even if it was related to the bloodstained information, the two of them might not be able to recognize it. In other words, even if Nightingale was present, she would not be able to determine the relationship between the two parties through the authenticity of their words. The only breakthrough seemed to be the smell of blood that the wolf girl had mentioned. Unfortunately, Lorger could only confirm the variety of blood types. It was difficult for her to accurately identify a smell that was too old. After all, her sense of smell was just an additional benefit of her ability to transform. Although she was not affected by the God Stone, she could not surpass the limits of her physiological structure. The final decision was made by the assistants sent by the Witch Union, Vanilla, and Broken Sword. With the help of Broken Sword's ability, Vanilla found the same pheromone on Talos Murray's leg armor as the bloodstain on the secret letter. Even though it was only a small amount, it was already conclusive evidence. If the two of them had never met, how could they be infected with the same pheromone? Therefore, the Murray brothers must be the murderers of the sender of the intelligence. So there are such people among the civilians. After listening to Iron Axe's explanation, Joe could not help but sigh. Currently, the kingdom of Everwinter is still occupied by demons, so we can't publicize him like other heroic cases. But history will not forget people like him. Iron Axe sighed and said, "You are the main contributors to the arrest of the murderer, but you are not part of the army. So, in addition to informing me of the results of the investigation, I also want to ask what kind of reward you would like to receive." But we didn't do much, Farina said bluntly. The first one to notice something strange was the witch. I only heard the noise of their fight and went over to help. Her words caused a burst of good-natured laughter. Don't worry. His Majesty never misses out on any meritorious person, Iron Axe explained. The Witch Union and the Army are two different departments, so Miss Lorger's reward will be handled by someone else. In theory, your reward should also be issued by the administrative office, but the front line of the battlefield can only be handled in a simple way, so we will consult on your behalf. I understand. Farina hesitated for a moment. I used to be a member of the Judgment Army of the Church and was deceived by hypocrisy and lies. But if possible, I hope to get a chance to make up for my mistakes. Make up for your mistakes? Yes. She took a deep breath. Joining the First Army is the reward I want. The room suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked around and seemed to be exchanging opinions. After a while, Iron Axe said, "The recruitment rules of the First Army are set by His Majesty. I can't agree to your request." Is that so? Farina slightly clenched her fists and suddenly loosened a little. However, Iron Axe changed the topic. I can write your merits and request in the report and submit it to His Majesty to decide, if you insist. Farina raised her head and her eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, please. She naturally knew that once she joined the army, all her actions in the future would be more restricted, and the risk of facing the enemy would increase exponentially. But that was the path she longed for. The more thorny the road was, the more she could make up for the sins she had committed. After Farina and Joe left, the other officers also dispersed. Soon, only Iron Axe and Edith were left in the meeting room. The Pearl of the Northern Region, who had been silent all this time, let out a long sigh. That's why I said that the Church of Hermes is really terrible. Since they haven't been sentenced, they don't have any crimes or mistakes. I'm afraid only the believers of the Holy City would have such an eccentric habit. Iron Axe shrugged indifferently. He had long known that Edith was a shrewd egoist who occasionally made concessions in order to seek greater benefits. When their interests were aligned, she was an impeccable partner, but when their interests were opposite, it was hard to predict what she would do. The Pearl of the Northern region would never make a decision like Farina's, who would sacrifice herself for free. But Iron Axe did not dislike it. Compared with those stupid, arrogant, or greedy egoists, the former could at least distinguish their real goals and would not do stupid things because of a moment of short-sightedness. So, how do you think we should deal with the two criminals? Iron Axe brought the topic back to business. In his reply to this matter, His Majesty had mentioned that if the case is proved to be committed by the Everwinter Knight, he will have full authority to decide. According to the past practice, the two basically had to go to the gallows since they were responsible for nearly 100 people's lives. If it's just hanging, I think His Majesty doesn't need to specially remind us. Edith showed a hint of a sneer. And don't you think it's too easy for them to be sent to the afterlife? You have an idea? Since it can't be used as promotional material, it's better to give it to black money as a gift. I think they'll definitely treat them well after paying such a high price. Vertex M. Thorn Town, Kingdom of Dawn. This desolate town at the foot of the Cage Mountain had now become a bustling place. Apart from being the outpost of the Cage Mountain Command Center, it was also the location of the frontline training camp of the Air Knight Academy. To meet the huge expenses of the Air Knight Academy, the engineering team built several wide hardened cement roads that connected to the north-south artery and reached the northernmost port of the Kingdom of Dawn. The large amount of resources naturally attracted the attention of the merchants in the Kingdom of Dawn. After losing the trade routes between the Kingdom of Wolfheart and the Kingdom of Everwinter, Grey Castle became their biggest hope of making profits. It provided services ranging from freight to wine. With business opportunities came people. In just a year, the size of the town had expanded several times. Taverns and hotels that could only be seen in big cities in the past sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain, and they spread around the center of the town in a disorderly manner. Tilly, who often flew across the sky, felt this change the most. Before the snow fell, if one looked down from the sky, one could clearly see the outline and composition of the town. The dullest color was the houses of the Aborigines. After decades of exposure to the wind and sun, the tiles on the roofs were mottled with dark brown and turquoise. There were not many of them, and they still maintained the original appearance of Thorn Town. However, the colors on the periphery suddenly changed. Some of the new houses were built of wood, some of them were built of stone, and some of them were even built of cement. Apparently, after Grey Castle spread the calcination technology to the Kingdom of Dawn, some nobles and merchants had begun to try to use this new building material. The snowfall brought by the months of demons had weakened the difference between the old and new areas, but people could still recognize the general changes in the town from the messy layout of the latter. This was probably how Border Town had evolved step by step. After sending off Vanilla and Broken Sword, Tilly once again threw herself into her daily training. Based on her suggestions, there were already more than 40 Skyfire Type 2s that had been improved. In addition to the 20 old Type Is, the Aerial Knights had already become a force to be reckoned with in the army. In fact, the success of the First Army's counterattack was inseparable from the biplane's air cover. Compared to the anti-aircraft machine guns, the fire of heaven posed a much greater threat to the devil beasts, and without any effective means of penetration, the artillerymen could safely use their range advantage to bombard the demons' outpost and retreat before the enemy could surround them. As long as the senior demons did not appear, it would be difficult for the enemy to approach the First Army. Every time a combat mission was carried out, dozens of fires of heaven would glide across the runway like an elephant strolling, taking off one after another with the smallest gap between them. The rumbling of the engines could be heard clearly even from a small town away. Such a spectacular scene was hard to describe with words. Even the charge of the night couldn't compare. Anyone who witnessed such a scene would have a new understanding of the power of Grey Castle. This scene became a great spectacle in Thorn Town. Many nobles of the Kingdom of Dawn came to verify the legend of the Sky Knight. Gradually, even on normal training days, the roofs of the buildings around the landing area would be filled with people, excitedly watching the flying figures of the giant steel birds. Tilly also found out that the seats with a wide field of vision were charged. Of course, the development of the Sky Knight Academy was not without obstacles. At least, compared to the production of the Fire of Heaven, the problem of the slow increase in the number of pilots had gradually become apparent. After all, the recruitment threshold was there. Not only did it require a certain level of cultural foundation, but it also required a body that could adapt to flying. Only after meeting these requirements could they enter the next stage of training. As for how long it took for them to participate in actual combat, it all depended on their talent. Tilly had met a few students who performed well during training but would panic once they were in the air. In the end, they could only join the logistics team to do their part. If not for the fact that the Fire of Heaven 2 was changed from a two-seater to a single-seater, temporarily alleviating the problem of the shortage of pilots, the Sky Knight Regiment would have been faced with the predicament of having a plane but no pilots. Other than continuing to expand the scope of recruitment and increasing the number of preparatory students, she did not have any better ideas. Fortunately, her brother also valued the Sky Knight Regiment very much, and more importantly, he almost never rejected her suggestions. This problem should be able to be improved by the time the next batch of preparatory students arrived in Thorntown. The intensive test flights and landings would only come to an end at noon. As an extraordinary, Tilly did not need to recover her energy through a lunch break. During this period of time when she was temporarily relieved of her duties as an instructor, she would often choose to fly alone for a while. This was to verify some of the new ideas that came to her mind during the training, and also to enjoy the process of flying. But this time, she noticed something strange in the warehouse area of the landing area. Regardless of whether it was the students or the ground crew, they did not immediately disperse. Instead, they gathered around the warehouse, as if attracted by something. Soon, a guard reported the situation to her. "Your Highness, Neverwinter seems to have sent a new batch of supplies. They need you to check and confirm it." New supplies? Tilly raised her eyebrows. She did not remember such an arrangement in today's schedule. But the two places were thousands of miles apart, so it was not strange for Neverwinter to make last-minute adjustments. When they reached the warehouse area, everyone made way for them. But before she could see the goods, she first heard a familiar voice. "Lady Tilly." She saw Molly skipping over and throwing herself into her arms. Tilly helplessly rubbed the little girl's head, only to realize that the one in charge of unloading the goods was the magic servant. The latter swelled up like a blue balloon, carefully swallowing the goods on the steam truck before slowly transporting them into the warehouse. "So, is this the reason why everyone stopped here?" "No. That's not entirely the case." When Tilly turned her gaze to the long goods, she suddenly realized that the answer was not so simple. There were a total of 3 goods, and from the cold metal material of the boxes, these boxes were clearly the same as the ones used to transport the Fire of Heaven, except that the size was much larger and the overall appearance was more slender. Moreover, the 2 sides of the boxes were painted with bright red cloud patterns, like a pair of opened wings. Decorating the transport boxes seemed to be a meaningless matter, but it was precisely because of this that it was especially special. Tilly's heart could not help but skip a beat. "By the way, do you have any requirements for the color of the body?" "Since there is no specific requirement, how about red?" Roland's words echoed in her ears. "What's the difference?" "Most protagonists who dominate the sky use this color." The ground crew had already skillfully removed the fastening bolts on the first goods box. As the seal was slowly lowered, the crowd gasped in surprise. A body that had never been seen before appeared in front of everyone. Vertex M. Its entire body was smooth, and no matter how one looked at it, the lines on its surface were smooth curves. The bright and clean paint surface could even reflect one's reflection. The cockpit was like a bulging bubble, completely wrapped in flawless glass. It was obvious that the effects of the high-speed airflow had been taken into account. The cockpit was positioned towards the back, and the rear of the bubble was slightly higher than the front, smoothly blending into the body. The benefits of such a layout were obvious at a glance. The front was low, and the rear was high, which clearly enhanced the pilot's field of vision. And the curvature of the glass cover combined with the rear rudder, making the body look extremely clean and neat, with every part of the body as one. And the biggest difference of the new plane, which was also a feature that no student would overlook, was the lack of a propeller at the front. Without the flat engine, the entire head finally converged into a sharp cone, giving off a feeling of piercing through the clouds and waves. Most of the body was painted a bright orange-red, making it look like a slender flame. A few white lines ran from the head to the tail, giving the body a sense of vitality. Even a layman who knew nothing about flying could feel the elegance and beauty of its outline. At first sight of the new plane, Tilly discovered that she had fallen deeply in love with it. But, without a propeller, how would the plane fly? It was not only Tilly, but most of the people present had the same thought. It was only after the other two boxes were opened that the question was answered. The second box contained the wings and tail. From the number of parts, it only had one pair of wings, unlike the fire of heaven which had a pair of wings. There were two symmetrical ports at the bottom of the wings, obviously reserved for other large parts. The last crate contained two engines. But if it was just an engine, its size was a little too big. Compared to the fire of heaven, it was more like an integrated body that could be replaced at any time. The attentive Tilly had already noticed that its surface was painted the same red as the body. There were many inspection holes on it, and the holes at the bottom of the propeller shaft were impressively installed with black weapons. Thinking of the ports on the wings, the general appearance of the new plane gradually appeared in her mind. The fuselage no longer carried the power system, and the slender single wing was located under the fuselage, further reducing the drag. The two engines were distributed on both sides of the wing, giving the aircraft double the thrust. She couldn't wait to board it and experience it for herself. By the way, Molly rummaged in her pocket and took out a letter. His Majesty sent this along with the goods. The envelope clearly states that it must be opened by you personally. Tilly took out the letter and opened it. My dear sister. This is the gift I promised. I hope it will satisfy you. The detailed introduction and specific parameters are all in the instruction manual in the cockpit, but I think you most likely won't read it carefully. Instead, you'll rush straight to the topic. If it can fly now, you will probably read this letter after it has flown. That is why I sent it to the Kingdom of Dawn. At least you'll have time to read the manual while the workers assemble. After all, it has a completely different structure and characteristics from the fire of heaven. Even if you are an extraordinaire, there is no harm in understanding it before taking off. What? Tilly pouted awkwardly. Was she that easy to understand? What did His Majesty say? I want to read it too. Molly moved her head closer. She hurriedly turned her body to block Molly's line of sight. Ahem, it's all nonsense. It's fine if you don't read it. Do you want some chaos drinks? Yes. Go to my office and get it. Tilly pointed with her finger, and Molly immediately ran in the direction Tilly had pointed at. She let out a light sigh and shifted her gaze back to the letter. Also, it's about the name of this aircraft. I wanted to use the previous name of the unicorn, but I felt that it was lacking something compared to the red lightning that dominated the sky. So, I decided to change it to a new name. It was a term that Tilly had never seen before. Without a doubt, it was coined by Roland. She tried to read it. Phoenix, where I come from, the phoenix is a type of divine bird. It is always related to fire and matches the color red. Of course, most importantly, it is said that the phoenix is immortal and will form a golden cocoon every 4,600 days. After 4,600 days, it will break out of the cocoon and be reborn. This is what I want to say as well. No matter what enemies we face, I hope that you can return alive. Just like the phoenix. Just like the phoenix. I will bring back ashes for you, so you have to keep your promise. We agreed on it, didn't we? For some reason, Tilly suddenly felt her eyes turning sore. She blinked her eyes hard, resisted the surge of warmth, and took a deep breath. The phoenix is immortal. She muttered in a voice that only she could hear. Not a bad name. I will accept this gift, brother. Your Highness? The guard asked curiously. It's nothing. Tilly raised her hand. Inform the ground crew to install the phoenix as soon as possible. I can't wait for the test flight. 3 days later, the newly assembled plane drove out of the hangar and slowly glided onto the runway. Oh? This is the special plane you mentioned? It looks pretty good. Lightning's voice came from the sigil of listening. Tilly raised her head. Through the glass cover, she could clearly see the exploration duo circling in the sky. As it was the first flight of the Phoenix, she had specially called for Lightning and Maggie to prevent any accidents. It had to be said that the interior design of the plane was much more outstanding than the exterior. When she sat in the cockpit, she even had the misconception that it was not a pure war machine. For example, the seat was thicker and softer, and she would not feel her back aching after driving for a long period of time. The various lever and buttons had control feedback, making it easier to use. There was also a slot specially reserved for the sigil of listening, allowing her to easily converse with multiple users even in battle. Compared to the Unicorn, it was more like a plane specially designed for her. "Do you want to compete to see who can fly faster?" Tilly replied with a smile. "Forget it. The previous fire of heaven couldn't even compare to Maggie's petrol form, let alone me." Lightning's tone revealed an undisguised pride. "Am I right?" "That's right, you can't even beat me, Koo." "How will we know if we don't try?" Tilly stepped on the accelerator, and the roar of the engines on both sides suddenly became louder. Compared to the slow acceleration of the fire of heaven, the Phoenix's fuselage was so light that it seemed weightless. The surrounding scenery rapidly receded, and with a light tap of the control stick, the plane rose up and whizzed into the sky. Shukju website. After crossing the Cage Mountain, the trio turned west and headed towards the impassable mountain range. In less than half an hour, Maggie was the first to be defeated. At an altitude of 1,500 meters, the Phoenix easily flew at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour with its two engines. Although Maggie's petrol form could also reach this speed, she could only maintain it for a short while. Against the tireless 14-cylinder engine, it was only a matter of time before she was left behind. "How is it?" Tilly covered her mouth. I can still fly." Chirp. On the other side, Maggie was already gasping for breath. "You've done your best. Let me do the rest." Lightning pulled her partner, who was unwilling to admit defeat, into her arms and took over the second stage of the competition. A human and a plane began a new pursuit in the dusky sky. The scenery under her feet became smaller and smaller, and the mountain range that separated the human kingdoms gradually became a winding ink line. Tilly could see the red mist slowly flowing down from the ridge of the continent and above the kingdom of Everwinter and the kingdom of Wolfheart, like a turbid barrier. The land within the barrier was undoubtedly filled with scarlet, but as long as they could soar into the sky, they would be able to see the true appearance of the world. "Is this your limit?" Lightning's voice sounded. "I can fly much faster than this." Just in terms of flying speed, her ability was indeed unparalleled. Even Sky Lord, who possessed the ability to teleport, had suffered under her hands. But to Tilly, victory or defeat was not the most important thing. Piloting this enormous yet agile machine and maximizing its performance was already a form of enjoyment. She retracted her gaze and smiled. Pulling the nose of the plane, she flew towards a higher altitude. Lightning followed suit and maintained a position of about 100 meters in front of the plane. According to the introduction in the manual, the Phoenix had received technological improvements from the dream world, and the key parts were personally processed by Anna. It possessed a basic quality that far exceeded that of the fire of heaven. It could fly at a maximum speed of 550 kilometers per hour, and its maximum range exceeded 1,500 kilometers. The dual star-shaped engines were also equipped with a turbine system, allowing it to fly at altitudes of more than 3,000 meters without losing much of its performance. This was something that the mass-produced models could not achieve. But that was not the Phoenix's greatest characteristic. Its body structure had been jointly strengthened by Candle and Doris, and its strength and durability could be said to be above the material itself. It could be regarded as the first aircraft that combined industrial technology and magic power. Tilly knew that the propeller was most efficient at low speed, and as the speed increased, its propulsive efficiency would rapidly decrease. So it was almost impossible to catch up to Lightning's back with its own power. She needed the help of other forces. After rising to a high altitude, Tilly pushed the accelerator to the maximum and pressed down hard on the joystick. The engine immediately let out a loud roar. The Phoenix made a sharp turn and entered a dive. To ensure that she was always at the front, Lightning adjusted her direction and rapidly descended. But to prevent any mutual influence, she pulled the horizontal distance to about a kilometer, while maintaining a vertical distance of 100 meters. At this height and speed, the light membrane of magic power was extremely obvious. Dazzling ripples formed a protective layer around her, preventing her from being affected by the cold winds and low pressure. There was no doubt that Lightning's magic power consumption in this state was much greater than when she was flying normally. During the ability test, Roland had mentioned that the reason why Lightning could not fly at supersonic speed for long periods of time was not because of the large amount of magic power required to fly, but because the consumption of magic power would greatly increase when the body was in an extremely short environment. Thus, she would rarely enter supersonic speed during her patrols. To a witch, casually exhausting her magic power was an extremely dangerous matter. Of course, Tilly was not feeling well either. The thin air at high altitudes made it extremely difficult for her to breathe, and with the engine operating at full speed and the strong winds blowing against her, the cabin was filled with noise and tremors. Without the protection of magic power, she could only rely on her body to endure. According to the airspeed indicator, the Phoenix was already approaching 800 kilometers per hour. This had greatly exceeded the upper limit of its extreme speed. Although Lightning was still maintaining a stable position in front of the plane, she did not have the time to use the sigil of listening to communicate with her. That's right, Tilly was borrowing the power of gravity. Previously, when piloting the biplane, she had discovered that when she converted the accumulated altitude into speed, she could easily break through the limits of the plane. But the risk of such excessive speed could not be ignored. If it was light, she would not be able to pull the plane up again, and if it was heavy, she would disintegrate in midair. If not for her ability to sense that critical point, she would definitely not have boldly used a dive to increase her speed during the test flight. But even so, the chances of catching up to Lightning were minuscule. She remembered Roland mentioning that due to the limitations of the propeller, a piston plane had to pay a huge price to exceed the speed of sound. In other words, the gains did not make up for the losses, to the point that propellers were quickly replaced by jet engines. But Lightning could break through the sound barrier at any time, and the difference between the two was not on the same level. Thus, she still needed the help of other things. As the altitude rapidly descended, the dense dark clouds occupying an altitude of 2,500 meters crashed towards the two of them. The Phoenix roared as it charged into the dark clouds, causing a fog pillar to splash out from the clouds. At this moment, the plane's speed had exceeded 900 kilometers per hour, and tremors began to spread from the plane to the wings. She could feel the wings cutting through the viscous airflow like a blade, and the high-speed friction caused the air to no longer be an illusory object, but a thick and solid wall. Lightning disappeared from her vision. Tilly knew that her chance had arrived. She focused all her attention on the control of the plane. At this speed, the propeller's thrust was equivalent to the resistance, and an ordinary person should be thinking of how to pull the plane back up, and not make it dive even faster. Only Tilly was able to maintain precise control under such violent tremors, and use the rudder to further increase the speed. Although the increase in speed was not large, it was enough to close the gap with the leader. When the Phoenix reached its limit, she charged out of the cloud layer. The vast and boundless land once again appeared before her eyes. At the same time, Lightning also appeared. Compared to her previous stable lead of 100 meters, she was now at the same level as the new plane. Realizing this, the latter instantly entered the speed of sound, but quickly decelerated and turned to the cockpit. As expected of Her Royal Highness, Lightning's expression didn't show much frustration, but rather admiration. You can even take the clouds into consideration. If it was any thinner, I wouldn't be able to catch up to you. Tilly flattened the plane and replied with a smile. From the start, her plan was to use the natural dive to allow Lightning to adapt to the stable acceleration, and finally overtake under the cover of the dark clouds. Even though it was only for an instant, the Phoenix had managed to close the gap. Wait a minute, where are we flying to, Coo? Maggie popped her head out from Lightning's bosom. Tilly turned to look, only to discover an unfamiliar scenery below them, and the impassable mountain range had already been left far behind them. She was too engrossed in the chase and did not notice how far they had flown towards the northwest. This should be a part of the fertile plains? It shouldn't be wrong. Lightning took out a telescope. But this is the fertile plains that we have never set foot on before. If we follow the route, our east should be the border between the Kingdom of Wolfheart and the Kingdom of Everwinter, and right in front of us is the ridge of the continent. At this point, she suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Tilly looked in the direction she pointed, and then froze in place. The mountain range hidden in the clouds was faintly discernible, and it was much taller and grander than the impassable mountain range. But as she had heard of its existence from Agatha and the exploration group, she was not too surprised to see it for the first time. What shocked her was above the mountain range. A gloomy and oppressive layer of dark red clouds occupied the peak of the mountain. Countless lightning bolts flickered within, as though it was a storm made of fresh blood. Without a doubt, it was not a natural phenomenon. The red clouds gave her an extremely uneasy feeling. Cage Mountain, Command Post. Captain, there's another report. Clown walked to Hill Fox with a piece of paper in his hand. Even though it had been a few years since the incident, the first few circus companions still habitually addressed him as their leader. Where did it come from? Hill took the piece of paper and scanned through it. Can you trace it back to its source? The messenger was released in the southern part of the Kingdom of Everwinter. There are a total of 3 cities there. Apart from that, there are no other hints on the sealed circle. Hill frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he suddenly stood up. Help me inform Sir Iron Axe and Her Excellency Edith that we might be in trouble. 15 minutes later. Edith put down the report and lightly tapped the table. In other words, this is happening all over the Kingdom of Everwinter at the same time, Hill nodded. Although we can't confirm which cities are carrying out this order, from the distribution of the intelligence, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a general movement. In the past few days, the Intelligence Department had received several secret letters with similar contents. The letters showed that the nobles were forcibly relocating the local residents. All of them were moving towards the north. The similarity was so consistent, but the information came from different regions, so it was almost impossible for it to be false or false. In other words, the nobles of the Kingdom of Everwinter were carrying out a unified operation. Although the secret letter simply mentioned the word relocation, it was by no means a trivial matter. There was a limit to the carrying capacity of a city. Too few or too many people would lead to paralysis. There were more things to consider during the relocation, such as food for the people, temporary housing, belongings, and so on. Neverwinter definitely had a deep understanding of this. It could even be said that the cities ruled by the old nobles did not have the ability to complete a large-scale relocation. Without the support of strong power and resources, the so-called relocation was just a road to death. Indeed, most nobles did not care about the lives of the civilians, but that was only when the civilians were individuals. The lord's taxation and rule were inseparable from the civilians. If there was no one under his rule, no matter how powerful his power was, it would be meaningless. Once the civilians realized that they could not benefit from the relocation, they would inevitably lose the support of the people. Moreover, it was easy to cause a riot if a large number of people were gathered together. Therefore, even the most domineering and unreasonable nobles would not easily do such a shocking thing. But now, it was not only a noble doing this, but the entire North was doing it. It was obviously under the instruction of other forces. In the Kingdom of Eternal Winter, only the devils had the ability to do so. But why would the demons do that? If they just want to weaken Grey Castle, they can kill all the civilians. If there are spider demons, the nobles can't stop them even if they don't want to. Maybe the demons think they're still useful, the Light of Dawn speculated. If they're useful, then we shouldn't have forcefully relocated them. Hill shook his head. The Kingdom of Everwinter has the least number of big cities among the 4 kingdoms. Even King City can only accommodate 20 to 30,000 people without prior preparation. Not to mention that their migration route doesn't end at King City. The northernmost big city is. Edith looked at the map. The Snow Reflection Castle is backed by the source of the impassable mountain range. Its area is only half the size of the capital. Philin immediately added the relevant information. Due to its unique terrain, the permanent population is even lower. It is also the first place where the red mist appeared. If the demons want to move all the people here, it's no different from killing them, Hill said. And the enemy wouldn't do such an unnecessary thing. Edith nodded in agreement. I think there must be some unforeseen event that caused the demons to take this seemingly inexplicable action. Then what's the unforeseen event? Iron Axe asked. I don't know. Edith said slowly. But I don't think it's good news. Let's inform the front line and ask them to be on high alert. Is this red cloud where the devil's obelisk is? Tilly murmured. No, Lightning replied solemnly. At this distance, we shouldn't be able to see the red mist. Can't see it? Why? Because the red mist flows downward, Coo. Maggie replied. I've seen the mist pouring down from the edge of the impassable mountain range like a waterfall, Coo. That's right. I don't know if it's because the red mist is heavier than the air, so it gathers more easily at low altitudes. But one thing is for sure. When the red mist entered the kingdom of Everwinter from the ridge of the continent, the mountain peak wasn't red. Lightning added. You mean it flowed down along the gullies? Tilly raised her eyebrows. That was why she said they couldn't see the red mist at this distance. They were now hundreds of kilometers away from the highest mountain range on the continent. If the red mist didn't rise, it would be obstructed by the mountains. Not only that, Lightning confirmed. A month ago, I patrolled along the impassable mountain range to the north and approached the edge of the red mist area. But at that time, there was no red cloud on the ridge of the continent. It doesn't seem to rise from the Great Rift. Tilly couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. At this time, she also gradually noticed that the red on the mountain peak wasn't just a thin layer, but a whole hole from top to bottom. To be more precise, it was like a huge cloud pillar pouring down from the clouds. She stared at the strange scene before her and remained silent for a long while before saying, There's a way to let us see it more clearly. Lightning raised her head and looked at the dense dark clouds. I think so too. The higher they flew, the further they could see. As long as they could see the ridge of the continent, they would be able to see the true appearance of the red cloud. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Tilly pushed the throttle to the maximum and pulled the nose of the plane towards the cloud layer. Lightning followed closely beside the cockpit, trying her best to cover Tilly with her magic. With the cooperation of the two, the altimeter on the Phoenix slowly deviated towards the end. When they reached an altitude of 7,500 meters, the land had a distinct arc. The dark clouds had become intermittent and no longer as a whole, and the edge of the land had a faint blue color. Dense beads of sweat appeared on Lightning's forehead. It was obvious that the high altitude had placed a huge burden on her synchronization barrier. Through the glass window, Tilly noticed that the fuselage was covered in white frost. If not for the other party using magic to reduce the discomfort she felt, she would not have been able to focus on piloting the plane. It's about time. Tilly could clearly feel that the thrust of the engine was rapidly weakening. Let's find a gap from here. Leave it to me, Coo. Maggie peeked out and transformed into eagle-eye mode. About 15 minutes later, she found an excellent vantage point. Through the gaps between the layers of clouds, she could see a small outline of the ridge of the continent. But when the scene above the red mist was reflected in the telescope, the trio could not believe their eyes. They saw a floating piece of land. Dear readers, are you feeling the New Year's atmosphere? On the night of New Year's Eve, there will be red packets distributed in the QQ group and the public account. Remember to pay attention. Let go of that which is almost New Year's Eve. I'm applying to draw a day to sweep the New Year's goods currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Are you sure you're not mistaken? When Iron Axe heard the news, a rare look of surprise appeared on his face. He exchanged a glance with Edith, and both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. In fact, Tilly was also quite hesitant to report this discovery to the First Army's commander without knowing the truth. After all, this was almost a miracle. If the demons could really achieve this, it would inevitably have a negative impact on the morale and confidence of the higher-ups, and it would not be surprising for those who were not strong-willed to want to surrender. You're absolutely right, Coo. Maggie patted her chest and said, Lightning and I have been to the ridge of the continent, and there's no mountain of this shape there, Coo. Lightning then nodded slowly. We can't say for sure whether it's something created by the demons or not, but at least one thing is for sure, it appeared there in the last half a month. I see. Edith said thoughtfully, now it makes sense. You believe it? Tilly was greatly surprised. She had thought that Edith would need some time to digest this information and then arrange the next observation operation to confirm it. Unexpectedly, the Pearl of the Northern region seemed to have accepted their explanation. After all, even the three of them who had seen it with their own eyes had spent a lot of effort to reach a consensus that it was not an illusion. If you want to blame someone, blame Roland, Edith said with a sigh. If it were 3 years ago, I would have probably regarded this as the ravings of a madman. But now, no matter what happens, I don't think it's impossible. If we stay in a small place like before, we won't be able to realize that the world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Besides, the demon's illogical actions are equivalent to confirming this. She paused for a moment and briefly described the information obtained by Hill Fox. A noble city can't accommodate so many people, but a floating island may not be able to do so. The demons accommodate humans? Lightning said in surprise. This is not unprecedented. Didn't Agatha say that during the first battle of divine will, some humans formed an alliance with the demons to fight against witches? Edith shrugged carelessly. At that time, they were afraid of the power of witches, but now they're just afraid of the power of His Majesty. They're not willing to accept the change, nor are they willing to be part of the change, so there's only a limit to what they can do. They didn't take the warning of the Battle of Divine Will seriously. Tilly could not help but clench her fists. No. Edith revealed a strange smile. Even if the nobles know it's true, they may still make the same decision. The end of the war could be years or decades later, but His Majesty's abolition of the power of the nobles and the recovery of the feudal lands was happening now. For some people, this is no different from taking their lives. One is to die immediately, the other is to die later. Of course, the latter is better. Enough, Iron Axe interrupted reluctantly. He knew that once the Pearl of the Northern region entered her taunting mode, she would not easily stop, and it was very easy for her to accidentally hurt others, or even himself. Edith's expression had returned. Edith, 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 Edith. Edith's expression returned to normal. No, we can't. It's fine if it's just staying at the ridge of the continent, but if it really moved from somewhere else, we'll be in deep trouble. For Her Highness Tilly to be able to observe it from hundreds of kilometers away, its size is probably beyond our imagination. Do you think that the fire of heaven alone can destroy a corner of the impassable mountain range? We have to inform Brother of this as soon as possible. Tilly said solemnly. I think so too. Edith nodded. This has nothing to do with stratagems or strategies. The only one who can come up with a solution is His Majesty. It's a pity that the new communication tower is still under construction. Otherwise, according to the installer, this thing would allow us to immediately communicate with His Majesty. Iron Axe walked to his desk and began writing a letter. No matter what, let's use the flying messenger to send the news back first. There's no need, I'll make the trip. Tilly stood up. With the Phoenix's speed, we can set off tomorrow morning and reach Neverwinter by noon. That's faster than any messenger. Also, I want to thank him for his new gift. With that, she looked at Lightning and Maggie. I'll leave the investigation west of the impassable mountain range to the two of you. Leave it to us. The two of them replied seriously. The next day, Tilly piloted the Phoenix and set off alone. She first headed east towards the sea before following the coastline south. In less than 4 hours, she landed in the Royal Capital Aerial Night Academy. On this day, many people witnessed the red meteor streaking across the sky. After she jumped off the plane, she ran all the way and rushed into the castle. Seeing her flying gray hair, none of the guards dared to stop her. Pushing open the office door, Roland blinked in surprise. He did not expect her to appear at this time. Is there a problem with the new plane? Tilly stopped in her tracks and suddenly felt a little guilty. Did I push him too hard? That's why he asked about the situation of the plane as soon as he opened his mouth. No, it's a private plane. I mean, the Phoenix is better than I expected. Thank you, brother. Phew. Roland heaved a sigh of relief, but his expression quickly turned solemn. Then you're back because you have important information? That's right. When I was testing the Phoenix, I accidentally discovered the demon's movements. Tilly recounted the trio's experience in detail. Roland could not help but frown after listening. For an object to be seen from a distance, other than the fact that there was nothing obstructing the path of light, the other factor was its size, such as the moon and stars overhead. Hundreds of kilometers away, the impassable mountain range was just a thick meandering line, and the ridge of the continent was just a gray hill. For it to be seen from such a distance, it was definitely not small. The demons already had the ability to move such a large piece of land into the sky. It was something that even modern technology could not achieve. If it was truly a solid piece of land, the lethality of any existing weapons would be greatly reduced. This was determined by physical properties. To be able to float such a huge weight meant that it possessed astonishing energy. Magic power is really unreasonable, but Roland had deeply understood this point when he first met Anna. The urgent matter at hand was to further investigate the gigantic object. He thought of an excellent candidate. Entering the dream world, Roland took out his phone and dialed Vokri's number. "I'm going out." "Are you going to the martial arts club again?" Vokris walked out of the bedroom in her nightgown and saw Fei Yuhan tidying up her luggage in front of the porch. "Yes, the final battle is coming. I have to hurry." Fei Yuhan paused. "Are you coming later?" Seeing Fei Yuhan's determined expression, she fell into a momentary daze before nodding. "If there's nothing else, then I'm going." The door opened and closed, and the chill that had rushed in quickly dissipated. Vokris looked down at her open palms and slowly clenched them into fists. Damn it, what exactly am I doing? In the past month, she had almost completely integrated into this world. Not only did she become a member of the Martialist Association, but she had also fought with others against the fallen evils. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, she had to rebel against God. This might be the reason why she participated in the war, but Vokris knew that it was more of a way to vent her stress. The real problem she had to face was not here, but outside the realm of mind. She was unwilling to be trapped here and do nothing, so she used this method to make it seem like she was contributing to the battle of divine will. If the battle was extremely cruel and arduous, it would be fine. After all, they were fighting against God. But the truth was that the elimination of the fallen evils only happened in the dark, unseen by the public. The whole city was still peaceful, and when there was no mission, everyone even had time to drink a cup of afternoon tea or have supper together at night. This was a far cry from the war she was used to. What made her feel even worse was that she had quickly adapted to this kind of life. The sweeter the soft peninsula bread, the more intense the guilt in her heart. The future of the race was uncertain. In order to win the battle of divine will, the people had invested almost everything, but she was enjoying a free and relaxed life. This contrast made Vokris extremely miserable. Sometimes, she even wanted to vent her anger on the people around her. However, what was more painful was that her rationality was still there, and it was not distorted by the huge pressure. Her rationality clearly told her that doing so would not shatter the dream, and it would not help the race in any way. It would only make her situation worse. At the same time, another thing that stopped Nightmare Lord from doing so was that she realized that she didn't hate Fei Yuhan as much as she expected. Although this human woman had eavesdropped on her conversation with Roland, it was only a reasonable choice for an individual who wanted to control her own fate. Furthermore, she later revealed what she had done and calmly faced the fact that she only existed in the realm of mind. This courage was simply dazzling. She was pure, curious, determined, and had a clear goal. These characteristics made Vokris think of the Transformer, Heathtilly's. Some people's brilliance was enough to cross the divide between races, just like how the Transformer was accepted by the Cloud School. This was also the reason why she had never moved away from this place. However, not only did this light not reduce the pressure on her, but it also made her even more confused. In fact, Vokris had vaguely realized what was truly beneficial for the race, but her emotions could not face it calmly. Once she took that step, there was no turning back. All the pressure and risks would be shouldered by her alone, and even she could not make up her mind. In terms of facing fate, she was inferior to this human woman. At this moment, the phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Roland. Vokris hesitated for a long time before finally picking up the call. "What's the matter?" "If it's a one-sided fabrication of the frontline battle report, then forget it. Without obtaining confirmation from Haxord, I will not. I just want to ask, what exactly is the matter with the floating island? The other party's first sentence stunned her. Rose Coffee House. After listening to Roland's complete explanation, Valkyries leaned on the chair in exhaustion and gently exhaled. Deity of gods, what? She looked at him in silence, hoping to see something from his eyes. But the results told her that it was not a premeditated deception. Roland was completely unaware of what he had discovered. The exposure of the deity of gods was merely a coincidence. Such coincidences happened all the time and did not affect the situation much. As the trump card of the race, the higher-ups probably wished for the humans to witness the miracle created by magic power earlier. After all, even if they were to witness its existence, it would only increase the fear and despair of the enemy. But Valkyries' thoughts ran deeper. The deity of gods was supposed to be the ultimate weapon against the Sky-Sea realm, but for it to suddenly appear on the Western Front, it could only mean one thing. The situation on the Western Front had reached a difficult stage. If not for that, the king would never have agreed to use the deity of gods against the humans. It was a dead chain of logic. Only when the Western Front suffered a huge defeat would the higher-ups use the deity of gods to salvage the situation. It was also for this reason that the witches had the opportunity to meet the deity of gods. This meant that the battle report Roland had previously sent was true, and indirectly proved his sincerity. Unless Roland had heard of the existence of the deity of gods from another senior lord. But the possibility of that was slim. If another senior lord was willing to cooperate, there was no need for him to put on such a show. The pain in her heart made Valkyries clench her fists. But her rationality prevented her from deceiving herself. Her feet seemed to have landed on the edge of a cliff, and there was only a single wooden bridge in front of her. Her conflicted emotions nearly engulfed her. Just as the overwhelming pressure was about to overwhelm her, the scene of Fei Yuhan rebuking everyone suddenly surfaced in her mind. Through the conference room door, she had clearly heard the other party's unyielding rebuttal. Fearing the terrifying future and giving up on moving forward is nothing but a coward's way of doing things. Even if we fail in the end, we will do our best. Disregard everything, to move forward. Valkyrie stared at Roland for a long time before closing her eyes. What you saw was the deity of gods. She repeated. That is the trump card our race has prepared to ascend to the Sky-Sea realm, and also the absorption of the underground civilization's inheritance. Hundreds of years ago, our race had the thought of breaking free from the red mist, which is the restriction of the red mist. The most direct method is to allow the red mist birth tower to move freely, but it is also the most difficult to achieve. Just moving the gigantic tower is difficult enough, not to mention the god stone mine at the bottom of the tower. It was only when Mask completely grasped the magic power technology of the underground civilization and improved upon it that the plan ushered in a glimmer of hope. I am not clear of the specific changes, but its essence is to transform the birth tower into a gigantic magic power core, and use it to increase the effects of the core's ability. As long as there is sufficient magic power, the large-scale phenomenon it causes is comparable to a miracle. Thus, the king bestowed upon it the name, Deity of Gods. Valkyries took that step. This time it was Roland's turn to be stunned. The long silence from the other party made him think that his inquiry would be fruitless. He didn't expect the King of Nightmares to explain the origin of the floating island in such great detail. He couldn't react for a moment due to the stark contrast. What's with that expression? Valkyries opened her eyes and said angrily, I did not betray the race, I just agree with Heftali's view. The battle of divine will cannot be exchanged for the continuation of the race. Continuing it will only make us God's pawns, so, stopping it is the right thing to do. That was clearly his idea. Roland subconsciously scratched the back of his head. 1,000 years ago, the Transformer was still unable to connect to the realm of mind, so how could she know so many details? But no matter how slow he was, he knew that this was the time to go along with the other party's words. That's right, you finally understood this point. He retracted his surprised expression and tried his best to pretend to be generous. He extended his hand and said, even though God has already noticed us, I believe that it's not too late. Valkyries did not respond to his handshake. Before that, I want to ask you a question. What? If everything is as the oracle said in the end, how do you plan to deal with the relationship between my race and the humans? The Nightmare Lord's expression was extremely solemn. Roland realized that this question would determine everything that would happen next. The fact that she could ask such a crucial question meant that she had indeed begun to consider the possibility of cooperation, as well as the true path for the future of her race. He even had a faint premonition that if the answer was unacceptable to her, she might forcefully leave the dream world, even if it meant death. To be honest, I haven't thought about it yet, Roland replied slowly after a moment of contemplation. Bakris frowned and said coldly, so you were just saying it in the beginning. Deep down, you did not believe that I would cooperate with you at all, right? No, I did think about it, but this matter is a little too complicated. He smiled bitterly. This answer was really not up to standard, but he didn't want to come up with something nice first. The other party wasn't a fool, and drawing a picture wasn't his forte. Rather than making a fool out of himself, he might as well tell the truth. The war between humans and demons has lasted for thousands of years, and this hatred isn't something that can be erased in a short period of time. It's almost impossible to turn reality into a dream. For now, the only method I can think of is to completely separate the two of you and have you leave the human world forever. Where to? This is a problem that we will have to consider in detail in the future. However, the outside world is so big. I guess there must be a place where we can stay. The two stared at each other for a long time. It was not until the steam from the coffee dissipated that Bakris broke the silence. If your answer was immediate and comprehensive, it would probably be a trap. But now, I think you really intend to do that. Not having thought about it is a qualified answer? You can think of it that way. The King of Nightmares let out a long sigh. I admit that this is a one-log bridge over the abyss. Whether it's going forward or down, it's unpredictable. But even if the hope is slim, I have to try, because, in the entire race, I'm the only one who can do this. Roland noticed that when she said this, she involuntarily clenched her fists. Obviously, her heart wasn't as determined as her words. But he also knew that this wasn't an easy decision to make. For most people, falling into the abyss was the norm. When there was no difference in the outcome, giving up was actually a form of relief. Don't be too complacent. Bakris glanced at him. The god who planned the battle of divine will definitely not ignore your actions. If the entire world was created by him, I don't think you have much chance of winning. Therefore, the final outcome is likely to be the complete destruction of both races, and not a single trace will be left. I think so too. Roland said frankly as he extended his hand towards her. So we are all on the same one-log bridge. This time, the King of Nightmares slowly extended her right arm and shook his. Then, let's quickly resolve the matter with the deity of gods. Seeing that they had come to an agreement, Roland picked up the phone and ordered a new peninsula coffee for her. He then asked impatiently, is there any way to contact Haxord? It's not a bad idea to get him to transfer the floating island back, or simply let the First Army station there and cooperate with us to head to the Bottomless Land. It's too late. Bakris shook her head. What? I previously wanted to let Haxord enter the dream world for two reasons. Firstly, I hope to obtain information from the outside world through him, and secondly, to increase the possibility of persuading him. But I never expected the situation to be worse than I expected. He believed in Osric's suggestion, and the deity of gods was probably requested by him from the king. The situation has developed to such an extent that it's basically irreversible. You mean, don't tell me you think that just by relying on Sky Lord, you can control the trump card of the race? Once the deity of gods reaches the Western Front, it will be impossible to get him to return. Not to mention Haxord, even I won't be able to convince the king and all the senior lords. Bakris went straight to the point. Furthermore, Sky Lord's request to transfer the deity of gods must have put him under immense pressure. Even if we try to rope him in, the chances of success are minuscule. In other words, I'm the only one who agrees to cooperate, at least for now. For now? Roland acutely caught the hidden meaning in her words. You have other ways to influence Haxord? Bakris did not deny it. I understand him. It's impossible to get him to stand out and bear all the risks, to defy the king's orders when the road ahead is unclear. But it's not difficult to warn him to avoid danger. Generally speaking, when it comes to its own safety, it's always the most concerned. Roland could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. To put it nicely, it was caution, but to put it bluntly, it was cowardice. I will write a letter to get him to stay away from the deity of gods. This is the only thing I can do. As long as you can pass the message, he will most likely do as you say. But the impending war is unavoidable. Other than defeating the deity of gods, you have no other choice. Valkyries enunciated each word clearly. Only by shooting him down will Haxord realize that the battle of divine will not work, and the chances of me persuading him will increase significantly. Therefore, he has to live until the deity of gods is destroyed. That is the basis of our cooperation. She shifted her gaze, preventing Roland from seeing her expression. If you can't do that, then treat it as though I didn't say anything. Bookseller's website. After waking up from the dream world, Roland immediately called for Tilly. I have a basic understanding of the floating island's detailed information. It is indeed a creation of the demons, and they call it the deity of gods. Tilly was stunned. It had only been a few hours since she brought the information, so where did he get it from? In short, I have some special channels. Roland was naturally aware of her doubts, but the matter of the nightmare lord being trapped in the dream world was too difficult to explain, so he chose to skip over it. The information might be biased, so it can only be used as a reference. The actual situation will have to be verified by you. Following that, he briefly explained the origins of the deity of gods. So, it's actually a floating city? Tilly asked in surprise. Yes. Roland nodded. But it's much bigger than a city. According to Valkyries, the combination of the obelisk that produced the red mist and the magic power core produced an astonishing effect. Although he did not participate in the creation of the deity of gods, he knew the entire plan like the back of his hand. In order to obtain a stable core parameter, the demons had conducted numerous experiments. Among them, the experiment in Tabnet City 100 years ago nearly destroyed the entire city. The violent magic power instantly tore apart the ground, uprooting the buildings and shattering them in the process. Countless inferior demons were flung into the air before crashing to the ground and turning into meat paste. In order to seal off the news, the king ultimately classified it as a magic power accident. Despite the heavy losses, not only did the plan not stop, it even sped up. Other than the battle of divine will approaching, the demons urgently needed to break free from the restrictions of the red mist was another reason. The disaster made the higher-ups realize that the plan was not impossible. The deity of gods was their final achievement. The magic power reached thousands of meters underground and lifted up the land within a radius of tens of kilometers to ensure its basic stability. From the sky, it looked like a floating continent, but from below, it looked like an inverted mountain peak that was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. By adjusting the magic power of the core instrument, the deity of gods could not only float up and down, it could also move in the sky like a ship. Because of this characteristic, the upper echelons of the devils viewed it as the only way to counterattack the Sky-Sea realm. Once they seized the human territory, they would gain another round of rest and reorganization. When that time came, there would undoubtedly be more deities of gods rising into the sky, bringing a large number of mad demons to descend upon the Sky-Sea realm. This information also made Roland realize that the other party's progress in the past 400 years was also not to be underestimated. They had embarked on a completely different technological path than humans, but that did not mean that they were the laggards. Magic power was undoubtedly a power with great potential, and it could be seen from the deity of gods. Regardless of whether it was tearing apart the earth, tossing thousands of buildings into the air, or raising a piece of land into the air, the amount of energy converted was extremely astonishing. Nowadays, the devil's experiments were more inclined towards empirical theories, but quantitative changes often brought about qualitative changes. Once these experiences were transformed into systematic scientific theories, their strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. This applied to humans as well. After the war was over, it was necessary to establish the discipline of magic as soon as possible. Even if he knew nothing about magic, he could at least guide future generations to research this power. This is the essence of science. As long as anything existed, it would be an object of observation. Although I don't know where you got your information from, it does sound like it. Tilly said thoughtfully. Then, have you thought of a way to deal with the deity of gods? Firstly, this thing is practically unafraid of any artillery fire. The First Army should prioritize preserving their strength. Secondly, the aerial knight will be the key to the upcoming battle. Roland said slowly. It can't be said that there are no methods to deal with it, but whether it will succeed is still an unknown. Against a moving piece of land, even using the glory of the sun might not achieve the desired effect. This point had long been proven in history. In Operation Crossroads, 2 plutonium bombs with a yield of approximately 23,000 tons were detonated in the air and underwater. The former was unable to sink a large ship that was more than 300 meters away from the epicenter of the explosion, while the latter's damage range was less than a kilometer. From this, it could be seen that against a large target, the might of nuclear weapons would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, the deity of gods was much larger than a ship. It was akin to using a prototype bomb to bombard the impassable mountain range. 100 of them would probably only be able to blow a corner off. Although the yield could solve all problems, it could not be solved because the yield was insufficient, but with Neverwinter's current technology, a yield of 10,000 tons was probably the limit. Therefore, other than using the power of the glory of the sun, he had to formulate a feasible plan to complete the breaking dawn strike. The core of the deity of gods was undoubtedly the obelisk. According to Vokri's description, it was located in the center of the city. In order to facilitate the accumulation of red mist, the inferior demons would constantly dig deep pits around the obelisk. It was also the main work of the magicless demons. The red mist that was heavier than air would gradually fall to the bottom and condense into a red mist pond, which would slowly expand into a lake over the long years. This made Roland recall the demon city he had seen in his memory fragments. Countless towers were built along the cliffs of the pit, and the pit was filled with crystallized red mist. After 1,000 years of accumulation, the depth of the lake was astonishing. The immense pressure caused the density of the red mist at the bottom to increase, to the point that it turned from a liquid to a crystalline state. The city that was transformed into the deity of gods was also an old city, and the red mist lake existed at the bottom of the obelisk, which was obviously the breakthrough point. Vokri's red mist theory also verified the experiments and conjectures of Lily and the others. The red mist was actually a mist formed by microscopic lifeforms. These lifeforms were extremely small and difficult to observe with a low magnification microscope. At the same time, they possessed magic power and would cause severe backlash to magic creatures other than the demons. This was also the reason why Lily was unable to use her ability to control the red mist. The red mist had many biological characteristics, such as its fear of fire. Under high temperatures, it would rapidly escape, and macroscopically, it would accelerate its decomposition. When the temperature rose to a certain degree, it would ignite. This was no different from other carbon-based lifeforms being ignited. An ignition point of 800 to 900 degrees was already considered outstanding. The only difference was that it was extremely small, and when mixed with air, it would ignite. Iron Axe had once incinerated the heavens in the Tusk city of the Kingdom of Wolfheart. What he wanted to do now was to ignite the entire firmament. The combustion of the red mist would rapidly decrease its energy and deplete the surrounding oxygen, so the starting temperature had to be sufficiently high. In theory, a large number of incendiary bombs could achieve the same effect, but to transport hundreds and thousands of barrels of napalm to the deity of gods, he needed a squadron of bombers. Regardless of the quantity of the glory of the sun, its core temperature would not be discounted. The only problem that needed to be solved was how to pass through the defense line guarded by a large number of demons and devil beasts, arrive above the obelisk, and deliver the bombs with precision. As long as there's a way. Tilly's expression seemed to have calmed down. Regardless of the possibility of success, everyone will work together to make it a reality. Leave this to us, brother. I will bring the good news back to the headquarters. The feeling of being fully trusted made Roland's heart surge with warmth. He paused for a moment, and after calming himself down, he picked up a quill and wrote on a piece of paper. "Right, I have something that I need you to deliver to Miss Edith Kant." After he finished writing, he did not place the letter into the envelope, but handed it directly to Tilly. The latter took a glance and could not help but frown. "What's written on it?" "The words of the demons," Roland replied calmly. "Come read 'em, how ugly." Tilly curled her lips. Roland smiled awkwardly but politely. If the characters of the four kingdoms were as twisted as earthworms, then the characters of the demons were more complicated, to the point that they looked like witchcraft symbols. In addition, he had copied it from memory and was not familiar with every stroke, which made it look even more messy. Only God knew if Haxord could understand the meaning of these words. He had also raised doubts to Valkyries, but was resolutely refuted. She believed that it was more feasible for a human to copy it. This proved that she was not lost in the realm of mind, and could also show her own predicament. This was the only way to convey the message. If he directly copied her handwriting, it would be easy for the cautious Haxord to suspect that it was a trap. After all, if she could send a letter personally, why not just leave the realm of mind? Then what's the content of the letter? Ask the Sky Lord to avoid the upcoming battlefield, so the general staff needs to find a way to send this letter to the demons. Brother, are you okay? Tilly was shocked. Why would the enemy's senior lord listen to you? It won't take much effort anyway. Roland pretended to be indifferent. What if it succeeds? In fact, he had asked the Nightmare Lord the same question. Her answer was that the lifespan of a senior demon was usually hundreds of years. During this period, their habits and culture would change significantly. Therefore, words would leave a distinct personal mark, which was more reliable than any coat of arms or insignia. According to Roland's understanding, it was probably similar to seeing Martian words and thinking of people born in the 90s. All right. Tilly put away the letter helplessly. Since it's your request. Just as she was about to leave, the phone in the North Slope laboratory on her desk suddenly rang. Roland picked up the phone. The caller was Anna. After listening to what Tilly had to say, Roland slightly raised the corner of his mouth and gestured to Tilly. You don't have to hurry on your journey today. Rest in the castle for a night. I happen to have something new for you. In the lab, Tilly saw the revolutionary new product that Roland mentioned, 2 small square wooden boxes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were boxes. Not only were there obvious gaps in the covers and loose leaf openings on the sides, but the overall size was also about 30 centimeters, as if it could be carried directly in one's hand. This size was a far cry from those amazing mechanical creations from before, and it even seemed a little less imposing. The only difference between them and ordinary boxes was that they were covered with a shiny metal plate with some knobs and buttons arranged on it. This is mobile radio station. Anna took the initiative to explain. It's equivalent to a miniature telegraph tower. The advantage is that it can directly transmit sound, and of course, the distance is much shorter. I see. Wait a minute. Tilly was stunned. She looked at Roland and asked, is this the new communication tool you were talking about? Although the other party had painted a big picture for her a long time ago, she did not expect the final product to be so exquisite. Even if it could be installed on the plane, it should have taken up most of the space in the belly of the plane. After all, with the size of the tower, to be able to shrink it to the size of the fire of heaven was already an incredible feat. Roland seemed to have seen through her doubts and reached out to open the lid of the wooden box. A cluster of intertwining circuits and components immediately appeared in front of her. Although she did not understand the principle, Tilly realized that this thing was fundamentally different from the mechanical devices of the past. It can be considered the world's first true electronic device. Although the electric motors, lights, telephones, and transmitters used electricity, it was essentially a simple conversion of electricity into other forms for release. Roland said, and it has an independent circuit system that can use electricity to control electricity. This is equivalent to replacing the gears, screws, and bearings with electronic signals. Its current size is already quite large. Are you blaming me for not being good enough? Anna glanced at him. Ahem, of course not. Roland quickly coughed twice. It's the design bureau's blueprint that isn't exquisite enough. It's all thanks to Sister Anna working late into the night that the test sample could be completed so quickly, Lucia, who was his assistant, added. The main problem is that the vacuum tube has to be maintained and many components have to be inserted. Without the black fire, it would be difficult to guarantee the success rate. The core of the radio station was the vacuum tube that combined amplification, detection, and oscillation. It was also the symbol of mankind entering the electronic era. Roland naturally knew how high the threshold was, the pile of shiny scrap outside the North Slope laboratory was proof. Furthermore, it was difficult for him to provide guidance in the field of electricity like before. Most of the content could only be slowly explored by Anna herself. Reality also proved that his previous idea of sending shortwave radio stations to his class was nothing more than a beautiful fantasy. In the future, Anna's work focus would definitely be on large bombers, and it would already be quite good if she could find the time to create enough electronic tubes for the aerial knights to use. "Can I try?" Tilly asked impatiently. "Of course you can." Anna nodded with a smile. After a while, the three of them began to talk in the laboratory, and the room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Thanks to the extremely clean electromagnetic background of this era, the ground communication range of the prototype radio station could easily reach more than 2 kilometers, and it would undoubtedly be even farther in the air. Although the radio station would receive obvious interference when the spark transmitter was communicating, except for extremely urgent messages, the sender could choose to send the telegram at a fixed time to avoid the air knight's action time. There was not too much conflict between the two. In Roland's eyes, the success of the radio station was even more important to the air knight than the newly developed 20mm machine gun. Real-time communication would greatly expand the range of activities of the flying formation, so that all kinds of air combat tactics could be put into play. With close and precise cooperation, the combat strength of the team would be improved as a whole. It could be said that the air knight that could achieve this could be regarded as a real air force. Tilly clearly saw this point as well, and after ending the experience, she unwillingly urged them to use more radio stations instead of a dedicated plane. The next morning, she brought the 2 prototypes and boarded the Phoenix. When the orange-red figure disappeared into the white horizon, the morning light suddenly pierced through the clouds and scattered thousands of gentle light ribbons. The months of the demons that had lasted for nearly 4 months had finally ended. At the same time, the crimson moon hanging high above their heads instantly disappeared, as though it had never existed. But Roland knew that this did not mean the end of the battle of divine will. Hundreds of years ago, the demons would take advantage of the crimson moon to erect the obelisk, and quietly wait for it to grow into a towering pillar. Only after they had established a firm foothold would they launch an official attack. The battle of destiny would often reveal its true ferocity at this moment. Today, the humans were once again standing at the same checkpoint. But this time, their appearance was completely different from the past. He believed that history would not repeat itself. Bookseller's website: "I'm having a party with my friends today, so I'm taking a day off. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update." The Ridge of the Continent, the deity of gods. Skylord passed through the tower and strode into the underground modified karst cave. Before the city was officially crowned with a deity's name, it was one of the most famous cities in the Blackstone region, with a history of nearly 1,000 years. This was not the first time he had visited the place, and the complicated karst cave structure did not cause him any trouble. The only thing that annoyed him was Senior Lord Mask, Nasapel. My lord is currently conducting an important experiment. May I ask if you have communicated with my lord beforehand?" At the entrance of the experimental grounds, a junior demon blocked Haxord's path. As Mask's servant, he had clearly chosen the same path as the senior lord he served. His 2 heads were forcefully connected by a magic stone device, making him look deformed and ugly. Scram! Haxord did not wish to speak nonsense with him. He raised his hand and knocked the servant to the ground. If it were a combat-type junior demon, Haxord might have needed to spend some effort, but Mask had gone through a thorough path of modification. The magic stones fused with him were mostly unsuitable for combat, so the abilities of the junior demon that followed him were obvious. Perhaps sensing that the Sky Lord was suppressing his anger, the attendant tactfully shut his mouth. Haxord pushed open the heavy stone door and walked into the experimental grounds without turning back. He did not open the distortion door and directly attack Mask, which was already the greatest respect he could muster. Behind the door was an extremely spacious cave. Tens of thousands of stones of lighting were embedded in the rock ceiling, resembling a night sky filled with stars. Beneath his feet was a dense cluster of inferior demons. They outnumbered the magic stones, and most of them were in the form of worms. They were caged up like livestock, receiving repeated stimulation from the magic power core. Haxord could not help but frown. Even among the inferior demons, they were the most useless. Their lack of limbs meant that they were unable to work, and their extremely low intelligence made it difficult to tame them. But an unexpected discovery from the carrier experiments was probably due to their primitive and simple meridians. They had the highest success rate when fusing with foreign objects, making them ideal hosts. Of course, not every inferior worm could live long enough to resonate with the growth god stone. The dead ones would become the food of the next batch of inferior worms. Only those that successfully adapted to the symbiotic state could become qualified weapons. Naturally, Sky Lord would not sympathize with these lowly beings who could not be communicated with. Compared to their useless selves in the past, they could at least contribute to the race now. It was dissatisfied with Mask's twisted sense of humor. The modification process could have been carried out in a closed karst cave, but the other party deliberately set it up in the most eye-catching area. For suspension bridges crossed the heads of tens of thousands of inferior demons from 4 directions and connected to the thick stone pillar in the center of the cave. Every time Lucien wanted to enter the center of the experimental field, he was forced to admire the work of the other party. The writhing bodies of the inferior demons, their painful screams, the pungent smell of their excrement, and the rotten skin of all kinds of failed products filled the entire cave with a foul atmosphere. No ordinary member of the race would enjoy staying in such a dark and negative place, but Mask had deliberately set up the experimental field on top of the stone pillar. Haxord even suspected that his brain had suffered some sort of damage during the fusion process, causing him to become so unreasonable. After passing through the suspension bridge, Haxord found Nasapel in the modification room on the top floor. Seeing the scene in front of him, Skylord was instantly infuriated. He saw Senior Lord Mask circling around the remains of the iron bird that his subordinates had dragged back and sizing them up. Lying around him were several human nobles whose fate was unknown. The only one who was still alive was being held in Mask's hands. His face was contorted from fright and there were obvious wet marks on his robe. Nasapel, he roared. Who allowed you to touch the people I brought? Even if you want to conduct experiments, you should have gotten my permission first. It was no wonder that he was so furious. He had painstakingly transported the mainland migrants to the Great Rift Valley before sending them to the deity of gods. It was all for the sake of preventing Grey Castle from expanding its potential for war, and at the same time, replenishing the city's laborers. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He never expected that just as he brought a batch of humans back to the deity of gods, a worried Everwinter noble would come knocking on his door, saying that a few of his companions had been abducted by the guards and their whereabouts were unknown. This would undoubtedly destroy the stable order that he had painstakingly established. What made Haxord the most unhappy was that it was fine to capture commoners for experiments, but the other party had to capture the nobles, and the latter was the key to controlling the lower-class citizens. Without the nobles' appeals, the amount of effort and time Haxord had to expend to control the tens of thousands of people would have been several times greater. Lord Haxord, save me! The surviving nobles cried out as though they had seen their savior. Ah. So it's your excellency, Sky Lord. Mask turned around and said indifferently, I have to say that this is a misunderstanding. I do like to fuse essences, but that doesn't include the worms. I have already obtained their most outstanding parts 600 years ago. He took off a mask from his head and revealed the face of a female human beneath it. It should have belonged to a certain witch, but it had now become a part of him. And there were more than 10 such masks. It was easy to imagine how horrifying it would be if all of them were removed. According to Nasapel, the brain was the spirit of wisdom and was more important than any other part of the body. And the more brains one had, the higher the efficiency of one's thinking. Hence, the characteristic of a powerful race was to have at least 2 heads. This way, they would be able to consider problems while resting, maximizing the use of time. But in Haxord's eyes, only ugly demonic beasts and Sky Sea Realm monsters would have such an appearance. An indiscernible purple light flashed as the mask in Mask's hand was instantly sliced into 2. Following that, a line of blood slowly split open on the female's face as dark blue blood flowed out. Nasapel probably did not expect Haxord to make a move, causing his imposing manner to suffer a setback. He dropped the noble in his hand and clutched his injured face as he retreated a few steps. Skylord, why you, are you crazy? you actually attacked a senior lord for a worm? Don't forget that I am the creator of the deity of gods, and the hope for our race to win the battle of divine will. Could it be that you wish to betray the king? Seeing the other party's panicked expression, Haxord felt a tinge of delight surge in his heart. Ever since becoming the commander of the Western Front, he had never encountered anything that went his way. The Nightmare Lord was mysteriously lost, and the army was ultimately unable to break through the humans' defensive line. Now, even after painstakingly plotting for the race to win, Mask was obstructing him from behind. It was preposterous. It was impossible for Nasapel to not know that he was the one who had brought the humans to the deity of gods. To abduct them without his permission was undoubtedly a brazen offense. It could only be said that after a series of failures, Haxord had been belittled by others. This was not the king's presiding holy see, and Senior Lord Mask was not the magic slayer. If he did not teach the other party a lesson, he might really think that he was a pushover. What was the point of emphasizing that having more brains was an advantage? In the face of the disparity in strength, having more brains was useless. He wanted to let the other party know who was the commander of the Western Front Army. If you are loyal to the king, you should know what to do and what not to do. Haxord retracted the sharp distortion door and said coldly, "Be it to me or the race, these people are of great use. I hope you understand this point." The two senior lords looked at each other for a moment before Mask admitted defeat. "I was negligent. I will seek your opinion first next time." "That's good." Haxord nodded. He did not plan to force the other party. After all, the deity of gods required a few advanced humans who were familiar with the magic power core to control it, and they were basically Nasapel's subordinates. At the same time, the symbiotic demon weapons needed to be manufactured by the other party. He could not do anything to Mask, or else the king would be the first to not spare him. My lord. Oh, it's great to be able to see you." The noble scrambled to Skylord's side and hugged his thigh tightly. "Let's talk about this later." Haxord swept a glance at him before looking at Mask. "Since it's not for the fusion, why did you bring the humans here?" Mask curled his lips at the Iron Bird's wreckage. "I just wanted to ask them how this thing's core works." Haxord followed his gaze and saw an extremely intricate piece of equipment placed in front of the Iron Bird's head. "Vertex M core?" Haxord walked to the side of the machine, bent down, and casually fiddled with the disassembled metal pieces. He quickly discovered that there were details amidst the coarse parts. From the bumpy outer shell to the hidden structure within, it was nearly impossible to see everything with a single glance. Any cylindrical object he picked up contained tens or even hundreds of parts. It was far more complicated than a flintlock. "You mean, the Iron Bird relies on it to fly," Mask said with certainty. "Wait, are you saying that the thing that is faster than the Bogle beasts is powered by a pile of inanimate objects?" Haxord frowned. As a senior lord who had faced the Iron Bird, he could clearly see that the reason why it could fly was not because of the vibrations of its wings, but because of the buzzing blades on its head. In a certain sense, it was somewhat similar to a windmill, except that the latter was propelled by the wind, while the Iron Bird actively produced wind. However, the reason why the blades could maintain high speeds for such a long period of time was a question that Sky Lord could not understand. It was impossible to achieve this with human strength alone. Therefore, he subconsciously attributed it to a magic sigil or some other magic stone system that automatically released magic stones. This was the only way to explain why the Iron Bird could fly into the sky under the control of a male without the need for a witch. But now, Mask was telling him that the Iron Bird was powered by a pile of inanimate objects made of metal? Unbelievable, right? I think so too. Upon discussing a topic that interested him, Nasapel suddenly became spirited. He extended a slender finger and dug into the metal bucket before handing it to Sky Lord. "Do you want to have a taste?" Haxord looked at the pitch-black stain on his fingertip and said coldly, "Do you want to have a taste of your broken hand?" Ahem. There are some things that can only be left with a deeper impression after personally experiencing it. Nasapel sheepishly retracted his finger and placed it in his mouth. A portion of it has a charred taste, but it also has a slight fragrance. This thing is most likely used to contain flames. Fire is unable to power the Iron Bird. That depends on what kind of fire it is. If it burns intensely enough, it might be able to do so. Mask retorted. You've also seen the fire sticks that the Zergs use. I've taken them apart and examined them carefully. Their nature is to burn, but because of their extremely fast speed, it looks like an explosion. Since this kind of power can push the crossbow out of the barrel, it should be able to push the oars as well. The explosion of the flaming twig happens in an instant. If it's really as you said, then we have to continuously add flammable substances into the iron bucket, and the speed of adding flammable substances would have to exceed thousands of times per breath to reach the speed of the blade's rotation. Theoretically speaking, this is impossible. Skylord poured cold water on them. This is also something I don't understand. Nasapel directly admitted to it. That's why I called these worms over to listen to their opinions. Who knew that their stupidity is comparable to the inferior demons outside? I thought that the worms were deliberately hiding it and used some tricks, but it turns out that they are truly clueless. At this point, Great Monarch Masquerade danced with excitement. Can you believe it? The creator of this thing in front of them was actually from the same race as these bugs. The logic behind the machinery is now laid out in front of us, but they are completely clueless about it. They even said that it was a trick of a fallen witch, so I used too much force in my agitation, my lord. The noble's face turned pale when Nasapel glared at him. He leaned against the wall and trembled. Now I can understand why you don't treat humans as bugs. But I have to say, these fellows you brought are still bugs, and the lowest kind. Mask turned to look at Haxord. Right, I heard that the iron birds and fire sticks were created by Greycastle. Can you capture a few Greycastle craftsmen for me? I really want to see if their brain structure has changed compared to the bugs. If so, fusing with a human brain might not be a bad idea. Enough. Haxord interrupted. I'm not here to listen to you. Once you obtain their legacy shards, all your questions will naturally be answered. The key is to win the war. The deity of gods will enter the human territories in a week's time. I do not wish for you to give me any more trouble. Creating more symbiotic demons is your entire mission, do you understand? Also, do not touch these humans again. Mask fell silent, and after a moment, he spread out his hands. Of course. Skylord gave him a deep look before grabbing the surviving nobles and leaving the modification room. After the stone door closed for a long time, Nasapel shook his head slightly. You are only at this level, Haxord. Mysteries are the key to unlocking the essence of truth, but you are not the least bit interested in it. He took out a new mask from his robes and slowly placed it on the witch's head. Magic power is not the only rule of the world, and the battle of divine will is even more so. Even if you obtain everything from the defeated through the legacy shards, not everyone will be able to reach the peak in the end. This is the reason why I can create symbiotic demons, while you can only rush about on the battlefield. You are completely unaware of the meaning contained within these metallic creations. Senior Lord Mask turned to stare at the wreckage of the iron bird and muttered. Humans used explosions to propel a huge object, giving it an unprecedented enlightenment, which was the transformation of power. It was very common for stable objects to evolve into unstable objects, but it was the first time it saw a stable rotation achieved by using unstable and intense combustion. From the explosion to flight, there had to be some sort of internal connection that caused the transformation of power. Since the two could be reversed, did it mean that they were essentially the same? What about magic power? In the past, the race had never thought about the manifestation of magic power. What it manifested was what it was. But now that he thought about it, could magic power undergo a similar transformation? If he were to use the magic power that raised the deity of gods and directly transform it into the power of an explosion, how astonishing would the power be? It was as though he had seen a brand new path opening up in front of him. If he could grasp this profound mystery, not to mention the Sky Lord, even the king, would be nothing. Knowledge was the strongest power in the world. I want to know. I want to know the profound mystery of the humans. Nasapel raised his head and could not help but laugh strangely. Hearing the faint laughter behind him, Haxord turned his head away in disgust. My lord, thank goodness you came. The noble on his shoulder said with a tearful face. The others had holes opened up in their heads by that monster. I was nearly the next, I know. Don't worry, it's all over. After he unloaded the noble, he did not let him leave. Instead, he grabbed him by the collar and lifted him over the railing of the drawbridge. "Wait, Sky Lord, what are you doing?" Looking at the terrifying worm trough beneath his feet, the noble panicked. "No. No." Haxord did not reply. He raised his hand and tossed the surviving noble. With a blood-curdling scream, he fell more than 10 meters into the hole. Faced with the sudden appearance of food, the inferior demons swarmed forward and responded to the gift with their swaying bodies. He needed a stable and controllable labor force. The noble who had seen the experimental field unmask's true appearance was obviously not one of them. Even he felt that Nasapel was no different from a monster, much less these humans. Rather than letting him go back and cry about what happened to him, it was better to shut him up here forever. Although this would bring about some trouble, it was better than not being able to clean up the mess. Back at the human's temporary residence, Marwayne Parker was the first to welcome him. "My lord. I wonder what happened to those who were abducted. I've already confirmed that they were captured because they had a secret communication with Grey Castle. As the person in charge of intelligence was someone else, the news reached me a little later." Haxord patiently pacified him. "But thankfully, I arrived in time. According to your traditions, those people were not executed but were instead escorted to Sky City. After the war ends, they can be exchanged for their freedom with ransom or other prices. There's another piece of good news. The remaining nobles have passed the investigation. Such an incident will not happen again." "Is that so?" Marwayne heaved a sigh of relief. "I see. Thank you for your care. It's all right. As long as you do your best to complete the mission I give you, there will definitely be a place for you in the human world in the future." Of course. Marwayne suddenly took out a letter from his bosom. "By the way, my lord, when you went to the inner city, someone passed me this letter. It's said to be specially addressed to you. Even though there's a high chance of misinformation, since I brought it into the miracle, I think it's better for you to take a look." "Oh?" Haxord unfolded the letter and his pupils constricted. Without a doubt, the letter was written in the language of the race, but it looked extremely awkward, as though it was deliberately copied. But upon closer inspection, one would discover its uniqueness. Be it the formation of words or the use of sentences, it had a distinct style of the ancient language, and was definitely not the language used by the current race. Haxord felt a sense of déjà vu. After calming his heart and recalling for a long time, a sense of shock and fear suddenly surged in his heart. "Where did you get this letter from?" Skylord grabbed Marwayne and asked loudly. He was so agitated that he momentarily forgot to maintain his high and mighty attitude in front of the humans. Marwayne was startled, and after a while, he stammered, My lord, I'm not too sure. The person who delivered the letter is currently at the miracle. I'll call him over to see you. Go quickly." Haxord roared as he pressed his face against Marwayne's. Not daring to raise his hand to wipe his saliva, Marwayne ran towards the human gathering point on all fours. Damn it, Haxord knew that he had lost his composure, but he could not control his emotions. The handwriting clearly belonged to the Nightmare Lord, Valkyries, even though the imitation was rather clumsy, to the point that Haxord was unable to immediately identify the owner of the letter. Haxord would definitely recognize it after reading it a few times. It was a sentence that came from over 1,000 years ago, a sentence that was commonly used by the enlighteners of the race. At the same time, it had a bit of a human narrative style. The number of higher ascendants that could survive from the first battle of divine will could be counted on one's fingers, and to be able to blend in with the human language, other than the Nightmare Lord who had stayed in the Cloud School for a long time, there was no other possibility. Valkyries still retained his consciousness, but how is that possible? He had already been trapped in the realm of mind for a few months. If this was considered inconceivable, then what was even more inconceivable was the contents of the letter. The battle of divine will is a trap that keeps repeating itself. The realm of mind is in the bottomless land at the end of the ridge of the continent. The deity of gods isn't safe? Haxord was at a loss for a moment, but there was a huge amount of information contained in those few short sentences, causing Haxord to be at a loss. There were too many questions in his mind, but none of them could be answered. How did Valkyries maintain her consciousness in the middle of a turbulent sea of mana? How did it deliver the message? Was this letter really written by Valkyries? Should he report this to the king? Sky Lord. I have brought the person you wanted. Just as Haxord was in a daze, Marwain's careful voice came from beside him. It turned around and glanced at the two coldly. I want to know everything about the origin of the letter. Tell me everything you know. 15 minutes later. After listening to the details, Haxord understood that it was impossible to trace the origin of the letter from a human. This letter that contained a shocking secret was handed directly to a noble by a migrant. And the migrant only wanted a few golden dragons, so he took on the role of a messenger without thinking about the meaning of the letter itself. Even if Haxord pursued the matter, it would not yield any results. Regardless of whether it was true or not, to use such a crude method to deliver an extremely important letter, should Haxord say that the other party had astonishing guts, or that Valkyries had entrusted the wrong person? There's nothing for you to do here. Haxord waved his hand. Do not take the initiative to reveal the letter to anyone. If there are any more such letters in the future, you have to hand it to me immediately, understand? Yes, we will definitely do as you say. The two nobles hurriedly bowed, indicating that they would not let him down. After sending the humans away, Sky Lord looked towards the north and fell into deep thought. For some reason, he found himself unexpectedly heaving a sigh of relief. Ever since the day the Nightmare Lord was lost, the pressure on his shoulders had quietly lessened. Probably, no one could ignore her influence in the race, be it from a practical or psychological point of view. Haxord was more inclined to believe that the letter was written by Valkyries. It was extremely difficult to imitate a person's style. Even if humans mastered the race's language, it was impossible to forge such a letter. As for why it was not written by the Nightmare Lord herself, the only explanation was that she was still trapped in the realm of mind and could only send messages through humans. As for the reason why she chose humans, it was not that difficult to understand. The reason why she never returned was because she wanted to unravel the secret of the human legacy. Her target was also the legacy shard of the human. Considering that there might be outstanding witches among the witches who could come into contact with the realm of mind, this clue seemed logical. The more Haxord thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. But the biggest question now was: did Valkyries convince the witch and make her a part of the plan, or was she forced by the enemy to write the letter unwillingly? Honestly speaking, he did not believe that the Nightmare Lord would submit to humans. But the realm of mind was different. Floating endlessly on the sea of magic power and constantly being invaded by other consciousnesses, it was extremely difficult to maintain a clear mind. If someone took advantage of this situation, it was hard to say what the outcome would be. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. If it was the latter situation, it would at most be a trap. If it was the former, wouldn't it mean that the race was walking on the wrong path, and the mastermind behind all of this was none other than the creator of the deity of gods? Was that why the Nightmare Lord chose to hand the letter to me and not the creator of the deity of gods? Haxord could not help but shiver. He forcefully cut off his train of thought and forbade himself from thinking about this problem. Opening the distortion door, Sky Lord took a step up into the sky. The natural barrier of the human kingdom, the impassable mountain range, appeared like a winding gray line at the edge of the continent. In at most a week, the war would resume. The deity of gods beneath his feet was like a gigantic fortress that moved unswervingly towards the battlefield. In a situation where the rain of fire and branches of fire were powerless, it was hard for him to imagine how the humans were going to resist and stop the race from conquering. This was a war that they were determined to win. But Valkyries believed that the deity of gods was not safe. If saying that divine will was a scam was too far-fetched, then the warning was right before their eyes. He was unwilling to believe that the enemy could pose a threat to such a majestic magic creation. But thinking about it seriously, all of their past failures were built on the basis of impossibility. Furthermore, the warning came from the Nightmare Lord. Even if the letter was a trap, it would not do anything to him. With the deity of gods and silent disaster at the front lines, he only needed to ensure a stable supply for the rear. There was no risk on one side, while there was hidden danger on the other. The choice was obvious. However, Haxord had more to think about. He turned to look towards the north. According to the letter, the legendary source of magic power, the beginning and end of all things, the realm of mind was at the end of his vision. As long as he found the bottomless land, he could verify the authenticity of the contents of the letter. The ridge of the continent was the crucial logistics line for attacking the humans, so it would not be strange for it to appear anywhere. And while searching for the bottomless land, there was no way he would be affected by the deity of gods. Even if the king were to question him in the future, he would not be unable to defend himself. Perhaps this was the correct method. Kingdom of Dawn, Cage Mountain Command Post. A huge strategic map was erected in the middle of the conference room to mark the current trajectory of the floating island. Every day, members of the General Staff Department and the Intelligence Department would update the data, which became the most important piece of information for the higher-ups of the First Army. The thick, bright red path on the map indicated that the floating island did not follow the ridge of the mountain to the south and enter the Kingdom of Everwinter. Instead, it changed its course midway and entered the fertile plains. Its altitude was constantly decreasing, and it was now less than a kilometer away from the ground. According to this trajectory, it would cross the impassable mountain range in 4 days and enter the territory of the Kingdom of Wolfheart. As the target was too large, anyone who set up a telescope on the mountain top would be able to see the hazy gray figure. It was like a thick dark cloud, adding a layer of haze to the continent that had just ended the months of demons. The pre-war meeting against the demons, the deity of gods, was held. Even though the higher-ups had reached a consensus that the First Army was unable to stop the floating island's movement with their current strength, fleeing at the sight of the wind was not the style of the army. No matter what, it was necessary to probe its strength and attempt to stop it. Against an enemy that lacked intelligence, fighting was the most effective way to understand them. Before His Majesty the King's final solution arrived, it was the most important task for the army to be fully prepared. Furthermore, the enemy had coincidentally given them the opportunity. According to the latest surveillance data, the demon stronghold's altitude has decreased by more than 2,000 meters, which is about the height of half the ridge of the continent. Edith slapped the report in her hands. Compared to its previous altitude, the decrease is rather abnormal. The General Staff Department's deduction is that maintaining the stronghold's altitude requires the expenditure of magic power, and it is proportional to the altitude. And this altitude depends on the relative position of the ground, which leads to this phenomenon. Although the information provided by His Majesty the First Army referred to the floating island as the deity of gods, the Pearl of the Northern region preferred to call it a stronghold or a moving castle. At the very least, when assigning missions, it would not give her subordinates the misconception that they were fighting against God. Most of the higher-ups of the First Army had completed secondary education, but even so, it took them some time to understand the General Staff Department's deduction. In other words, after crossing the impassable mountain range, this thing will rise again? Brian asked. If we didn't guess wrongly. Edith shrugged. The reason isn't important, Ironax said. What's important is the fact that it is only 100 meters above the impassable mountain range. Vanner, what's the situation on your side? The survey team has confirmed it. Vanner stood up and walked to the map. There are 2 platforms suitable for cannons in the distance from the Metalstone Ridge to the Cage Mountain. As long as it doesn't change direction halfway, we can fire, we can. As long as it doesn't change direction, we can of it. During the period of war where weapons were being replaced rapidly, the 152 mm Longsong cannon naturally ushered in some improvements. For example, the barrel was more convenient for mass production, and the trailer was more suitable for vehicles. The most important changes were the enlargement of the chamber and the arrival of new ammunition. Ever since Anna was in charge of the final precision processing of the new barrel, the overall quality had declined to a certain extent, specifically manifested in shooting accuracy and durability. However, the new cannon relied on a larger charge and a more advanced gunpowder formula, allowing its range to reach the 18-kilometer mark in one step, almost doubling its original range. Furthermore, the production of witches had also increased. Losing 2 or 3 cannons was no longer a big deal. I think the demons are most likely coming for the Kingdom of Wolfheart. Although the floating continent can produce red mist, the red mist will dissipate once it is moved. Therefore, if the enemy really wants to occupy a piece of land, they have to build a large number of red mist towers. Ironax muttered. This time, with the support of the obelisk, their plan to build the towers will not be hindered. The Kingdom of Everwinter and the Kingdom of Wolfheart will also become one. Therefore, the success rate of intercepting the enemy's predetermined route is not low. The only thing worth discussing is the effect. Obviously, this was completely different from the bombardment of the fortress-like monstrous beasts. The former had a clear goal, which was to destroy the monstrous beasts before the enemy noticed. As long as a few shots hit, they would be able to reap great benefits. But the outcome of bombarding the floating continent was already predictable. Even if they could touch the demon city, the damage they could cause would be extremely limited. And against a stronghold surrounded by devil beasts, 18 kilometers was definitely not a safe distance. Considering that there was still some distance between the edge of the target and the center, this meant that the intercepting team had to get closer. I think it's worth a try. Chief Commander. Vanner thought for a moment before replying. After the floating continent enters the kingdom of Wolfheart, only the aerial knight will be able to fight the enemy head-on. The first army will only be a supporting character. Therefore, this is basically the only chance for the artillery division to act. Even if we can't cause much damage, at least we can show our attitude that humans will never submit to a miracle. Iron Axe turned to look at the Pearl of the Northern region. What do you think? Edith was silent for a long time. After a few minutes, she nodded. I have no objections. In that case, Iron Axe took a deep breath and ordered the higher-ups present, we will discuss the intercepting plan according to this plan. Time is of the essence, I need to see the conclusion immediately. Yes, everyone replied in unison. The results of the discussion were quickly summarized. 2 high points suitable for shooting would be set as artillery positions, but one would be real and the other fake. The latter would be closer to the path of the mobile stronghold to confuse the enemy. Hummingbird would be in charge of transporting the cannons into the Hermes Mountains and destroying them on the spot before retreating to prevent the enemy from seizing the weapons. Other than the First Army, the Aerial Knight Army and the God's Punishment Witches would also be responsible for providing cover and support. With a goal in mind, the next step was to refine the process and implement it. The army was already rather familiar with such a process. There was no need for further instructions, the various departments were already busy. After returning to the General Staff Officer's office, Philin could not help but ask the minister, "My lady, was there anything wrong with the meeting just now?" Edith stopped in her tracks. "Why do you ask?" "Because you spoke much less than usual, I see." She raised her eyebrows. "I was just thinking about a problem. The demons call the floating continent the deity of gods, so it is obvious that they have high expectations for it. But from the looks of it, it is only a platform that provides red mist and has not displayed any other extraordinary aspects. So, this thing might be hiding some tricks that we do not know of, and might not be as simple as it seems." "Then why didn't you bring it up during the meeting?" Philin was puzzled. "Because other than increasing unease, there isn't much use to it. Since we do not know anything, we are unable to come up with any effective countermeasures. I cannot just rely on guesses to come up with a plan, but the intercepting troops can tell us the answer, regardless of what the answer is." Upon hearing this, Philin felt goosebumps rising up his back. Edith's tone did not change in the slightest and was as calm as ice. "The most important task for the army now is to do everything possible to prepare for future strategies, and trial and error is also one of the preparations." Baidu Search 881 Chinese Network Yin. No advertisement. The weather on the impassable mountain range was always slower than the foot of the mountain. In the past, Cat's Claw did not understand this saying, but now he finally understood its true meaning. Following the end of the months of demons, most of the cities and towns had entered the snow-melting period. Wherever one went, the pitter-patter of water could be heard, and new green sprouts could be seen in the damp soil by the roadside. But on the impassable mountain range, everything remained the same. Most of the places were covered in white snow, and the edges of the cliffs were lined with icicles taller than a person. When passing through the small path below, one would always be worried that these thick needles would suddenly fall. If not for the help of Hummingbird and the God's Punishment Witches, it would have been impossible for them to transport the heavy weapons to the designated position. But what made Cat's Claw feel more diffident was the target of this mission, the demon's mobile stronghold. It was really too big. Although it was still more than 20 kilometers away, it could be seen directly without the use of a telescope. It seemed to occupy half of the northern sky, and whether it was its silhouette or aura, it was incompatible with the surrounding world. The exposed mountain rocks were pitch black and had sharp edges, as if they were carved by a knife and an axe. It formed a sharp contrast with the revived fertile plains. The floating island was filled with red mist. The center of the stronghold was the highest, and then it slowly dispersed in all directions. When it reached the edge, there were only a few strands left, pouring down along the low ground. From afar, it looked like red ribbons hanging around the land. This huge object gave Cat's Claw a great deal of pressure. In the past, a distance of 20 kilometers meant absolute safety. Both sides were still tiny black dots on the ground, and it was difficult to discover or fight. But now, this distance seemed so close, and he felt that he could be knocked down and crushed by this floating mountain at any time. Compared to the enemy's stronghold, his own position and cannons seemed somewhat insignificant. The command had probably considered this point, which was why they gathered these officers who had been fighting with the army. He retreated back to the hidden sentry post and exhaled a long white breath. Taking deep breaths could help relieve tension, which was also what His Majesty often said. "What, are you afraid?" Jop bent over and moved closer. "Pooey." Cat's Claw glared at him. "Why would I be afraid? That's nothing to be ashamed of." The latter picked up the telescope and poked his head out from the observation hole of the simple fortification. "To be honest, this reminds me of the scene when the artillery unit faced the first charge of the Longsong stronghold's night." Cat's Claw was slightly taken aback. Of course, he would not forget his first experience on the battlefield. Similarly, the months of demons had just passed, and he was also faced with aggressive enemies. There were several times when he almost dropped the solid shells he was carrying and hit his feet. Before he became a member of the army, he could never have imagined that he would one day be able to stand straight in front of the knight who was running towards him and face them head-on, instead of kneeling down in fear and begging for mercy or turning around to run away. Even though he thought he was going to die, his legs were shaking like a sieve. This time, the opponent was a floating continent. When the memories in his mind overlapped with reality, Cat's Claw noticed that his heartbeat had calmed down significantly. "I remember now. You were so nervous that you almost stuttered." "Heh, not to mention me, even Captain Vanner wasn't much better." Jop stared at the target and said, "But at least we didn't forget to fire the cannons." "That's enough." Cat's Claw nodded his head slightly. Indeed, being afraid was not a big deal as long as they could complete their duty. Regardless of whether the enemy was a noble knight or a floating continent, the only thing they had to do was to fire the cannons. "Wait, there's movement on the stronghold." Jop suddenly lowered his voice. "It's the devil beasts. The demons have reacted." "So fast?" Cat's Claw's heart tightened. This distance was still far from the firing range of the cannons. If the demons discovered them too early, the operation would most likely end in failure. "There are a lot of them." "Heavens." Jop gulped. "There might be more than 100 of them." He hurriedly raised the telescope and saw black dots flying out from the red mist and gathering at the edge of the floating continent. Cat's Claw was very familiar with this scene. It was obvious that the other party was gathering troops and an attack was about to begin. But the location where the demons were gathering seemed to be a little off. The two looked at each other and reacted at the same time. They discovered a camouflage camp. Compared to the real blocking position, the other preset position also had quite a number of cannons, but they were all replicas made from wood and paint. Furthermore, they were not covered with a camouflage net. From the looks of it, this arrangement was obviously effective. According to the plan, the enemies coming from the sky would be blocked by the air knight. Without a doubt, the more outstanding the teammates were, the longer they could hide the bait point. "I wonder if they noticed the enemy's movements," Cat's Claw muttered. Due to the floating continent's red mist, the blocking team did not arrange for witches to accompany them. This also caused the artillery team to be unable to contact the entire army. Compared to fighting with Lightning and Maggie's help throughout the entire process, their field of vision was undoubtedly much narrower now. But thinking that such situations would only increase in the future, he could only get used to this change as soon as possible. "Don't worry." Jop clenched his fist. "You must know that the one leading the air knight is His Excellency. This is Maggie. We have detected abnormal movements of the demons, Ku." The exploration group's report sounded from Tilly's cockpit. Direction, 3 hours east. Number 103. There are more than one large devil beast in the formation, Ku. Roger that. Tilly injected magic power into another sigil of listening. The enemy has made a move. We cannot rule out the possibility of moving the magic eye. Seagull will continue to hover and await further instructions. Understood. Andrea replied. Are you going to board? Uh-huh. She casually replied. Help me ask Xavi if the feeling of piloting a plane isn't bad, right? Your Highness, when will you return? I feel like it will fall at any moment. Xavi's tearful complaints could be faintly heard from the sigil. Concentrate. Vendi immediately interrupted her. Hold the control stick tightly, just like during training. I will help you with the rest. Ever since she obtained the Phoenix, Tilly began to look for a successor. Compared to hiding behind the scenes, she wished to personally avenge Ashes. In the end, Xavi took over this heavy responsibility and set the record for the shortest time from training to actual flight. Of course, other than her enthusiastic guidance, Vendi, who was becoming more and more proficient in controlling the wind, was also a key factor. As long as one did not operate the glider carelessly, it would be hard for any problems to occur with the glider powered by Vendi. That's the general situation. Andrea facepalmed. Other than Sylvie feeling a little dizzy, everything else is basically normal. Very well, then I shall set off. Tilly. Andrea's voice suddenly rose. I'm listening. Pay attention, to your safety. Tilly smiled. Yes, everyone too. She reached out to switch on the radio and changed the frequency to the public channel. She picked up the intercom and said, Attention everyone, the devil beasts have appeared. Proceed according to plan and intercept them, this sky belongs to us. Although there were only 2 Fire of Heaven equipped with a radio, it was enough for 3 squadrons to execute a scissor-style interception. Leader of Team 2, good, understood. Leader of Team 3, Heinz, understood. Now, attack. Tilly stepped on the throttle and led a squadron of 25 Fire of Heaven away from the Seagull's route and flew towards the northwest. Apex M. Under the command of the radio, even though they were separated by 1,000 meters, they were still able to act as one. The 3 squadrons, a total of 75 Fires of Heaven, arrived at the interception zone at about the same time and pounced at the Devil Beast troops from 3 different directions. Their trajectories were like a crisscross scissors that instantly severed the enemy's formation. The largest aerial battle of the Battle of Divine Will thus far had begun above the impassable mountain range in the kingdom of Wolfheart. For a moment, the roar of the demons and the roar of the engines resounded throughout the mountain range. The devil beasts that were struck spiraled downwards, and regardless of how powerful their pilots were, they could only helplessly allow their bodies to plummet, eventually turning into a blue speck on the ground. After the 2 parties crossed paths, the originally neat formation no longer existed. According to the flight manual, the Air Knight had to quickly shake off the enemy's pursuit and use the advantage of speed to widen the distance before turning around to launch another round of attacks. Fire at will, fire at will. Tilly took the lead after issuing the command, relying on the Phoenix's abundant propulsion to charge out of the battle. Probably because the color of the Phoenix's fuselage was too striking, a few devil beasts followed her path and chased after her, which was something she had long expected. If she could attract more enemies, the pressure on her teammates would lessen. As long as she could create enough space, the Air Knight troops would be more suited for aerial battles than the devil beasts. Your Highness, be careful. A big guy has its eyes on you. Good's warning sounded from the earpiece. Don't worry, I can see it. Tilly turned her head and swept a glance. Pay attention to your position, I'll call for reinforcements. As the Phoenix's various capabilities far surpassed the Fire of Heaven and the Fire of Heaven, she did not provide herself with a wingman. Apart from having confidence in the Phoenix, there was no biplane that could keep up with her, so a solo battle would allow her to display her capabilities. Tilly rode the wind and was the first to ascend and turn. The pursuing devil beasts were still flapping their wings with all their might in an attempt to close the distance between them. When both parties faced each other once again, the enemies clearly did not realize that they had turned from pursuers to prey. The phoenix swooped down and Tilly decisively pressed down on the firing button. With such a good firing range, she did not even need to use the machine guns on the wings to calibrate the shots. Four dazzling beams of light shot out from the nose of the phoenix, drawing beautiful arcs in the air and piercing straight into the devil beast horde. Ever since she raised the issue of the insufficient firepower of the 8mm general-purpose machine gun to strafe ground targets, Roland had pushed the production of larger caliber weapons to the agenda. As a specialized machine that possessed all sorts of top-notch technologies, the Phoenix was naturally the first to taste the sweetness. In the massive nose of the Phoenix were four 20mm cannons arranged symmetrically on the left and right, firing rate of nearly 7,000 rounds per minute, allowing its destructive capabilities to reach an unprecedented level. Although her target this time was not the Mad Demon or the Spider Demon, the Devil Beast was obviously larger than the others, indicating that its master was a senior demon. Devil Beast horde of Devil Beasts was that of. And of Devil Beasts. When the beams of light approached the devil, the latter released a furious roar. Several layers of blue shields immediately enveloped it, as though it had donned a set of sturdy armor. When the beams of light approached the devil, the latter released a furious roar. Several layers of blue shields immediately enveloped it, as though it had donned a set of sturdy armor. But just a moment later, the armor faded, shattered, and disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye amidst the sparks flying everywhere. Then, the huge impact sent the armor flying and tumbling to the ground. At this height, without fusing with a magic stone of flight or other life-saving talismans, it was impossible for the devil to survive. The devil beast that had lost its master panicked and wanted to flee the battlefield, but Tilly did not give it the chance. She adjusted the angle of the phoenix's nose and fired a barrage of shells at it. At this moment, the distance between the two was less than 10 meters. The flesh and blood that was torn apart by the barrage of bullets had even splattered onto the phoenix's windshield. Looking at the bloodstains, Tilly curled her lips and felt extremely carefree. The sky was the stage for her revenge. She yearned for more. The wails of the gigantic devil beast before its death had attracted a new batch of enemies. The demons had also realized that the red iron bird was much faster and more powerful than the other iron birds. It was undoubtedly their greatest obstacle. From the attire of the devil beasts, there were at least 2 or more senior demons. In the era of the Union, they were the generals of the army or the corps of an assault. But now, they had been assigned to ordinary troops. In a certain sense, it was enough to reflect the strength of the demons. But Tilly did not feel the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, she felt a ball of fire burning in her chest. In the process of regaining her offensive position, she had been staring at the opposing senior demon, while the latter was also staring at her. Tilly could clearly sense that their actions were much more cautious, no longer as casual and contemptuous as before. She licked her lips and fiercely pressed down on the control stick. Come. Truly, pleasing to the eye. Mask stood on the plains outside the city, gazing at the distant battlefield as he let out a light chuckle. Silent Disaster glanced at him in surprise. Are you curious as to why I am so interested in worms? Mask turned his head, and the many stacked masks let out an ear-piercing grinding sound. No, there's no harm in telling you. What determines the quality of a race isn't the inferior races, but the outstanding individuals who grasp the knowledge. What I admire is not the worm that drives the iron bird, but the person who understands the principles behind the iron bird. Mask spread his arms wide. Even if they are of the same race, the difference between the two is like heaven and earth. The former is a worm, while the latter is a human. To be able to combine a bunch of metal inanimate objects and create a rhythm that is not inferior to that of life, don't you think that in itself is something full of charm? I really want to chop off the head of such a person and savor it. Silent Disaster looked away speechlessly. But that is something to be considered in the future. Mask sighed regretfully at not being able to resonate with the other party. The first thing to do now is to disperse these annoying worms. He took out a pocket-sized magic power core and injected it with magic power. The core quickly bloomed in circles. Following that, the ground beneath his feet trembled, a gigantic steel broke out from the ground as cracked black rocks fell from above, producing crackling sounds. One end of the steel was still buried underground, while the other end was raised high and pointed towards the sky. After the dust settled, through the translucent outer walls, one could see the symbiotic demon's blood vessels and meridians all over the steel. Magic power glimmered endlessly, causing the steel to look like a living creature. And there was more than one such steel. As though they had received an order, more steels appeared around the deity of gods. I will use the battle of divine will to prove that knowledge is far superior to brute force. The so-called magic power is just a part of knowledge. Mask stood under the shadow of the steel and raised the shining core high in his hand. And I, Nasapel, am the most worthy lord of the race. What the hell, what's that? Lightning, who had been circling not far from the deity of gods, immediately noticed the strange phenomenon. They dug out the stone pillars buried in the ground? Maggie asked after staring for a long time. Looking down from the sky, those pitch-black things did indeed look like standing pillars, but it was a little too strange that they were only standing halfway. Furthermore, they were neatly encircling the floating island in a circle, so it did not look like they were there for no reason. An extremely uneasy feeling welled up in Lightning's heart. She immediately activated the two sigils and said, "This is the exploration team. We've captured an anomaly on the floating island. I repeat, an anomaly has occurred on the target." "Phoenix copy," Tilly quickly replied. "I've also noticed the dust rising from above. Please continue monitoring. I will inform the Aerial Night Squadron to be on high alert." "This is the Seagull." Andrea was the second to speak. "Can you describe in detail what you've seen?" Lightning organized her words and said, "A few black pillars rose from the edge of the land, seemingly similar to the towers in the demon cities. I'm not sure what they are, but they're definitely not small." At this moment, she was suddenly stunned. A stone pillar flickered with a dazzling blue light, and the light seemed to be emitted from within, illuminating its crystal-like outer walls. Following that, something shot out from the stone pillar at lightning speed and flew straight into the sky. "Those pillars are hollow inside, Maggie exclaimed. "Ah? What hollow?" Andrea was still confused. Lightning had already screamed at the top of her lungs. "Fleet, quickly evacuate." That object flew past them at an extremely fast speed, following a long parabola and landing in the area where the two sides were fighting. This time, she could clearly see that the object that had been thrown was also a stone pillar. Its shape was no different from the needle the spider-shaped monstrous beast had shot out, except that its size was many times larger. At the same time, it was enveloped in an obvious magic power fluctuation, and under the high-speed flight, it looked like ripples of light being blown by the wind. Faced with the sudden attack, both sides panicked for a moment. They turned around and dove down, hoping to avoid the incoming attack in the shortest time possible. In the vast sky, both the fire of heaven and the devil beasts were insignificant dots. The distance of more than 10 kilometers also extended the flight time of the stone pillar. It pierced through the battlefield and smashed a devil beast that was obviously injured and slowed down into pieces before falling straight to the ground. "That's it?" Lightning was taken aback. From such a long distance, an astonishingly large stone pillar had neither exploded nor shattered into a rain of stone needles. Could it be that the enemy was hoping to shoot down all the fires of heaven with this attack? What was the difference between this and using a wooden stick to hit a mosquito? However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Maggie had already used his claws to push her head towards the direction of the pillar. "Look there, When Lightning's eyes met the camouflage platform with the model of the Longsong cannon, she suddenly understood. The demon's target had been the cannons from the start. The stone pillar smashed into the formation and exploded with a dazzling blue light. Just the impact alone caused a snow mist to rise several meters high on the hilltop, and the dull sound was no less than the roar of the cannons. Due to its large size, the stone pillar did not stop immediately. Instead, it rolled forward for nearly 100 meters, crushing everything in its path into pieces. In a flash, the formation was in a mess. Lightning sucked in a cold breath. If this was a blocking formation, wouldn't it be a disaster? "Lightning, hurry up and reply. What happened down there?" Andrea asked anxiously. "Is Tilly in danger?" "No, the fleet is safe for now, but you'd better not disturb her." Lightning looked at the battlefield in the sky. After the stone pillar, both sides were reorganizing their formation. Clearly, the battle was not over. Then, she turned her gaze back to the camouflage formation with a solemn expression and said in a low voice, "But the ground troops? I'm afraid they're in trouble." That was not an ordinary stone pillar. Amidst the snowy fog, the blue light grew dimmer and dimmer until it completely disappeared. At the same time, the surface of the pillar peeled off piece by piece, revealing the flesh and blood structure inside. She vaguely saw something crawling out from inside. "Did you see that?" Lightning patted her head. Maggie raised her head and stared at the ground for a while. "Yes, it's a spider demon, Ku. A small spider demon, Ku." Cat's Claw and Jop also witnessed the destruction of the camouflage formation. Although their vision was limited and they did not clearly see what fell from the sky, the rising snow on the opposite hilltop and the reverberating rumble showed that the 18 kilometers distance was no longer safe in front of the mobile stronghold. If the demons could hit the bait point, they could also hit them. "Captain, the enemy is in range." On the other side of the hidden fortification, the observer alerted. "No signs of the floating island turning. All 3 cannons can fire directly." Cat's Claw bit his lips and exchanged glances with Jop. Firing the cannons now was undoubtedly a huge risk, but if they were to retreat directly, the aerial knight's heroic struggle and the command's arrangements would become meaningless. "Sometimes, we don't need to consider the usefulness of our actions." Jop nodded slowly. Fear was no big deal. Failure was the same. The most important thing was to fulfill their duty as a soldier. And their duty was to fire the cannons. Cat's Claw took a deep breath, jumped out of the window, and blew the whistle. "Everyone, get into position immediately and finish firing before the enemy can react. Hurry, hurry, move. Let the aerial knight see who's the real trump card." In an instant, a large number of people surged out from the previously empty position. The snow-white camouflage cloth was removed, revealing the cold glint of the cannons below. Unlike wooden models, these weapons of war made of steel had an overbearing and oppressive aura at all times. Without needing Cat's Claw to urge them, everyone had already finished loading the cannons, hanging the ropes, and other preparatory work. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, completely different from when they faced the Longsong Knight years ago. That's right, he was not the only one growing. This army had become a force that could decide the fate of mankind. "Reporting, number 1, number 2, and number 3 cannons are ready." Cat's Claw looked at the mountain-like floating island in the distance and spat fiercely. "Fire!" The deafening roar instantly ignited the mountaintop. The flames spewing from the cannons became the dazzling stars in the mountains. There was no need to fire, nor was there a need to adjust the direction. What the assault team needed to do was to fire as many shells as possible in the shortest amount of time possible. Everyone displayed all the skills they had learned from their daily training. Even though the design to distribute the ammunition reduced the rate of fire, the elite artillerymen maintained the standard of 4 shots per minute for the 3 cannons. The minute difference between the cannons created a feeling of an endless flow, and the repeated booms that echoed through the mountains resembled a midsummer thunderstorm. "They're firing, Ku." Maggie could not help but hug Lightning's head. "Yeah." The latter responded softly, but she was worried for the First Army. They must have seen the destruction of the disguised position, but even so, the assault team chose to carry out the mission to the end, and it was evident that they were determined. Therefore, she had to fulfill her responsibility and complete this investigation mission well. Although there were not many cannons, the firepower was not lacking. The enemy probably did not expect that the deity of gods would suffer a counterattack from the humans. When the scattered shells landed around the town, many of the demons could be seen fleeing in panic. Clearly, other than the large number of troops garrisoned in the mobile stronghold, there were also a large number of inferior demons. In addition, Lightning could vaguely see the figures of humans in the red mist. This also confirmed the General Staff's conjecture that the demons were purposefully moving the population of the region of control. But she didn't feel too regretful. Greycastle's propaganda and evacuation had been going on for more than half a year. Most of the nobles who still insisted on staying in the Kingdom of Everwinter were vassals of the nobles, and those nobles were the most determined to oppose me. They would rather arm themselves against their own kind than resist the demon's rule. In Miss Edith's words, they only had their own interests in their eyes, and did not hesitate to sell out the future of their race. As the deity of gods continued to push forward, the shells fired from the cannons reached the center of the city. But due to the high concentration of the red mist, Lightning found it difficult to observe the results of the bombardment. Sylvie was currently on the Seagull and could call for help at any time, but there might be demons hidden in the demon's city. The moment their eyes crossed, the Seagull's position would be exposed. Now that the battle had lasted for so long, the uneasiness in Lightning's heart had not dissipated. She always felt that the demon's long-prepared attack would not end so soon. Just as he was hesitating, the deity of gods suddenly started revolving. Another tall stone pillar was pointed in the direction of the cannons. Lightning's heart sank. The moment she had been worried about had finally come. The Longsong cannons and the Seagull were not enough to stop the enemy's projectiles, and the aerial knight was still fighting with the devil beasts. It was inevitable that their position would suffer a fatal blow. "Maggie, I'll leave the investigation to you," she gritted her teeth. "Goo?" Lightning did not explain further. She threw the pigeon above her head up high and then swooped down, accelerating to the speed of sound midway. The ground troops were not equipped with the sigil of listening, so she was the only one who could deliver the warning in time. The distance of thousands of meters was covered in the blink of an eye, and on the other side, a huge stone pillar rose into the sky with a magical radiance. "Everyone, hide!" Lightning slowed down as she flew over the position and shouted with all her might. "The enemy has already noticed us. The stone pillar will arrive soon, quickly find a place to hide." "It's Miss Lightning." Cat's Claw whistled. "Everyone, leave the cannons immediately." "This is an order, leave the cannons immediately." Upon receiving the order, the cannoneers turned around and ran for cover as fast as they could. At this moment, the shadow of the stone pillar had already appeared in the center of the position. After everyone in sight had retreated, Cat's Claw ran for the nearest hidden sentry post. At the same time, the blue pillar smashed into the Longsong cannons with the force of 1,000 kilograms. The strong impact caused the entire mountain to tremble, and the cannons that suffered the direct impact were reduced to scattered parts. But this time, the stone pillar did not roll over the position, but instead smashed a huge hole in the ground. It was the result of a portion of the trenches and underground cover collapsing. Cough cough. Cat's Claw coughed as he crawled out from the pile of snow. The violent tremors that spread from the soles of his feet to the rest of his body was definitely not pleasant. For a split second, he felt as though his internal organs had shifted positions. But fortunately, other than his legs that were still trembling, his entire body was fine. "Check the casualties, then retreat according to the plan." Cat's Claw grabbed a soldier and ordered, "Pass on my words." "Yes, sir." "Jop, where are you?" Cough. "I heard you, answer me." He raised his head and shouted a few words, but the clear sound of a machine gun firing entered his ears. "What's going on? Could it be that the enemy has attacked the mountain?" Before Cat's Claw could figure out the situation, Lightning's warning sounded once again. "Be careful, the stone pillar is hiding a demon. That is the enemy's true attack method." Hiding a demon, Cat's Claw hurriedly took out the rifle from his back, unlocked the safety, and ran towards the predetermined retreat point. The artillery squad spent most of their time behind the defensive line, so they were rarely equipped with guns. But in consideration of the risk of a close-range attack, not only did every soldier receive a gun, but 2 flintlock squads were also deployed as guards. The first to react were obviously the group of experienced gunmen. When the flying snow settled, Cat's Claw discovered that a few machine gun squads had already used crossfire to seal off the area from the entrance to the center of the position. And the enemy was a type of small spider demon that he had never seen before. They crawled out from the open stone pillar, braving the hail of bullets as they charged towards the defensive line. This type of spider demon was only half the height of a human, and its appearance was similar to the heavily armored spider demons that appeared in the northernmost port. Its head and front legs were covered with thick black stone slabs, and it would not suffer much damage even if it were to take 1 or 2 bullets head-on. Its movements were also rather nimble. Apart from that, it could also spit stone needles like a normal spider demon for long-range attacks, but it needed to open the stone armor on its head before shooting, which gave the soldiers a chance to deal a fatal blow. After Cat's Claw met up with the flintlock squad, he set up his rifle and joined the interception battle. Although it was unclear how many of these monsters were hidden within the stone pillars, this mountain path was the only entrance and exit in the plan. The comrades who could still move would naturally gather here, and regardless of whether they were rescuing the wounded or waiting for reinforcements from the reserve troops, they had to guard this checkpoint. Pay attention to the condition of your gun barrels, don't keep pulling the trigger. Ammo, we need ammo here. Anti-demon grenades, take note, fire. The surrounding shouts and the clicking of the machine guns merged into one, and there were already a few spider demons that had completely stopped moving. Cat's Claw emptied a clip of bullets and replaced it with a new one. He noticed that although the monstrous beasts were far more durable than the mad demons, they were still unable to move an inch in the face of concentrated firepower. The obsidian armor on their bodies could not completely withstand the penetration of bullets, and if it was exposed to the net of firepower, it would quickly crack and break. If one bullet was not enough, then he would use 10, or even 100. For the well-equipped assault troops, it was not difficult to accomplish this. Furthermore, the storm-like attacks could greatly suppress the enemy's mobility. The main defenses of the small-sized spider demons were concentrated on their torso, head, and forelimbs, and their rapid movements would expose the fragile armorless areas inside. Thus, they could only advance slowly against the barrage, which gave the anti-demon grenades the best opportunity to fire. After understanding the enemy's characteristics and patterns, they would use machine guns to seal off the enemy's movements, and then use the grenades to kill them in one shot. This became a highly efficient and economical method of battle. However, the greatest weakness of these spider demons was their backs. A woman with short blonde hair swooped down from the sky and flew above the enemies like a ghost. She held 2 pistols and opened fire at the spider demons. Probably to ensure its agility, the rear of the spider demons was almost defenseless. They were no different from mad demons. Even a bullet from a pistol could easily tear apart the thin skin and mash up the central nervous system. Every time she succeeded, there would be a burst of enthusiastic cheers from the defensive line. Most people were very familiar with this agile figure. That was the Miss Lightning they were so proud of. Vertex M. The demon's attack was suppressed. Although the black stone pillars were shockingly large, judging from the complex internal structure, the number of small spider demons it could carry wasn't endless. Moreover, the assault troops were equipped with a complete set of weapons, with more than 20 general-purpose machine guns. The fire weaved from such a distance could be described as airtight. As time went by, the number of people gathered at the retreat point quickly exceeded 300, which was close to the total number of the assault troops. The small number of casualties came from the evacuation process. After being separated by the stone pillars that pierced into the center of the formation, the group of people further away from the mountain path would undoubtedly be under greater pressure. Apart from the threat of the spider demons, the friendly fire was equally dangerous. They could only lower their bodies as much as possible and fire at the enemies while circling around from the flanks. Fortunately, after the popularization of tracer bullets, the suppression efficiency and precision of the machine gun teams could not be mentioned in the same breath as in the past. Under the guidance of the flowing flames, the main shooter could clearly and accurately choose the target he wanted to hit. At the very least, he wouldn't be unaware that his bullet had deviated far from the battlefield like in the past. Of course, the most important point was undoubtedly Lightning's timely warning. If they were hit by the flying stone pillars while firing, the casualties of the troops wouldn't be this low. Thus, when she slowly landed, she won a unanimous and enthusiastic applause from everyone. However, Lightning's expression did not relax in the slightest. "Where's the commander of the troops?" "I'm the person in charge of this operation, Cat's Claw." Cat's Claw stepped forward and bowed to the little girl. "This time, it's all thanks to you." "You must immediately organize a retreat," Lightning said quickly. The black stone pillars that destroyed the camouflage previously had a large number of spider demons hidden in them, and they are currently rushing over here. Also, there are many launching devices on the floating island. The enemies can throw out new stone pillars at any time. Cat's Claw was shocked after hearing this. Now that the bombardment mission had been completed, the next step was to retreat according to the plan. However, the method of retreat was obviously different. He originally wanted to clean up the remaining enemies in the formation and then bring all of his comrades out of the impassable mountain range, dead or alive. However, it seemed that the situation was worse than he expected. The two bases were not far away from each other and were connected by a road halfway up the mountain. If Lightning's intelligence was correct, the longer they stayed on the top of the mountain, the more likely they would encounter the spider demons on the way. The mountain trail was different from the witch's leveled positions. It was narrow enough for two people to walk side by side. Coupled with the influence of snow and the slope, it was almost impossible to set up an effective line of defense. There were only two choices for them. They could either immediately descend the mountain and occupy the fork halfway up the mountain before the spider demons arrived, or they could call for reinforcements to intercept the enemies. The problem was that there were more than 2 or 3 stone pillar launchers mentioned by Lightning. If the location of the reinforcements was exposed, they were likely to be targeted and bombarded. After all, the reinforcements had more than 800 people and looked more like the main force. Thus, the safest way was to inform them to stay put and rely on their own strength to block the enemy. However, being rational was being rational. It wasn't an easy decision to make. Right now, there were still 20 to 30 people missing. Perhaps they were injured and unable to move, or perhaps they were still looking for opportunities behind the stone pillars. Once the troops left, these people could only look for a chance of survival on their own. There was also Jop, who had yet to show himself. For a moment, Cat's Claw was in a trance. "Captain!" Someone beside him reminded him. He suddenly regained his senses. That's right, he was the person in charge of this troop. Regardless of the time, completing the mission was his first priority. His current mission was to bring as many soldiers of the First Army out of the impassable mountain range. Liaison, inform the reinforcements through the phone. Let them continue to remain hidden. Cat's Claw gritted his teeth and ordered, "The rest of you, immediately evacuate the position. We will meet at the fork halfway up the mountain." After that, he took out a horn and blew the sound of a rapid retreat. Under this command, the flintlock troops that were in charge of protection would split into several batches and cover the scattered artillery troops as they moved down the mountain until everyone left. "Miss Lightning, can I ask for a favor?" After issuing the order, Cat's Claw looked at Lightning. "Those soldiers who are temporarily unable to approach this side, don't worry, leave it to me." Lightning already knew what he wanted to say from his expression. "Please." Cat's Claw saluted again and began to organize the artillery troops to evacuate to the next assembly point. "This is the work you're so proud of?" Silent Disaster tilted his head to glance at Mask. Even though Mask did not speak, Nasapel felt as though he was mocking him. The resistance of the insectoids was much more intense than he had expected. Even though the distance between them had been reduced to a point where they were almost face to face, the flame extinguisher symbiote was still unable to finish off all the resistance. This left him in a difficult position, especially after he declared the supremacy of knowledge in front of them. One had to know that the new symbiote was named Flame Extinguisher to prove that his creation had the ability to overwhelm the humans' fire branches, fire crossbows, and fire rain. However, the insectoid troops had not only blocked the first wave of defying flames, they had now formed a defensive line halfway up the mountain, blocking the second wave of small-sized symbiotes outside the mountain path. This outcome was unacceptable to Nasapel. His creation was clearly stronger than the primal demons. Not only did it have both offense and defense, it was not restricted by red mist, and it did not fear death. It would never tire before exhausting its magic power. It could be said to be the perfect weapon of war. If it had been invented a few hundred years earlier, the Union would not have had to flee. Ignoring the fertile plains, they could even push all the way to the southernmost island of the Land of Dawn, but it was the first time the flame extinguisher was put into actual combat, and its performance was not much better than the primal demons. How could it not infuriate him? There are many symbiotes in the deity of gods. I want to see how long these insectoids can resist. Senior Lord Mask raised the magic power core in his hand once again. Silent Disaster grabbed his arm. "Are you trying to say that magic power is limited?" Nasapel said with great displeasure. He hated the use of strength to interfere with others, instead of using logic to reason with others. Blood Conqueror was the same, Sky Lord was the same, but he never expected the Silent Disaster to be the same as well. Indeed, the reason why the improved spear symbiote demon was able to throw such an astonishing weight was inseparable from the powerful magic power provided by the modified obelisk. Every time it was launched, it consumed a large amount of magic power. If it were to be launched consecutively in a short period of time, it would affect the deity of God's flight. In addition, it would accelerate the aging of the god stone mine beneath the obelisk, indirectly shortening the lifespan of the deity of gods. But if we don't eliminate these insectoids, wouldn't it encourage their stubborn arrogance? Don't forget that the insectoids that Haxord brought up are also paying attention to this battle. For the sake of our race's plans, we have to defeat them no matter what. Let me go. Silent Disaster replied concisely. Following the direction she pointed, Mask was taken aback. You plan on launching it along with the spear? I've done a few experiments, and the moment that thing lands, it's enough to crush the living body in its stomach. Even if it's wrapped in a cushioning sack, it will be difficult to preserve its life. Only a portion of the symbiote demons can withstand such a huge impact. But you haven't tested it with me, right? Silent Disaster walked towards the steel without looking back. Haxord isn't here now. If anything happens, I won't save you. The other party waved his hand, as though he did not take the warning to heart. Mask had no choice but to turn the core and control the spear symbiote demon to open the outer shell. Just as Silent Disaster was about to burrow into the steel, Mask called out to her. Hey, don't die. Silent Disaster raised his arm, only to see a piece of white fabric wrapped around his arm. It looked like a piece of cloth from a robe. Mask frowned. Few people in the race would put the effort into adornment. The thin white clothes made him think of the Valkyries that were commonly seen in the presiding Holy See. I won't die before I kill all the humans, he replied slowly before disappearing into the steel. Be careful, the descent from here on will be faster. If you're afraid, you can close your eyes. After Lightning finished her warning, she carried a Grey Castle soldier and flew over the edge of the mountain. The moment their feet were suspended in the air, the two of them abruptly plummeted down and only managed to stabilize themselves after falling dozens of meters. When they landed on the ground again, the soldier's face was pale. Thank you, Miss Lightning. Blurg, take a few more breaths and rest. You'll recover. After that, she flew back to the mountaintop and continued to search for more stragglers. Just as Cat's Claw had predicted, after the stone pillar pierced into the ground, some of the soldiers were separated on the other side of the battlefield and were subsequently scattered by the spider demon's attacks. Even though a portion of them had successfully passed through the blockade and met up with the guards at the assembly point, there were still some who were trapped and unable to move. They were either unwilling to abandon their wounded comrades or were locked in a bitter battle by a few spider demons. As a result, they were unable to retreat immediately after hearing the bugle call. Now that the majority of the troops had begun to retreat in batches, Lightning's appearance had undoubtedly given them a glimmer of hope. Even though her advancement into adulthood did not increase her ability to carry loads by much, being 10 meters above the ground was enough for her to bring people out of danger. The only drawback was that she could only transport one person at a time. Furthermore, when she leaped over the cliff, there would be a large drop. For Lightning, who was used to diving at high speeds, it was nothing much, but for the soldiers she was carrying, it was a real fall. The gunshots on the battlefield gradually subsided. It was obvious that there were not many demons or assault troops left. Lightning had also found about 10 people one after another and placed them on a small path behind the slope. Phew, this is the last one. She let out a long sigh after putting down the newly found stragglers. You should be able to find your own way down the mountain, right? Thank you for your help. Everyone saluted one after another. May I know where the majority of the troops are now? They're on the other side of the mountain, blocking the spider demons from the north. Lightning roughly explained the situation. There's no way to go around this side. You can just descend the mountain and try to reach the Metalstone Ridge before the floating island crosses the impassable mountain range. So that's how it is. We understand. Everyone's expression couldn't help but be somewhat heavy. The only reason they were able to endure until the rescue was built on the heroic sacrifice of their companions. Now, the majority of the troops were still fighting the enemy, but they were unable to contribute their own strength. This mixed emotion of sadness and unwillingness appeared on everyone's faces. But no matter how regretful they were, they understood that not dragging the main force down was the only thing they could do. By the way, Miss Lightning, Just as they were about to part ways, the soldier who had vomited said hesitantly, "When that stone pillar fell, it collapsed the concealed fortifications of the third cannon. I saw a few soldiers hiding in that area. I don't know if there are any survivors." "Fortification number 3? Lightning nodded. "I'll go and have a look." Watching as everyone turned around and retreated down the mountain, she soared into the sky and arrived at the camp in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Maggie sent her a new warning through the sigil of listening. "Be careful, Ku. The demons are about to launch the third pillar. Can you determine where it will land?" "I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be the top of the mountain, Ku." Maggie's voice suddenly trembled. "The stone pillar is coming, Ku." Lightning suddenly soared into the sky, only to see the black pillar drawing a high arc and flying straight towards the impassable mountain range. Since the demons weren't aiming at the blocking position, then it was very likely that they were retreating at the foot of the mountain. The terrain there was difficult to spread out, and if the spider demons rushed into the crowd, the casualties would definitely increase. The only good news was that there were undulating hills on both sides of the road, so it was almost impossible for the demons to accurately land on top of the troops. She immediately made a decision and decided to first support the blocking force at the halfway point. At this moment, Sylvie, who was on the seagull, suddenly opened her eyes. "Oh my God, what happened?" Andrea asked in surprise. In order to avoid being discovered by the demons, Sylvie had kept her eyes closed. In theory, she shouldn't have been able to see what was happening below the clouds. "It's a strong magic reaction," Andrea murmured in disbelief. "It's quickly approaching the impassable mountain range." "Magic reaction?" Andrea was slightly taken aback. This reminded her of the cursed demon, Osruk. In the last battle of the tequila, he had used a substitute to release magic to deliberately lure the ambush team. However, the disguised source of magic was not exactly the same as the real body. Sylvie might not be able to distinguish the details at a distance of more than 10 kilometers, but at this distance, she should be able to distinguish the source from the fake. In other words, what the Eye of Magic caught was most likely a genuine senior demon. Although it was not clear why the enemy chose to reveal its identity at this time, since it had already made its move, the seagull would not just stand by and watch. From the beginning, their targets were the most difficult to deal with on the battlefield. Andrea had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Next, it's our turn to perform." But Sylvie stared at the bottom of the cabin, her forehead beaded with sweat. Is this really a demon? How can its magic be so strong? How strong? Far stronger than Osruk, Sylvie bit her lip. "I'm afraid only when Leaf is in the state of the heart of the forest." "What did you say?" Andrea was stunned. She had seen how strong Leaf's magic was when she occupied a corner of the misty forest. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was vast, but that was the effect achieved by assimilating foreign objects. Just one person could reach this level? Hey. Can you be any more exaggerated? Dendi immediately activated all the sigil of listening. "Your Highness Tilly, Lightning, Maggie, this is the seagull. Sylvie has detected a new enemy approaching the mountain range. From the magic reaction, it is very likely that the enemy is a senior lord level higher ascendant. Do not fight it head on." "Then what do we do?" Xavi asked timidly. "Do you still need to ask?" Andrea clenched her fist. "Only this kind of guy is worth the bullet in my hand that has fused with my sister's blood." Boom. The third stone pillar passed through the gap between two mountain peaks and swept through a large forest before finally sliding down the slope to the bottom of a valley. Behind it, the soil and tree roots that were lifted up formed a dark brown wide path that formed a stark contrast with the surrounding snowy landscape. Cat's Claw heaved a sigh of relief. Ordering a quick retreat was obviously the right decision. The interval between the stone pillar's shots was much longer this time, and the enemies that attacked from halfway up the mountain were mostly eliminated. The time difference they had gained was enough to deal with the new enemy. Moreover, the position where the stone pillar landed was right between them and the reserve team. The difference in height between the two not only provided a good shooting range for the shooters, but also allowed them to arrange their firepower at a distance of more than 1,000 meters. At least they did not have to face the enemy hastily like before. It was a pity that they did not have 75mm field cannons for this operation. Otherwise, they could have directly fired at the giant stone pillar at the bottom of the slope and exterminated those damn stone crawlers before they could even show their heads. /1 Captain, they're climbing up. Fire when they're closer. We don't have as many bullets as the machine gun squad. Cat's Claw found a suitable shooting position and set up his van or rifle. While waiting for the enemy, he did not forget to glance at the floating island's position. He did not know if it was an illusion, but the floating island seemed to be rising. Previously, he could barely see its edges, but now, he could only see its sharp belly. But one thing was for sure. During this period of time, the stronghold had moved closer to the impassable mountain range. The huge shadow had already climbed up a corner of the mountain range. Cat's Claw's breathing became sluggish when he thought about the possibility of fighting under its shadow, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his back. He had to quickly get rid of these damned demons and leave the mountain range before the floating island. Just as he thought, when the spider demons climbed into the 500-meter range, the machine gun squad finally released their restrictions and spat out long tongues of fire at the target on the steep slope. For a moment, the forest in the valley boiled over. Cat's Claw pulled the trigger at the 150-meter range where he had the most confidence. Fire! Everyone's muzzles immediately stirred up a snowy mist. Although they were not professional marksmen, they were influenced by Sir Van and were the most proactive in modifying their rifles. In semi-automatic mode, as long as the 5 or 6 Van rifles did not jam, they would be able to explode with power comparable to the machine gun squad. Facing the tough small spider demons, the importance of the intensity of the firepower was raised to a whole new level. If it was the standard equipment of the ordinary First Army, it would not be easy to stop the large number of fearless spider demons. Suddenly, a black light surged out of the forest like a ripple, and in the blink of an eye, it penetrated everyone. It came and went quickly, no more than a second had passed. If not for the slight tremble of his teammates, Cat's Claw would have thought that it was just an illusion. Just now, did you see anything? It looked like a black ripple? Cat's Claw touched his body and did not find anything unusual. The defensive line was not damaged, as could be heard from the continuous gunshots. It's probably from that weird stone pillar, the teammate said as he inserted a new magazine into the gun. These things are strange. They look like stone on the outside, but there's flesh and blood growing on the inside. Cat's Claw did not pursue the matter any further. Compared to the harmless black light, it was more important to get rid of the spider demons that had climbed up. However, he soon discovered that the snowy scenery in front of him was darkening, as if the sun had been blocked. Damn it, could it be that the floating island had already entered the mountain range? He raised his head and looked over. Then, he could not help but be stunned. The stronghold was still in its original position, but the sky had changed. He saw that the previously clear sky was now covered with dark clouds. Golden streams of light shuttled through the clouds as if they were accumulating something. The speed of this change had completely exceeded the scope of a celestial phenomenon. An extremely ominous feeling suddenly arose in his heart. The others also noticed the strange phenomenon above their heads. In just a short span of 10 seconds, the dark clouds had become so dense that they covered the sky. Tens of thousands of streams of light continued to gather at a single point, faintly showing signs of blossoming. I seem to have seen such a scene somewhere before. Cat's Claw suddenly took out a horn and was about to blow it when countless streaks of lightning struck down from the clouds. They fanned out and instantly fell into the defensive line of the assault team. The continuous firepower stopped abruptly. That's a sigil of God's will? On the seagull, Vendi gasped in disbelief. Even if it's not a sigil, I'm afraid it's a similar magic stone, Andrea replied with a solemn expression. Lightning, are you all right? I'm fine, Andrea's slightly hoarse voice came from the sigil of listening. The enemy should have noticed me. Just stay at the side. This is no longer a battle you can intervene in, Andrea warned. The ripple just now was obviously directed at lightning. The witches who had participated in the tequila ambush could not be more familiar with this phenomenon. It was the unique ability of the Magic Slayer. The widespread Magic Slayer's power was definitely the nemesis of agile witches like lightning. Once she was affected, just the inertia of the speed alone would put her in danger. The enemy's plan was undoubtedly to first cut off her ability and then let her fall into the range of the Divine Will's attack like a rock. Fortunately, after hearing Vendi's warning, lightning did not charge forward like before, which gave her the strength to shake off the black ripple. Get Maggie to inform the reserve team. The assault team might be in trouble. Andrea then looked at Sylvie. Can you find the target? The latter took a deep breath. It has already rushed to the top of the slope at an astonishing speed. There are no signs of demons nearby, so we shouldn't have alerted it yet. But the defensive line has already been destroyed by the lightning strike. I'm afraid we won't be able to defend against the follow-up spider demons. This meant that the soldiers were facing the monstrous beast's stone needles at close range. But she had no time to worry about this now. Following Sylvie's instructions, Andrea finally managed to capture the magic slayer's figure through the scope. At the same time, her heart also sank. This speed was not just fast, it could even be said to be erratic. If she was just a moment slower, she would completely lose track of him. If she wanted to seize the opportunity to fire, she had to get closer. Otherwise, even if her ability helped her pick out the coin that was bound to hit, the bullet would be long enough for it to fly away from the point of impact. Another point also attracted Andrea's attention. During the chaotic battle with the First Army, the Magic Slayer, who was clad in heavy armor, had almost never produced a blue barrier. This could not be explained by speed alone. While she was observing the target, the dark clouds in the sky did not disperse. Golden lightning once again condensed and fell from the sky. The enemy had used the second Divine Will. It confirmed Sylvie's warning. In terms of magic power alone, it had unfathomable potential. There was no time to hesitate. Andrea suppressed the doubts in her heart and shouted to Vendi, "We have to go down, just like we did with Haxord. I can only guarantee that the target won't be able to escape if we get close enough." How close? As long as we don't enter the Magic Slayer's range, the closer the better. This is difficult. Vendi sighed. It would be fine if Tilly was the driver, but now that Miss Shavy is controlling it, not only do I have to control the wind on multiple sides, I also have to pay attention to the enemy's condition at all times. This is really not an easy task, is it not possible? Andrea's heart slightly tightened. It's not that it's not possible, but I have to concentrate and do my best. She closed her eyes and slowly replied, "Even though I'm old, it shouldn't be a problem to do it once in a while." Andrea was stunned at first, then the corners of her mouth curled up. She could not help thinking of what Lightning had said. Everyone thought that Vendi was an amiable senior, but under her gentle appearance, there was actually a firm and calm heart. If not for this, she would not have been able to destroy the God Stone of Retaliation in front of Kara and rescue the imprisoned Nightingale. "Shavy, press down on the joystick," Andrea shouted. "We're going." Bookseller's website. Seagull's greatest advantage was that it made almost no noise when it accelerated, making it very suitable for ambushing the enemy from behind. In a calm after penetrating through the clouds, the glider bypassed the mountain peaks one after another like a ghost and approached the rear of the battlefield silently. At this moment, the defense line of the blocking troop had been completely broken. The soldiers could only retreat in their own formations while fighting. If it were any other army, they would have long fled when faced with a situation where they had lost their unified command. However, the First Army's situation was still not optimistic. Once they lost their advantage in firepower, the price they had to pay to eliminate the spider demons, who also had long-range attacks, would increase exponentially. Not to mention, there was still the monster-like black-armored demon. With the help of the telescope, Andrea could now see the appearance of the enemy relatively clearly. Other than the strange and exaggerated armor that was covered in veins, it was also holding a huge halberd. No matter how she looked at it, it looked like a heavy-armored warrior. However, the agility displayed by the enemy far exceeded that of the charging knight. It could also change direction at any time, as if the armor and weapons on its body were weightless. To Andrea, this was also the most difficult opponent to deal with. "What's the distance now?" 1900 meters. Sylvie's tone was filled with anxiety. "How is it, can you hit it?" "No." She licked her dry lips. "I have to get closer." During this process, Andrea had already silently activated her ability several times. The overlapping silver lines in her field of vision had increased from the initial 1 or 2 lines to being everywhere. This meant that she had more than 10 ways to fire this shot, as long as the target was sufficiently cooperative. Once she pulled the trigger, the landing point would be determined. During the few seconds of flight, no one knew what the other party would do. If it was an ordinary gun, she could fire continuously and use quantity to eliminate the probability. However, the large-caliber sniper rifle in her hand had an extremely long firing interval. She could not gamble with her precious God's stone of retaliation bullets. Therefore, the safest method was to compress the flight time of the bullet as much as possible, so that the target would be stationary in the interval between firing and hitting the target, 1,500 meters. Sylvie could not help but grab the corner of her clothes. Seagull is changing direction. Be careful of tilting, Bendy reminded. At this distance, it was already possible to distinguish the glider from the large raptor with the naked eye. Although no one would pay special attention to the movements in the sky during the fierce battlefield, all the witches' hearts were in their throats. Even though they knew that the enemy could not hear the sound coming from the sky, they still slowed down their breathing. 1,300 meters. Sylvie shouted. Closer. Andrea placed her finger on the trigger. 1 second was more than enough for most targets, but her opponent was a grand lord after all. She didn't want any accidents to happen. 1,100 meters. Xavi, pay attention to the angle of the rod. I can't pull it up anymore, 900. At this moment, Andrea activated her ability. Countless silver lines almost filled his entire field of vision, finally converging into a dazzling pillar of light. At this distance, the influence of wind and gravity was almost negligible. What you see is what you get, she murmured softly, then pulled the trigger. Almost at the same time, the magic slayer also sensed the abnormality through the reaction of the First Army soldiers. He suddenly turned around, only to realize that the moment the glider above his head lit up, the Godstone of Retaliation bullet was already in front of him. No matter how agile it was too late for it to dodge at this moment. With a loud bang, a blast of air exploded in front of the magic slayer. The strong impact sent him flying, and the dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated like snow under the scorching sun. Did it work? Bendy asked anxiously. Sylvie's face was a little pale. No. I'm afraid that shot didn't hit the enemy. How could that be? Andrea clenched her teeth and patted a magic bandage on her shoulder. When I fired the shot, I saw that it didn't notice anything. For a moment, Sylvie did not know how to answer. Her ability could not penetrate the shielding of the Godstone of Retaliation, so she could not know what had happened in that instant. But she did see that when the black light of the Godstone of Retaliation bullet approached the magic slayer, the surrounding scene slightly distorted, as if there was something between the magic slayer and the bullet. Then the black light abruptly broke into several pieces, instead of piercing straight through the magic slayer's chest like before. Stop fighting. How's the target? Xavi interrupted. It's getting up, Sylvie said with difficulty. Through the eye of magic, she saw that the attack had left several obvious marks on the black armor, probably caused by the shattered Godstone of Retaliation. The most obvious damage was on the magic slayer's head. Half of the towering steeple helmet was shattered, revealing half of the magic slayer's cold face. Regardless of the cause of all this, the fact that the magic slayer could still stand was enough to prove the result. Sylvie, help me reload, Andrea shouted. We're out of Godstone of Retaliation bullets, then use the ordinary ones, she insisted. Since the magic slayer can still use his ability in this situation, it doesn't matter if it's a Godstone of Retaliation bullet. It's fine as long as we can shoot it. The sky is cloudy again, Xavi yelled. Will this guy ever stop? Sylvie pushed the half-arm-long bullet into the barrel. But he's already noticed us. If we try again, that's why I'm firing this shot, Andrea growled. If we run away like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to fly out of this cloud zone. The magic slayer stood up again and raised his halberd, his eyes glinting with a ferocious red light. The dull sound of thunder rolled across the entire valley. Reloading complete. Bendy, steady the direction. Andrea aimed at the target. The silver thread once again connected the target to the muzzle. This time, she ignored the stabbing pain in her shoulder and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Perhaps sensing danger, the magic slayer leaped to the side and swung his halberd. This time, Sylvie finally saw the true appearance of the distorted objects. They were thin and transparent, resembling cicada wings, but they were definitely not real cicada wings. Molded by magic power, they were superior to any blade and automatically spiraled around the magic slayer. Even though the bullet's landing point was empty, they still reacted. A few of them slashed at the trajectory of the bullet, while the rest formed a wall of blades around the senior demon lord. The shockwave from the explosion appeared once again and stirred up a snowy mist. The distorted golden stream of light struck down from the sky and shattered the left wing of the seagull. The glider immediately lost its balance and tumbled towards the foot of the mountain. An hour later, the shadow of the deity of gods enveloped the impassable mountain range. Following the opening of the floodgates at the bottom of the continent, a large number of red mist poured down like a waterfall and flowed through the valley towards the east and west. Silent Disaster took off his battered helmet and bathed in the comfortable and humid air. Even though there were still remnants of the humans resisting, it did not affect the overall situation. After noticing the appearance of new enemy troops, Mask fired another 3 active spears. The other party probably did not expect that there was a hidden shooting tunnel at the bottom of the deity of gods. Furthermore, a direct hit on the stone pillar was far more lethal than a projectile shot. After being crushed by the 3 thick spears, the humans found it difficult to organize an effective counterattack. Following that, the symbiotic demons tirelessly searched for the escapees before their magic power was depleted, until they were all wiped out. The group of iron birds had attempted to cover the retreat of the humans on the ground. One of the red, single-winged birds had caused him quite a bit of trouble. Not only did he fail to shoot down the target several times, he had even exhausted a lot of his magic power from the enemy's strafing. Be it speed or reaction, he far surpassed the other iron birds. But they did not seem to be suited for prolonged combat and were ultimately repelled by him and the winged beasts. Without a doubt, it was a victory for the race. Are you still alive? Mask's voice resounded in Silent Disaster's mind. It was an echo of his consciousness from the birth tower. He lowered his head and stared at the dull white robe in his palm. I said before, I will not die before the humans are wiped out. Very good, but don't forget, I, Nasapel, am the one who decides the outcome of this battle. Without the combined attack of the new symbiotic demons and the deity of gods, even if 2,000 or 3,000 primal demons were to enter, they would not be of much use in the rugged foothills. I won't deny that. He probably did not expect Silent Disaster to agree so straightforwardly as there was a momentary pause. In short, if the king asks about the Western Front, I hope you remember what you said. Also, Hacksword has nothing to do with this battle. You have seen it with your own eyes. Although he has his reasons, it is better to be clear about the merits and demerits. I agree. The other party was speechless again. I never expected you to be so reasonable. Then go to the place where the Zerg set up the rain of fire. I will let the deity of gods meet you there. You want to retrieve their weapons? That's right, Nasapel said delightedly. That is the proof of victory, and also an excellent collection for me to explore the mysteries. As they ascended the mountain, the deity of gods had already closed its sluice gates and was slowly descending. Silent Disaster had to admit that Senior Lord Mask was irreplaceable. Standing beneath the floating continent that was wider than the impassable mountain range, anyone would have the misconception that the mountain was about to collapse. But in fact, it would stop the moment it touched the ground, just like how an egg would not shatter under 1,000 tons of weight. Be it the transportation of supplies or the deployment of troops, it was an extremely easy task. Furthermore, even if the deity of gods did not touch the ground, it could use the floating platform to complete the exchange between inside and outside. And the nearly 100 meters of vertical distance was enough to make the enemy sigh, far more than the moat of the past could compare. It could be said that it was an impossible task to capture the deity of gods from the outside. Just as they were waiting for the rendezvous, Silent Disaster suddenly heard a slight sound from beneath her feet. The base had long been abandoned by the humans. Even if there were survivors, the symbiotic demons should have taken care of them. It followed the source of the sound and walked to a cave entrance. That should be a hidden fortification dug out by the other party, but it collapsed under the impact of the active spear, turning the underground tunnel into a cage. The subtle sound came from within. If they didn't do anything, whoever was trapped down there would only be death waiting for them. But Silent Disaster bent down and lifted the collapsed roof with one hand. It did not know why it was doing this. Perhaps it was because it wanted to obtain more information, or perhaps it was because it was infected by the Grey Castle people's interest. After a while, it cleared a hole that was wide enough for one person to pass through. The passageway wasn't long. After 2 turns, Silent Disaster reached the end. At the same time, she saw the source of the sound. At the end of the passageway was a relatively spacious room with an oil lamp hanging at the door. Under the dim yellow light, a human male was sitting with his back against the wall, panting heavily. There were many traces of blood on the ground. Silent Disaster noticed that only a few strands of flesh were left on the man's feet. It was likely that he had been crushed by the collapse of the roof and only managed to escape after being severed. But this person should be clear of the structure of the passageway. Even if he abandoned his feet, there was no way he could escape the hidden fortification. If that was the case, why was he struggling? Unfortunately. The male lifted his head and glanced at her. In the end, it was still the devil that came. Tell me what you know. Otherwise, death is just an extravagant wish, Silent Disaster said stiffly. Unlike Valkyries, she had spent most of her time fighting against the Sky-Sea realm ever since she gained consciousness, so she wasn't proficient in the human language. But the other party didn't seem to hear her question. I was thinking, it would be fine if it was a teammate that came, but if it was a devil, wouldn't I be a sitting duck? He smiled weakly. Coincidentally, there was some gunpowder stored here. If it was a detonator, it would be able to fulfill the final responsibility. But I never expected that it would be a big fish. I probably won't be able to get anything out of him. Silent Disaster thought expressionlessly, I'll leave him to Mask to deal with. Just as she was about to knock him out, a hemp rope slipped from the human's hand. The other end of the rope seemed to be connected to a heavy object, and after losing its restraints, it rapidly shot upwards. Only then did Silent Disaster realize that there were many pancake-like objects piled up in the corner of the dark room. A black object silently fell from the low ceiling, and below it was a metal cube. That was also where the blood stains were the most concentrated. No, the other party's struggle wasn't to escape from this place. The oil lamp hanging on the doorframe allowed him to see the intruder immediately. The rope in his hand ensured that regardless of whether he lost consciousness or was killed, the trap would be triggered. He dragged his battered body and crawled around the tiny room, all for a chance to not be a sitting duck. Silent Disaster retreated as fast as she could, the male curled his lips. Long live, humans! An extremely dazzling light blossomed from the corner, and in an instant, the dark room was illuminated as though it was daytime, accompanied by a loud boom. The caved-in area bulged up, as though a gigantic fist had smashed through it from the inside, bringing with it a large amount of rubble and snow that flew into the sky. What's going on? Mask looked at Silent Disaster, who was being carried up the deity of gods, and asked his assistant with a frown. This subordinate isn't sure, I only know that there was a sudden explosion on the mountaintop. He probably fell into the insectoid's trap. Nasapel snorted. What a sorry state. If it were any other senior lord, I'm afraid they would have long stopped breathing. At this moment, Silent Disaster looked as though he had been stepped on by horns. His shattered armor and flesh were mixed together, and the face that resembled a female human was only left with a blurry silhouette. His magic power was almost depleted. Doesn't this prove that your thoughts are correct? The assistant lowered his head. That's right. Nasapel laughed. No matter how powerful the body is, the limit is just this. On the contrary, the symbiotic body is the ideal direction of evolution. It can be replaced at any time after being damaged, and there is no limit to its growth. That is the body we should be pursuing. He no longer looked at the unconscious senior lord, and turned to walk towards the birth tower. Throw this fellow into the red mist pond to soak, there shouldn't be a need for him to take action for a period of time. Those insectoids definitely wouldn't expect that the kingdom of Wolfheart, which is easily obtainable, isn't the primary goal of the deity of gods. Swallowing all the kingdoms in one go is the fastest way to obtain the legacy shard. Pass down my orders, adjust the course, and head towards the Hermes Plateau at full speed. Bookseller's website, as expected, it was just a scam. Haxord stood in midair and gazed at the northern sea. He had been searching along the coastline of the Land of Dawn for hundreds of kilometers, not only to the end of the ridge of the continent, but also to the two sides of the ridge. As the description in the letter was vague, in order not to miss the legendary bottomless land, he had covered nearly every possible region, stopping only at the Sea of Clouds that connected to the Blackstone region. But even so, he was unable to find the isolated island mentioned in the letter. Thinking about it, there was nothing to block the sea, and in the clear blue sky, he could see everything within 1,000 kilometers. If there really was such a strange island, his race would have seen it when they marched from the Blackstone region to the Land of Dawn. Why would they wait for him to discover it? Haxord could not help but clench his fists. Darned humans, how dare they deceive the Sky Lord? What was even more unforgivable was that they actually used the name of Valkyries. It was impossible for a nightmare lord to betray his race, and the only reason why the humans were able to do so was to extract his memories. Even though he did not know when the group of witches obtained such an ability, it was obvious what happened to Valkyries. A wave of indignant anger surged into its chest. He suddenly opened the distortion door and stepped onto the sea. What bottomless land, what realm of mind is right here? It's all bullshit. Haxord roared as he traversed the vast sea, as though he wanted to vent the dissatisfaction that had been accumulating in his heart for a long time. How can the domain that belongs to God be in such an ordinary place? I should have thought of it long ago. Couldn't I have just activated the deity of gods and killed all the humans? Why did I have to take the risk to infiltrate the depths of the realm of mind? Great, a Grand Lord actually became bait for humans to manipulate, and even implicated me to be doubted by the king. How foolish. I will definitely take revenge. Sky Lord suddenly froze in place, still in his roaring state. The surface of the sea that was sparkling just a moment ago had turned hazy and unclear. Unknowingly, a white mist had appeared in the surroundings, causing visibility to drop to a radius of several meters. I barged into the mist, that's not right. Even if it's a ball of mist, I shouldn't have been completely unaware of it. Haxord took a step back, and the sea became clear again. It turned around and saw that the sea was quite a few miles away, and it could see the end of the sea line. The indignation in his heart suddenly disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was an uncontrollable chill. This place was not too far away from the Land of Dawn and the Blackstone region. In the past hundreds of years, no one had actually noticed this phenomenon. After hesitating for a while, it activated its ability again and entered the sea. But this time it was much more cautious. After passing through the door, the damp fog quickly enveloped them. Haxord lowered his altitude and slowly moved against the waves. At the same time, he raised his vigilance to the maximum. Not long after, a black shadow vaguely appeared in front of it. It was indeed an island, and judging from its silhouette, it wasn't small at all. It flew to the edge of the island and landed, its feet stepping on the grassy ground. This is the place Valkyries mentioned. Haxord surveyed its surroundings, but other than the fog, it couldn't see anything. After weighing its condition, it decided to search the island on foot. Not long ago, it had just changed its breathing tank, so it still had an ample supply of red mist. There was a supply line for the tribe on the Sea of Clouds, and there were 2 standing sentry posts at the junction of the Land of Dawn and the Blackstone region. With its ability, the possibility of an accident happening was not high. After walking for a few hundred steps, the scenery gradually changed. There were more stone tablets in the grass, and the number was increasing gradually. These things, which were clearly carved by living creatures, meant that the island wasn't a forbidden zone that no one had set foot in. Haxord inspected a few of the tablets and realized that the words on them were not one that he was familiar with. "Hello," someone suddenly said. In that instant, Skylord felt his hair stand on end. Without hesitation, he opened a distortion door and leaped into the air. At the same time, he prepared to counterattack. However, the person who spoke did not attack him from behind. It was actually a member of the same tribe. Judging from its appearance, it was at least a high-level ascendant. Its body had completely erased the roughness of a primal demon and a junior demon. It was highly evolved, and even its fingers and hair could be clearly seen. It wore a light white muslin, and its feet were bare. Its hands were behind its back, and its tone and expression were very easygoing. It did not have the sharp aura of a superior at all. "I'm the senior lord, Sky Lord." "Who are you? And when did you come to the island?" Haxord asked while maintaining a distance. "Is there a supply of red mist here?" "I'm just a guardian." It laughed softly. "As for the time I've been here, I can't remember." "Guardian?" Haxord tried to recall, but he could not find any high-level ascendant with such a title in his memory. As for it being so long that he couldn't remember, that was even more ridiculous. Before the first battle of Divine Will, the tribe had yet to set foot in the northern end of the Land of Dawn. How could it have lived alone on this isolated island? "That's right. That's why I'm not a member of your tribe." "I'm not the one who decided on this form, but you," the guardian replied softly. "I know it's hard to understand, but that's the truth. Since it wasn't a member of his tribe, it could be an enemy." Furthermore, Haxord noticed that it wasn't wearing a helmet, and there were no signs of it being connected to a breathing tank. This was equivalent to confirming its words. Therefore, Skylord's vigilance increased. "This is the bottomless land? Where's the realm of mind?" The guardian shook its head. "This is only a bridge. A key is needed to open it." "What kind of key?" It paused for a moment, as though in thought. "In your words, a complete legacy item. When the legacy shards were reunited, the path that led to the origin of magic would be revealed." Wasn't this similar to the revelation passed down by the tribe? Haxord immediately felt his heart jolt. He could already tell that this fellow couldn't speak properly. It had to fabricate strange titles to show that it was different from Mask. Be it a bridge or a path, there was a high chance that they were referring to the same thing. Haxord felt that his brain had never operated at such a high speed before. "Can you bring me to see that bridge?" The guardian hesitated for a moment and looked towards the north. "That's possible, but you have to be quick. There's not much time left." After following it for a few minutes, a gigantic pit appeared in front of Haxord. "This is the bridge?" It was taken aback. "Yes. Not everyone can cross this bridge. You don't have the key, so you can't see its existence." "What bridge and path?" The tribe's description isn't any better. This was clearly a sinkhole, but when he thought of the rumors of the bottomless land, it was rather apartment. Then, is the realm of mind at the bottom of the pit? Haxord had absolutely no interest in jumping down to investigate. Since it was said to be bottomless, who knew if he could fly out again? But this did not mean that he had to verify it. He took out a 5-colored magic stone from his armor. According to the underground civilization's research, this item could reflect the relationship between an awakened and the origin of magic. If the bottomless land was really the place where all things were born and ended, then it was impossible for there to be no activity at all. Haxord held his breath and placed the magic stone in front of his eyes. Following that, he saw an extremely dazzling pillar of light. No. To be precise, there were countless of them. They gathered from all directions and finally gathered here, looking like a tree of light that blotted out the sky and the sun. The pillars of light that were evenly scattered around the world formed its crown and branches, and the part that gathered together and shot straight into the bottom of the pit was its trunk. As it was too bright, the trunk's color was almost incandescent. It was almost impossible to look at it directly. Even though he knew nothing about the meaning of the pillars of light, he could feel the shock that came from the depths of his heart. That letter was real. Valkyries was right. The bottom of the pit was the origin of magic that they had been searching for. An extremely complicated feeling surged into Haxord's heart, and it even caused him to be at a loss for a moment. Since some things were real, then some things were naturally fake. For example, the upgrade of the race. In the Book of Revelation, the origin of magic was high above and belonged to the domain of God. No matter how one looked at it, it hinted that it was one with the bloody moon. Races that did not obtain all the inheritances were not qualified to touch that domain. Thus, the sky held a sacred meaning to the race, and the floating mobile city was named the deity of gods. But now, the origin of magic was not that different. It was located on an island with concealment abilities, at the same height as all the other races, or even lower. Similarly, arriving at this place wouldn't bring him any additional benefits. Haxord didn't feel the surging mana, nor did he notice the new changes in his body. If he removed the 5-colored magic stone, this place would just be an ordinary pit. It wouldn't be able to be described as powerful or holy. Welcoming the upgrade of the race in the pit, even if it was a scam, shouldn't they at least disguise it? If everything was as Edith said, then wouldn't the hard work of the race over the past 1,000 years become a joke? Skylord? The Guardian's voice interrupted his thoughts. That's right, there was still a monster that claimed to have been stationed here for thousands of years and could easily disguise as a high-ranking race. From its performance, it was very likely that it knew something about the battle of divine will. After all, the battle for the inheritance was an endless cycle, and it was very likely that it had seen more than one race that had obtained the upgrade key. Perhaps it was even further. All the rumors and revelations regarding the battle of divine will originated from here. Haxord did not expect the Guardian to be honest. He decided to strike first. 2 distortion doors flashed past the Guardian's body and severed its arms from the shoulders, followed by its legs. Before the Guardian could react, it had already lost all 4 limbs. Its expression froze in shock and confusion, then it powerlessly fell to the ground. Haxord had secretly used the 5-colored magic stone to confirm that there was no obvious pillar of light above the Watcher's head, which meant that it was not outstanding in terms of magic power. As long as he cut off its limbs, the threat it posed would be very limited. Even so, Skylord remained in midair to observe for a moment. After confirming that the other party could do nothing other than moaning in pain, he returned to the ground and grabbed the Guardian, who was lying in a pool of blood. At this moment, its white veil had been dyed blue by blood, and it was no longer as gentle and elegant as before. You'd better answer my question truthfully. That way, I might still be able to save your life, Haxord threatened. What's the final outcome of upgrading? Does God really exist? Why would it set up such a scam? My patience is limited. Tell me everything you know now. Surprisingly, the Guardian's face did not reveal any emotions of fear or hatred. It panted slightly. Why, did you do this? Those ruins buried underground were left behind by the competitors of a certain battle of divine will, right? Now, my race is about to follow in the same footsteps and become a speck of dust. You actually dare to ask me why? Fighting and dying like beasts, could it be that this world only exists to please the gods? After growling, Haxord suddenly froze. The Guardian stared at him, and a hint of sorrow appeared in its eyes. I see. You are not lost, but came prepared. Unfortunately, compared to fading away without knowing anything, sometimes knowing the answer is more despairing, especially when you are powerless to change it. This world indeed has many shortcomings, but to you, it is already the best cradle. Cradle? Skylord never expected to hear such a term from the other party. The Guardian's aura grew weaker. It lifted its blood-soaked shoulder, as though it wanted to touch Haxord's cheek. You are all God's children, why would it treat you as props to please itself? Now is the time to leave. Leave quickly. Before obtaining the key, do not ever return to this island. You have not answered my question. But before Haxord could finish speaking, the Guardian's figure suddenly began to fade, as though it no longer had the strength to support its current form. In a short span of a few breaths, it disappeared without a trace. And with it, the stone tablets also disappeared. Soon, all that was left was lush green grass and an endless pit. Everything that had just happened was like an illusion. But the traces of blood on Haxord's hand told him that the female, higher ascendant had indeed existed. What made him even more puzzled was that the other party was clearly in disguise, but when she really disappeared, it made him feel a sense of loss. Haxord shook its head, suppressing the surging thoughts to the bottom of its heart. At the very least, it had confirmed one point. Valkyries was still alive, and was closer to the truth of the battle of divine will than anyone else. The next thing to do was to find a stable channel to communicate with the Nightmare Lord. It had too many questions to ask her. Haxord stood up, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. What exactly happened? It lowered its head and saw a diamond-shaped hole in its armor, and a sharp bone claw gradually revealed itself. This was the Xianxia realm's blade. They were almost transparent when they moved, and were extremely stealthy. Only magic perception could detect their existence. Damn it. While I was distracted, the Xianxia realm actually infiltrated this island, Hacksword felt its strength rapidly depleting. It had been careless. It had focused all its attention on the Guardian, and the latter's unexpected reply had distracted its vigilance. As a result, it had failed to detect the enemy hidden in the thick fog. But what it did not understand was that in the past, such an enemy would never have been able to break through the barrier of a higher ascendant, much less pierce through the armor on its body. The blade was just a claw used by the Nestai to hunt. Apart from being stealthy, it was practically useless. When did it become a threat to a senior lord? The stinging pain from the wound quickly turned into a burning sensation. Clearly, apart from being sharp, the claw was tainted with some sort of poison. Hacksword slowly turned his head and saw a huge monster standing behind him. Apart from its side-shaped bone claw and its abdomen, which was used to hold prey tightly, it was difficult to associate it with the blade of the past. In the mist in the distance, there were many similar black shadows crawling toward them. So this was what the Guardian meant when he said that there wasn't much time left. Hacksword's vision began to blur, and at that moment, the blade that pierced through him opened its bloody mouth and bit down. On the other side, Silent Disaster suddenly opened his eyes. After connecting to her consciousness, the pain that spread throughout her body followed. But for Silent Disaster, this was something that she had long gotten used to. Fighting against the enemies that swarmed at her like a tidal wave on the battlefield, and then waking up in the red mist pond was how she had always lived. Every time she approached her limits, she would become stronger. As for the price of pain, it was nothing. But this time, it was different. She stared blankly at the tumbling red mist in front of her, her mind constantly recalling the feeling she had when she woke up. Was it an illusion? Just now, there was a ripple in the realm of mind. If not for the fact that she happened to be at the bottom of the birth tower and was in a half-awake state, it would have been difficult for her to sense the minute change. Similar ripples were rare, and the last time it was triggered was by the genius general of the race, Osruk. That meant the fall of a senior lord. What exactly happened in the north? Was her perception wrong, or was the ripple purely a coincidence? No, she had to confirm it with Nasapel. At the same time, she had to ask him how long she had been unconscious, as well as the situation on the Western Front. Silent Disaster endured the pain and crawled out of the red mist pond. When she passed by Valkyrie's, she slowed down. Even though Sky Lord believed that it would be equally safe to place the Nightmare Lord's body in Sky City, she insisted on bringing it to the deity of gods. There were indeed safety considerations in this, but it was more for another reason. This way, as long as she was not on the battlefield, she could always be by her side. "Don't worry, I will bring his head to you," Silent Disaster said softly. She had already deeply engraved the appearance of the human male that appeared in the divine domain. This person was undoubtedly the culprit that caused the Nightmare Lord to be lost in the realm of mind. Only by killing this person with her own hands could Valkyries obtain true peace. In the experimental field, Silent Disaster found fake Nasapel. "You recovered rather quickly," Nasapel said in amazement. "This recovery speed is rare even among senior lords. Sometimes, I'm really curious, what kind of monster can be created by fusing you with the symbiotic demons?" Silent Disaster couldn't be bothered with such nonsense. "How long did I stay in the red mist pond?" "In less than a week, the deity of gods has already entered the borders of the Kingdom of Dawn. You didn't see how the lowlifes are fleeing in panic. All I did was throw a few activated spears and it caused their city to collapse." Nasapel let out a sinister laugh. "Flames, trampling, screaming, panic. This is what worms should be like. Has Hacksword contacted you recently? Didn't it say that it would personally inspect the Sea of Clouds path to improve the transportation efficiency of the ridge of the continent? I don't think it will report to me voluntarily." Mask shook his towering head and said, "To be honest, that's what he should be doing. The position of Western Commander doesn't suit him at all. The king did not wish for the strength of the main battlefield to be greatly reduced, so he let Sky Lord be in charge of the Western Front. In the end, isn't it still up to me, Nasapel, to clean up the mess?" Silent Disaster's heart sank slightly. In less than a week, in addition to the days before she fell unconscious, it was more than 2 weeks. Even if the ridge of the continent was rather far, to Hacksword, such a long period of time was enough for him to traverse the ridge 2 or 3 times. His combat strength wasn't outstanding, and in the recent half a year, many sentries had observed signs of the increase in demonic beasts in the sea. It wasn't impossible for the Sky-Sea realm to attack the connection point between the two continents from the rear. Could it be, follow me to the birth tower? Silent Disaster no longer hesitated. I want to meet the king. She had yet to recover from her injuries and needed to borrow the power of the controller of the deity of gods to connect with the king's consciousness at this distance. At this moment, Nausicaa also noticed something amiss. What happened? There's a ripple in the realm of mind, Silent Disaster said straightforwardly. You know I'm not good at such illusory things. That's why I need to contact the king. If it wasn't an illusion, the king definitely knows the meaning of the ripple better than I do, Silent Disaster replied. At the top of the birth tower, Nausicaa placed his palm on the tower and concentrated on condensing magic power. Senior lords all had different talents. There were outstanding ones like Valkyries who could infiltrate into the depths of the realm of mind alone, as well as those like Mask who were nearly blind and slow. Without the help of the birth tower, it was nearly impossible for them to communicate with the realm of mind. Silent Disaster waited patiently for a while, but ultimately did not hear a reply. What's going on? She could not help but frown. Is he not done yet? If it wasn't for the anxiety hidden in its heart, it wouldn't have asked so many questions. But Nausicaa turned around and said in a tone of extreme surprise. Nothing, what's nothing? The presiding Holy See, I can't find any traces of the king. Silent Disaster could not help but be stunned. The king was the core of the entire race, and the presiding Holy See was equivalent to a lighthouse in the vast sea. Now that the beacon had disappeared, it meant that they had temporarily lost the ability to communicate with the Blackstone region. Of course, it was impossible for the king to perish, otherwise, the strong ripples that were stirred up would have been felt by all the demon owners. The only question was, what unforeseen event happened that caused the king to shut down the realm of mind? Clearly, before the presiding Holy See reappeared, she had no way of knowing the answer. Kingdom of Dawn, City of Glow Castle. That's the deity of gods. Roland stood at the top of the castle and looked at the slowly moving shadow in the horizon. Even though he had already expected it, he still felt a heartfelt shock when he saw it for the first time. It was not a special effect from a movie screen, but something that truly existed, a floating island that could accommodate Neverwinter and Longsong. It was a perfect example of big being good. Just looking at it from afar was enough to make one's emotions swell. If the surface of the black rock layer was covered with steel frames and steam pipes, it would be a dream creation. It was no wonder that the demon's higher-ups were so confident in it. Nightingale leaned closer to him with a look of high vigilance. Don't worry, Roland said helplessly. You won't encounter any danger if you just watch from afar. An unfamiliar territory in itself means danger, Nightingale said unhappily. I can check every stranger that enters and exits Neverwinter Castle, but I can't search all the nobles in the Kingdom of Dawn. Why did you insist on coming to the front lines? Because the development of the situation no longer allows me to stay in the stable western region. Roland shook his head. The First Army's first defeat, the deity of gods suddenly turning towards the Hermes Plateau, and the neighboring countries erupting into a plague of panic, all of these news made him determined. Be it boosting the morale of the First Army or stabilizing the confidence of the allies of the Kingdom of Dawn, he needed to step forward. In any era or civilization, this action was the most direct and effective method of encouragement. He then looked at Horford Quinn. Your officials and ministers should have all arrived, right? They are waiting in the conference hall. Very good, let us discuss what to do next. As you wish, Your Majesty. The King of Dawn placed his hand on his chest calmly. The conference hall of the Kingdom of Dawn's capital was much larger than Neverwinter's, and even with 100 people seated, it did not feel cramped. Separated by the long table, the participants were split into two distinct factions. On one side were the higher-ups of Grey Castle led by Roland, and on the other side were the nobles and the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce. Compared to the composed and calm Grey Castle members who were quietly waiting for the conference to begin, the latter were obviously restless. Many looked anxious and whispered to each other from time to time. The whispers never stopped. It was obvious that the appearance of the deity of gods had a huge impact on them. If they could not stop the spread of fear, the neighboring country's order could collapse at any time. Roland knew that he had to stabilize the confidence of his allies before that happened. According to the administrative office's report, ever since Horford became the new king of the Kingdom of Dawn, the trade between both sides had reached new heights. Currently, nearly 20% of the iron, copper, aluminum, and other raw materials and crude products that were shipped into Neverwinter came from neighboring countries. Leather, fabrics, cured meat, milk cheese, and other daily necessities accounted for more than half of the trade. Although he had put in a lot of effort in this area, without the support of the Kingdom of Dawn, it was impossible for Neverwinter to maintain the steady increase in the standard of living of the people despite the abnormal increase in population. Just this point alone made it impossible for him to abandon the Kingdom of Dawn. Furthermore, there was still the Quinn family that performed impeccably during the alliance. Roland did not know if there would be another supporter after Horford Quinn, but it was unlikely that there would be another person like Andrea Quinn who could perfectly link both sides. He quietly sized up every noble on his left until their whispers gradually died down. Only then did he speak. Since the outbreak of the war, I have often heard about your contributions in the reports, so I will say here first. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone could not help but reveal looks of shock. But to Roland, those words were not empty words. It was impossible for the First Army alone to operate the main road from north to south so quickly. The numerous horse carriages and porters on the road played a crucial role. In this era, most of the nobles left in a single wave and were used to plundering in place of supplies. Thus, very few understood the importance of logistics, and it was difficult for them to realize their contributions to the war. With regards to the Battle of Divine Will, I believe everyone understands it very well. Just as I have emphasized, the losing side will be completely annihilated, and there is no possibility of surrender. Therefore, other than resisting to the end, there is no other path. As early as 4 to 5 years ago, I have been preparing for this war. But Grey Castle isn't the only human kingdom. It requires everyone alive to participate, and only then can we win the battle of destiny. I am very happy to see that all of you have become a part of the resistance. Roland nodded to Berev, who opened a thick notebook and read aloud. It was a portion of the logistics records of the First Army. And of Roland of Dawn. He did not intend to persuade these nobles in a lyrical way. Words like defending the country and sacrificing themselves for mankind would not move them at all. Furthermore, the more accurate the description, the more convincing it was. First, he wanted these nobles to understand that even if they did not have to go to the front line, they could still make important contributions to the war. Second, these achievements would be recorded in black and white, and they could be exchanged for corresponding rewards after the war. In the end, all the nobles who were passively resisting or vainly attempting to betray the humans would receive the harshest punishment. At this crucial moment, Roland no longer had the energy to allow them to make their own choices. Horford nodded in agreement. The King of Grey Castle could be said to have grasped the main point right from the start. Pulling the nobles who did not belong to the army into this event that would definitely be recorded in the annals of history and passed down for thousands of years would undoubtedly increase their sense of participation. It should be known that connecting family history to history was one of the goals that nobles pursued. Not to mention, with Roland's explanation, the risks and rewards seemed to be about the same. At the very least, he wouldn't be treated like an abandoned pawn. The distribution of benefits had always been a difficult problem for those in power. Several retainers' families had more than once suggested to him that there was no need to follow Roland Wimbledon's instructions to this extent and that he should behave more like the king of the Kingdom of Dawn, but he always laughed it off. Although the King of Grey Castle, who manufactured cannons, biplanes, and steel ships, was worthy of respect, that was not the only reason why he valued him so much. The real benefits that his family had obtained were the reason why he was determined to be loyal. In the trade between the Kingdom of Dawn and Grey Castle, the King of Grey Castle did not use his powerful strength or his relationship with his daughter Andrea to take advantage of the trade. On the contrary, he paid the Kingdom of Dawn according to the actual price, and sometimes even gave up a part of the profits, so that everyone involved in the trade could benefit greatly, which was more important than strength. Andrea must have also seen this point, which was why she made such a suggestion to him. Compared to the two, his other son, Horn, was far too inferior. His Majesty, the premise of all this is that the humans can win in the end. After Barav finished his speech, someone stood up and asked, "The question is, can Grey Castle really defeat the demons?" "I heard that." He hesitated for a moment. "Your army seems to have suffered a defeat in the kingdom of Wolfheart." "That's right. We all know how powerful the First Army is," another person echoed worriedly. "But this floating island is really too terrifying. Once it comes crashing down, we won't even have time to escape." Roland picked up his teacup and slowly took a sip of black tea. He knew that the results of the battle in the impassable mountain range would spread sooner or later. After all, among the people who carried out the follow-up search and rescue, there were many people who were familiar with the terrain in the kingdom of Wolfheart. In this battle, more than 1,000 soldiers lost contact with each other. Not only the artillery unit, but even the reserve team responsible for providing support also suffered heavy losses. On the other hand, the Air Knight lost more than 40 planes in the high-intensity battle. Half of them were shot down by the enemy, while the other half were destroyed due to mechanical malfunctions and accidents. This was also the reason why Tilly had no choice but to postpone the operation. Fortunately, although the Seagull was struck by divine will, both Bendy and Shavi were experts in controlling the situation. In addition, Lightning and Maggie stood guard nearby, allowing them to quickly rescue all the witches on the plane after the forced landing. Honestly speaking, when Roland first saw the report, his heart was in his throat. From the number of troops lost, this was the battle with the highest number of casualties. However, he agreed with the General Staff's actions. Valkyries only understood the principles behind the deity of gods, but did not know the details of the symbiotic demons carried on board. If they did not fight, they would never be able to understand the enemy's details. "This failure is due to our lack of understanding of the floating island," Roland answered honestly. "It looks huge, magnificent, and invulnerable, but that is not the case." "Edith, you will explain to everyone." "Yes." The Pearl of the Northern region pinned the detailed drawings of the deity of gods on the wall and explained in detail. According to the First Army's observations, it is roughly circular in shape, with a diameter of 50 to 60 kilometers, comparable to the impassable mountain range. The upper part and the vertebrae can fire giant stone spears, with a range of at least 15 kilometers. This is the key weapon that caught the First Army off guard. But at the same time, it also means that once they leave this distance, it will just be a floating island in the sky. We can use this point to formulate a plan and restrain the enemy. Fear was always accompanied by the unknown. People would be afraid of emotional experiences and vague descriptions, but they would not be afraid of a bunch of numbers. Rather than painstakingly concealing their failure or using empty words to deceive everyone, it was better to reveal the information that the First Army had paid a huge price to obtain, so as to eliminate the fear on a rational level. That is all the details of the demon's floating island. Edith placed her hand on her chest and said to Roland. Roland then looked at the noble from the Kingdom of Dawn who had raised the question. "Lastly, I will add one more point. Avoiding the attack range of the stone pillars is only a temporary measure. Completely destroying this floating fortress in the sky is the army's ultimate goal." The noble swallowed his saliva. "That's a mountain that is upside down. It's not that humans don't have the ability to do so, it's just that you have yet to realize it. Just like before the airplane was manufactured, no one believed that they could fly in the blue sky like a bird." Roland laughed. "This point, I will let you witness with your own eyes." The nobles who could enter the castle's conference hall were basically supporters of the three major families in the city of Glow. Many of them had participated in the construction of the North-South Artery and relied on the introduction of steam engines and the production of calcined cement to make a fortune. Most of them had been to Thorntown and witnessed the Air Knights training at close range. Hearing the confidence of the King of Grey Castle, the anxiety on everyone's faces finally dissipated. In any case, such an open and honest meeting that only discussed data and details was a rare experience for the nobles of the Kingdom of Dawn. Compared to flattery or empty words of comfort, accurate discussions were naturally more persuasive. "Then, what do we need to do?" someone asked. "Maintain the status quo," Roland said bluntly. "A stable Kingdom of Dawn is the greatest help to the war. But now that panic has begun to spread, if we take any forceful measures, I'm afraid it will only have the opposite effect on the refugees. That's because the demons used the red mist to invade the border territories, and this situation will not continue to worsen, Roland consoled. Grey Castle will also do its best to assist you in stabilizing the situation. Territories that are threatened by the demons will also be exempted from paying tribute and will be given subsidies according to the situation. Horford added in a timely manner. Everyone, this is a war that concerns the fate of everyone. No one can stay out of it. I, Horford Quinn, hereby swear in the name of my ancestors that regardless of the outcome, I will not take a step out of the City of Glow. If the Kingdom of Dawn is destroyed by the demons, then this castle will be my grave. After receiving the guarantee, the nobles who were slightly relieved left the hall and quickly entered the second part of the meeting. Apart from the King of Dawn, the rest were the upper echelons of Grey Castle. Your Majesty, regarding the previous battle, I am willing to take full responsibility. Iron Axe and Edith stood up at the same time and looked at each other in surprise. No one can predict what kind of offensive methods the deity of gods possesses. Roland shook his head. Don't tell me that when you first formulated the plan, you never considered the possibility of the reserve team being attacked or even destroyed. The two could only choose to remain silent. A small team would be probing the enemy, while the other teams would act according to the situation. This was considered a common tactic when formulating a strategy. However, it would be foolish to think that losses would only occur to the probing team. He believed that the general staff would not make such a low-level mistake. In other words, the moment you decided to implement the plan, you tacitly agreed that the significance of the plan was greater than the risk that these two troops had to take. Otherwise, this proposal would not have been approved in the first place. Don't worry, I won't use the number of casualties to measure your merits and faults, even if it was indeed the First Army's greatest loss in battle. Your Majesty, but don't forget, Roland said with a serious tone, these soldiers also have their own families. Don't treat their sacrifice as a number on a piece of paper. I hope you will keep this in mind every time you come up with a plan. Yes, Your Majesty, Iron Axe and Edith said in unison. Then let's talk about your views on the upcoming war. Yes. The Pearl of the Northern region changed to a new map. After analysis, the General Staff believes that there are two most likely places for the floating fortress to turn around. One is the border of the Cage Mountain, and the other is the Hermes Plateau. The former can ensure the capture of the Kingdom of Wolfheart and threaten the Kingdom of Dawn at the same time, while the latter can allow the Red Mist to invade all four countries at the same time, turning the impassable mountain range into a passage connecting to the ridge of the continent. But now that it has crossed the border of the Kingdom of Dawn, according to its trajectory, it is very likely that it is heading for the Hermes Plateau. Roland nodded. How's the evacuation going over there? Very smoothly, Agatha replied. Isabella is now the true leader of the church. Their actions are far more efficient than the ordinary people. It is estimated that they will be able to evacuate the old and new cities in 2 to 3 days. That's good. Before your glory of the sun is completed, we are powerless to stop the advance of the floating fortress, Edith continued. Once it occupies the Hermes Plateau, the red mist is likely to spread to the front line of Silver City, and the entire Kingdom of Dawn will be engulfed. If we lose the support of the witches, we will definitely fall into an extremely passive situation. It has still come to this. Roland sighed inwardly. After all, erecting an obelisk in the holy city of Tequila was already a huge threat to the human kingdoms, not to mention directly stabbing it in the face. Of course, the obelisk in Tequila could directly invade Neverwinter, while the obelisk in the Hermes Plateau could only cover Silver City. That was the biggest difference. Once the only industrial area was invaded by the red mist, the consequences would be unthinkable. The rapid increase in strength of Grey Castle was inseparable from the witches. In Neverwinter, the sleeping spell was already involved in many aspects of the city's development, such as removing parasites from ships, alleviating workers' fatigue, assisting in precision processing, planting coral reefs to expand the shoal area, and so on. Although core industries such as steelmaking did not require witches to maintain, the overall efficiency was unavoidable. Fortunately, be it the steam engine, internal combustion engine, or the Rubik's Cube, all of them could operate normally in the red mist, giving the humans their greatest trump card. It seems like before the deity of gods is destroyed, we will have to fight the enemy in the red mist for a period of time. His gaze swept across everyone. In addition, I came here with a piece of good news. Glory of the Sun has already completed its final design, and a new round of theoretical tests will soon begin. If it succeeds, this aerial fortress will not last until the day the red mist engulfs the Kingdom of Dawn. Everyone immediately revealed looks of joy. Is that true? That's great. Roland revealed a trace of a smile. Then, how exactly should we complete this decisive blow? We can now put it on the agenda. After an entire afternoon of discussion, the general plan was basically confirmed. Due to the uniqueness of the deity of gods, the First Army did not have many choices. They could either set up a detonation device in advance and destroy the core from the Red Mist's exit, or drop it from the sky and destroy the obelisk in one go. Other than that, the other methods were extremely limited in terms of damage to the deity of gods. The advantage of the former was that it was easy to implement and did not require the precondition of a bomber, but the effects were difficult to guarantee. Hermes Plateau was rather vast, and no one knew where the deity of gods would ultimately stop. Once it deviated from the Red Mist's exit, the effects of the explosion would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, it was still a question whether the glory of the sun could turn the Red Mist waterfall into a high-temperature pillar of fire. The further the floating island was from the surface, the higher the uncertainty. Furthermore, Lucia could only extract so much pure uranium, so the plan was ultimately rejected. The airdrop still faced difficulties in terms of technology and implementation. But as long as it succeeded, the bomb would detonate near the Red Mist Lake, which would ensure the greatest extent of its power. Since that's the case, let's formulate a plan based on this conclusion. Roland slammed his hand on the table. In addition, the air raid rehearsal and the prototype bomb test will be carried out at the same time. The debt we lost to the demons should be repaid by the demons. As you wish, Your Majesty. Everyone bowed in unison. For most people, this night was a rare moment for them to relax. Although the demons' floating city was still moving towards Hermes day and night, at least the king of the Kingdom of Dawn could not see it. Being far away from the front line gave them a short period of peace, especially when they would have to rush to the battlefield again the next day and go their separate ways. This peace was even more precious. When Andrea walked into the courtyard of the family mansion, Horford Quinn was already waiting for her at the door. Welcome home, daughter. Andrea nodded slightly. This was the first time she had returned to the family mansion after a year. She did not barge in but was welcomed by the servants. To be honest, she would have preferred to spend this time by Tilly's side. However, when she received his invitation, she felt a little touched and finally agreed to it. He could have told her this directly after the meeting. Perhaps, he was also afraid that she would refuse. But when they met face to face, she did not know what to say. After all, this was different from the last time they met. At that time, she came with a mission, but now it was just a slightly unfamiliar reunion. What do you want to talk to me about? Andrea asked as they walked along the corridor. A lot, such as what you experienced at the front line, your companions, and Mr. Roland Wimbledon. That's just a fool, there's nothing to talk about, Andrea replied casually, and then realized that it was inappropriate. I mean, I can see that he's a tolerant king. Horford smiled. Don't worry, I know you're not used to it. If it's just the two of us talking, I'm afraid it'll be a very difficult night, so I've made some preparations. Preparations? You'll understand when you get in. He stopped at the door of the main hall. Andrea opened the door doubtfully. Before she could see the situation in the room, a figure rushed towards her. I missed you so much, Sister Quinn. So that's why, she was a little amused as she opened her arms and allowed him to hug her. It was Belinda Luashi. There were two other people at the long table, Otto Luashi and Oro Tokat. The latter two also seemed rather excited, and Otto even seemed to be at a loss. This scene instantly made Andrea feel as if she had returned to more than 10 years ago, when she had yet to awaken as a witch. Belinda's incessant chatter and Oro's enthusiasm quickly dispelled the initial awkwardness. Father, who almost never laughed and chatted with his juniors, also sat down with them. He really put in a lot of effort just to chat with me. Andrea suddenly realized that the little bit of hatred in her heart was almost gone. By the way, we'll go to Neverwinter after the war. We'll see each other often then. Belinda winked at her. Andrea raised her eyebrows in surprise. You mean, the three of us, of course. Yes, yes. Aro nodded vigorously. Wait a minute. Otto and Oro are the family heirs, right? Will the two old earls of your family agree to leave the territory for a long time? Andrea looked at Otto suspiciously. Could it be that this guy was secretly instigating them? Wouldn't that be too irresponsible? No, it's not what you think, Otto hurriedly waved his hands and stammered. Although I hope so, that's only part of the reason. Anyway, let me explain it to you. Belinda patted her brother's shoulder sympathetically and then said to Andrea, you rarely stay in the Kingdom of Dawn, so you don't know the recent changes. Nowadays, among the nobles in the big cities, especially in the city of Glow, there's a saying that if a family knows nothing about natural science, then it's doomed to decline. Natural science? Could it be? That's right. Belinda nodded with a smile. At first, it was indeed the natural science theoretical basis published in Neverwinter, but now it's divided into many subjects. Some people call it the New Sage theory, while others think that alchemy and astrology are only part of it. But no matter what, there's indeed such a trend among the nobles. As long as it's a natural science book from Neverwinter, merchants will buy it at a high price. Father was also affected, so when we brought up this idea, he didn't object too much. After all, self-study is not as good as professional guidance. She continued, moreover, several families have already taken the lead, and Father probably doesn't want the Luashi family to fall behind. So this is not an irresponsible way to do it. In my father's words, he can still hold on for a few more years. They're just stimulated by airplanes and steel ships. Aro shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, I'm all for it if they can let me travel. That's what I wanted to say. Otto took a breath and said, also, we're planning to hold a reading club. What's that? Andrea asked curiously. There's so much to learn about natural science, and it's not enough for just the three of us. Belinda spread out her hands and said, so we want to select some merchants and civilians with good qualifications and give them a chance to learn about natural science. If they perform well, they'll be accepted into the family. This is killing two birds with one stone. What do you think? Andrea didn't know how to answer for a moment. She suddenly realized that whether it was her father or the others, they were all changing. Witches, who were regarded as taboo in the past, and the evil kingdom of Grey Castle, which protected witches and removed the feudal power of the nobles, would never be a model that the upper class of the Kingdom of Dawn would be willing to follow. Also, it was against tradition to accept ordinary people into the family. But now, these once clear boundaries had begun to blur. She couldn't help but look at her father, Horford Quinn. Without a doubt, he must have played a part in this. He was indeed working hard to make up for his mistakes. What had happened could never be erased, but the subsequent changes could at least prevent it from repeating. Is this what you want to express, Father? In the next few days, Grey Castle and the Kingdom of Dawn launched a joint operation. The nobles set up nearly 100 reception points on the main roads in the northwest to provide food and shelter for the panicking refugees. The medical team of the First Army, under the protection of the gods' punishment witches, treated the sick and wounded. Gentle and pleasant songs often rang out in the places where the refugees were the most concentrated. Even the most agitated people would quickly calm down when they heard such a voice. The Church of Hermes also launched a tour under the leadership of the new Pope Isabella to comfort the refugees who were forced to evacuate their homes. Even after all the turmoil, the Church still had a certain influence among the people. For them, apart from the people of Grey Castle, only the Church that served God had the ability to fight against the demons. With the efforts of many parties, the panic was finally brought under control before it caused irreversible damage. Although the refugees could not return to their original towns for a period of time, the places that had not been affected were finally stabilized. The First Army's air raid rehearsal was also ready at this moment. Early in the morning, a ray of light appeared in the hazy sky. Most of the people were still asleep, but in the newly opened landing field on the outskirts of the city of Glow, the garrison and ground crew had been busy for a long time. They rushed to both ends of the runway in the chilly spring wind, and their inner liners were already soaked with sweat. Planes were being towed out of the warehouse to the end of the runway. The final loading, and inspection work had also come to an end. In the barracks next to the landing field, Tilly gathered all the experienced Air Knight pilots together. After a few rounds of enrollment and the teaching method of letting the old teach the new, there were now more than 100 people who could go to the battlefield, and the number of students who were undergoing intensive training had doubled. At this point, the new army that was independent of the ground forces was beginning to take shape. In the previous battle in the impassable mountain range, although many planes were lost, the chances of the pilots surviving were not low. Compared to the infantry, which was difficult to shake off the demon's pursuit, the fire of heaven could rely on gliding to quickly leave the battlefield even if it lost its combat ability. Therefore, regardless of whether it was shot down by the enemy or crashed due to mechanical failure, as long as it was not too bad luck, the experienced pilots would basically be able to hold on until they reached a suitable landing area. Of course, this was also related to the biplane's low speed and natural ability to lift. The demon's spears lacked the ability to kill in one hit. These factors allowed the entire team to mature at an extremely fast speed. You should know the details of this mission very well. Tilly crossed her arms and slowly walked to the front of the team. Like the soldiers who were about to go to war, she was also wearing a thick windproof combat suit. Her long gray hair was tied up behind her head and matched with a blue sash. She looked neat and spirited. Break through the enemy's defensive line and throw the bombs into the hinterland of the floating fortress, just like what we did during the training a few days ago. But this time you will not be flying over the outskirts of the city of Glow, but above the enemy's fortress. The ones intercepting you will not be the academy students, but the devil beasts and senior demons. Your Highness. Someone in the team suddenly raised his hand. Speak. Isn't that simpler? The person who spoke was good, and his words caused a burst of low laughter. Tilly also raised the corner of her mouth. She didn't object to this kind of arrogant conversation. On the contrary, on the eve of the battle, the high-spirited fighting spirit helped everyone to ease the tension. Moreover, Good had already killed 12 devil beasts, so it was not too arrogant of him to say that. It seems so, but the senior demon behind the devil beasts is still not to be underestimated. I hope you can come back alive to prove this point. At this point, Tilly changed the topic. Also, I must emphasize that the floating island is extremely large. Breaking into the central region means that the surrounding area is the territory of the demons. You can imagine the consequences of landing there. Therefore, we should try our best to avoid any accidents during this operation. I want you to temporarily put aside the idea of gambling on the chance of being stabbed by a demon in exchange for killing the enemy. Understand? Yes, Your Highness. Very good, then next is the team arrangement. The people assigned to the Wrath of Heaven will be responsible for dropping bombs for this mission. With that said, all the Free Knight pricked up their ears. The Wrath of Heaven was the first modified version of the Fire of Heaven. Its body was more compact, and the cockpit had an additional glass cover. Not only was its appearance more beautiful than the Fire of Heaven, its performance was also greatly improved. The most crucial changes came from the new star-shaped engine and the external weapon system. The former was considered an inferior version of the Phoenix's engine, and its power was limited to a relatively low level. It was also not equipped with a pressurization system, so as to meet the production standards of the assembly line. The latter could be decided based on the mission, and could include autocannons and bombs. And the first batch of 10 Wrath of Heaven had already been transported here by ship. They were the core of the air raid rehearsal, and whoever could pilot the new planes would undoubtedly be recognized by the Princess Royal. Tilly deliberately paused for a moment before taking out a name list. According to the plan, these 10 planes will be split into 2 teams, and will be protected by the corresponding escorts. The leader of the first team will be Good. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone cast envious gazes at him. As the aerial knight member with the best results, his selection was without a doubt. The leader of the second team will be Manfeld. The latter was slightly taken aback, and only reacted after a while. Your Highness, you chose me? Is there a second Manfeld here? Tilly raised her eyebrows. Yes, yes. Your subordinate obeys. Manfeld was overjoyed as he replied. This also caused a wave of hushed whispers in the team. Compared to the other experienced aerial knight members, his battle record could be counted on one's fingers, and he was purely a rookie. In the previous battle at the impassable mountain range, his battle results were not outstanding, and he was only able to shoot down a plane. Even though he performed well during training, his performance as a team leader had exceeded everyone's expectations. However, Tilly knew that this rookie was extremely talented, and this was not only reflected in his piloting, but also in intense battles. In terms of flying skills, Manfeld Castian could be ranked in the top 10 of the team, but in terms of battle sense, he far surpassed the rest. In the aerial battle at the impassable mountain range, she was the only one who noticed that Manfeld's plane had been roaming around the weakest position of the team, and he had chased away enemy troops that attempted to penetrate through that position, thus freeing her Phoenix. Regardless of whether he was covering for his teammates' attacks or removing danger for his teammates, he would always appear at the most needed position. This was definitely not an easy task. The situation in the air was ever-changing, and most people could only pay attention to themselves and their wingmen. This was also the reason why flying formations needed to be as meticulous as possible. To be able to observe the entire situation in the midst of an intense battle and capture the most efficient entry point, his sharpness and vision far exceeded that of flying itself. Compared to Good, who had outstanding individual skills, Manfeld's advantage lay in his teamwork. Perhaps even he himself did not realize where his true talent lay. In fact, after the battle ended, Tilly had immediately looked up the detailed records of this person. The knight's family background could explain where his accomplishments came from, but it was worth pondering that such a knight was unable to save his declining family. Manfeld's physique and strength had restricted his performance in close combat. If it was a one-on-one battle, she suspected that Carter could defeat him with one hand. But the roaring engine and cannons did not care about the strength of the pilot. With the power of the biplane, the vast and boundless sky was clearly a field that was more suitable for him to display his abilities. Tilly did not mention the reason for her choice, as she believed that after a few more battles, Manfeld and the others would naturally notice it. After handing over the names of the 2 crew members, she raised her head to look at the sun's position before issuing the order to move. Under the command of the flag signals, the Phoenix was the first to glide across the runway and rise into the sky. The golden rays of light reflected off its metal wings and formed a dazzling halo. Following closely behind was the Seagull. After the first plane had crashed, Anna had quickly rushed to produce a second one. To her, this sort of practice made perfect, and it did not take her much effort. Finally, there were 40 fires of heaven and 10 fury of heaven with bombs hanging on them. They formed a massive fleet that majestically flew past the city of Glow and disappeared into the clouds in the west. At the same time, Roland stood at the top of the castle and watched as the fleet gradually left. "Isn't this a little too fast?" Nightingale asked worriedly. "The new biplanes just arrived a day ago. They haven't even completed the formal bombing training." After following Roland for a long time, she had a basic understanding of the First Army's battle procedures. Every time a new plan was born, rehearsals were an essential step. First, the General Staff would conduct repeated deductions on paper, and only after confirming that it was highly feasible would they move on to the actual training phase. Although the purpose of this operation was to prepare for the glory of the sun, it was also a relatively independent operation. According to convention, the participants should first practice the dropping of bombs, and only put it into action after they were 90% sure of it. Indeed, but time waits for no man. Roland nodded. Currently, all the reports indicate that Haxor did not appear in the battle in the mountains. In other words, the letter worked. The problem is that the Sky Lord is paranoid by nature. No one knows how long a letter will keep him away from the battlefield, so it's best to carry out the air raid as soon as possible. In essence, it was the same as the battle in the mountains. How would the enemy react to an air raid? Would the deity of gods have any corresponding defensive measures? These were all questions that needed to be confirmed before the decisive battle. Then, will it really be all right not to train? Don't worry. Roland laughed. Tilly has already thought of a countermeasure. Horizontal bombing was a technical job that required the cooperation of the crew and the equipment on the plane. Without 10 days to half a month of practice, one would only be able to hear a sound. Furthermore, in order to save time, the first batch of Fury of Heaven's aircrafts were not equipped with bombing sights, so training was impossible. Tilly's plan was to let Sylvie take over the command center. As long as the speed and altitude of the plane were determined, the landing point could be calculated. Therefore, the whole process of dropping the bomb was extremely simple. The pilot did not even need to observe the ground. All he needed to do was to pull the trigger when he heard the order to drop the bomb. This line of thought was somewhat similar to the AWACS of the later generations. Searching for the enemy, positioning, and tracking were done by a third party. When the firing data was transmitted to the combat aircraft, the latter would activate the fire control radar and complete the final step of the attack. The Seagull was the AWACS aircraft that controlled the entire situation. So that's how it is. After listening to his explanation, Nightingale showed a look of understanding. As expected of Her Highness Tilly. Oh? Roland raised his eyebrows. I thought you would say that you're the only one who doesn't know anything. It might have been possible in the past. She rolled her eyes. But with Anna there, no matter how knowledgeable people are, they'll feel like they know nothing. I'm already used to it. Roland couldn't help but be speechless. This wasn't anything glorious, so how could she say it so confidently? However, the fact that the other party could mention the past so calmly surprised him. Besides, I've come to understand one thing after all these years. Nightingale shrugged. What is it? See, you don't know everything, do you? She faced the soft morning sun, the bangs on her forehead reflecting wisps of golden light. But since you've asked, I'll reluctantly tell you that everyone has their own strengths, and there's no need to blindly imitate others. The most important thing is to be loyal to yourself. Do you only like people who know more? Roland was momentarily speechless. He didn't need to answer this question. From the other party's expression, he could tell that she knew this very well. That's what it is. So remember to put more chaos drinks in the cabinet. Nightingale shook her finger and turned to walk down the castle. When everyone returns in triumph, I'll have to invite them to celebrate. Looking at her back, Roland took a long time to react. This wasn't Neverwinter, where could he stuff drinks? Moreover, be loyal to myself, in other words, wasn't that an excuse for her own enjoyment? He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and followed her. This is the Seagull. Your Highness, you have entered the defensive perimeter of the floating fortress. At 8:35 in the morning, Sylvie sent out the first warning through the sigil of listening. In at most another 15 minutes, the fleet will fly past the attack line of the stone pillars. Roger that. Tilly sneered. I see them. From the beginning, she had never thought of hiding from the demons. The deity of gods definitely had demons on guard. The moment Sylvie saw them, they would immediately see Sylvie. If the Seagull were to be exposed, it would be disadvantageous to the plan. Thus, it was better to cut in head-on and attract most of the enemy's attention to the fleet of fighter jets. The moment Sylvie sent out the warning, the enemy had already reacted. Many black dots rose from the center of the continent and flew in the direction of the Kingdom of Dawn in groups. They're quite vigilant. Tilly expressionlessly turned on the radio station and turned the FM knob to all channels. Attention, the demons have appeared. Everyone, stay alert and prepare for battle. Team 1 and Team 2, proceed according to the plan. Understood, Good and Manfeld responded. The Air Knights formation was extremely simple. The 50 biplanes were split into 2 groups and carried out the bombing mission. The team flew above the clouds in an attempt to reduce the time taken for the enemy to detect them. Apart from the Fury of Heaven formation and the 5 planes protecting the Seagull, the remaining 35 Fire of Heaven planes were tasked to disperse the demons' defensive forces. The main fleet of fighter jets quickly closed in on the 10-kilometer perimeter of the fortress. At this distance, the black, scale-like rocks of the floating continent and the central city could be seen with the naked eye. But at this moment, the stone pillars surrounding the fortress had yet to rise, as though they did not exist. Indeed, that toy was not used to deal with the Air Knight. This is the Phoenix. Have you found the senior demon lord that attacked the ground troops? Tilly asked. Sylvie searched for a moment. Not yet. It seems like luck is on the side of the humans. Tilly turned back to glance at the slowly rising sun behind her. The dazzling rays of light happened to cover the direction of the Air Knight's attack. The weather isn't bad. It's a good day for a long sleep. She stepped on the throttle and with the loud roar of the engine, she pulled the plane up and was the first to pounce at the enemy. Her Highness Tilly has already made contact with the enemy, Sylvie reported with a grave expression. From the current situation, the Air Knight was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. After all, they had taken the initiative to attack the demon's lair, and the devil beasts were mobilized much faster than before. The enemies are still increasing. If this goes on, they will be surrounded. Vendi seemed to have seen through her worries. Relax, although there are more demons, the Air Knight does not need to shoot down all of them. We just need to delay them for about 10 minutes. In terms of speed, the group of beasts cannot compare to the fire of heaven. It's better for you to focus on the main target. That's right, the earlier we drop the bombs, the earlier we can turn and retreat. Worrying about both sides will only make us lose sight of one. Sylvie bit her lips and cast her consciousness towards the center of the continent. Passing through layers of red mist, an incomparably magnificent obelisk suddenly appeared in her vision. Even looking at it from a distance, one could feel its enormous size. Its height of several hundred meters made it look like a pillar standing in a deep pit. Any human building would be overshadowed in front of such a creation. That's the target of this mission, Sylvie realized. The scene in the center of the continent was almost identical to the information provided by His Majesty. The city of demons was built around the obelisk, and there was a deep pit between the obelisk and the city. Countless low-level demons were attached to it, like parasitic worms on the surface of a tree, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that they were continuously digging at the rock wall, causing the pit to expand. The red mist settled here, forming a red lake, and the towers near the walls of the pit would fall into the lake one after another, becoming part of the giant pit. Rumor had it that the obelisk was not this huge from the start, and that it would break out of the ground like a living creature, continuously growing, and the pit that contained the red mist would also continue to expand. Thus, one could determine the age of a demon's city from these 2 points. The city in front of them was undoubtedly shockingly ancient. Compared to the target, the figure of the biplane could only be described as insignificant. Not to mention the bombs it carried, even if it plunged into the pit, it would be hard to imagine that it could ignite the red mist lake. Suddenly, Sylvie let out a soft "eh." "What's wrong?" the attentive Vendi asked immediately. "I discovered a strange demon." A demon that appeared at the top of the obelisk attracted her attention. Based on the habits of demons that worshipped the sky, those that could reach the top of the obelisk would definitely not be ordinary. And from the appearance of the other party, it was clearly not an ordinary demon. It was wearing a large cloak that could cover 3 or 4 people, and it was covered with densely packed ornaments. When she got closer, she could see that there were all kinds of things, from bone knives to metal armor, and even a few screws. The enemy's head was also very special. It looked like a pillar, and there were many masks hanging on it, inexplicably giving people goosebumps. Is its magical wave very strong? No, it's not strong. This was what puzzled Sylvie the most. Judging from its appearance, it was at least a senior demon, but after it appeared, it did not leap into the air, nor did it intend to gather mana to activate its ability. The only thing it did was to focus its attention on the direction where the Sky Knight was fighting. It did not intend to participate in the battle at all. Since it did not pose a threat to everyone, Sylvie did not pay too much attention to it. Now that the 2 Heaven's Wrath teams were nearing the edge of the city, she had to focus to accurately determine the best place to drop the bombs. 2 minutes later, she sent out the bombing order over the radio. A small team can drop the bombs. Good understands. Even on a sunny day, the clouds above the impassable mountain range wouldn't be too high. Coupled with the height of the stronghold itself, it allowed the fury of heaven to remain undetected by the enemy. The 5 biplanes lined up in a row, and with a steady speed, they dropped the 150-kilogram bombs mounted on their bellies. The moment the heavy projectile left the hook, Good felt the body of the projectile suddenly lift up, as if his body had become much lighter. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the results of this battle with his own eyes. But Sylvie could see it very clearly. As the center of gravity of the 5 bombs was in front, they quickly turned their heads downwards. Using the inertia of the planes, they fell in a rapid arc towards the center of the city. In the last 500 meters, they were almost perpendicular to the ground. And the demons had also noticed these uninvited guests from the sky. Another group of devil beasts rose from the city and flew towards the clouds, but compared to the speed of the bombs, their movements paled in comparison. 5 black shadows rushed into the city, and the moment the bombs touched the ground, they turned into a scorching fireball. The smoke and gravel it brought up were tens of meters high, and the momentum far exceeded that of a 152mm grenade. Even though Sylvie couldn't hear the sound, she could feel the earth-shattering shock from the violent explosion and the flying debris around her. At the same time, under the high heat wave, a few clear holes appeared in the red mist, just like the air holes in fluffy bread. Looking from above, the slowly spreading grayish-black smoke column was particularly eye-catching in the red mist. Perhaps the city had rarely been attacked in the past hundreds of years, but from the moment it broke into the impassable mountain range until today, the core area had been visited by humans twice in less than half a month. However, Sylvie's heart sank to the bottom. Due to the influence of the wind, although the impact points of the bombs were quite wide, at least they fell into the city, which was much more accurate than the Longsong cannons. But only 2 of them hit the red mist lake, and neither of them made contact with the lake surface before exploding directly in the air. The moment the fireball appeared, she saw a rippling blue light wave. It was just like the barrier on the senior demons. What happened? Vendi noticed her strange expression. There's a magic barrier around the obelisk, Sylvie murmured. The bombs didn't have any effect. Hey. Xavi turned her head in disbelief. You mean, the demons expanded the barrier to the level of a city? How is that possible? Of course, she knew it was a little unbelievable. The effect of an ability was usually related to the total amount of magic power. To make it effective in such a large area, even all the witches combined would not be able to do it. But the truth was right in front of her, and she had to believe it. That's right, the senior demon at the top of the tower. As the thought popped up in her mind, Sylvie saw the demon again, but this time it made her hair stand on end, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She saw that the demon had stretched out 7 or 8 skinny arms and taken off all the masks on its head, revealing an extremely distorted face. More than a dozen stacked heads looked up into the sky, among which there were demons, humans, and some unknown monsters. One of the faces of a woman was particularly glaring. They all showed different smiles, which could be said to be extremely strange. Sylvie could not hold it in any longer, and she bent over and vomited, and her ability was interrupted. Seeing this, Vendi immediately picked up the communicator. This is Seagull. Team 2, drop the bombs immediately and turn back. Understood. Did Team 1's bombing succeed? No, there's a magic barrier around the obelisk, and the bombs didn't enter the deep pit. Barrier? The other end was silent for a moment. I got it. But I want to try again. But something happened here, and I'm afraid Sylvie can't give you any more instructions for the time being. Moreover, the enemy's devil beasts are approaching the clouds. Don't worry, Team 1 will cover us. Vendi had no choice but to contact Tilly and report the situation. The latter did not mind at all. It's okay, let Team 2 try. We're not at the point of retreat yet. At the same time, Good also received a message from the captain of Team 2. This is Manfeld. Senior Good, I want to fly out of the clouds. I hope you can help me. Fly out of the clouds? Are you crazy? This is the enemy's base camp. Before Good could reply, Finken's roar came through the communicator. And you heard it. There's a barrier above the sea of fog. What can you do? Newbie, the battlefield is not a place for you to joke around. As the most advanced modified biplane, the Fury of Heaven was equipped with a radio. This was also the reason why the 10 planes dared to fly through the clouds without Tilly's guidance. Good did not directly refuse. He was more curious about Manfeld's intentions than his seniority in the academy. I heard your request, Manfeld. But even if you can see the target, you should also know that without Lady Sylvie's calibration, the chances of hitting the target are slim. Good had already noticed this talented student during training. It was said that Manfeld was a down-and-out knight who came to Grey Castle because he could no longer survive in the kingdom of Wolfheart. Many empty knight who were born as commoners often called themselves seniors in front of him. This was also to vent their dissatisfaction at being oppressed by the nobles. To be honest, Good did not have a good impression of the knight of the kingdom of Wolfheart. They seemed arrogant and domineering, but when they encountered a truly strong enemy, they would usually run away faster than anyone else. Good had witnessed this kind of ugliness countless times when the Church of Hermes invaded the kingdom of Wolfheart. It was Good's first time seeing a knight like Manfeld who took the initiative to fight. Therefore, he wanted to know whether Manfeld was deliberately showing off in front of Her Highness Tilly or if he was really different from the rest. "Senior, do you still remember how we used the body of the plane to control the trajectory of the bullets when we strafed?" Manfeld replied. "I think it should work on the bombs too." As soon as Manfeld finished speaking, the buzzing sound on the other side suddenly became softer, as though the surroundings had suddenly become much more spacious. "This guy has flown out of the clouds," Finkin exclaimed. "What should we do?" "Using the fuselage to control the dropping of the bomb." Good quickly realized the similarities. He coughed twice. "We can't just leave Team 2 alone. Her Highness Tilly is watching from the side." "Ahaha, you're right." Finkin paused for a moment and then said in a righteous tone, "I'm good at protecting my teammates. Rest assured. Team 1 will deal with the devil beasts." Yeehaw. It was really easy to understand. Good sighed and pushed the control stick forward. The two groups leaped out of the clouds from different positions and swooped down, leaving two thin marks on the dome. At the same time, they formed a countercurrent to the devil beasts that were climbing upwards. Compared to the large number of the latter, although the fury of heaven roars were few in number, they gave off an indomitable aura. One group took a turn and collided head-on with the devil beasts, while the other group headed straight for the obelisk. At this distance, even without Sylvie's guidance, they would be able to locate the target with their naked eyes. Along the way, a portion of the demons attempted to intercept the 5 fury of heaven roars, but the difference in speed was obvious. The moment the devil beasts turned into level flight, they were left behind by the biplanes that brushed past them. As long as they did not initiate an aerial battle, even a fury of heaven roar with 150 kilograms of bombs was not something that the devil beasts could catch up to. After adjusting his direction several times, Manfeld dropped the bombs. His teammates followed suit. The bombs that left their hooks maintained a similar speed and path as the planes. They flew past the densely packed towers and high walls and headed straight for the red mist lake. Compared to dropping bombs from high altitude, these 5 bombs landed more closely together. Other than one being blocked by the obelisk, the remaining 4 detonated directly above the red mist lake. The successive explosions caused the entire city to tremble. Beneath the flames that soared into the sky, blue light flashed repeatedly. From start to finish, the red mist lake did not suffer the slightest impact. However, everyone noticed that the radiance was no longer as bright as it was at the beginning. "Not bad, newbie." Finkin whistled. Good rolled away from the pursuit of the devil beasts and switched to the general channel. "Reporting to Your Highness Tilly. Team 1 and 2 have completed their bombing mission. Requesting to return." "Understood. Permission granted." The Phoenix quickly shot out a red signal flare. The fleet that was engaged in battle with the demons began to ascend. With the help of the dazzling sunlight, they disappeared into the blue sky. Mask let out a satisfied sigh. These humans were getting more and more out of his expectations. Splitting into 2, with the main force feigning an attack and retreating after striking without any delay. From the time the defense forces took to the skies to the end of the battle, only a short period of 30 minutes had passed. Such a flexible battle plan had undoubtedly maximized the strengths of the war machines. It was no wonder that Osruk was fearful of the humans. It seemed like he had wronged Osruk back then. But even the genius commander of the race only saw the threat and did not realize the essence of the mystery. On the other hand, even the clumsy and slow humans could travel freely in the sky with the help of the iron birds. Wouldn't it be even more astonishing if it were used on the race? When the time came, the Sky-Sea realm would no longer be an enemy that was difficult to deal with. The race would definitely be invincible. If Osruk had used such a reason to convince everyone, he might have stood on the other party's side. What a pity. What was that tremor just now? The door at the top of the tower opened as the armored silent disaster slowly walked out. Did the deity of God suffer an attack? That's right, but you came a little late and did not make it in time for the exciting battle. Nasapel glanced at her. Speaking of which, are you dressed to fight? It's best you don't force yourself. It's none of your business. Silent Disaster replied softly. Where are the enemies? Nasapel pointed to the sky. They have probably discovered that the difference between the iron birds and the bogle beasts has become the most obvious breakthrough point for both sides. How ironic. During the second battle of divine will, this hard-to-obtain demonic body was the greatest asset for our race to obtain victory. Silent Disaster looked at the sky without a word and had an ugly expression. Don't worry. Nasapel wore the mask back on his face. After this observation, I have already thought of a countermeasure. Compared to the bogle beasts, their movements are too obvious. Right, since you desire battle so much, why don't you do me a favor? Don't be so serious, I'm not mocking you. Mask spread out his numerous arms. Previously, a few iron birds crashed to the southeast of the city. If the worms on them are still alive, capture them. I believe such a small matter shouldn't be too difficult for you. They have to be alive? Silent Disaster asked coldly. Of course. Nasapel laughed delightedly. Only fresh brains have the value of transplantation. Furthermore, they have just experienced an intense battle and have the most distinct impression of flying. They are the best tools for me to verify my countermeasure. This is the first time I'm absorbing the brains of ordinary worms. I wonder which lucky person will obtain this honor. Silent Disaster looked away in disgust and turned to walk towards the birth tower. Nasapel turned back without a care. He knew that no matter how much Silent Disaster disliked the method, he would do his best for the race. Mask looked at the distant human territory and slowly extended his palm forward. From this angle, it looked like he could grasp the entire continent in his palm with one hand. In a few more days, the deity of gods would enter the Hermes Highlands. The tens of thousands of symbiotic demons in the experimental grounds were ready to go. He wanted to let the king see that he alone could fight against an army. Be it bloodshed or silent disaster, they were just a foil to him. Suddenly, a light flashed in the distance. It came extremely quickly and disappeared just as quickly. Although the light was small, it was extremely bright, almost to the point of being glaring. It was like the reflection of the sun on the ocean, or the reflection of light from a mirror. Was that an illusion? Nasapel was taken aback. By the time he carefully looked in the direction of the Sea of Vortexes, the light had disappeared. By the way, is there anyone playing Invisible Guardian? Will stop updating for a day to tidy up the plot. Currently in the middle of typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. It was drizzling on the shore of Gemini Bay in the Kingdom of Dawn. Agatha did not know whether it was a coincidence or a result of the test explosion. The violent explosion set off a magnificent water column on the surface of the sea, which could be seen from 15 kilometers away. Different from the grayish-blue background, the rising water column was pure white, as if it did not belong to the sea. The water column rose slowly as if it had become weightless. The whole process lasted for dozens of seconds, which was beyond the common sense of most onlookers. In the end, it turned into raindrops and returned to the sea, replaced by a twisted white mist, which was larger and higher than the water column. Until now, the strange smoke cloud could still be seen. As for the sailboats that had gathered around the test explosion site, they were long gone. It was at this moment that the rain started. It had always been her regret that she could not participate in the first test explosion on the snow mountain. Now, she could finally make up for it. Agatha could not help but think of the conversation between His Majesty and Phyllis after the artillery demonstration in Neverwinter 2 years ago. The exothermic reaction between chemical materials was just the lowest level of explosion. His goal was to recreate the glory of the sun. Putting aside the nonsense about radiant radiation, His Majesty was generally quite reliable. What surprised her was that there was no applause from the audience this time. The invited nobles sat in their chairs in a daze, as if they had forgotten to whisper to each other. Many of them had complicated expressions, and even a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. As the representative of Grey Castle, Agatha had prepared a long speech according to Roland's instructions, but after seeing this scene, she immediately stood up and left the audience. She could completely guess what these people were thinking. Sometimes, silence could explain everything. In any case, His Majesty had fulfilled his promise. The attending nobles of the Kingdom of Dawn had witnessed the ability of human beings with their own eyes. The following data collection was naturally handled by the Ministry of Industry. In less than half an hour, the preliminary conclusion was sent to her: the test explosion had achieved the desired effect. Agatha tied the note that read "Everything goes well" to the flying messenger and threw it into the sky. The messenger spread its wings and quickly disappeared into the western horizon. I hope the air raids on the other side are going well, she thought. In the castle of the City of Glow, the General Staff Department was sorting out the latest intelligence brought by the air raid. The outcome of the attack was extremely ideal. The demons probably did not expect the humans to launch a new attack so quickly after their defeat at the impassable mountain range. Coupled with the Air Knight's innate agility, the demons only reacted when the aircrafts approached the deity of gods. This meant that the demons had the ability to make the land within a radius of dozens of kilometers fly, but they did not have the ability to completely monitor the area. This not only gave the First Army an idea, but also gave the Sequel the opportunity to record the positions of all the devil beasts. Unlike biplanes, the devil beasts did not need a flat, open space to take off and land. But for now, they were still being bred together and would be under unified command during wartime. Therefore, the large Blackstone pagoda where the devil beasts resided was undoubtedly a worthy target. The magic barrier above the Mist Lake was the most crucial piece of information. Not only did the Air Knight discover its existence, he even confirmed through continuous bombardments that it could be weakened. Although the principle was unclear, the characteristic was similar to the barrier that the senior demons usually possessed, just that the range was much larger. If they could establish a connection between the two, the General Staff Department would be able to calculate the amount of firepower needed to break through the barrier. Compared to the above information, the loss of 4 Fire of Heaven aircrafts was considered a small price to pay. Manfeld Castian. Roland put down the battle report and sighed. He is indeed worthy of a commendation. It was not difficult to be determined. What was difficult was to be determined and have the ability to carry it out. Breaking into the sky above the demon city, relying on his own understanding to complete the dive and drop the bombs, and finally leading his teammates to escape safely, this talent could only be described as outstanding. I will pass on the commendation to him. Tilly shrugged and whispered, but I have never seen him. What? No, it's nothing. I still have things to do, so I will take my leave first. Tilly turned and walked out of the room. Roland heard Nightingale chuckle behind him. Did you hear what she said? No. Nightingale pursed her lips. But I can basically guess. Oh? Tell me about it? She gestured 5 fingers. So many? Roland was surprised. Who asked her to be the Princess Royal Highness? This is already a discount. All right, deal. Nightingale licked her lips happily. That Air Knight's talent is indeed not bad, but you have praised him too much. Among all the Air Knights, isn't it obvious who is the most talented? You seem to take things that can be done for granted, but it is not the case for the person involved. At this point, she paused slightly. After all, this is not something we can choose, right? Indeed, ability is also a kind of talent. Roland sat by the window of the Rose Café, looking out into the bustling streets in a daze. Although the starting point was high, to fully unleash it required a large amount of hard work. He had indeed neglected this point recently. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Roland retracted his gaze and saw Valkyrie sitting opposite him with 2 cups of coffee. Of course I'm thinking about how to quickly reach the bottomless land. He temporarily cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and roughly described the process of the air raid on the deity of gods. Is this magic barrier that can cover a large area related to the abilities of the senior demons? Is it also a recently developed technology? If I were you, I wouldn't use the term demon. Valkyries replied unhappily. My race's specific abilities depend on the type of magic stone. The shield magic stone was chosen because of its good compatibility and high practicality. It is not a necessary ability. For example, I did not fuse with such a magic stone. In addition, no matter what, the magic stone's range cannot cover the entire birth tower. It should be another result of Mask's research. What's that? Bakris drank a mouthful of coffee. Using the core instrument to simulate the cyclone structure of the magic stone, to achieve a large increase in the effects. This idea has been around for a long time, but there are many practical obstacles. I never expected it to succeed. This also meant that the barrier that appeared on the deity of gods was essentially the same as their abilities. Roland silently noted this point down. At the very least, it proved that the idea proposed by the general staff was feasible. The one who developed the symbiotic demons was also Mask? That's right. In a certain sense, he is very similar to the Transformer Heathtulis. He has never used a single magic stone for combat. Bakris nodded. Considering that the symbiotic demons aren't ideal in dealing with the Sky Sea realm, it is logical for the king to send him. After the two chatted about the current situation, Nightmare Lord stood up and bade farewell. When he sent him to the door, Roland suddenly said, "Thank you." The latter stopped in surprise. Haxor did not appear in the two recent battles. He probably believed the contents of the letter. If he had been present, the First Army's losses would have been much higher. At least on this point, I should be thanking you. Don't forget, I'm not helping you, but my race. Bakris turned back. If you can keep your promise, it will be the best reward. Other than that, I don't need any gratitude. Then, he quickly disappeared into the crowd. When Roland returned to the coffee shop, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an express delivery text message. This made Roland feel a little strange. He clearly hadn't bought anything online recently. Even so, he returned to the apartment and rummaged through the box for the package that was sent to him. The package was about half an arm's length and was almost weightless in his hands. It did not match the size of the cardboard box at all. Roland checked the seal and after confirming that it was indeed sent to him, he opened the package in his bedroom. The moment he opened the box, he was stunned. Inside was a solidified astrolabe. How could it be an astrolabe? Roland took a long time to recover from his shock. Unlike the core of a fallen evil, such an object would only appear in the bodies of pure magic creatures and oracles. Ordinary martialists were no match for it. If the Martialist Association gathered their strength and planned meticulously, they might have a chance to kill such an enemy, but they would definitely not hand over the astrolabe so casually. Using express delivery to deliver a dangerous object that could infect and corrode others at any time was almost child's play. But if it was not sent by the association, who could have done it? Roland checked the address and phone number. Both were fabricated, and the only trustworthy thing was the odd number, which indicated that it came from the same city. It was obvious that the sender did not want him to know his identity. The problem was that this was not a wise move by the other party. The express delivery company did not verify the sender's identity to reduce costs, and it would be easy for them to find out the truth. Could they hide their tracks by fabricating an address? In modern society, this was almost impossible. By investigating the surveillance cameras and interrogating the courier, they would be able to lock onto the target very quickly. But Roland was hesitant to use the association's power to track down the sender. From the results, it was obvious that the other party knew his background and had a certain degree of goodwill towards him. Otherwise, they would not have sent such a troublesome object to the apartment. No matter what, the person who helped him weaken the corrosive power should be on the same side. Since the other party did not wish to be exposed, it might be better for him to maintain the status quo. Roland rubbed his forehead and decided to think about this problem later. The most important thing now was to deal with the astrolabe in front of him. He shifted his attention back to the box. If the astrolabe came from the rift monster, he could directly fuse with it. But if it came from the oracles, wouldn't that mean, no, how could that be possible? Roland laughed involuntarily. It was already very exaggerated to be able to kill the rift monster, and the oracles were not so easy to deal with. Even Fei Yuhan could only bitterly hold on, so it was better for him not to daydream about such a beautiful thing. He placed his hand on the astrolabe. The latter seemed to have been revived from the stillness of time. The blue and white spots of light began to spin again, and the center grew brighter and brighter until a dazzling pillar of light burst out. At this point, everything was normal, and it was exactly the same as the fusion he had witnessed several times. But in the next second, the world suddenly fell into darkness, and a large amount of consciousness surged into his mind like a tide. At the same time, it brought with it unbearable pain. Under the raging waves, Roland almost lost consciousness. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his mind. When everything slowly calmed down, he opened his eyes again and found himself standing in a void. The snowflakes were still there, but after experiencing it for the third time, his brain seemed to be better able to filter out the irrelevant noises. Alright, it was actually true. It seemed that he had to investigate the other party's identity. The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked around. This time, it's still the universe background, because the surroundings were too empty, he couldn't be sure. Compared to the consciousness fragments he had experienced the last time, it was obviously darker this time, as if the stars were hidden. It took Roland quite a while to find a reference point among the sparse snowflakes. It was a dim ball of light that looked like it was about to be extinguished, and it was as small as the tip of a needle embedded in the black background. Following this point, he found even more balls of light. When he saw this, he wasn't sure if he was in the universe. Because the light clusters were arranged neatly and spaced evenly, it didn't look like something natural celestial bodies could do. Let me ask you, what is gravity? Just as Roland was looking around with his eyes wide open, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, causing his hair to stand on end. He suddenly turned around, only to notice that there was a gray shadow there. The other party was erratic, as if it didn't have a physical body. Obviously, this wasn't any language that he was familiar with, and it was even hard to determine whether it was a language or not. Although he didn't understand the reason, he realized that the content reflected in his mind had been simplified. It was as if the other party had sent out a complicated electromagnetic wave, but most of it had been filtered by a filter, leaving only the content that he could understand. Are you asking me? Roland asked carefully. Gravity is the most revered force in this world. Yes, replied another voice in his mind, and this one sounded familiar. Roland couldn't help but roll his eyes. First, the sudden appearance shocked him, and then the mysterious question. He thought that he was also involved in this fragment, but he didn't expect that he was just a bystander. That's right, it's common, stable, and the more magnificent, the stronger. It allows the moment to condense, and the nothingness to take form. Only then can life take root, and civilization survive. The voice gradually became rhythmic, as if it was singing loudly. And the first force that every race recognized was gravity. It was both a cradle and a shackle. The history of civilization's progress was a history of resistance to get rid of gravity. From leaving the earth and flying into the sky, to going to a faraway place, it's all the same. Now, it has once again become our obstacle, and also the last obstacle. The risk is unpredictable. I don't recommend implementing the gateway plan. Every step forward is accompanied by risk, you should know this. I know. So my suggestion has never changed from the beginning. But you still helped me complete it. The gray figure flickered twice. For this plan, I have waited for thousands of years. Now let it begin. Wait, what was the gateway plan? What did the last obstacle mean? Roland felt that he seemed to have missed some important information, but no matter how he opened his mouth or thought about it, no matter how he asked, the other party didn't respond to his call. I understand. As the voice in his mind fell, more snowflakes appeared. Based on past experience, when the fragment was nearing its end, the flow of time should have accelerated, but without any reference, it was difficult for him to make an accurate judgment. Roland saw that the light clusters began to move toward the center, but their brightness did not increase but decreased, and soon it became pitch black. The rest of the light clusters flew into the darkness like moths to a flame, without the slightest pause. It was impossible to calculate how many converged in the end. The process seemed to happen in an instant, but also seemed to be extraordinarily long. Finally, as if a limit had been broken, a dazzling red light suddenly bloomed in the darkness, and in the blink of an eye, it swept across the entire world. Its speed was far faster than light, and by the time Roland reacted, it had already completed its sweep, and everything returned to its original state. But Roland knew that this world was completely different. A drastic change was happening. The first to respond was the gray figure. it disintegrated like mist under the light. Then came more death information. They happened in every corner of the darkness, countless annihilation and withering occurred one after another. Roland couldn't see this scene with his eyes, but it was reflected in his mind. The city in the distance burned, the orbit around the planet fell apart, the fish in the stream stopped swimming, the insects in the cave rotted into a pool of filth. Even his body, which was floating in the void, began to change and distort. At this moment, there was no difference whether life was of a high or low level. The snowflakes also occupied his entire vision at this moment. When everything was over, the scene of the bedroom reappeared in his eyes. Roland endured the strong discomfort, gritted his teeth and moved to the window. The warm afternoon sun shone on him, and the lively street below made him heave a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his cheeks seemed to be a little wet. He probed it with his finger, and it was a line of tears. Damn it, Roland took a deep breath and raised his hand to wipe his cheeks. This feeling was a little too real. But he knew that he was only pretending to be relaxed to hide the surging negative emotions in his heart. Even now, his hands were still trembling slightly, and his back was wet and cold. Just now, he felt as if he had personally experienced an extremely terrifying disaster. Even though it was only a short moment, he felt as if he had accompanied those dying lives and civilizations through their final stages. Or rather, he was one of them. From fish and insects to birds and beasts, from low to high, their struggling figures and cries of pain lingered, as if the entire universe had become a land of death. These tears were shed for them. For a moment, Roland even felt a little reluctant to leave the sunlight that shone in through the window. The originally ordinary scene outside the window had now become especially moving. Even the dirty water flowing by the wall and the dogskin advertisements that could be seen everywhere appeared vivid and natural. Looking at the messy and busy streets for a long time, he finally managed to calm his emotions. Now, he could basically confirm one thing: magic power did not exist in this world from the beginning. This guess had been raised by Anna in the second act, and now it was confirmed. It was the gateway plan that caused the appearance of magic power. But without a doubt, that was not the outcome that the interlocutor wanted. The gray shadow hoped to escape the gravitational pull, and the other party even directly mentioned unpredictable risks. Now, it seemed that magic power was an accident that they did not expect. And the catastrophe caused by magic power became the so-called price of the gods. In the end, this power spread in an extremely short period of time, and the interlocutor was not able to escape. The entire world became what he saw now. However, Roland realized that even though he understood all this, what he knew was still superficial. The most important question was, what exactly was the gateway plan, and why was the gray shadow so obsessed with it? What did the Battle of Divine will have to do with all this? They couldn't be expecting them to fill in this loophole, right? He turned his head and stared at the delivery box for a long time before finally picking up his phone. Hello, Mr. Rock, I need the association to help me find someone. Neverwinter, the entrance to the Fertile Plains, Station 2. A train slowly stopped in front of the loading dock. Buddy, I'll be going first. Without waiting for the train to come to a complete stop, Charms excitedly jumped onto the platform. Hey, you brat, you can't just let me fill the boiler alone, right? Please, please. Tonight's ale is on me. He quickly ran towards the cargo carriage, leaving Hank's voice behind him. After the end of the tequila campaign, Charms did not become a formidable and handsome military officer as he had imagined. Even though his father and his elder brother who had sacrificed themselves had received His Majesty's commendations and honors, the administrative office transferred him and his father out of the First Army and transferred them to full-time train drivers. His father did not have any objections. After all, after the war, someone would still need to drive the train. Even if this powerful machine did not carry artillery, it still had a wide range of uses. Even after the main force retreated to Neverwinter, the number of vehicles on the Fertile Plains did not decrease. The administrative office used this reason to transfer them out of the army. In his father's words, he was serving His Majesty no matter where he went. Furthermore, his treatment was much better than before. However, Charms was not so happy. How could dealing with black coal every day compare to wielding a spear and fighting monsters? Furthermore, his elder brother had sacrificed himself in the battle to defend the camp. He had to go to the front lines and kill a few demons to avenge his elder brother. Serving a steam locomotive was not enough to do that. What he was most vexed about was that his second brother was not affected at all. Not only was he promoted smoothly, he was even selected to join the elite troops of the First Army. This was a little too unfair. Charms originally thought that he would have to spend the next few years sullenly in this desolate wilderness, but he never expected that the development of the situation would completely exceed his expectations. Large numbers of residences and farms sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain in the north of the impassable mountain range. The number of stations increased exponentially, while taverns and shops followed suit. Transporting goods was no longer a boring job, and if he finished early, he could go to a tavern for a few drinks every day. Being a train driver was undoubtedly a popular occupation. Regardless of whether it was a native or a migrant, everyone was filled with interest towards the forbidden land that was once known as the Cursed Land. When one was in high spirits, they did not even need to fork out money for a refill. Of course, this treatment was no different in Neverwinter or other stations. What he was truly looking forward to was the people here. Everyone, please line up and receive your puppets in an orderly manner. Next to the truck, a girl covered her mouth with her hands and shouted. Before he could get close, the other party had already seen him and waved happily. You're here. Looking at that adorable smile, Charms felt that it was truly great to be a train driver. I'm here to help as well. He rolled up his sleeves. Alright, then you can carry a puppet with you. The girl smiled as she handed over a doll made of straw and tiptoed to hang it around his neck. Humph, you're unaccountably solicitous. Another girl jumped down from the pile of goods and glared at him coldly. Charms stared back without backing down, and the two of them stared at each other in a deadlock by the side of the carriage. In the end, it was the girl who broke the standoff. Alright, Balshan, Mr. Charms is just being warm-hearted. Didn't we have his help when we got lost? At the mention of getting lost, the girl's expression stiffened. She turned her head away and snorted in disdain. I can't be bothered to bicker with you today. Move aside, I have to get to work. With that, she grabbed 2 bags of seeds and walked towards the yard without looking back. My apologies. The girl bowed in embarrassment. Balshan is just, it's alright, I don't mind. Charms feigned magnanimity as he waved his hand and followed behind with the seeds. In fact, he had been looking forward to this day for a long time and had even prepared his script countless times. There would be a new play in Neverwinter's theater tonight, and he had already booked 2 tickets. All he needed to do was to finish his work and invite the other party. These 2 girls were both witches of the sleeping spell. Their acquaintance could be said to be extremely dramatic. The first time the girl took the train to assist in the construction of station number 2, she accidentally took the wrong seat. Looking at the vast and empty plains, she was at a loss of what to do and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Balshan, who was by her side, did not fare any better. Faced with an unfamiliar and desolate environment, she revealed a highly vigilant and fearful expression, as though she was a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Left with no choice, Charms could only stop the train and send the 2 back to another train. After repeatedly reminding the driver of their destination, the 2 of them successfully arrived at station number 2 before the sky turned dark. He originally thought that it was an accident and that they would not cross paths again, but he did not expect the 2 witches to be assisting in the unloading of the station. As time went by, they gradually became familiar with each other, and he also found out her name, Dusk. Dusk was adorable. It wasn't just her looks. Of course, her looks were outstanding, and there weren't any witches that were lacking. Even Balshan, who always treated him coldly, couldn't be described as ugly. Sometimes, when she put on a straight face, there was a unique flavor to her. But Charms would never say it out loud. Undoubtedly, he would only be met with even more coldness. Dusk's adorableness lay in other aspects. She would smile when she was happy and cry when she met with setbacks. She never hid her emotions and thoughts, and was as pure as a spring in the snow. But she was exceptionally persistent in certain aspects. For example, in the week after she got lost, she waited by the platform for him to appear, just to thank him properly. In short, everything was fine. Dusk was different from all the ladies he had seen before. She was the most unique one, and if the others were black and white, she would definitely be orange-red, just like her curly red hair. In comparison, Balshan paled in comparison. Both of them were witches. Hey, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Charms discovered Balshan waiting for him at the entrance of the depot. You should know that we're witches, right? From the first day we met. He retorted. So you're admitting that you're just playing around? Balshan frowned. I don't know why you would have such thoughts, but Dusk is so adorable, and I have no reason to give her to anyone else. If it was in front of Dusk, Charms would never dare to say such words. But in front of Balshan, he didn't want to back down, and he seemed to be able to blurt out any bold words. Balshan probably didn't expect him to admit it directly, and she was stunned for a moment. But what adorableness, that's not important. She's a witch, and it's impossible for a witch to, it's not like you don't know that. So what? Charms puffed out his chest and displayed the war hero emblem on his clothes. I still have an older brother, and even if I can't bear a child, father won't mind. And this emblem was personally given by His Majesty, and it's enough to ensure her future. Do you have any more questions? Balshan was dumbfounded. After a long while, she said angrily, verbal promises don't count, I'll keep my eyes on you and expose you. Whatever. Charms shrugged his shoulders. Oh right, if you didn't mention that you are a witch, I would have forgotten. What exactly is your ability? Why do I feel like you're just using your own strength to move the goods? For some reason, as soon as he said this, he felt that the other party's expression became even worse. Do you think that I shouldn't be here? No. I'm just curious. Charms hurriedly waved his hands. Only then did he realize that his words were indeed filled with sarcasm. Strange. He was usually very careful with his words, why did he become so casual now? Although the other party was unreasonable, he was not a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Just as he thought that she would not reply, Balshan said softly, my ability is to kill. Charms inhaled a breath of cold air. What? The latter picked up a seed from the ground and placed it on his palm. Soon, the seed withered and shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it turned into a dark brown lump. Any life form will wither upon contact, just like this seed. In fact, it's not only plants and animals, even rocks and metals will be affected. However, it takes a long time and consumes a lot of magic power, which is why it is usually used to deal with enemies. Charms took 2 steps back. Then why didn't you fight the demons? The Witch Union did not approve of it. They are in charge of all the work arrangements for the witches, and my ability can only be used in close proximity. They felt that it was too dangerous and difficult to use it. In the end, they gave me a choice, apart from going to the battlefield. Balshan gave a self-deprecating laugh. So verbal promises are nothing. His Majesty is no exception. Nonsense. Charms could not accept someone slandering His Majesty in front of him. His Majesty has never gone back on his words, this is something that everyone in Neverwinter can see. Even if it is impossible, as long as His Majesty agrees, it will definitely come true. Looking at the other party's expression, he suddenly lost his confidence. Wait a minute, you've met His Majesty? I have. Balshan threw away the black lump in her hand. This is how the Witch Union arranges the work. They will first select the witches based on their abilities, then ask for the opinions of the witches, and finally make a decision based on the 2 factors. For example, Dusk. If the use of the ability is unclear, it will be handed over to His Majesty to handle. After all, according to him, any ability can be of use in the development of Grey Castle, and there is no such thing as a useless ability. She paused for a moment. And I belong to the latter. Charms found himself in a dilemma. He racked his brains but could not think of any use for such a pure destructive ability other than in battle. His Majesty must have been extremely vexed at that time. But he did not feel that it was His Majesty's fault, and admitting it was worse than failing to fulfill his promise. What did His Majesty say? He said that in another 50 to 100 years, I will be able to shine in the visual effects and props industry. Balshan curled her lips. What is that? Who knows? I think it has something to do with the magic movie, but I'm not too sure either. His Majesty said a lot back then, for example, visual effects have a wide range of uses, and making old products is an indispensable part of industrial visual effects. She walked towards the platform with flagging interest. What a cunning way of putting it, right? Even if he didn't lie, that will be something that will happen many years later. But for now, I am indeed a useless person. So that's what happened. Charms came to a realization. He finally understood why Dusk was hesitant to speak. When the witches were in hiding, Balshan, who was able to fight against the pursuers, was definitely the core of the group. But now that His Majesty no longer needed them to fight, she was the one with nothing. The difference between the two was obvious. For a moment, Charms could empathize with her. When he learned that he was transferred out of the army, he felt as though he was abandoned by the world. Under such circumstances, it was normal for her to have a bad temper. His heart softened as he stared at the lonely figure of the other party. Originally, he had been plotting on how to send her away and invite Dusk alone. But now, he could not bring himself to say it. If Dusk was not around, wouldn't there be no one by her side? After coughing twice, Charms reached into his pocket. I have 2 tickets for the new play. The latter turned around and seemed to be waiting for him to continue. But I have something to do tonight, so I won't be able to go. He hesitated. Why don't you go with Dusk? It's better than wasting it. Balshan revealed a look of surprise. But before she could answer, there was a sudden crackling sound in the sky. Both of them looked up and saw thousands of birds flying over their heads, almost blocking out the sunlight. It was Charm's first time seeing such a flock of migrating birds that resembled dark clouds. He had heard that migratory birds had a fixed wintering period, but this scene clearly did not belong to that category. There were all kinds of birds in the flock, and he always felt that these birds were in a hurry, completely lacking the elegance they usually had when spreading their wings and soaring. What's wrong with them? Charms furrowed his brows. Are they moving collectively? Shoo! Balshan raised a finger. Do you hear anything? Apart from the flapping of wings, is there anything else? No, it's further away. Her expression turned solemn. Charms could only hold his breath and listen. This time, he faintly heard a long cry. It was muddy and muffled, mixed in with the flapping of the bird's wings, like an undulating whistle. His eyes widened abruptly. That's an alarm from the north. At this moment, the other workers also noticed that something was amiss and stopped in their tracks. They looked at the black flock of birds and discussed among themselves. Charms realized the urgency of the situation. It was not the alarm used by the city, but the First Army's wartime warning. This meant that the enemy was closing in on the army, and the battle could begin at any moment. Or rather, they were already engaged in battle with the enemy the moment the alarm sounded. Could it be that the demons had returned? If that was the case, it would be too unimaginable. He had followed his father from the misty forest to Tower Station number 10 and had a basic understanding of the situation in the north. The main reason why the First Army modified the Tequila ruins was to guard against this. On the vast plains, a tall sentry tower was able to see 10 kilometers away. Not to mention the time required to build a red mist sentry tower, just the distance between the Holy City ruins and the Neverwinter development was about 300 to 400 kilometers. How did the enemy manage to get so close to the new King City without any warning? But now was not the time to delve into this. The sentry tower in charge of the second development only had about 100 people stationed there, and they were all rookies. If they were really attacked, would they be able to repel the demons and ensure the safety of the place? Charms was completely uncertain. Balshan suddenly sprinted toward the platform. Hey, where are you going? Dusk is still on the train, I'm going to fetch her. This reply reminded Charms that according to the evacuation rules, everyone should evacuate to the nearest shelter upon hearing the alarm. But the loading dock was located at the outermost edge of the development, and it would take a long time for them to reach the residential area, not to mention returning. Rather than bringing Dusk to the shelter, it was better to take the train and leave. Everyone, look here. Charms tore off his badge and raised it high in his hand. I am Charms, a soldier of the First Army. The second development is under attack. Everyone, put down your goods and follow me. This place is too far from this shelter, we need to take the train to avoid danger. He then added softly. Once upon a time. But no one heard what he said. The moment he mentioned the name of the First Army, the workers treated him as their leader. Those who were originally running south also stopped and gathered around him. This scene caused Charms to be slightly surprised, but what followed was an increase in pressure. When he was in the First Army, he had only been a lookout on the Black River and his father's subordinate. He had never had any experience in leading others. Now that he suddenly had a group of people to be responsible for, he could not help but feel uneasy. However, since he had already said it, he could only brace himself and carry on. This way. Charms led the workers to the side of the train and bumped into Hank, who was at a loss. Buddy, what's going on? I just found a corner to relieve myself. Don't worry about that for now. Charms grabbed his shoulder. Are the coal and water ready? How's the air pressure in the boiler? The latter nodded in panic. It's in standby mode and can be activated at any time. Very good. He shouted, go and pull the steering lever back, we'll drive backwards to Station 1. Don't forget to honk before you release the brakes, understand? Also, keep the gun loaded and in a place where you can reach it at any time. Then, how about you? I'll make arrangements for the others first, then meet up with you at the front of the train. 15 minutes later, the train spewed out white smoke as it slowly drove out of Station 2. In this period of time, even more station workers noticed them and hurriedly climbed onto the carriages before the train departed. Amongst them, there was even a group of militia guarding the depot. Although there were only about 10 of them, they were equipped with firearms, which made Charms feel more at ease. Even though he wanted to stay by Dusk's side, the most important thing at this moment was to transport everyone to a safe location. Thus, after confirming that she was safe, he followed the walkway back to the front of the train. It was at this moment that Charms saw the enemies that were attacking the development. A group of demonic beasts. Oh my god, didn't they say that they would only appear during the months of demons? Hank mumbled as he leaned against the window. Who knows what's happening in this godforsaken place? Charms retrieved his rifle from the locker and climbed up the roof of the train with practiced ease. As the train was moving in reverse, he could clearly see everything that was happening behind him. Many demonic beasts were rampaging as though they had gone mad. Among them were ordinary demonic beasts, and there were also demonic hybrids that were significantly larger. Their speed was much faster than he had expected. Not long after they left the platform, he could already see black figures crossing the tracks and charging into the loading bay. If everyone were to escape on foot, they might not be able to outrun these berserk beasts. He had made the right choice. This thought made Charms heave a sigh of relief. But his doubts remained. Demonic beasts had been defeated by the concrete walls and guns a few years ago, and were unable to take a step into Neverwinter's hinterland. The First Army was much stronger than before, so how could they be invaded by demonic beasts now? The next few rounds of gunfire made him even more puzzled. Several demonic hybrids noticed the rumbling train and chased from the north, but they were all shot down by the van or rifles, leaving behind puddles of black blood. The demonic beasts did not undergo any earth-shattering changes in the past few years. Their attack methods were still the same as wild beasts, with sharp fangs and claws. The threat they posed was far lower than the spear-throwing mad demons. He could not understand how such an enemy could silently attack the Tequila garrison. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the train suddenly stopped, as though it had collided into something. Charms was almost thrown off the train. He turned around angrily and was instantly shocked. A strange monster had appeared beside the train. Half of its body was connected to the carriage, and it was obviously dented from the collision. Blue blood gushed out and drenched half of the carriage. The monster had numerous appendages and a reptilian-like carapace. The pair of scythe-like claws on its head proved its status among the predators. Strangely, he did not notice any monster in front of the carriage, so where did it come from? But Charms did not have the time to bother about this. Because he realized that the tracks not far away had been split into two. Hank, brake! He yelled as he got into the carriage, grabbing onto the handrails as fast as he could. Although his companion was confused, he still pulled the brakes at the first instance. A sharp whistle resounded throughout the entire train, and Charms could even smell the burnt smell of the wheels heating up. But it was too late. The train rumbled as it passed through the broken track, and the heavy body of the carriage instantly sank into the gravel as it plunged down the roadbed. The carriages that had lost the restraints of the tracks crashed into each other, and the violent tremors caused the train to overturn. All of you read M. For a moment, Charms felt the world spinning around him. His ears were filled with the sound of metal twisting, steam gushing, and Hank's screams. This moment felt like an eternity, and when the carriage finally stopped, his body was already sprawled out by the window. Fortunately, his limbs still obeyed his commands. He flipped over, stuck his head out, and crawled up. The entire process did not encounter any obstructions, which meant that he was basically unharmed. There was no better news than escaping a derailment, even if it was only temporary. "Hey, buddy, are you all right?" He endured the smoke and water vapor as he groped his way to Hank's side. "Ugh. I should be fine." Hank let out a groan. "Oh God, what happened?" "The demonic beasts destroyed the train. We need to leave this place as soon as possible." Charms patted his shoulder. "I don't know which city you came from, but remember, the gods will not protect you in Neverwinter. The only ones that can protect you are His Majesty the King and this gun. Now, follow me." Climbing out of the window, he saw that the entire train was paralyzed. The carriages were strewn all over the ground, forming a curved line. But due to the deceleration of the train before it derailed, the carriages did not suffer much damage and remained in their original state. Many people were pushing open the doors and windows in an attempt to climb out of the carriages. Right at this moment, Charms heard the crisp sound of a gunshot. His heart skipped a beat as he turned to Hank and shouted, "Listen up, go and help everyone escape, then lead them to the west." Without the train, it was too risky to continue moving towards station number 1. Furthermore, they could already see the outline of the misty forest. As long as they ran into Lady Leaf's territory, they should be able to escape the pursuit of the demonic beasts. I understand." Seeing the other party nod, Charms started sprinting across the carriage. He had to find Dusk as soon as possible. When he reached the last carriage, Charms discovered that the militia was fighting with a few wolves that had caught up to them. They had already left behind a few corpses, but they were still trying to climb onto the roof of the carriage. He released the safety and opened fire at the wolves from a distance of less than 10 meters. Even though this was the first time he pulled the trigger on an enemy, his past training allowed him to quickly get the hang of it. In a short while, he helped the militia kill all of them. However, before he could catch his breath and ask everyone where the witches were, the ground suddenly trembled. The bullet casings that landed on the body of the car slid down one after another, making clanking sounds. When the vibration reached its peak, the ground in front of them suddenly bulged, and a giant worm broke out of the ground, opening its bloody mouth and lying in front of everyone. "What the hell? What is this?" The militiamen screamed and pulled the trigger. The monster's body was immediately shot with blood, but compared to its huge body, the wounds caused by the bullets were not fatal. Following that, the worm's skin swelled up and Charms could clearly see the pulsating green blood vessels below. Following a series of disgusting squirming sounds, a group of demonic beasts covered in mucus was spat out. Charms could not believe his eyes. There was actually such a strange monster amongst the demonic beasts, but at this time, he had no time to be amazed. Most of the newly appeared demonic beasts were hybrids. When they dispersed, he would be the unlucky one. "Fire, fire!" he shouted as he fired at the enemy. This sentence awakened the militiamen, and they used the train as cover as they fired at the demonic beasts from the gaps between the gaps. In an instant, many of the hybrids were killed before they could even stand up straight. However, the giant worm did not shrink after spitting out the demonic beasts. Instead, it swelled up until a pair of fangs pierced out from within and tore the worm's mouth apart. Only then did the final hybrid come out, bathed in blood. The moment Charms saw it, his heart turned cold. It was a monster that he had only heard of from his father. The thick fangs and 4 limbs indicated that it was the rumored fearful beast of hell. It was also the most difficult enemy to deal with among the hybrids. Not only did it rarely appear at the borders of Neverwinter, ordinary firearms were unable to stop its attacks. After the fearful beast tore open the worm's mouth, it raised its fangs and charged towards the train. Charms subconsciously leaped to the ground, but at the same time, the enemy slammed into the carriage, causing the heavy carriage to slide. 2 militiamen who were unable to evade in time were knocked to the ground by the carriage and were run over by it. They did not even have the chance to scream before they turned into a pile of flesh and blood. The fearful beast was also unable to move because its fangs were deeply embedded in the metal. The militiamen fired at the target, but it was useless apart from making the beast even more enraged. Suddenly, a slender figure charged into the battlefield. It was clearly a female human, which caused everyone to raise their muzzles. "Danger, get out of the way." Charms immediately recognized the other party and blurted out, "Balshan." He saw Balshan disregard everyone's warning as she leaped forward and rolled into the stomach of the fearful beast. This caused Charm's heart to leap up to his throat. If she was not careful, she would be trampled into meat paste by the monster. Balshan was also aware of this. She followed the struggling monster closely and reached out to grab it. The thick fur began to wither at a visible rate, and the fearful beast of hell let out a soul-stirring roar, as though they had received an order. The other demonic beasts turned around and charged towards the gigantic monster. Their target was obviously the witch below. The situation became extremely dangerous. Once the agile wolf-type or bird-type beast got close to Balshan, she would definitely be unable to defend herself. At this distance, there was a high chance of accidentally injuring her. Everyone was instantly caught in a dilemma. "Darn it, there's no other way." Charms gritted his teeth and roared as he charged out from the back of the carriage towards the struggling fearful beast. The situation had taken a strange turn. Previously, both parties were in a state of being chased, but now, it was a matter of who could reach the side of the fearful beast first. A bear-type demonic beast turned its head to bite at him, but he did not dodge and instead thrust his spear forward. Scram! The moment he fired, the spear barrel was almost pressed against the head of the target. With a loud bang, the bear-type's head was blasted into pieces and it fell to the ground. Charms did not even bother to look at it as he continued to charge forward. In order to reduce the chance of accidental injury, there was no other way but to close the distance. At this moment, the mutated goshawk and wild boar had already reached the side of the fearful beast. They risked being trampled by their own kind and bit at Balshan in an attempt to force her out of a dead end. Balshan also knew who was the most threatening target. She held on to the abdomen of the fearful beast tightly and allowed her body to be bitten by the demonic beasts. The area of withering soon covered more than half of the area. Charms had also rushed to Balshan's side and engaged in close combat with the demonic beasts. The advantage of the Vanner rifle that didn't require manual loading and had a large magazine was undeniable. Regardless of whether it was a wild boar with thick skin or a wolf-lion hybrid, as long as it took a bullet to the head, it would be an instant death. As for the bird-type beasts, they could be dealt with using the butt of the rifle. Of course, he was bitten quite a few times as well. In order to protect Balshan, he could only use his body to block the attacks of the enemy. The fearful beast finally pulled out its long fangs, but it did not have much strength left. The power of decay had already spread throughout its entire body, and its seemingly indestructible fur was now as thin as paper, unable to withstand the weight of its organs. It staggered twice before falling to the side. Large amounts of organs and intestines spewed out from the first part of its body that had withered, and at the same time, a pungent smell of decay permeated the air. Charms noticed that the organs had already swelled up and turned white, as though they had been soaked in the sewers for months. The surviving demonic beasts dispersed upon seeing the situation, as though they were completely frightened out of their wits. Enduring the intense pain all over his body, he caught Balshan, who had lost her support and was falling backward, in his arms. "Why are you here?" Charms carried Balshan and limped towards the train. "Where's Dusk?" "She has already met up with the others, and retreated towards the misty forest." Balshan forced a smile. "As for me, if I didn't come to help, all of you would have died here." "So, are you blaming me?" You think I'm not suited to appear on the battlefield?" She mocked weakly. "Don't forget that I'm a combat witch." Cough. "When you were still playing in the mud, I was already fighting for my survival. You're injured to this extent, but you still don't forget to criticize me. You're not cute at all." But after knowing that Dusk had left, Charms felt much more at ease. Hank probably did what he had instructed him to do. At this moment, a wriggling sound came from behind them. Charms turned around and saw the worm monster with a mouth full of blood swelling up again. What the hell, is there no end to it? He slowly moved to the side of the carriage and placed Balshan on the ground. That's right. Run for your life while there's still time. Balshan took a deep breath. Your cowardly companions have all escaped, leaving me here can at least, hey. Her expression suddenly changed. What are you trying to do? Charms sat down cross-legged and loaded the bullets in his bag into the empty magazine. Isn't it obvious? It's impossible to outrun the demonic beasts while bringing you along. Then you should just leave me behind and run by yourself. Did you guys do this in the past? But in the First Army, His Majesty taught us to fight for the ordinary people. I can't just leave you, an ordinary person, and let you stall for time while I escape by myself. Balshan was stunned. She never expected that there would be a day when she would be classified as an ordinary person. Charms placed all the magazines by his side and leaned over to hold his rifle. Also, the longer I hold off the enemy, the safer dusk will be. So stop complaining. He didn't blame the militia. They weren't official soldiers, and their main responsibility was to protect the depot and train station from being robbed. Asking them to deal with a monster like the fearful beasts of hell was too much for them, and it was already good that they could last until now. You. Balshan wanted to say something, but she eventually shut her mouth. They're here. Charms aimed at the newly spewed demonic beasts and pulled the trigger. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed across the plains, but it was much fainter than before. The muzzle of the gun, which was still emitting wisps of smoke, was always aimed at the most threatening target, while the nimble and small demonic beasts were completely left to the people around him to deal with. There was no communication between the two of them, but they had formed a strange tacit understanding. This sense of trust made him feel like he was in the army. He seemed to have resisted for a long time, but also seemed to have resisted for only a short moment. Due to the loss of blood, his vision gradually became blurry, and his hands and feet became slower and slower. On the contrary, Balshan, whose injuries were much worse than his, didn't collapse. She wrapped her clothes around one arm to act as bait, while her other arm was a lethal weapon. Small demonic beasts like wolves and foxes would be severely injured or killed if they were to come into contact with it. Surprisingly, Charms didn't see much despair on her face. She didn't look like someone who was heavily injured. Her high concentration, decisive actions, and blood-stained eyes made Balshan seem completely different from his memories. This also made him realize that this was how a combat should look like. She had once lost everything she was good at, but at this moment, she had once again become her true self. A new hybrid emerged from the worm's body, and the two of them knew that this was the final moment. It's a pity about that theater ticket. Balshan moved back to his side with a mocking smile. If you were to die here, I would be at ease. At least I wouldn't have to worry about Dusk being deceived by you. As expected, this fellow isn't cute at all. Charms snorted. That's right, the most regretful one is you. At the last moment, you can only stay with me, no. She interrupted unexpectedly. In fact, I feel that, woo, the sharp whistle drowned out her words. Following that, balls of flames exploded around the worm, and the rising dust and rubble caused the demonic beasts to temporarily stop moving. Charms was suddenly energized. He forcefully propped himself up and looked towards the direction of the whistle. A black armored train appeared on the horizon behind him, and the cannon at the top of the train flashed continuously. It was the Black River that had galloped across the fertile plains during the northern expedition. He shook Balshan agitatedly. Do you see that? It's the Black River, our reinforcements have arrived. But the latter didn't give him any response. Hey! Charms turned around abruptly, only to see that the other party had already closed her eyes and slid to the side of the carriage. Wake up, hey, wake up. But no matter how he shook her, Balshan didn't open her eyes. The next time he saw her, it was already 2 days later. This is her room, do you need me to knock on the door for you? Camilla, the butler of the sleeping spell, asked. No, thank you, I can do it myself. Charms hurriedly bowed to the other party. This was his first time visiting a witch's residence. This place didn't allow outsiders to enter, and only those invited by the residents could enter. He only wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect to receive approval so quickly. Then please take note of the time. Camilla nodded and left. Charms heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking back to the scene from 2 days ago, he felt rather awkward. Even now, the admonition of the medical staff was still ringing in his ears. She's not dead yet. If you continue shaking her like that, you might really kill her. Seriously, you're clearly someone who has been to the battlefield, but you don't know that it's easy for you to faint after forcefully holding on to your last breath. Don't railway soldiers need to undergo emergency rescue training? You only know how to make a fuss. Could it be that she's someone important to you? Charms hurriedly shook his head to dispel these annoying memories. Actually, after knowing that Balshan was still alive, he didn't have to be in such a hurry to visit her. After all, it was hard to tell who was visiting who based on her appearance. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, and every movement caused him to feel pain all over his body, making him look rather pathetic. But even though he listened, he felt that he wouldn't be at ease if he didn't personally take a look. At this thought, he reached out and knocked on the door. Coming. The door opened, and Xianxia entered his sight. It's really you. She revealed a happy smile. When I received Lady Camilla's notice, I guessed that it was you even before she said your name. Thank you for saving Balshan. Hey, you must be mistaken, I was the one who saved her. A familiar voice sounded from within the room. Charms walked into the room and immediately saw Balshan leaning against the headboard. Sunlight shone in through the window, illuminating half of her cheeks and short brown hair. What surprised him was that even though her injuries were much more severe, she seemed to be in better spirits than him. Of course, she was also tightly wrapped in bandages, including her head. There's nothing strange about it. Balshan shrugged as though she saw through his doubts. A witch's body is stronger than an ordinary person's in every aspect, so it's natural for her to recover much faster. So. She paused for a moment. Don't think that you'll have the chance to be alone with Dusk. Charm silently rolled his eyes. He could tell that this fellow didn't need anyone's concern. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. You're leaving just like that? Dusk asked in surprise. Of course, standing isn't good for recuperating, especially for someone like me who is inferior to her in every aspect. Charms looked at Balshan provocatively. I have to recover quickly and meet you to watch a play before she does. Meet me? Dusk's eyes curved into a smile. Sure. Wait a minute, she agreed so quickly? Don't even think about it. Balshan said coldly. I'll definitely recover faster than you. Then let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. The two of them stared at each other and began their usual quarrel. Dusk tilted her head and smiled as she stood by the side, looking as though she was happy that the two of them had reunited after a calamity. When he walked out of the room, Charms suddenly recalled the words that were covered by the steam whistle. He turned around and asked, Right, what did you say before you fainted? Nothing. Balshan replied indifferently. When the train arrived, I was already in a daze. You probably remembered wrongly. All right. Charms rubbed his head and closed the door. What was he asking? Dusk asked curiously. Just some nonsense. Balshan smiled and tilted her head to face the sunlight. This isn't bad. Middle section of the impassable mountain range, Hermes Mountain Range. The gigantic shadow cast by the deity of gods had already touched the edge of the highlands. Floating life beasts flowed through the mountains and connected the east and west wings, causing the mountain range to become a magnificent red line. With this supply line, the army at the ridge of the continent could enter the Four Kingdoms without any restrictions. Everything was just as Mask had predicted, although the humans' harassment never stopped, they were helpless against the deity of God's advance. The following battle would turn into a war of attrition without any skill. The race had the advantage in numbers, furthermore, their technology allowed them to have the greatest number. Even the inferior demon bodies that were useless in the past could become powerful war machines. The disparity between the two was even greater. The opponent did possess extraordinary skills, but it did not shorten the intrinsic difference between the races. From birth to maturity, the former required at least a decade, while the inferior demon bodies only required a short 2 years. They did not need to go through the trouble of choosing a mate and mating. With the constant increase in casualties, the humans would collapse sooner or later. That's right, the development did not deviate from his expectations, except for one thing. I want to know, what's going on? He stood in the observation room at the bottom of the deity of gods and roared at his subordinates. His subordinates looked at each other and lowered their heads, none of them daring to speak. He rarely asked questions that he already knew the answer to, because it was just venting his emotions and a waste of time. Only lowly beings like Blood Conqueror and Loathing would be passionate about it. It was obvious what had happened. A large number of demonic beasts had appeared on the Hermes Highlands and were engaged in battle with the symbiotic demons that he had released. The symbiotic demons were supposed to be rushing towards the four kingdoms and slowly whittling down the human's strength, but now, a portion of them were being held back by the demonic beasts. They converged into numerous black tides on the plains and surged into the abandoned city through the large gap. This pass might have been a fortress used by the humans to defend against the demonic beasts, but it had now been replaced by the race. It would have been fine if that was all. Nausicaa saw the Xianxia realm's nest amidst the horde of demonic beasts. This was the true reason for his loss of composure. Unlike humans, the race had long understood that the so-called demonic beasts were a branch of the Xianxia realm, similar to the inferior demons of the race. Every time the months of demons came and the magic power was abundant, the nest would release a large number of spores, which would be blown to the earth by the sea breeze and infect the ordinary beasts, transforming them into various strange species, and then let them evolve and fight on their own. The demonic beasts had low combat strength and posed little threat to the race. The Xianxia realm's beasts. The Xianxia realm. From another point of view, this was a manifestation of the Xianxia realm's lack of control over the continent. Other than using such methods to create minor problems for their race, it was difficult for them to encroach on the continent's hinterlands. But the nest was realm range. It was the backbone of the Xianxia realm, and its race would not easily let go of such a target. Furthermore, of the Xianxia clan had realm, they had demons. And see. Above, realm, the tribe, the land, tribe, had the land, king lands, dragon, demon. Over the past 800 years, the race had slowly annexed more than half of the land of Dawn. They had also established a long line of defense near the sea to prevent the Xianxia realm from ambushing them from the rear. It was understandable for the demonic beasts to gather in the continent's interior, but the appearance of the nest made the nature of the situation completely different. Either an idiot had neglected his duties and missed out on the Xianxia realm's movements, or something serious had happened in the rear. His subordinates had most likely thought of this, which was why they did not dare to respond. Thinking back to the sudden loss of contact with the king, Nausicaa felt extremely vexed and uneasy. Lord Mask. A higher ascendant suddenly walked into the observation room. There's a message from the birth tower. The king is summoning you. What? Nausicaa turned his head abruptly. Are you sure it's the king? The other party was taken aback. From the fluctuations in the realm of mind, it's indeed the presiding Holy See. My lord, is there a problem? No, I'll head over now. Nausicaa restrained his emotions and said coldly. He and Silent Disaster agreed that it was best not to reveal the fact that they had lost contact with the Blackstone region. It was normal for his subordinates to have such a reaction. In the end, it was the nest that messed up his pace. Reaching the top of the tower, Mask concentrated and responded to the intense fluctuations. It was indeed from the presiding Holy See. However, there were some minute differences from before. Unfortunately, with his standard, he was unable to identify the source of the abnormality. Thank you for your summons, my esteemed king. What happened previously? The moment Nausicaa opened his mouth, he habitually complained. In the days without your guidance, I have been feeling uneasy. Furthermore, Skylord's whereabouts are unknown. Thankfully, the symbiote's performance was extremely outstanding, allowing the Western Front to, enough. The king interrupted him. I know you have a lot to say, but that's not important. The Blackstone region has been lost. Nausicaa immediately forgot the words of praise to the back of his mind. He paused for a moment before repeating in disbelief. Blackstone region, lost? Although it has not been completely invaded by the Xianxia realm, it is only a matter of time. Our enemies have become completely different from the past. This has caused the already weak defensive line to completely collapse. Heart of Hatred has died on the battlefield. The king's tone was unperturbed, as though he was discussing a matter that had nothing to do with the fate of his race. I have already given the order to abandon the Blackstone region and retreat to the Land of Dawn. King, please think twice. Nasapel turned anxious. It was a great migration of hundreds of millions. Even excluding the demonic bodies, there were at least tens of millions. Under the situation of lacking red mist supplies, how many people could reach the Land of Dawn alive? Perhaps not even 10% of the total. Furthermore, the Land of Dawn was now being attacked by the Xianxia realm. They had to venture deep into the continent to gain a foothold, but how could there be so many strongholds in the fertile plains to supply their race? If they had the ability, they would not have attempted to occupy Tequila. Sacrifices are unavoidable, but this is the best solution at the moment. The king spoke bluntly. Red mist is not a problem. Once the decision is made to retreat, the past birth towers can be transferred to obtain new life. This technology has already been proven on the ridge of the continent. As for Starfall City, Arietta, Tequila, Hermes, and even the God Stone mines in the human territories, they can all be used as new incubation points. But moving so many birth towers at the same time, even with the strength of the entire race, Nasapel was suddenly stunned. Don't tell me you, that's right, I have already fused with the magic power core, allowing King City to become the new deity of gods. Mask could not help but shiver. Fusing with inanimate objects meant that the king would forever be fixed to the birth tower, becoming something similar to the mother of the race. The ice-cold logic was merciless to him, causing him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. It was probably because of the king's transformation that they had lost contact with him previously. But it was as the king had said. This way, all the logistical problems could be easily resolved. With the power of the deity of gods, it was completely possible to accommodate multiple birth towers and replace the strongholds to spread the red mist, minimizing the losses of the migration. Then the final problem was the humans. The moment this thought emerged, it was confirmed by the king. My race no longer has the time to waste with the humans. We have to obtain the legacy shard as soon as possible. Only then will we have a chance to contend against the current Xianxia realm. And there was only one way to destroy the humans in an extremely short period of time, regardless of the cost. I order you, from the moment the first batch of migrants reach the fertile plains, the Western Front operation will shift to Plan B. The king ordered. Nasapel could not help but feel excited. In fact, Plan B was his brainchild, but he never expected it to be realized. It would definitely be an earth-shattering destruction. A grand scene unfolded in the City of Glow in the Kingdom of Dawn. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the church procession held up rows of flags and slowly passed through the city gate. Leading the way for them was the royal knights. This was a solemn treatment that had not been seen for a long time. Everyone's eyes were on the woman in the middle of the procession, who was dressed in luxurious clothes and wore a crown on her head. She was the rumored new pope, the key figure who defeated the rebels and led Hermes back on the right track. Although the church's invasion of the kingdom of Wolfheart and the kingdom of Everwinter had tarnished its image, it was undeniable that it still had a certain influence. Recently, the procession often passed through the front line of the battlefield, rescuing the refugees and encouraging the people to fight against the demons, which won them a lot of gratitude. The news also spread back to the City of Glow through various channels, which made the people curious about the new pope. After all, in the past, the pope was a high and mighty figure. Even the king had to get permission to meet him. It was rare to see a pope who was willing to take risks and even cared about every civilian. Every time the woman nodded and smiled at the crowd, there would always be a burst of excitement. In addition to her identity, her extremely outstanding appearance was also one of the reasons for the sensation. Finally, the procession stopped in front of the castle in the inner city. The Pope dismounted and walked up the stairs step by step. Standing at the door was Roland Wimbledon, the King of Grey Castle, who welcomed her. The two stretched out their hands and shook hands. Although it was the first time for most people to see this kind of strange etiquette, they could see the equality in it. This also proved the rumor that the new pope had the support of Grey Castle and the relationship between the two had been reshaped. In the warm applause of the crowd, the two walked into the castle side by side. "Sorry, Your Majesty, I was impolite." After the door was closed, the woman bent down and was about to kneel on one knee when Roland pulled her up. No, I think this is good. Besides, you're no longer the pure witch of the past. The witch union doesn't need such complicated etiquette. Have you been in the holy city for too long and forgotten this point? The woman was Isabella, who had been transferred from Hermes to take over the holy city as the Pope's representative. She was responsible for settling the nuns and orphans and preventing the pill of madness from leaking. Of course, not. After Isabella finished speaking, she suddenly froze. She looked up in surprise and said, "Your Majesty, you just said, you didn't hear wrongly. Vendi suggested to accept you as a member of the alliance, and I agreed to her suggestion." Roland nodded. "Although the punishment is 5 years, you did a good job in Hermes. Consider it a reward." It took Isabella a while to react. "But Your Majesty, after joining the Witch Union, you'll be given a fixed amount of chaos drinks every month." The latter's but was instantly stuck in his throat. "I know what you want to say, really." Roland sighed. "You pure ones always like to persist in strange places, or torture yourself. Besides, atonement doesn't require shackles and chains. If I have to keep preparing these things for you, it will be a headache for me. So at times like this, just say thank you to Vendi like everyone else." "Yes." Isabella bit her lip and slowly lowered her head. "I understand. I know you've been living in responsibility and orders in the past, but it doesn't matter. One day, you'll get used to this new way of life." Roland changed the topic. "This meeting is a rare opportunity for publicity, so it should be more grand. But I don't want to waste any more time on ceremonies and banquets. You should know that Neverwinter has been attacked by demonic beasts." "Yes." Speaking of business, Isabella's expression suddenly became serious. "Did you ask me to come here to learn more about demonic beasts?" "Yes. After all, in the past 100 years, Hermes has been the main force in fighting against demonic beasts. I think the church must have accumulated a lot of relevant information." Isabella replied without hesitation. "I'll tell you everything I know." When he learned that Neverwinter was suddenly attacked by demonic beasts 4 days ago, Roland did not pay much attention to it at first. He had experienced many months of demons in the western region, and people had been able to use wooden guns and firearms to fight against demonic beasts several years ago, let alone the current army. Although it was unusual for a large number of demonic beasts to appear outside the months of demons, the first army was fighting with demons in many areas, so he had no time to think about the reasons behind it. Unexpectedly, the development of the situation was beyond his expectation. That night, he received several telegrams from the tower at North Slope Mountain, and the situation took a turn for the worse. A large number of demonic beasts crossed the Tequila line and launched an attack on the development area. The garrison also made corresponding resistance, but failed to stop the enemy's attack. If not for the timely armored train support, the loss would be even more shocking. Moreover, the report mentioned that several witnesses claimed to have seen ghost-like monsters, which moved quickly, silently, and almost invisible to the naked eye. They would only appear after being stained with blood. This made Roland realize that he might have seriously underestimated the ability of demonic beasts. When Isabella finished her report, Roland found that his guess was confirmed. Compared to the holy city of Hermes, the months of demons in the western region of Grey Castle was just a tributary of the sea. There were far more types of demonic beasts than demons, and some hybrids were even difficult to find their original forms among the wild beasts. For example, wild beasts with extremely long bodies could pass through the ground and climb up the city walls, and cold-howling birds with goat horns and bird bodies were all monsters that had never been seen in the western region. At the same time, he had a basic idea of the reason for this attack. A large number of demonic beasts suddenly appeared behind the development area, which was most likely due to wild beasts. But this still could not explain why the situation in Neverwinter became so serious. Even if the rear did not have a huge city wall like the Holy City, and the first army was made up of inexperienced rookies, the gap in weapons was enough to make up for all this. Perhaps the people would fall into chaos at first, but after the emergency plan was activated, the army should be able to quickly stabilize the situation. In addition, he noticed that Isabella did not mention the ghost-like monsters, which made him wonder, was it a new enemy, or a false report made by the people in the chaos. At this time, a servant walked into the room with a paper package in his arms. "Your Majesty, a new letter has been sent from Neverwinter." "Not a telegram?" Roland was a little surprised. "Yes, it was sent by the Air Knight." "Let's take it apart." Inside the paper bag was a stack of pictures. Roland spread them out on the table, only to find that they were all the real portraits of the attackers. Obviously, these pictures were drawn by Soroya. Compared with written reports, the latter was undoubtedly more accurate and vivid in terms of intelligence. It seemed that even if they had no fighting ability, they were still doing their best to protect their home. Soon, a picture of a monster's corpse caught Roland's attention. It seemed to have been hit by a train, and most of its body was stuck to the iron plate. Its appearance could not be associated with any of the demonic beasts described by Isabella. "This kind of hybrid, have you seen it in Hermes?" He took out the drawing and put it in front of Isabella. She looked at it carefully and then shook her head. But Nightingale, who had been standing behind Roland, suddenly let out a soft cry of "Huh." "Bookseller's website, why?" Roland tilted his head. "Is there a problem? It looks similar to some of the things I've killed before." Nightingale spread out her hands. "But those monsters were much smaller and didn't have such an exaggerated appearance." "Wait, are you referring to the exploration at the Great Snow Mountain?" Nightingale nodded. "Even earlier, when we were searching for the Ice Witch. From the point of invisibility, it makes sense that it was treated as a ghost." "What's the difference between these two monsters? Can you explain in more detail?" Roland pressed. Let me think. After all, it was a few years ago." Nightingale picked up the picture. "The monster I encountered was at most half the height of this monster in the picture. Its front claws were also in the shape of a sickle, but shrunk a few times. Its abdomen only had accessory feet for climbing, but not so many claws. As for the head, yes, the clawed beast back then didn't have such an obvious mouth and sharp teeth. The one in the picture was more like a predator. If not for the front claws and invisibility, I really wouldn't have linked the two together. At that time, I even thought that they were some kind of hybrid demonic beast." Roland's expression turned solemn. "But later, I discovered that those monsters belonged to the Sky-Sea realm. If the threat that the demonic beasts posed was limited, the Sky-Sea realm was a completely different matter. As participants in the battle of divine will, they could oppress the demons in places where humans couldn't see. Their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. If the forces of the Sky-Sea realm appeared in the western region, it was definitely not good news. But the entire northern part of the Fertile Plains was occupied by the demons after the first battle of divine will, so how did the Sky-Sea realm infiltrate the hinterland of the continent? Could it be a horrifying and exaggerated idea vaguely drilled into his mind? Yes, speaking of demonic beasts. The First Army was also attacked by demonic beasts when we entered the Snow Mountain ruins." Nightingale raised her eyebrows. "It's too much of a coincidence. Could it be that the demonic beasts and the Sky-Sea realm are in cahoots?" Roland and Isabella immediately looked at Nightingale. The latter curled his lips. "I was just saying. You don't have to take it to heart. In short, I'm afraid this matter is more troublesome than I expected." Roland tapped the table lightly. "No matter what, Neverwinter was the core of human industry, and no accidents could be allowed. If the attack had anything to do with the Sky-Sea realm, it would not be excessive to use the most prudent countermeasures. Isabella, the information you provided is very useful. Go and rest for a while. I will let the person in charge of the general staff contact you later." Isabella did not leave. "Your Majesty, I still have something to report to you." "What is it?" "Say it." "While I was in Hermes, I didn't stop experimenting with the God Stone." She took out a stack of paper from her coat and placed it on the table. "Do you still remember the conclusion that Agatha came up with? It was not because the magic was too dense that it hindered the casting of the ability, but because of other factors. On this basis, I repeatedly studied it and found that this factor is very likely related to frequency." "Frequency?" Roland was surprised. "This statement was indeed based on the natural science theoretical foundation that you wrote. It may not be very accurate, but I really can't think of a better description." Isabella then briefly described her discovery. In fact, not long after I came up with this conclusion, my magic power condensed. Nightingale blinked in surprise. After observing for a while, she said, "It's true. I didn't notice this before." Roland laughed. "Doesn't that mean that the Alliance has another evolved witch? Congratulations, you've broken through your limits." Isabella shook her head. "It's all because you gave me this opportunity. But it's your choice to persist in the research," he rejected. "Do you have any new feelings after the evolution of your ability?" Isabella stretched out her hand. There was a ring on her slender middle finger, and the prismatic gem in the center of the ring gradually glowed. That was most likely a stone of lighting. Others might be surprised, but not Roland, but he was a little confused. This stone seemed to be a little different. "This stone is not made by the demons," Nightingale exclaimed in a low voice. Roland immediately realized that for the demons, magic stones were the source of their power to upgrade and fight. Beauty was never a factor to consider, so most of them were round. And this stone had obvious cut marks. Like jewelry, it was polished into a prismatic polyhedron, which was basically only done by humans. But humans did not have the ability to produce magic stones. All the magic stones so far were seized from wars and excavated ruins. And cutting and polishing would destroy the magic stone structure. In other words, it must be processed first and then transformed. "This is my first experiment after the evolution." Isabella seemed a little emotional. "It originally came from a god's locket of retribution in the church's dungeon, but now it can no longer confine any witches." Roland opened his mouth in surprise. "You turned a god's stone into a stone of lighting?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Isabella nodded. "In the past, I could only completely smooth out the fluctuations of the god's stone, but now I can weaken it to a specific frequency, and the result is the so-called magic stone. But so far, only a part of the magic stone can be reproduced by this method, which I'm afraid has something to do with my incomplete understanding." It took Roland more than half an hour to roughly understand what Isabella meant by combining the experimental manuscripts and asking questions. To put it simply, Isabella's understanding of the god's stone was based on her own ability. In her eyes, the fluctuations of the god's stone were so strong that it was difficult to feel that it was constantly changing. At first glance, it looked like a dead dark domain. Under this kind of fluctuation, other fluctuations could not be expressed, which was why the god's stone could isolate abilities. But whether it was fluctuation or frequency, they were all descriptions after being translated by her ability. Isabella had vaguely sensed the difference between the two, but limited by her knowledge, she could not express it accurately. After all, the fluctuation was something obvious, but magic power was not. She could only choose the most similar words to describe it from the concepts she already knew. This reminded Roland that Lon seemed to have said the same thing. Once the communication system between the two parties was too different, it was difficult to even express it, let alone understand it. But Isabella's evolution proved one thing: the magic stone was not exclusive to the demons. If magic power one day became a new subject, then her experiments were likely to be the starting point of magic mechanics. "No one can help you on this path, but that's exactly why it's worth a try," Roland encouraged. "I'll do my best," Isabella said with a hand on her chest. Finally, during the experiment, I also found an incredible phenomenon. Agatha's guess is probably right. I'm afraid the god's stone is not a dead object. Not a dead thing." "What do you mean?" Nightingale frowned. "Could it be that the god's stone in the mine can talk?" "I haven't found anything like that yet, but when I was testing at the bottom of the Hermes vein, I accidentally found a few rats eroded by the god's stone." Isabella closed her eyes as if she was recalling the scene at that time. "They may be lost people from the upper levels of the Privy Council after the collapse of the new holy city. No one knows how the rats were captured by the god's stone, but part of their body has been immersed in the god's stone, as if the two have merged into one. When the insect is wrapped in rosin, it can be seen as a whole, but the amber is still not a living thing," Roland said bluntly. "I know." Isabella's face showed a trace of fear. "If that's the case, I wouldn't make such an assertion. The problem is, the rat is still alive. When I get close, it will scream at me, as if begging me to release it." Roland could not help but shiver. He suddenly understood why the other party was afraid. Fear of the unknown. And she was standing in front of a field that she had never seen before. Could it be that the rats have just been attached to it? Nightingale asked, pretending to be relaxed. I observed them for 3 months and 9 days, and they never stopped screaming. Isabella sighed softly. On the 10th day, I used a dagger to separate one of them. I found that its stomach was already empty, and it had even shrunk because of the long period of abandonment, but some of its blood vessels had grown into the god stone. This meant that for a whole 3 months, it was the god stone that provided the energy for the rats to survive. It seems that I have thought too simply. Roland could not help but smile bitterly. He previously thought that only living things can gather magic was a fallacy caused by his lack of understanding of magic, but the evidence found by Isabella undoubtedly pushed the fallacy one step further. I've seen it in the church's All Living Things record. Some rare plants can connect with animals, forming a strange symbiotic relationship. She continued, although we can't conclude that the god stone is a plant, at least it's not a dead thing. Following this train of thought, some of the unique phenomena of the devils became easier to understand, for example, the steels that kept growing, as well as the giant monsters at the bottom of the steels. Perhaps they made use of this to build the species system they have today. In that case, demons do like to use stones. Nightingale said thoughtfully. It's a pity that my research is still shallow. Most of it is just superficial speculation. I can't give you any substantial help. Isabella lowered her head apologetically. Not only has the reason for the fusion not been identified, but even the transformation of magic stones can only produce low-level magic stones such as the glowing stone and the screaming stone. You underestimate your discovery too much. Roland interrupted, regardless of whether the conjecture that the frequency of the wave determines the effect is correct or not. The fact that witches can produce magic stones with their ability alone is enough to make your name go down in history. He would be lying to himself if he said he had no regrets. If the other party could produce high-level magic stones, it meant that powerful sigils such as Infinity and Divine Will could be used limitlessly, and combat witches could also become a decisive force on the battlefield. However, he also knew that the exploration of magic power was bound to be a long and tortuous process. Isabella had just opened the door and glimpsed a corner of it. As long as she could continue her research, the results would undoubtedly be worth looking forward to, considering the average lifespan of witches. After Isabella left, Roland immediately spread out a pen and paper and drafted a telegram to be sent to City Hall. The telegram was very simple, with only one sentence: Neverwinter cannot be lost. From today onwards, the emergency plan will be activated and the state of general mobilization will be entered. The plan will provide as many soldiers as possible for the front line as long as the food supply is affordable. In addition to the expansion of the army, industrial production will also be inclined to the manufacture of armaments, and living materials will be limited. Although as early as the beginning of the Battle of Divine Will, he had ordered Chief Barev to formulate the corresponding general mobilization plan, it was not easy to implement it. First of all, in terms of administrative integrity, at present, only Neverwinter could adapt and adjust the policies, personnel, and production. If it were to be implemented in other cities, it would easily become a forced conscription, and the order that had been restored with great difficulty would once again be paralyzed. Secondly, even if the First Army massively expanded, logistics would not appear out of thin air. In this era, it was almost impossible to carry out a cross-border battle of 100,000 people by relying on ships and livestock to transport supplies. However, if the main battlefield was the western region, the administrative and logistical restrictions would no longer exist. Neverwinter was the front line of this defensive battle, and also the last fortress of humanity. No matter what price they had to pay, they could not take a step back, even if the enemy was the Sky-Sea realm. Because there was no retreat for humanity, who's there? The Silent Lord, who was soaking in the red mist pond, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the darkness opposite him. Just a moment ago, he had heard a faint sound. If it was under normal circumstances, he would not have asked. All he had to do was pick up his weapon and slash to know the outcome. If a junior demon or primal demon dared to enter his recuperation area without permission, they deserved to be cleaved in half. The reason why Silent Lord did not immediately take action was because his sword was not by his side. He would only remove his armor and weapon when he was recuperating. In the darkness, a figure slowly walked out. "Don't attack. It's me." Haxord was slightly taken aback. From the voice, it was the long-lost Sky Lord, Haxord. Silent Lord suddenly stood up from the pool and draped a white cloth over his body. "Where did you go? Could it be, as Mask said, that you fled at the last minute?" "Humph, I wouldn't be surprised by anything that deformed freak says. This is also the reason why I came to find you alone." Haxord slowly walked to the side of the pool. Only then did Silent Lord notice that there was a large hole in his chest armor. The internal wound was so deep that bones could be seen. Although the bleeding had stopped, the injury was far from healing. "You're injured?" With Sky Lord's abilities, fleeing at the last minute would not have landed him in such a state. "I never thought there would be a day where I would need your concern." Haxord sneered and struggled to climb into the red mist pool. "As for where I went, don't worry. You'll find out very soon. But before that, I have to show you something." "What is it?" "Concentrate, then remain relaxed. Close your eyes." Hearing such a strange request, Silent Lord was about to reject it, but when he saw the other party's unquestionable expression, he suddenly realized something. This was clearly a preparation to enter the realm of mind. He hesitated for a moment before finally closing his eyes. In that instant, an indescribable scene surged into Silent Lord's mind. In the strange scene of the continent of light, the nameless secret letter, the white-clothed kin, the giant tower with the pillar of light, the bottomless pit, and other scenes flashed by. Finally, what appeared before him was a swarm of nests surrounded by claws. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. This was memory reading. The only difference was that they had exposed their memories to the king in the presiding Holy See, but now, Haxord was the one who took the initiative to instill memories into her consciousness. Silent Disaster took a long time before severing the connection. Memories were difficult to forge and were far more accurate than narration, but it also had a flaw that could not be ignored. It was easy to see fragments outside of the matter. The open memories were like an unguarded city. Silent Disaster never expected Sky Lord to choose such a method to convey information to her. There's no need to say anything else." Haxord's voice was very deep. Clearly, this action had exhausted her. "If I didn't do this, would you believe what I experienced?" The answer was undoubtedly no. A small island not far from the Blackstone region was actually the real location of the origin of magic. Even after reading the memories, she still felt that it was unreal, much less verbally. "You can create your own consciousness domain?" Silent Disaster changed the topic. Haxord gave her a puzzled look. "I thought you would first pay attention to Valkyrie's whereabouts. But you guessed right. If not for that, I wouldn't have been able to transmit my memories to you. The moment I saw the Tree of Light, I suddenly had a deeper understanding of the realm of mind. If not for the Sky-Sea realm's interruption, I might have been able to improve further. Of course, compared to the King's Holy See, my domain is much smaller." "I see." Silent Disaster returned to the side of the pool with her back facing Sky Lord. "I really want to know the whereabouts of the Nightmare Lord. When I saw that slip of paper, I wanted to immediately go to the human kingdom to look for her. But reason tells me that I have to reject your request." "Reject, what?" Haxord flipped over. From this angle, he could see the other party's smooth back and a lock of long blue hair that fell into the pool. "I rarely speak, but that doesn't mean I don't think," Silent Disaster said slowly. "You came to find me first instead of reporting this situation to the king. Your intentions are self-evident. You want to stop the battle of divine will or wait for the truth to be revealed before making a decision. This is undoubtedly a violation of the king's decree. It's no different from betrayal. Once the king finds out, he definitely won't let you off easily. You're alone, so you need help. I am the helper you chose to seek help from." "No, I am absolutely loyal to the king." Haxord retorted in a low voice, "Since we know that the battle of divine will is a scam, why do we still participate in it and wait for our doom? Do you think the king will be stubborn? As long as I find a way to contact Valkyries, the king will definitely understand what the right choice is, so." As it spoke, its voice grew softer and softer. "Damn, you saw it all?" "Yeah," Silent Disaster said frankly, "I didn't do it on purpose, but memory can't be filtered and omitted like language. From the moment you left the bottomless land, you knew that the king would never agree to your actions. The battle of divine will was a scam, and the realm of mind hid an even deeper secret. This did not conflict with the destruction of the human race and the Sky-Sea realm. Even if the information on the note was true, as long as they did not combine the legacy shards, the upgrade would not begin. They had plenty of time to decipher this secret. Regardless, everything related to the divine will should be in their own hands. Leaving a competitor alive was an extremely dangerous thing. Indeed, the destruction of the human race could cause the shapeshifters to completely disappear from the realm of mind, but compared to the entire race, a senior lord was negligible, even if the other party was Valkyries. The king would not allow emotions to affect his judgment. The only rule he followed was ice-cold logic. Once the war stopped, the speed of development of the human race might cause the advantage of the race to disappear. This was something that Osrook had repeatedly emphasized. The king would never take this risk. Haxord was definitely aware of this. If this were any other time, I would definitely beat you to the point where you can't escape and hand you over to the king for judgment. Silent Disaster sighed. But seeing that all of this is because you want to save Valkyries, I can pretend that I don't know. Since you understand, then shouldn't you take action? Or are you saying? Haxord glanced sideways at the Nightmare Lord's body on the other side of the red mist pond. Your respect for Valkyries is all an act. Compared to her, you wish to see an empty. Bang! Silent Disaster punched the red mist pond, causing a few cracks to appear on the stone foundation, but it also made Sky Lord shut his mouth in time. Firstly, all of your deductions are based on a note of unknown origins. It is undoubtedly Valkyrie's handiwork, but that's all there is to it. But it foretold the existence of the bottomless land. It also said that the deity of gods isn't safe, but the humans are unable to stop us, Silent Disaster said coldly. You want me to publicly go against the king's will just for a note? In fact, I'm willing to pretend that I've never heard of it and take the corresponding risk. If it were you, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to do that. That wasn't my intention. We could have slowed down our attacks and investigated in secret, as long as we could hide it from Mask. This is also the second point I want to make. You came back too late. Silent Disaster interrupted him. The king has already sent a new order. Mask will be in charge of the Western Front, execute Plan B. You are no longer the person in charge of the Western Front, or rather, there will no longer be a Western Front. How can that be? Haxord stood up from the red mist pond and clutched his chest with a pained expression. You should have felt it, right? The ripples in the realm of mind. Silent Disaster said expressionlessly. In fact, it's much more serious than that. Not only did the Heart of Hatred die in battle, the Blackstone region's defensive line has also collapsed. In an extremely dangerous situation, the king and the core fused, causing King City to become the new deity of gods. Now, the entire race is moving to the only remaining land, and your plans have no chance of being realized. If you want to buy time, you have to go against his orders, which is no different from going against the king. So, I am unable to promise you. Haxord realized that the situation was completely out of his control. Although it was rare for a senior lord to fall, it was not strange for any accidents to happen on the battlefield. But he never expected that the situation would suddenly worsen to such an extent. Could it be that the mutation of the blades was not a special phenomenon? He naturally knew what Plan B was. Back when Mask was researching the deity of gods, he had mentioned a crazy method of combat. Without considering the cost, the core and the Godstone mine could be squeezed to the limit, allowing the floating island to rise to an astonishing height. At such a time, the immense weight was enough to turn it into a lethal weapon. When the deity of gods fell from the sky, only God's punishment could compare to it. Although Haxord was not sure how terrifying it was, according to Mask, the ground would crack and the dust that would rise would cover the sky and even spread thousands of miles away. Lava would also erupt from the cracks, turning the entire land into an abyss of fire. To deplete a precious deity of gods with a single attack, Haxord originally thought that the plan would never come to fruition, but he never expected the king to agree to it. As such, his plan had indeed become empty talk. How could he stand out alone and defy the king? The future of his race might be uncertain, but his fate was already set in stone. Other than being hunted down by the other senior lords, there was no other possibility. Maybe you're right. Hacksword slowly sat back down in the pool. I was indeed too inconsiderate and nearly committed a grave mistake. Since I have already switched to Plan B, I should return to Sky City and make arrangements for the follow-up. Bang, another crack appeared on the pool wall. Skylord froze in surprise. Do you intend to give up on Valkyries? The latter finally turned around. Its eyes were as cold as ice as it looked down at him, as if it would make him bleed on the spot if he said the word yes. Hacksword was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't save her, but he couldn't not save her either. Was he being reasonable? He suddenly understood Mask's feelings a little. I rejected your request, but that doesn't mean I will give up on saving her. Then the method is, I don't know. Precisely because I don't know, you have to think about it. Silent Disaster's tone was unquestionable. But no matter what, don't think you can leave now. Following that, he retracted the chill in his voice and closed his eyes. Especially after you gave me hope. Be careful. They're charging at us again. Following Fishball's loud warning, the temporary defensive line formed by less than 100 people erupted with concentrated gunfire. Under the barrage of firepower, the agile small monstrous beasts had no choice but to slow down and slowly crawl through the flying debris and dust. And the 275mm field cannons had been waiting for this moment. When fired horizontally within a kilometer, its accuracy was astonishing and its power was far stronger than the anti-demon grenade. It could be said to be the nemesis of these stubborn rock monsters. Soon, the small monstrous beast at the very front was hit by the cannonball. Half of its body exploded, and one of its legs even fell 100 meters away. After losing a few monstrous beasts, the remaining demons retreated and once again hid in the red mist. But everyone knew that this was only a temporary lull. They would return at any time, from all directions. This scene did not only occur in the northern part of the Kingdom of Dawn. From Mount Kento in the Kingdom of Wolfheart to Coldwind Ridge in Grey Castle, there were many similar battles taking place at every moment. The only difference was the scale. Thus, the First Army adopted a corresponding strategy. Large numbers of troops were used to deal with large numbers of enemies, and small numbers of invaders were left to a small number of people. The team led by Fishball was precisely such a blocking team that filled in the gaps. They relied on the city to intercept the demons that attempted to cross the cordon, ensuring that the humans had a firm foothold in the red mist. Even though Fishball was only a lowly officer, he knew that his mission was closely related to the overall strategy. According to the calculations of the higher-ups, in a few months, the red mist from Hermes would be enough to cover the entire city of Glow. Thus, fighting in the red mist was the trend in the future. They had to adapt to the battlefield without the support of the witches and maintain the normal operations of the Kingdom of Dawn. It had to be said that this kind of battle was very passive. After all, no one knew where the demons would come from or how they would enter the cordon. And it was impossible to set up a fixed defensive line that extended along the northern border of the Four Kingdoms. Be it manpower or logistics, they were far from enough. Thus, the higher-ups' plan was rather helpless. Fortunately, the weapons in the hands of the soldiers were getting better and better. Even though there were only a few dozen of them, they were still able to produce a decent amount of firepower in a short period of time. For example, his team had 3 or 4 general-purpose machine guns, 10 horses, and 2 field cannons. As long as they didn't run into a senior devil, they would be able to escape unscathed. In the end, this stalemate was caused by the First Army's helplessness against the floating island. It was precisely because it was impossible to destroy the mobile stronghold even if they attacked the Hermes Plateau that everyone could only focus on defense. At present, the only one who could actively threaten the demons was the Empty Night team led by Princess Royal Highness. If I had known earlier, I would have signed up for the Air Knight Academy, someone said casually. Come on, the requirements over there can't be too high. Do you think everyone is like us, passing through a simple trial? In fact, it's already very good to be able to join the First Army. My cousin wants to join, but he can't. But Princess Tilly is there. This sentence caused a moment of silence. Even Fishball could not help but think of Iron Axe and Her Highness Tilly. The result of such a comparison was self-evident. Shut up, all of you. He expelled this inexplicable lost thought from his mind and scolded angrily. The empty night can indeed compete with the demons, but only we can protect the people. The demons may come again later. Pay attention to the sentinel's signal. Yes. Probably realizing that there was no comparison between the two, everyone quickly changed the topic. Captain, Hansen walked over with a gun in his hand. Just now, my men reported that there's a steep slope in the west with a good view. We can monitor the enemy's movements, and it won't be easy for them to climb to the top of the slope. As long as we set up a machine gun, we can suppress those stone crawlers. At least there were still reliable people in the team. Fishball looked in the direction he pointed and quickly made a decision. I'll take 5 people there and leave the front line to you. I think you should know when to retreat and when to fight. You want to go there yourself? It's our first time here. I can only rest assured if I watch it myself. The flanks were often more important than the front line. Moreover, he knew the vice-captain's character very well. Hansen, who had excellent marksmanship, was steady and cautious, and was more than enough to control the line of defense. I understand. Hansen saluted in acknowledgement of the order. Fishball nodded and quickly picked up the 5 soldiers, including the scout, and climbed all the way to the top of the slope. This bulging area resembled the northbound slope. It rose slowly and then stopped abruptly, forming a section with a height difference of 20 to 30 meters. The top of the slope was densely covered with trees, making it very suitable for hiding. The only drawback was that the fog was also very thick. The red mist that had settled here was difficult to move, so the visibility in the forest was poor. Although it did not affect their observation, being surrounded by the moist red mist was not a good experience. Light a fire to disperse the fog and check the surroundings. Fishball found a suitable shooting position and put down his machine gun. This was a good place. The protruding slope was a natural suppression point, especially against the monstrous beasts that were almost defenseless behind them. While the enemy had not launched a new attack, he planned to mark this point on the map. It might come in handy in the future. But a long time after his teammates had dispersed, Fishball did not hear the crackling sound of burning as he expected. What's going on? Collecting a bunch of firewood shouldn't take that long, right? He furrowed his brows and shouted twice, but the forest was silent. There was not even the slightest echo. Fishball was instantly alerted. This isn't right. Even if there's an enemy, his teammates should be able to fire at least once. Moreover, neither Hansen's subordinates nor the 6 of them had discovered any traces of the enemy along the way. This sudden silence was a little too strange. At this moment, he suddenly heard an extremely faint sha-sha sound from his right, as if something was lightly stepping on the grass. Fishball turned around abruptly and raised his machine gun. A dark shadow flashed in front of him, and the cold light even made him feel a stab of pain on his cheek. Ka-cha! His hand suddenly lightened as the machine gun was split into 2 and fell to the ground. An extremely tall woman appeared in front of him. Her skin was azure blue, and she was barefooted. She wore extremely thin clothes, and other than the long-hilted sword in her hand, there was no other metal on her. Perhaps this was the reason why she was able to move so stealthily. It's over. That was the only thought that flashed through Fishball's mind. A humanoid was a characteristic of a senior demon. According to the brochure, the more humanoid a demon was, the stronger it was. Apart from her height and skin color, there was almost no difference in her facial features. One could imagine her strength. Surprisingly, when he was about to die, he did not feel afraid. The only thing on his mind was how to let his teammates know that a senior demon had infiltrated this area. But the sword did not strike his body. The other party took out a piece of paper and threw it in front of him. Take this and bring it back. Hand it over to the 3 chiefs of witches. Her tone was strange and she did not speak fluently, but it was indeed human language. I don't know who the 3 chiefs of witches are. Fishball quietly reached for the gun at his waist. And I'll never give it to the enemy, give it to your companions, and they won't die. The demon's words made his hand stop abruptly. The 3 chiefs are the commanders. Take it back and someone will know. Then, a purple magic door appeared behind her. It slowly retreated into the door, and soon disappeared without a trace along with the door. Is this a dream? Fishball blinked. Not only did the senior demon not kill him, it even wanted to communicate with the witch commander, but the piece of paper and the broken spear in front of him told him that it was not a hallucination. He picked up the piece of paper. It was not wrapped in any leather, nor was it stamped with a wax seal. The contents were laid bare for all to see. Even though he knew that he should not look at it, he could not help but steal a few glances. Bottomless land, deity of gods, I have no idea what it means. This made Fishball heave a sigh of relief. Just from the words, no one would have guessed that the letter was written by a demon. Right, the others. He suddenly realized that it was not the time to ponder over the letter itself. He still had a few teammates missing. Fuck. Cartier. Blanket. Fishball yelled as he stumbled into the forest. He did not feel it when he first saw the senior demon, but now that the danger was over, he suddenly realized that his legs were extremely sore, and he could only hold on to the tree trunk to stabilize himself. A moment later, a teammate's weak reply came from the forest. Captain, is that you? After a round of searching, the team that set off found a total of 4 people. The remaining 2 were nowhere to be seen, as though they had vanished. The piece of paper was quickly handed over to a superior officer. Just 3 days later, Fishball received an order to head to the city of Glow to meet His Majesty. And the ship in charge of the transfer was actually the Seagull. He had a faint feeling that the matter was not as simple as a letter. What's the outcome? Roland asked Nightingale after the interrogation. It's the truth, your soldiers did not lie. Nightingale shrugged. Is that so? Honestly speaking, Roland felt that it was unlikely for the frontline soldiers to fabricate a story, but the situation was unique, and it was never wrong to be cautious. After all, the matter was extremely strange and inconceivable to him. Then I will enter the dream world. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me. I will even if you don't ask. Nightingale turned around and drew the curtains, causing the light in the study to dim down. You're going to see that demon again? As a witch who always stayed by his side, it was difficult to hide secrets from Nightingale. She was also the only one who knew who wrote the secret letter. Even if he did not take the initiative to mention it, as long as he listened to the conversation between him and the ancient witches, he would naturally understand. Of course, Roland had no intention of deliberately hiding it. The reason why he did not reveal it to more people was to avoid unnecessary worry, especially to Anna. Without a doubt, the previous letters are no longer valid. Haxord has returned. And there's another powerful senior demon on the battlefield. You've seen how much trouble the First Army will be in if the 2 of them join forces. I have to figure out their intentions before that, and for this, neither the Tequila Witches nor Edith can provide much help. It could be said that it was troubled times. Neverwinter was under attack, and the crisis was far from over. Now there was another matter that had to be dealt with first. That being said, it's still a demon. Don't believe it easily, Nightingale warned. And take a few more God's punishment witches with you, especially Ling. You may not believe it, but I'm very good at fighting in the dream world. Roland looked at the woman who seemed to be hidden in the darkness and slowly lay down on the soft couch. But don't worry, I'll take a few more people with me. Go and come back soon. Okay, see you later. He closed his eyes and let sleep engulf him. Half an hour later, Roland met Vaucries at the Rose Café and told her what had happened to Fishball. I see. Vaucries stirred the coffee and pondered for a long time before she said, They're looking for me. Roland did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Vaucries was acting more and more like a human. They? You know the other person's identity? Vaucries raised her head and swept a glance at him. Sarakas, the silent disaster that I previously mentioned. But she rarely takes off that heavy armor, so it's not strange for you to mistake her for another higher ascendant. Roland was momentarily speechless. He obviously knew of the silent disaster. Back when the deity of gods entered the impassable mountain range, Sylvie had noticed the senior lord-level demon. He had also gathered information from the front lines and confirmed the other party's identity with Vaucries, the rare Sharita of the demon race, an extremely talented berserk demon warrior, and the former guardian of the legacy shard. Under the guidance of the shard, he had even come into close contact with the other party. That's right, the armored enemy sitting high on the black stone throne was the senior lord's silent disaster. But he never expected that the other party's true appearance hidden behind the armor would be like this. Are you sure they're looking for you? Roland suppressed the shock in his heart. But this letter is to be handed to the 3 chiefs of witches. The contents of the letter were extremely simple, almost identical to the one that the Nightmare Lord had handed over. The only difference was that the demon characters had been replaced with human characters. This was also something that he could not understand. Even if the witch commander knew of this matter, what meaning did it have to them? It's normal for you not to understand, because you're not us. Valkyries put down her spoon and drank a mouthful of coffee. Actually, as long as you look at it from another angle, you can guess their intentions. Firstly, I went missing because I was searching for the reason for human evolution. If I'm still alive, then I must be relying on someone's realm of consciousness to survive. Otherwise, under the assault of the sea of consciousness, it's impossible for me to maintain myself until now, much less transmit information. And the one most likely to come into contact with the realm of mind is the witches? Roland asked. Of course, there's also you. Valkyrie said frankly. But considering that I can still transmit information, the probability of it being a witch is higher. Haxord speculated that I might have convinced a witch and reached a consensus with her, which was why the first note appeared. If the one I convinced was you, then I could have just led the humans to surrender. There would have been no need to go through so much trouble. What you're actually trying to say is, control, right? Don't mind the details. Valkyries did not refute. In a sense, a relationship formed by persuasion is stronger than a relationship formed by control, because the latter is a unilateral action, while the former is a result of both parties' common beliefs. Roland suddenly remembered Agatha's words. During the first battle of divine will, some humans became devil worshippers. He shook his head and shifted his train of thought back to the right track. But even so, they have no way of knowing which witch's realm of consciousness you are relying on. Indeed. But it's not easy to send a note from Grey Castle to the kingdom of Wolfheart, especially during a time of war. The one who can do it is definitely not a nobody. She should have a certain level of influence in the human kingdom, or be very well informed. So, giving the letter to the witch leader is the most convenient choice. This matter will definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups, and the sender will know. Valkyries paused. Also, don't you think this letter is too simple? Because it doesn't even have a cover, many people will peep at its contents along the way. This way, even if the 3 chiefs decide to hide the truth, the witch I convinced will find out what's written in the letter through other channels. And once she finds out, I will know very quickly. Roland suddenly understood. So the letter itself was not the main point. The act of sending the letter was the signal sent by Sky and Silent Disaster. Compared to the contents of the letter, it was difficult to completely conceal the fact that a senior demon had sent a message to a human for the first time. He believed that in the past few days, Fishball's encounter must have spread among the troops in the northern part of the Kingdom of Dawn. I admit that this requires a certain amount of luck, but I have to say that this is the best choice they could have thought of. Similarly, their luck isn't too bad. Valkyries pointed at Roland and then at herself. You see, don't I know now? To be honest, I don't know. Valkyries did not evade his gaze. This is different from what I expected. That's what you are concerned about, right? Roland tacitly acknowledged his words. He had already realized that the Nightmare Lord had an indescribable insight into the human heart. Even in the Martialist Association, he was rather popular and could be said to be doing very well. In front of such a person, feigning ignorance was useless. Being direct was the most effective method of negotiation. According to Valkyrie's previous judgment, the appearance of the deity of gods meant that the Sky Lord had made up his mind. Since he had spoken to the king, he had basically severed all possibilities of roping him in. Unless the floating island was destroyed, there was no way he would turn back. Logically speaking, the paranoid Haxord will always be secretly observing the situation at the front lines. Before you display sufficient strength, he will not take action. Valkyrie seemed to be muttering to himself, but it also seemed to be expressing the suspicions in his heart. Now that he is acting out of his usual self and has even reached a consensus with Sarakas, it's not strange for you to be wary. But what? What if the situation changes? Valkyrie spread his hands. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. No matter how appropriate the decision is, it will become meaningless without the corresponding conditions. I can only guess that there might be other factors that caused Haxord to change his original intentions. But you don't know what it is. That's right, even you don't know, much less me. Vakris drank another mouthful of coffee. If I don't ask, I won't be able to guess anything. So you want to write a letter again? That is indeed a method, but from the time of suspicion to contact, I'm afraid it will take a long time. And at this moment, the conditions will change. These uncertain factors will bring about uncertain risks. Roland remained silent for a moment, then looked at Vakris with a teasing look. Are you trying to lead me? The decision is ultimately in your hands. The latter's expression was surprisingly calm. Roland did not immediately answer. He shrugged and changed the topic. By the way, why did you only talk about Haxord and barely mention silent disaster? Can't it be part of the other factors? Because I understand it. Vakris suddenly sighed and looked out of the window. I need a lot of reasons to convince Haxord, but I don't. As long as it knows that I'm still alive, it definitely won't stand idly by. Deity of gods, at the bottom of the red mist pond. Does this really work? Silent disaster stared at Sky Lord, who was resting in the pool with his eyes closed. Maybe, maybe not. After a few days of rest, Haxord had recovered quite a bit. But since you can't think of a better solution, we can only try our luck. He knew that in order to get Silent Disaster to stand firmly on his side, he had to first resolve the two reasons Silent Disaster gave for refusing. The king had ordered the execution of Plan B, and he was powerless to reverse it, nor did he dare to openly question the king's strategy. Therefore, the only breakthrough point was Vakris's letter. A piece of paper and a few words were too hasty, but what about more words and information? If he could successfully communicate with the Nightmare Lord, Silent Disaster would definitely become the most powerful card in his hand. For this plan, not only did Haxord get his right-hand man, Xianxia, to personally monitor the transmission point in the northern part of the Kingdom of Dawn, he also sent 2 groups of nobles to the foot of Mount Hermes and the Everwinter border. He did not wish to miss out on any possible response. Such an uncertain method of fishing for fish in the sea added more uncertainty to a plan that required luck, but Haxord had no other choice. He could not expose the existence of the witch to prevent Vakris from losing their connection and becoming completely lost in the realm of mind. He also could not set up a location to wait for a reply and give the humans a chance to lay an ambush. But he had no idea what the final outcome would be. After all, the transmission of information required time, and the second deity of gods that the king was driving towards the fertile plains day and night. Once Plan B was activated, there would be no turning back. Also, rather than worrying about this, why don't you pay more attention to Mask? What's wrong with Mask? Silent Disaster frowned. I don't know. I just feel that his reaction is a little strange. Haxord shook his head. Since he had returned, there was no way he could hide it from Mask. But Mask, who had taken over the Western Front army, did not seem to mind Haxord's prolonged disappearance and did not suggest for him to take the initiative to report to the king. In the past, Mask would not have let go of such an opportunity to suppress him. Lord Sky Lord. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly walked into the grotto. There's movement from the humans. So fast? Haxord could not help but be surprised. What did you observe? He did not reveal his thoughts to anyone other than Silent Disaster, not even Xianxia. Thus, he gave his subordinates an order to report any abnormal movements to him. A male has erected a flag on the hillside that you requested to monitor, but he does not have any of his brethren by his side. Erecting a flag without occupying it was extremely abnormal in itself. Haxord could not help but exchange glances with Silent Disaster. It had only been 5 to 6 days since he sent out the message. It was a far cry from the half a month he had expected. This could only mean one thing. Not only was the witch in a high position, she was also close to the pinnacle of power. Otherwise, she would not have such an efficient response. Did the Eye-Demon discover anything? Although witches were unable to enter the Red Mist region, he still assigned Xianxia a symbiotic Eye-Demon just in case. The long-range attack from the blonde witch's sudden appearance still left a lingering fear in Sky Lord's heart. What we sensed are basically all non-magical males. It should be a routine investigation by the humans. We have yet to discover the existence of magic power observers. Xianxia hesitated. My lord, what are you guarding against? I will tell you when there are results. After Xianxia left, Haxord looked at Silent Disaster. Do you want to go? Is there a need to ask? The latter had already put on her helmet. Passing through the distortion door, Silent Disaster slowly walked towards the soldier under the flag. This time, she did not deliberately hide herself. The soldier quickly noticed the commotion behind her and turned around. Silent Disaster recognized the male. He was the one who had been delivered a letter previously. This was undoubtedly an extremely unusual meeting. The human did not scream, flee, or fight back. Instead, he quietly waited for her to approach. Although his breathing was obviously chaotic, he did not take a single step back. Only when the two of them faced each other did the soldier speak. I've delivered the letter. Where are my companions? They are still alive. Go back and I will release them. The soldier nodded, took out a new piece of paper, and handed it to Silent Disaster. Silent Disaster's pupils suddenly constricted. It was still written in her race's language, and it had an obvious nightmare style. However, the content was exceptionally short. There was only one sentence. Concentrate and close your eyes. Enter the realm of mind here. Silent Disaster was shocked. She was not Haxord. After leaving the birth tower, it would be difficult for her to establish a connection with the realm of mind. Even if she could touch the origin of magic for a short period of time, she would not be able to find Valkyries in the dark. So why did the Nightmare Lord send this message? She looked around. The entire slope was silent. The eye demon did not give any warning. Even the hands of the soldier standing in front of her were empty. He did not even carry the firearms that they were so proud of. Then, I'll give it a try. If I can't succeed, it won't be too late to discuss it with Haxord. Thinking of this, Silent Disaster slowly closed her eyes and tried to sense the extremely minute undulation. At this moment, an extremely powerful force enveloped her. It was so shocked that it wanted to break free, but it was completely powerless. The barrier between the two worlds, which was originally like a quagmire, had become as light as a bubble. Almost effortlessly, it connected to the realm of mind. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel the surging magic around her. This was something Silent Disaster had never experienced before. Even meditating while leaning against the birth tower would not have such an effect. She even had the illusion that she was ushering in a new advancement. All these feelings happened in an instant. Before she could think further, everything had calmed down. But it was not true calmness. Silent Disaster felt a slight buzzing sound in front of her. At the same time, there was a gentle breeze. The wind was very dry and calm. There were almost no changes in its size. It couldn't find any corresponding scene in its hundreds of years of memories. Silent Disaster slowly opened her eyes. She found herself in a narrow house. Although the lighting in the house was poor, it was not dark. The huge stone of lighting above her head was emitting a bright white light, illuminating every corner of the house. The source of the sound and the warm breeze was a strange thing on the wall. It was neither wood nor metal. The material seemed to be somewhere in between. But the texture of the air vent was astonishingly exquisite. Is this the realm of mind? Why have I never seen this thing before? It's the one looking for you? An unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Silent Disaster reached for her sword and turned around at the same time. Long time no see, Sarakas. It froze on the spot. That wasn't a reunion after being separated for a long time. In the red mist pond, it would see each other every day, but only at this moment did it truly understand the difference between the two of them. That slight smile, that vivid and lively gaze, and that extremely familiar voice. Every single detail set off indescribable waves in its heart. Lord Valkyries, what a nostalgic way of calling it. Nightmare smiled, but now that you're a great dark monarch, you're on the same level as me. There's no need to use the honorific you used to. What's going on? Sarakas suddenly stopped because she saw the male beside Nightmare's shapeshifter. In the divine realm, it was this dangerous human who attacked it with a cold expression. So it was this guy who imprisoned you? Do you think so? Valkyries asked. Silent Disaster's hand gripped the hilt of her sword, but she found it difficult to pull it out. Indeed, not only did the two of them appear at the same time, they didn't seem to be enemies either. Could it be that he was the one convinced by Nightmare Shapeshifter? Welcome to the dream world. Let me introduce myself. I'm the King of Grey Castle and the leader of the Witch Union, Roland Wimbledon. The other party shrugged. You know how to speak my race's language? Silent Disaster said in disbelief. Listen again? Roland repeated in a slow voice. Only then did she realize that it wasn't the common language of the human kingdom, nor was it the language of her race. Instead, it was an extremely strange language. Yet, she could understand it. In other words, regardless of what language the three of them spoke, they could understand each other. You can treat it as an exchange of consciousness. Anyway, these are all minor details. Roland gestured for her to eat. To be honest, it's not easy to facilitate such a meeting. So, we should make the best use of our time and focus on the urgent problem. Come, let's sit down and talk while we eat. Talk, while we eat? What an idiot. Could it be that he doesn't know that eating and drinking are utterly unnecessary things for high-level cultivators to do? Valkyries must have tolerated him for a long time. However, Silent Disaster saw Nightmare Sovereign happily sit by the table and raise an exquisite porcelain cup in front of her. She sat down in a daze. Even though time is tight, if we don't even have the most basic trust, there's nothing to talk about. Roland went straight to the point. And I'm afraid it won't be easy to make you believe me in a short period of time. So, Valkyries will be responsible for answering your questions. That's for the best. Valkyries gave Roland a meaningful look. I also happen to have many questions to ask her. Following that, Nightmare Lord briefly explained how she entered the dream world and what she saw and heard. In between, she did not neglect to mention the situation on the Western Front. Silent Disaster finally knew what had happened after she was lost in the sea of consciousness, but that was all she knew. Everything was too inconceivable. She really could not understand why a male human without any magic power would be favored by the realm of mind. So, this is the origin of the new human inheritance? Silent Disaster opened her mouth with difficulty. You can understand it that way. Roland replied. But I prefer to treat it as a complete world, a world that is facing the threat of God and is in imminent danger, just like us. She was unwilling to believe any human, but there were some things that she had to believe, such as this realm of consciousness that was known as the dream world. Looking out from the window, she discovered that it was shockingly huge. It was actually impossible to see the end of it. Putting aside the question of whether God really wanted to destroy this place, just from the scope alone, it was far beyond the king's presiding holy see. There were also the nameless furnishings and tools. All of them had a common characteristic, which was that they were unbelievably exquisite. To be able to spend so much effort on such daily items, it was evident how astonishing the power contained within was. If humans were borrowing this power, it was not strange for the huge changes that occurred in the third battle of divine will. Of course, the most important one was Valkyrie's. Her vision and train of thought far surpassed Klein's. If she did not raise any objections on the spot, it was already very convincing. But, it was too difficult for Sarakas to absorb all the information in a short period of time. By the way, I would like to know what made Haxord decide to contact Valkyries directly and not continue waiting? Roland took the initiative to ask when he saw that she did not speak for a long time. This does not match her style. Silent Disaster first glanced at Valkyries and only revealed the reason after it nodded. Roland was not surprised that Sky Lord had confirmed the existence of the bottomless land at the northern end of the Land of Dawn. He had long learned of this information from Joan, and now that he thought about it, it was normal for Haxord to verify this information. But the second piece of information was completely different. Are you saying that the Blackstone region has been invaded by the Skysea realm? Valkyries revealed a look of shock. Isn't that the main defensive line of the race? Can you explain in more detail? Roland pressed. There's nothing much to say. Silent Disaster was clearly wary of the human king. You know very little about the Skysea realm. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. That was indeed the case in the past, but it's different now. Greycastle's western border is being attacked by demonic beasts, and one of them is the Skysea realm. Roland did not care about its tone. Instead, he carefully described the skeleton monster that had climbed onto the land. This is the first time we've seen it outside the sea. Tell him what he wants to know, Vakri said slowly. Regardless, it's better than letting the legacy shard of humanity fall into the hands of the Sky Sea realm. Since you say so. Sarakas nodded helplessly. Listen up, human. The thing you see is called a nest mother. They are also the core of the Sky Sea realm's expansion. A nest mother isn't strong in combat, but it can control many subordinates to fight for it. Like a brain? You can describe it that way, but don't interrupt me next time, Silent Disaster said impatiently. Silent Disaster said impatiently. These creatures are much more ancient than you imagine. Perhaps they have existed since the birth of this world. However, the long passage of time has little effect on them. The changes in their shape and abilities were very stable until the recent few months. After a series of explanations, Roland finally understood the reason for the Sky Sea realm's abnormal behavior. According to the demons, they could evolve, but it was different from the ordinary evolution of abilities. Every change in the Sky Sea realm would affect the entire race. For example, a nest was a nest, and a blade was a blade. There would not be any obvious differences between the individuals, unlike humans and demons, where each individual was relatively independent. It was probably because of this reason that their evolution was extremely slow. They would only notice a slight difference every few centuries. But the recent changes proved that this idea was completely wrong. No one knew how many times the Sky Sea realm had evolved in the past few months. The only thing they could confirm was that their strength had increased at an astonishing rate. For example, the blade beasts had previously been the helpers of the nest mothers when they hunted. As long as their positions were locked on, even berserk demons would be able to tear them apart. But now, not only had their size increased by several times, their strength, endurance, and reaction speed had also greatly increased. Their magic-filled scythe claws could even threaten greater demons. Even in a head-on confrontation, higher ascendants could easily kill a blade beast, but the problem was that the Sky Sea realm's evolution was universal. It was just like when a witch awakened to become a transcendent, other witches would also become a transcendent. As long as there were enough of them, a quantitative change could easily lead to a qualitative change. The defensive line that the devils had barely managed to maintain was no longer able to withstand the invasion of the Sky Sea realm. Countless enemies crawled out of the sea, crashing onto the battlefield like a tidal wave. The king had no choice but to make the decision to abandon the Blackstone region. This was definitely not good news for Roland. If the demons were really unable to maintain their territory, then the humans would have to take on this new pressure. The attack on the western region was just the beginning. Humans, I suggest that you immediately transfer the legacy shard. Silent Disaster finally said, with your present strength, it will be very difficult for you to face the Sky Sea realm's army head-on. Vakris is right. Allowing the Sky Sea realm to obtain the shard is something we absolutely cannot accept. I have no intention of giving the shard to them. Roland shrugged. Besides, don't you find the timing of this evolution a little too coincidental? Oh? Vakris crossed her legs. Tell me about it. The Blackstone region has always been fighting with the Sky Sea realm, so the estimation of the timing of the evolution shouldn't be too far off. And 3 to 4 months ago was about the time when the oracles ambushed Zero. You suspect that the Sky Sea realm's rapid evolution is related to God? It's just a guess. Roland muttered. But there's something I'm very concerned about. Have you spoken to the Sky Sea realm before? Vakri's expression gradually turned solemn. I don't think so. But the other participants of the Battle of Divine will have spoken to each other, Roland said slowly. There was no need to talk about humans and demons. They had even coexisted during the Cloud School of Thought. And the destroyed underground civilization had once contacted the Witch Alliance before it was destroyed, which resulted in the God's Punishment Army plan. He believed that the other party's experience was similar. This could be seen from the Nightmare Lord's expression. Only the Sky Sea realm was an exception. There were no records of them in history. If humans rarely ventured into the depths of the sea, it would be very strange if the demons did not have such experiences. After all, communication was a common trait of civilizations, even if they were mortal enemies. Now, it seemed like it was a silent one that drifted away from the three races. Following this train of thought, the reason behind the Sky-Sea realm's evolution made one shudder. What do you plan on doing next? Valkyries asked. Heading to the bottomless land before it's too late. Roland looked at the duo. I hope that you can stop all your offensive operations and focus your strength on dealing with the Sky-Sea realm. That's impossible. Silent Disaster straightforwardly rejected. Ignoring the fact that God and Divine Will's deception is just your one-sided statement, the current Western Front Army commander is Mask, and the symbiote is under his control. Furthermore what? Sarakas did not answer directly, but remained silent for a moment. I wish to speak to Valkyries alone. Phew. Roland exhaled lightly. Alright, but don't forget about the time. Silent Disaster left the room under Valkyries' guidance and walked along the corridor of the apartment. From this angle, an indescribably magnificent city appeared before Sarakas' eyes. The gray, cube-like buildings rose and fell one after another. They were in no way inferior to the Birth Tower, but their numbers were several orders of magnitude higher. They followed the crisscrossing paths and extended outwards, as though there was no end to them. Even the deity of gods was unable to contain so many majestic creations. The intense impact caused her breathing to turn sluggish. The glimpse from the window had left Sarakas in shock, but the scene after walking out of the room far exceeded her imagination. What was even more inconceivable was the numerous figures walking in the city. They did not look like magic users that had been sucked in, nor were they inanimate objects created by the realm of consciousness. This was also the greatest difference between this place and the presiding Holy See. It was no wonder that human called it the world. Let's stop here. Valkyrie stopped in her tracks. The voice broke Silent Disaster's train of thought. She forced herself to focus and carefully sensed for a moment before speaking. There are other magic power users in the room. I know, they're witches, Valkyrie said indifferently. Her reaction was out of Sarakas' expectations. You already knew? While waiting for you, I had a simple chat with them, although they still don't like me. Nightmare Lord nodded. The witch's main goal is to protect Roland, but in fact, he doesn't need protection. She did it to reassure everyone. Even a transcendent would not be so relaxed in front of a senior lord, what more a mortal male? Silent Disaster realized that the news was as shocking as the Battle of Divine Will being a scam. What else do you think? If he was so easy to deal with, I would have done it a long time ago. Valkyries paused and seemed to sigh. Of course, that was my initial thought. The witches didn't follow us. Sarakas grabbed her hand. Tell me, how can I bring you out of the realm of mind? Valkyries looked at her for a moment before shaking her head. Haven't you realized? I can't leave this place anymore. No, since I can enter, you can definitely leave. Right. If I take your body with me. Nightmare Lord extended her hand and brushed aside the hair on her forehead. This action made Silent Disaster widen her eyes. Lord Valkyries, your magic stone. Sarakas stared at her in a daze for a moment. If this male named Roland Wimbledon were to die, I would probably cease to exist as well. Valkyries' tone was not heavy at all. But compared to the entire race, my personal fate is not worth mentioning. If killing him would allow the continuation of the race, you must not hesitate. Silent Disaster did not continue the topic. She turned to look at the bustling street below the building. There were not only humans, but also a few figures that resembled junior demons. They shuttled through the crowd and blended into their surroundings. Such a scene was inconceivable no matter how one looked at it. After a while, she asked again, do you trust that male? To be honest, when it comes to the survival of the race, the word trust is too weak. Valkyries leaned over the railing. Even if you are the negotiator, I cannot act based on trust alone. But he was right about one thing. Trust is the foundation of change. Without this foundation, we may need decades or even centuries to change our fixed views on the battle of divine will, and this price may be far beyond the ability of our race to bear. So, whether it is a yes or no answer, it is not appropriate. From the looks of it, he is indeed working towards ending the battle of divine will. The changes in the battle situation that he told me were not lies either. Putting everything together, This bit of trust is not an unreasonable request, Nightmare Lord said softly. There is never a lack of reason to doubt. The key is to weigh the pros and cons. Weigh the pros and cons. Silent Disaster repeated. Then what should I do next? That will depend on yourself. I have said before, you are already a qualified senior lord. I do not wish to affect your judgment. In the future, will I only be able to see you here? Saraka's asked hesitantly. Not necessarily. Valkyrie shrugged. I heard from Roland that he is trying to save a witch named Ashes. If the information that the oracle revealed is correct, even if her body perishes, as long as there are traces left in the realm of mind, there is still a chance of survival. Compared to the witches floating in the sea of mind, I am at least more complete. Oh right. As it said that, it reached out its hands and took off her helmet. Considering the risk, there won't be many chances for us to meet like this, so don't wrap yourself up too tightly. Compared to the pitch-black armor, I'd rather see your original appearance. When the two of them returned to the living room, Roland could not help but raise his eyebrows. Even though he had learned from Fishball's report that Silent Disaster's main body was vastly different from her usual combat readiness, he was still surprised to see it with his own eyes. If he had not been prepared, it would have been difficult for him to associate the burly and hideous armor with the female demon inside. Are you done talking? What's the conclusion? I want to ask a question, human. Saraka's asked coldly, if the Battle of Divine Will is really a scam, how confident are you in defeating the gods? Actually, I don't know. This was also a question that Roland often asked himself. What is God? What is its purpose? How should I fight? Even if I have the chance to fight, these are all unknown. Besides that, based on the abilities it has displayed so far, theoretically speaking, we have no chance. But I believe that regardless of the outcome, it's better than sitting and waiting for death. I don't care about your life or death at all, but don't forget, Lord Valkyries is still in your realm of consciousness. For him, I have to live well too, right? It's good that you understand. Saraka's glared at him. As for your request, I'll have to consider it before making a decision. I don't expect a single negotiation to yield results. Roland nodded. But at least it's a breakthrough from nothing. After that, we'll contact each other through letters. After all, such a meeting is extremely risky for both parties. As long as the Western Front Army is still invading the Four Kingdoms, the war will not stop. Also, he raised his cup. Since the next meeting is so far away, are you sure you don't want a drink? Saraka's disdainfully picked up the drink on the table and poured it into her mouth. She had seen too many of such tricks. No matter how disgusting the drink was, she would not show any fear in front of the enemy. When a mellow and sweet feeling that she had never experienced flowed into her throat, the entire room suddenly disappeared as she returned to the forest. Silent Disaster subconsciously looked at where Valkyries was sitting, but all she saw was an empty patch of grass. This short scene was like an illusion, and only a wisp of sweetness lingered in her mouth. What took you so long? Upon seeing Silent Disaster appear, Haxord did not hesitate to expel several distortion doors, and only asked after pulling her more than 5 kilometers away. From his point of view, she should have left the area immediately after receiving the reply. They didn't reply to my letter. Silent Disaster seemed to be absent-minded. What? Skylord frowned. Could it be a trap? No, I saw Valkyries. Haxord nearly missed a step and fell from the sky. What did you say? Valkyries is indeed attached to the realm of consciousness, your guess isn't wrong, Silent Disaster said slowly. But the one that is attached to is the King of Greycastle, and also the possessor of the Legacy Shard. After returning to the deity of gods and listening to Saraka's recount, Haxord fell into an extreme state of confusion. The massive amount of information nearly clogged up his brain. Although he expected Valkyries to have found something, he never expected the humans to have penetrated so deeply. Furthermore, in a certain sense, the Nightmare Lord had already formed a cooperative relationship with them. If this news were to spread, it would change the history of their race for close to 1,000 years. It would also cause them to stand against the king. Should I try to convince the king? Haxord immediately dispelled that thought. He was unwilling to enter the presiding Holy See no matter what. Otherwise, if the king wanted to do something to him, he would not even have the chance to refuse. Then should I stand on Bakri's side? In fact, Nightmare Lord was a candidate to become the king from the very beginning. In essence, the difference between the king and the senior lord was not in terms of ability. To become the king, one had to pay a certain price, and it depended on the individual's choice. Therefore, this thought was not obstructed by his dignity. The only thing that made him hesitate was the fact that he was a human of a different race. Regardless of whether the Battle of Divine Will was a scam, the Legacy Shard's enhancement to the race was real. With the aid of the unknown legacy, the humans were improving rapidly. If a conflict were to arise in the future, what would happen to the race? These doubts made it hard for him to make a decision. What Haxor did not notice was that while he was deep in thought, Silent Disaster had already put on her helmet, picked up her sword, and silently left the Red Mist room. Let Go of the Witch has no updates today. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Deity of Gods, lower level of the Birth Tower. This was the core region of the city. Countless red mist droplets formed a crystal-like scarlet lake that completely submerged the bottom of the tower and the God's Stone Mine. In a certain sense, it was the source of magic power created by the race. Not only did it strengthen the transformation ability of the Birth Tower, it was also a necessary place to nurture high-grade magic stones. As a result, the promotion ritual that constantly strengthened the race was often carried out here. Every city might have their own differences, but the structure of the lower level, which had a sacred aura, was basically the same. While passing through the ceremonial plaza, Silent Disaster paused for a moment. Looking at the familiar scene in front of her, she seemed to hear countless people chanting the name Sharita. Dressed in white robes, Bakri slowly walked in front of her. But from the scattered red mist dust on the stone slabs, it was obvious that this place had not been opened for a long time. Ever since the underground civilization's symbiotic technology was widely used, the promotion ritual for primal demons to junior demons had been replaced by implantation. Primal demons that had undergone the initial screening had a higher chance of being promoted, causing the number of junior demons to increase greatly. They formed the backbone of the race's combat strength. The one leading this technology was Mask Lord Nasapel. He claimed that as long as the research continued, it was not just junior demons, but even higher ascendants could be nurtured in large numbers through the same method. Although there were many who voiced their doubts, believing that not only did it destroy the ancient tradition, but it would also endanger the stability of the race, the king gave his affirmation and support. Although the increase in the success rate of promotion would greatly increase the strength of the race, the flaw was also a fact. In the past few centuries, the number of junior demons had increased by tens of times, but the number of people who had advanced through the ritual could be counted on one hand. There was not a single senior lord. If in the future, higher ascendants and senior lords could be born through magic stone implantation, this sacred place that had witnessed countless glories would probably become unnecessary. Soraka's exhaled lightly and suppressed the surging thoughts in her mind. Memories meant hesitation, and hesitation would lead to flaws. That was something she absolutely had to abandon. Passing through the plaza, she walked into the central tower on the rock wall. The junior demons guarding the tower bowed their heads in greeting. Silent Disaster found the magic power source she had locked onto in the control room at the top of the tower without any obstruction. What's the matter? Nasapel seemed to be focused on adjusting the structure of the magic power core as he asked without turning his head. The hilt was unsheathed. Soraka's leaped forward with all her might, stabbing straight at Mask. This was the first time it had attacked after recovering from its injuries, and it had used its full strength on the first strike. Masks were not adept at combat, and this was something all the lords knew. However, Soraka's knew that this was on a fair battlefield. If they were outside, even 10 masks would not be a threat. Be it in terms of magic power or physical strength, she far surpassed them. Not to mention the experience and instincts gained from tens of thousands of life and death battles. But this was not the wilderness. Even the stupidest of beasts could turn their long-lived nest into a secret cave that made people cower in fear, much less Nasapel. From the time the deity of gods rose to the border of dawn, it was sufficient for the other party to transform the lower regions into their own territory. In other words, it was standing on an extremely disadvantageous battlefield from the very beginning. Its instincts were also telling it not to underestimate it. The distance of dozens of steps was covered in a flash as the blade transformed into a cold beam of light that burst forth with shockwaves as it pierced straight into Nasipel's body. The latter let out a scream of shock and pain, and at the same time, the entire room seemed to come alive as countless stone needles shot out from all directions, sealing off all of Silent Disaster's escape routes. He had no choice but to pull out his sword and retreat rapidly. The ghost blade that protected his body formed an impenetrable wall of blades that slashed down the stone needles, causing the clashing sounds to ring incessantly. What are you doing?" Nasipel roared as he clutched his wound. Silent Disaster raised her weapon again and launched a second round of attacks. The feeling from the previous strike did not feel like stabbing into a living creature, but more like stabbing into a pile of grease and metal parts. She vaguely sensed that the other party was transforming into another species, and regardless of what he ultimately became, it would be difficult for him to be classified as one of the same species. Seeing that Silent Disaster did not reply, Mask raised his hand, causing the surrounding stone walls to rise up and reveal the symbiotic demons buried in the flesh. At the same time, he scurried towards a symbiotic demon with a peculiar appearance behind him. The latter had opened up its shell to contain more than half of his body. The combination of the two looked like a deformed monster. Could this be the symbiotic demon that she had researched? Soraka's did not hesitate to throw out her sword. The sword pierced through the gaps of the symbiotic demons and accurately stabbed into Mask's shell that was about to close up. This caused half of Mask's body to be exposed. Following that, she released her divine will, causing golden lightning to engulf the entire control room. Under the dazzling light, the symbiotic demon with the stone needles was paralyzed, and the new symbiotic demon did not fare any better. The sword became the guiding beacon for divine will as large amounts of magic power poured into the target through the sword hilt, causing Mask to let out an ear-piercing scream. Facing the scattering sparks, Soraka's leaped over the fallen symbiotic demon and grabbed the scorching sword once again. Making use of the momentum of the fall, he pushed the weapon downward. The scream stopped abruptly, and the edge of the blade tilted upwards at the same time, slicing from Mask's chest all the way to the top of his head, cutting his upper body in half. Clang! The bisected mask slid down from Nasipel's head and fell to the floor. 22 seconds. It turned its head slowly and spoke with its only remaining face. "Is that the last thing you want to say?" Soraka's pulled out her bloodied weapon. "Humans have a pretty good time unit." "I used it," Mask stuttered. "And this is also the time that the symbiotic demons obstructed you." "Heh. I thought that it would take longer. The closer I am to death in a battle, the more I can achieve breakthroughs," Silent Disaster said expressionlessly. "Compared to me before I was heavily injured, the current me is much stronger. Unfortunately, you and your creations will never be able to comprehend this point. That's why I hate uncertain things." Mask's voice gradually deepened. "But uncertainty means that I cannot replicate it. As long as I have enough time, I will definitely surpass the limits of my race. There will be no future." "Why are you so certain?" A strange smile appeared on the only face that was still intact. "Do you still remember what I've said? In the face of knowledge, no matter how strong your body is, it's nothing." Soraka's instinctively felt an intense sense of danger. "Right, let me give you a present," Mask said softly. "It's something I collected from the humans. You should be familiar with it." As he finished his sentence, the symbiotic demon's carapace opened up once again, revealing layers of sacs beneath his body. The sacs were filled with human explosives. How could it bring such a thing so close to the birth tower? This guy, what's going on in his head? Soraka's expression changed drastically. Before she could take a step back, a blinding red light suddenly filled her vision. With a loud boom, a fireball shot out from the top of the central tower and rapidly expanded into a semicircle of light. Under its illumination, the lake's surface reflected a resplendent glow. When the fireball exploded, the entire city seemed to tremble. The violent shockwave caused the walls of the city to crumble and fall into the lake, producing a thunderous roar. After the fireball expended its light and heat, it rapidly weakened and left a large empty space above the red mist lake. The high temperature caused the unlit red mist to flee, and the empty space did not close for a long time. The primal demons and junior demons in the area could only struggle and collapse, watching helplessly as the nearby birth tower suffocated to death. However, Saraka's did not feel the corresponding burning and stinging pain. At this distance, the explosion would be further amplified by the red mist, and the violent shockwave should have been enough to tear her into pieces. It slowly lowered its arms and opened its eyes again. She saw Hacksword standing with his arms outstretched, raising a huge distortion door in front of her. Where the door did not cover, all the furnishings were reduced to dust, and half of the tower's roof was flattened. "What are you doing?" Skylord roared. If not for Silent Disaster's sudden departure, if he had been a step late, not only would Silent Disaster have died, even he himself would not have been able to escape. The thought of what would have happened if the other end of the door was still in the red mist pond, or if he did not have the time to open the second distortion door, made Hacksword break out in cold sweat. But it was not any better now. Regardless of whether Mask was dead or not, the king would definitely find out. Even if he had nothing to do with the matter, it did not mean that he could escape. As long as the king requested to look through his memories, he would undoubtedly be placed in an extremely passive position. It couldn't help but be enraged. Previously, when Silent Disaster refused to help him, he thought that she was a calm and rational person. He never expected that after meeting Valkyries, Saraka's attitude would undergo such a drastic change. That's not right, she is still calm and rational. That's why she left silently and did not explain her plan to him first, because she knew that he would stop her. Once Plan B is activated, the matter will be irreversible, and there is only one way to stop it. Silent Disaster's tone did not change, as though she did not care that she was just a hair's breadth away from death. Who said that's the only way? If we calm down and think about it. Hacksword's voice suddenly quieted down halfway through his sentence. Is there really a better way, without Mask or the king knowing, to maintain the deity of gods in its original state? Such a method might exist, but what about the time? In fact, ignoring the fact that it required a large amount of effort to set up a strategy, he had not even made up his mind if he wanted to do it. Did she see through it? Hacksword's lips squirmed for a moment, but he could only change the topic. Why? Saraka's looked at him, as though she was waiting for him to ask further. This way, we will be standing on the opposite side of the king. The other senior lords will treat us as enemies. Furthermore, Skylord paused for a moment. The humans might not let us off. Because of the trade-offs, Saraka's replied simply. Trade-offs? In my eyes, this problem isn't that difficult to choose. She turned and walked out, even though the control room was only left with half a wall and a crumbling door. We can slowly think about the future, but Valkyries cannot die like this. What kind of answer was that? Are you saying that Valkyries is more important than the fate of the race? Hacksword's tone sank. I don't believe that's what it means. Are you sure that what you saw was really the Nightmare Lord and not a hoax set up by the humans? No, it told me that for the sake of the race, sacrificing it is fine, Saraka's calmly replied. This is my personal judgment. Skylord was momentarily at a loss for words. The situation had become tricky. Suddenly, a dull sound rolled over their heads. It seemed to come from beneath their feet, or perhaps from somewhere even deeper. Amidst the continuous rumbling, the deity of gods actually trembled. What's going on? Hacksword looked at the red mist lake below the pit in surprise. He saw that the crystal-like lake was boiling, as if something was about to come out. The birth tower in the middle of the lake also emitted a faint glow. He had never seen such a phenomenon in centuries. But Skylord quickly saw an even more inconceivable scene. The magic power cores that should have been destroyed by the explosion were emitting a dazzling blue light. They gradually rose from the lake and flew towards the birth tower. He was no stranger to them. Although their structure was extremely ingenious, and they were the only creations of the underground civilization that could change the form of magic power, their skeletons could be snapped with a single hand. They could not be considered as sturdy. The explosion from before had even sent the top of the central tower flying, so how could it only push the cores into the lake? Saraka's expression changed as well. She unsheathed her sword and ran a few steps forward before throwing the hilt with all her might. The blade transformed into a stream of light and accurately struck one of the cores. But the latter did not shatter, instead, it remained motionless. It was as though the sword had stabbed into an extremely sturdy object as it spun and was sent flying before falling into the churning lake. How can this be? Soraka's muttered. When the cores reached a certain distance from the birth tower, a flickering band of light appeared between the two, as though they had become one. It was the same for the other cores. At the moment when the 4 bands of light appeared, the 4 cores began to revolve around the birth tower, and the light emitted from the birth tower reached an extreme. Boom, the tremors intensified by several times, causing dust and gravel to fall from above. Many of the houses built beside the pit collapsed into the lake, and the central tower did not fare any better. The parts that were connected to the walls of the pit creaked as visible cracks began to spread across the tower. Amidst the intense tremors, Haxord felt an obvious sense of weight, as though something was pressing him to the ground. The deity of gods was rising. Damn it, shouldn't this plan be activated only after the king arrives at the fertile plains? Haxord gritted his teeth. How could he have made preparations so far in advance? Soraka's also sensed that something was amiss. The scene looked as though it had been planned for a long time. Could it be? Haxord stared at Silent Disaster for a moment before pulling her into the distortion door and returning to the bottom level of the red mist pond. Take off your armor. Soraka's looked at him suspiciously, but did as she was told. Sky Lord took out the 5-colored magic stone and placed it in front of his eyes, only to see an indiscernible strand of hair mixed into the beam of light. It was so thin that it was difficult to distinguish if one did not deliberately observe it. Don't move. Haxord extended 2 fingers and pierced them into Silent Disaster's shoulder. The latter frowned but did not stop him. Very quickly, she pulled out a lump of flesh from her body. After separating from its host, this lump of flesh immediately stopped wriggling. Nasapel, Silent Disaster clenched her fists. Without a doubt, Mask had placed the parasite into her wound while she was unconscious, but she did not react to it at all. So he already knew of our conversation, and even, your meeting with Valkyries in the realm of mind. Haxord threw the lump of flesh to the ground and stomped on it. If that's the case, it can be explained why he made preparations in advance. Soraka's ignored the wound on her shoulder and walked towards the door in large strides. Wait, where are you going? I want to destroy the magic power core. It's too late. Haxord bellowed. You can see for yourself that the core is resonating with the birth tower. What can you do alone? After the adjustments, the device core was now one with the birth tower. Even if the 2 of them used all their strength, they would not be able to damage it, much less throw swords. Even if a miracle happened, it would cause the deity of gods to completely lose control and plummet from the sky. It could already see the worst outcome. Come, 1, 2, 3. Let's celebrate your recovery, cheers. In the dormitory of the sleeping spell, a small celebration was underway. Looking at Dusk's heartfelt smile, Balshan helplessly raised her wine glass. As a working partner, Dusk would visit her whenever she was free, completely disregarding her current condition. If it was in the past on Sleeping Island, she would never be so concerned about a non-combat witch. This feeling of guilt and gratitude made her feel as though she owed Dusk a lot. Even though Balshan knew that Dusk would never think of this. However, when her gaze shifted to the other person, her expression did not look so good. Why are you here as well? Charms confidently downed the wine in one gulp. I was the one who brought this grape wine, why can't I be here? You make it sound as though we can't drink wine without you. Balshan rolled her eyes. There are so many taverns in Neverwinter, can't we buy it anywhere? It's a pity that His Majesty has declared an emergency state of war in the western region. Wine is now a restricted product and without permission, you can't buy it even if you want to. Charms shrugged. That's why you should thank me, I secretly stole this from my father. War, huh, Balshan suddenly lost the mood to bicker. Even though she was recuperating in bed these days, she could still feel the increasingly tense atmosphere in Neverwinter. First, there were more and more news about the development in the weekly newspapers, and now, there were 2 to 3 issues a week. There were reports from the front lines, as well as emergency recruitment and search lists. From the contents of the newspaper, although the garrison troops were gradually stabilizing their footing and pushing the flames of war out of the development, the price they paid was not small. The few grassland farms and settlements that they had painstakingly built were destroyed, and the missing workers were undoubtedly doomed. The most direct evidence of this was the decrease in the amount of eggs and meat in every meal, with bread becoming the main food item. Of course, this was many times better than the other cities she had experienced when she was in exile. At the very least, it was not a problem for her to fill her stomach. Secondly, it was the scene on the streets. Every day, she would see a large number of recruits dressed in military uniforms passing through the central street, with residents and relatives on both sides sending them off. The nervousness and excitement on the soldiers' faces formed a stark contrast with the reluctance and worry of the people around them. In terms of numbers, the number of troops that were transferred to the fertile plains was not a small number. This scale was on a completely different level compared to the Knight Regiment and the Church's Judgment Army. This was war. For the survival and continuation of the race, tens of thousands of people threw themselves into the fight, and behind them stood 10 times, 100 times more people to provide support. Compared to this, the battles she had experienced as a combat which were indeed insignificant. She had chosen to go to the fertile plains with dusk earlier because she did not want to be seen by too many familiar faces. Now that the pioneering land had been destroyed, she would return to being a useless person again. "Hey, why aren't you talking?" Charms was surprised that Balshan did not mock him. He scratched the back of his head and stole a glance at Dusk. "Did I say something wrong?" "Xia doesn't know." Xia stuck out her tongue. "But Xia knows that people who say the wrong thing have to drink 3 more cups." "Ugh. Are you drunk?" "No, this is only the 2nd cup." "Dusk is fine." Knock knock knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door and interrupted Balshan's thoughts. "Coming." Dusk jumped and opened the door. "Eh? Lady Camilla?" Standing behind the door was Sleeping Island's chief butler, Camilla Derry. She scanned the room before walking towards the other two. "Looks like you've exceeded the visiting time." Balshan forced a smile. "Madame Derry has a deep hatred for people who aren't punctual. It'll be difficult for you to sneak in next time." "How can that be?" "I clearly kept track of the time. It hasn't even been half an hour." Charms muttered softly. Just as Balshan was about to say something, Camilla walked past Charms and stood in front of her. "The Witch Union has just issued a new recruitment order for all the witches in Grey Castle." The chief butler went straight to the point. "Currently, the number of people is around 50, with priority given to those with combat experience. I feel that you might be more suitable, so I'm here to ask." Balshan couldn't help but be taken aback. She took a long time to understand the meaning behind Camilla's words. Centralized recruitment, with priority given to combat experience. Could this job be related to war? But if that's the case, why aren't there any requirements for the applicant's abilities? You guessed correctly. Camilla seemed to have seen through her doubts. The witches will be forming a special team to support the front lines and assist the main force in dealing with more difficult battles. I can't reveal too much about the details, but you should be aware that there will be risks on the battlefield. So it's entirely up to you whether you want to go or not. Of course. Even though it has nothing to do with abilities, it doesn't mean that you will definitely be chosen. The final outcome still depends on, I'll go. Balshan immediately replied. There's nothing to hesitate about, isn't there, or rather, she had been waiting for such a day for a long time. Then, follow me. Camilla turned her body. Hey, are you really going to the front lines? While passing by Charms, he sounded a little worried. What, I thought you would cheer loudly. Balshan curled her lips. That way, no one will disturb you when you go on a date with Dusk. He opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something, but as he stared at Balshan's back, he didn't say anything in the end. A day later, Balshan arrived at the starting station of the Misty Forest by train. The person in charge was changed from Camilla to a woman she had never seen before. She called herself Isabella, and she was mainly responsible for the selection and guidance of the recruits. Even though it was her first time meeting her, for some reason, Balshan felt a sense of déjà vu. Another thing that surprised her was that there were more people who responded to the recruitment than she had expected, not only from the sleeping spell, but also from the Witch Union. In the short half an hour of travel, she got to know Vanilla, Amy, Hero, and the rest. Other than that, she also saw a few familiar figures in the crowd, such as Iffy and Nightfall, who were once part of the Bloodfang Association. It seemed like they were more interested in proving their worth on the battlefield. After getting off the train, the witches were led by Isabella into a building that looked like a factory. The moment they stepped into the building, everyone's attention was attracted by a metallic object that was placed in the middle of the empty space. It looked like a car, and the wheels beneath it were proof. But it was different from any other car in Neverwinter. Just one side of the car had 5 wheels, and they were all made of metal. The bottom part of the wheel was connected and wrapped with metal plates, making it look extremely unique. Balshan recognized it at a glance. It was similar to the machines used to dig mud and cultivate land. That's right, it was the kind of thing called a tractor. But compared to a tractor, the metal lump in front of her was much larger, especially the upper layer, which was almost completely surrounded by metal plates. There was a fortress-like turret at its head, and a short metal barrel protruding from the middle was obviously a cannon. One look and it was obvious that it was a weapon made for war. All of you should already know that our city is under attack. Isabella clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention. But the enemy isn't just the demonic beasts. Behind these mutated beasts is an enemy that isn't inferior to the demons. According to reliable intelligence, their attacks will only get fiercer and fiercer, and the scale will continue to expand until they completely crush us. Neverwinter and the First Army naturally won't allow them to invade the last territory of humanity. However, it's easy to deal with the visible enemies, but the invisible ones are the real danger. This isn't an exaggeration, but a factual description. At this point, she snapped her fingers, and a few soldiers lifted a large piece of sackcloth. Hiss, there was a gasp of surprise in the crowd. Balshan was no exception. She had been captivated by the large metal object the moment she entered the factory and didn't notice the large gray cloth. And what was hidden beneath the cloth was a strange monster. It was half-standing, nearly 2 meters tall, and its scythe-like claws hung in the air, as though it would pounce on them at any moment. But upon closer inspection, one would realize that its body was covered in wounds. One of the wounds was as wide as a thumb, extending from its chest to its abdomen. It was a miracle that it didn't fall apart. Balshan realized that this fellow was already dead. The monster in front of you is what I call an invisible enemy, Isabella said loudly. When it moves, its entire body will blend into the background, and it will look like it has disappeared. In order to kill it, the First Army paid the price of more than 30 men, and this happened in broad daylight. If there were more of them, and if the battle were to occur at night, the consequences would be unimaginable. At present, we have named it as a blade beast. There have been 5 confirmed cases of blade beasts attacking the development, and almost every single one of them was accompanied by a large number of casualties. This is just a specimen that was dragged back by the soldiers after it was torn apart, and it was pieced together according to Summer's recollection. Without a doubt, it will be our main target in the future. Then what can we do? Amy raised her hand and asked. Good question. Isabella nodded. Although blade beasts aren't demons or hybrids, they have a certain similarity, and that is magic power. In the eyes of ordinary people, they may be difficult to track, but for witches, as long as they go through a certain amount of training, they can make it impossible for them to hide. And the only thing you need to learn to use is this. She took out 2 metal plates that shone with silver light. Magic stone sigil. After listening to the detailed explanation, Balshan finally understood the purpose of forming this special unit. Of the 2 sigils, one was called Shriek and the other was called Resonance. The former was originally used to guard against demons, while the latter was used to excavate relics. However, after some modifications, they became the key against the blade beasts. The effective range of the sigil of screaming was about 2 to 3 kilometers, and it would sound an alarm as soon as a magical creature was detected. The witches who were alerted needed to determine if the sound came from the blade beasts. Once the target was confirmed, it would switch to the resonance sigil to lock onto the attacker. At this time, a guiding line would appear between the target and the sigil, marking the latter's outline. As long as he fired according to the line of fire, he would be able to effectively restrain the enemy's movements. Although the principle sounded very simple, the actual application was much more complicated. Firstly, the adjusted sigil of listening would also react to the hybrid species, and the witches could only rely on their own experience to distinguish the difference between the sounds. When encountering a large horde of demonic beasts, the alarm would definitely be filled with a large amount of noise, so it was difficult to be foolproof with a single monitoring point. Secondly, its perception would be weakened by all sorts of things, including but not limited to hillsides, rocks, trees, and so on. This was especially true for metals. A single metal plate could reduce its effective range to several hundred meters, so it had to be placed in the most spacious position. The guiding line of the sigil of resonance would not be obstructed by any obstacles, but its biggest problem was that only the witches could see this thin line formed by magic power. Apart from that, when the target was not within their visual range, they had no other way to confirm the target they had locked onto. In other words, if they mistakenly used the hybrid species as a guide, the sigil of resonance would not show any abnormalities. I can teach you how to control the sigil, but I can't teach you how to protect yourselves, Isabella said methodically. Therefore, His Majesty has arranged a suitable position for all of you, and that is the commander of the war chariot. This iron war chariot, known as a tank, is a new weapon developed by the Ministry of Industry. It is both offense and defense, and even if it is surrounded by the hybrid species, it will not be difficult to escape unscathed. The short-barreled field cannon installed on it can destroy all enemies. As the commander of the chariot, you do not have to personally operate this complicated machine, but only have to guide the driver and the gunner. Of course, when necessary, you can bypass the gunner's control and take the initiative to aim. His Majesty calls this system Annihilation Fire Control, and all of you are the core of this system. Commanding and driving this gigantic machine, Balshan couldn't help but feel eager when she imagined the scene of this thing crushing the demonic beasts. In the next few days, all of you will be training with the First Army's tankers to understand its basic capabilities. But most importantly, you will need to master the usage of the sigil and the way to distinguish the enemy, Isabella concluded. Time is of the essence, so I hope that all of you will do your best. Those who pass the selection will become a member of Greycastle's 1st Armored Corps. Northern region of the Kingdom of Dawn. When they saw Roland emerge from Fran's body, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, especially the members of the general staff, whose faces revealed a look of relief. Even though this plan was proposed by His Majesty, the specific details and implementation steps were jointly planned by the general staff. If anything were to happen to His Majesty, they would not be able to escape the blame. The only exception was the Pearl of the Northern region. She was the only person in the general staff who could communicate with Roland with a normal expression. How did the meeting go? It went better than expected, Roland said frankly. He had already made his decision the day after his conversation with Valkyries, but considering that entering the dream world through the conventional method was extremely risky and full of uncertainty for both parties, he decided to use the most direct method to complete the meeting, which was to pull the other party into the dream world without informing them. As it turned out, the thick ground did not affect the beam of light at all, and when both parties were blindfolded, the eye-demons would not be able to provide any warning. There were also a few God's punishment witches guarding him, so even if Haxord discovered his whereabouts, they would not be able to pose a threat to him. However, the same method could not be used too many times. They would probably realize that they were not far from the hillside when they returned, and if they were prepared beforehand, they would not be completely safe even if they were deep underground. If there are any new developments, the demons will probably use letters to contact us. Roland turned to Iron Axe and instructed, leave a team in this area and report to me immediately if they make any movements. Also, they are still enemies, especially the monstrous beasts. Once they cross the warning line, the team cannot hold back. Understood. The commander nodded. I reckon that I won't have any dealings with the senior lords for a long time, Roland thought. In the dream world, he could faintly tell that the relationship between Valkyries and the senior lord named Sarakas wasn't ordinary. In the beginning, he felt it was a pity that the demon who came to obtain his trust was not Haxord, but from the looks of it, the results were better than he had expected. After all, such matters required trust the most. But just 2 hours later, before Roland could return to the City of Glow from the northern region, he received 2 pieces of shocking news. The deity of gods had suddenly shown signs of movement. According to Lightning's report, it was slowly ascending vertically, and its bottom was more than 300 meters above the ground. This seemed to defy the general staff's conjecture that the floating island's height and magic power consumption were closely related. The second was that Fishball's team had once again seen the figures of the senior lords on the hillside, but this time, there were two. You entered the realm of mind from here? Hacksword surveyed the hillside before his gaze landed on his feet. Silent Disaster nodded. I don't think that male will come again. He quietly opened a distortion door the size of a finger and extended his hand into it. It was soil. Furthermore, once the deity of gods begins its descent, there is no way to reverse it. You are just wasting your time. If you don't wish to come, you can leave first. Sarakas remained unmoved. If I leave, who will take you away? Hacksword rolled his eyes silently. You have already made a move on Mask, aren't you saying all this just to anger me? When the king flipped through the memories, he was certain that he would see the Sky Lord's figure everywhere. Disobeying the king's orders, not reporting what he knew, instigating, he could imagine all these crimes with his eyes closed. If the king really sent other senior lords to deal with him, with Silent Disaster, who had top-notch combat strength, by his side, he would at least be able to protect himself. 100 meters down, it was still soil. It doesn't matter if I can leave. Besides, just because you can't do anything, doesn't mean that Valkyries can't. TSK, why don't you think about who came up with the idea to find Valkyries? What if she can't? Silent Disaster did not reply. After descending 500 meters, the side of the distortion door suddenly turned into an empty space. Hacksword adjusted his direction slightly and his fingers quickly touched a sticky liquid. He had an idea. Have you ever considered forcefully taking this male with you? Silent Disaster's eyes flickered, but she quickly regained her composure. I might be able to bring him away, but keeping him alive will be difficult. You and I both know how weak humans are. Without confirming Valkyries' location, I cannot take the risk. Is that so? Hacksword declined to comment. Regardless, he could not allow Valkyries to remain here and be smashed into smithereens by the deity of gods. It was for the sake of the race, but also for himself. Someone is coming. Silent Disaster looked ahead. There's more than one. Hacksword immediately opened the distortion door. Soon, 3 males appeared on a slope in the woods. The soldier who was responsible for delivering the letter was among them. Although there were more of them than when they first met, they were still unable to pose a sufficient threat to Silent Disaster. His Majesty has agreed to your request to meet. The leader walked in front of them and went straight to the point. You can enter the realm of mind in 15 minutes. But His Majesty has a condition. To actually agree to Sarakas's request, it seems like not all human kings are cowards. What conditions? Hacksword asked. The two of you must split up and enter the realm of mind one after another. And those who are not magic slayers must wear this. The man opened the box and took out an iron bracelet. The bracelet was clearly inlaid with a god stone of retaliation. Hacksword was instantly enraged. It narrowed its eyes and said in a dangerous tone, what is the meaning of this? Do you think I'll tie my hands and let the humans do whatever they want? Although the leader had fear on his face, he did not take a step back. Magic power is equivalent to a weapon. It is common practice to remove your weapon during an important meeting. This is not a form of imprisonment. His Majesty believes that you are here with important information, which is why he is taking the risk to return. And because of this, he does not wish for any accidents to happen. What if I don't agree? You can leave on your own and stay far away from the mountain during the meeting, the soldier insisted. That's it. We have no time to delay. Silent Disaster looked at Hacksword. You can wait within the limits of your ability, just like the first time. I don't understand why you must follow me here. This fellow. Must I say it out loud to understand? Skylord was momentarily at a loss for words. If it wasn't for the obvious decline in his rationality after seeing the Nightmare Lord, he would not be at ease if he did not follow her. After hearing so much shocking news, it was undoubtedly necessary for him to personally see the Valkyries and eliminate the possibility that it was a trap set by the humans. Whose side is this fellow on? But before Hacksword could discuss further, Sarakas had already walked to the side and closed her eyes, entering a meditative state. Looking at the deity of gods that was still rising, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction and buckle his wristband. The object did not look difficult to dismantle with brute force, and the humans probably did not have any hopes of using the god stone to capture him. They were only stalling for time to prevent him from suddenly bringing silent disaster underground. And the two males behind the soldier. Even though they did not carry any weapons, they made Haxord feel that they were not easy to deal with. After waiting for a moment, Syrakus's breathing suddenly calmed down. "They're here." Haxord pretended to casually raise his hand and placed the five-colored magic stone that was disguised as a ring in front of his eyes. In that instant, a pillar of light as wide as a city wall appeared before his eyes. The pillar of light was so large that he had no choice but to turn his head left and right to see the boundaries of the pillar. In that instant, he even thought that he had returned to the island in the bottomless land. This is, the consciousness domain that Silent Disaster mentioned was as vast as a city. He was beginning to believe in the human's words. With such astonishing abilities, perhaps there really is a way to unravel the secret of the battle of divine will. Haxord took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. That's how it is. Mask has activated Plan B ahead of time. And as he is prepared, I am unable to determine if he is still alive. When Sky Lord opened his eyes again, he realized that he was in a cramped room. By a king's standards, this room was far from being adequate. Silent Disaster seemed to be explaining the situation, and sitting opposite her was Valkyries, whom he had not seen in a long time. Seeing the Nightmare Lord move again, Haxord felt as though it had been a lifetime since he last saw it. "You're finally here." Valkyries nodded. "Take a seat, the coffee is getting cold." After experiencing so many unimaginable events, she is still able to speak in such a relaxed manner. This is indeed her style. Ever since the start of the Western Front, the three senior lords had finally gathered together. In the clan, this was a major matter that was worthy of serious consideration. The only one that did not fit in was the human sitting beside the Nightmare Lord. He had long heard of his name from Silent Disaster, King of Grey Castle, Roland. He was also the main reason why the Western Front plan had failed time and time again. However, it just so happened that they were able to gather together because of each other. This made Haxord feel rather complicated. He was always lacking in this or that in battle, yet he was able to meet behind the king's back. How ironic. He gave Roland a deep look before walking to Syrakus's side and sitting down. The chair was extremely soft, nearly causing him to sink into it. This gave him the feeling of a ruler's exclusive enjoyment. Sky Lord also noticed that there were many empty paper cups on the short table. He had only entered the realm of mind a few seconds ago, but the three of them seemed to have been talking for a long time. "Coffee? Is that what Syrakus is drinking? That's strange. She clearly doesn't need any food other than the red mist. If I'm not wrong, all of you should have a clear understanding of the current situation." Haxord suppressed his distracting thoughts and focused on the matter at hand. "I didn't suggest for Silent Disaster to explain herself because it would waste the little time we have, but she insisted." At this point, he glanced at the Nightmare Lord. "Once the deity of gods descends, most of the human kingdoms will be destroyed by landslides and earthquakes. Escaping is the only way to survive. How much time do we have?" Roland asked. 7 days. Roland silently calculated the speed that lightning had observed and realized that it had far exceeded the scope of a weapon. "Wait a minute, are you planning to flatten the entire fertile plains?" This period of time was enough to turn the deity of gods into a calamity. By then, not only would the entire plains be destroyed, even the Land of Dawn and the Blackstone region would be severely affected. A floating island with a diameter of dozens of kilometers falling from a height of tens of thousands of meters would form a shockwave that would revolve around a planet several times. The drastic changes in the landscape would trigger earthquakes and tsunamis. In the face of such a calamity, even the demons would find it hard to escape. If the fertile plains were smashed into a basin, seawater would flow in reverse, and all life in the Land of Dawn would be wiped out, so where could they run to? With the Heavenly Sea realm closing in on them, the demons' original plan was to seize the human territories to stall for time. This was a fundamental conflict with their strategic goals. Haxord looked at him in surprise. "You are actually able to clearly understand the effects of the second plan. This will save me a lot of effort in explaining. Of course, the deity of gods will not continue rising. It will probably hover in 2 days and move towards the east of Grey Castle. If Mask didn't lie when he formulated the plan, it will ultimately land near the sea. This way, we can destroy your kingdom and preserve the two god stone mines to the greatest extent. It was a truly meticulous plan. Roland maintained his composure on the surface, but his heart was extremely heavy. When he knew that the two senior lords had appeared, he knew that something major had happened, to the point that he could not wait for the time needed to receive the letter. This was also the reason why he took the risk to return to the hillside. But he never expected that the news would be so bad. If Haxord and Sarakas were willing to cooperate, destroying the core of the deity of gods would not be difficult. But the problem was that the nuclear weapons detonator was not mass-produced in a factory. Even with sufficient raw materials, assembling it would require several weeks. The prototype bomb that was detonated in the outer sea of the Kingdom of Dawn was the product of the Ministry of Industry's efforts, and the new warhead was still being manufactured in Neverwinter's high-energy laboratory. No matter how fast they worked, it was impossible to bring it to the Kingdom of Dawn. Taking a step back, even if he did not experiment in the Kingdom of Dawn, it would take at least a day for the detonator to be installed in the deity of gods. And that was enough for the floating continent to accumulate enough power to destroy half of the Kingdom of Dawn. Why didn't you do it from the start? If you can defeat the humans with a godstone mine, you shouldn't have waited until today. What do you think the deity of gods is? Haxord snapped. Let's not talk about the difficulty of combining the magic core with the birth tower. Just finding a large godstone mine is rare enough. The reason why it only rises for 2 days is that the godstone will wither after 2 days. Judging from the mineral reserves in Hermes, it doesn't even qualify for Plan 2. As expected, it's because of the limited magic power consumption. Since Mask can control it, others should be able to as well. Thoughts raced through Roland's mind. Haven't you tried it before? Human, you're wasting time. Haxord's tone was filled with impatience. Even the creator of the core device, the underground civilization, did not manage to popularize such complicated things. Although my race has received the legacy, it doesn't mean that everyone has such talent. Furthermore, you have not received any legacy at all. Take advantage of the time, run for your lives. I'm not going anywhere. You. Roland raised his drink and deflected Skylord's anger. He took a sip before saying solemnly, there are millions of people in Grey Castle and the Kingdom of Dawn. There's no time to move them to the fjords. Furthermore, without Neverwinter, humans will not be able to stop the Skysea Realm's enemies from the sea. What's the point of me surviving alone? It's just a matter of time. He paused. And don't forget, as long as the Battle of Divine Will doesn't end, you won't be able to escape destruction. Is that the outcome you want? What's the point of saying it so nicely? Haxord said disdainfully. If not for Valkyries, I wouldn't even be talking to you about this. I can't deny that this information is crucial. I should thank you for that. Roland said frankly. But what you said isn't entirely correct. There's more than one way to receive the legacy. What do you mean? For example, Valkyries is currently receiving the human's legacy. He looked at the King of Nightmares. Am I right? Valkyries, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke. I don't deny that. What kind of riddles are you talking about? Skylord was displeased. To put it simply, the essence of the legacy is to accept everything the other party knows. Teaching, learning, merging, and mastering. This in itself is a form of legacy. Valkyries said slowly. Actually, if you think about it from another perspective, the legacy doesn't require the death of the inheritor. That is just a rule of God. I'm not human, but that doesn't prevent me from learning and grasping their knowledge. In fact, I've learned a lot during my time in the dream world. Having said that, she turned to look at Roland. You knew all this long ago? It's not too early. Roland nodded. But after seeing your proficiency in using your cell phone to purchase specialties from the Kargard Peninsula, it further confirmed my guess. Even if I were to meet with misfortune, the witches who entered the dream world would definitely be able to spread this knowledge. Enough. What has this got to do with the deity of gods? Haxord bellowed. It's true that humans have never obtained the legacy shards of the underground civilization, but by studying the ruins they left behind, it's not impossible to adjust the core instrument of the deity of gods. Roland said sternly. In fact, the Union has done research on this, and there are still a few witches who possess the relevant knowledge. I don't know if they can successfully stop the magic power core, but compared to fleeing or destroying the obelisk, this is undoubtedly a method worth trying. Skylord finally understood what he meant. Are there really humans who can do that? Although their appearances are somewhat strange, they are undoubtedly humans. You're gambling. No, this is a choice without any other choice. From the beginning, Roland had never considered escaping alone. I also agree with this method. Valkyrie said solemnly. Now that the bottomless land is occupied by the Sky-Sea realm, and King City is constantly closing in, without sufficient troops, heading to the origin of magic is just empty talk. Since the outcome can't be any worse, there's no harm in taking a gamble. Hearing Nightmare Lord's words, Haxord sullenly shut his mouth. Since that's the case, let us discuss the plan to seize the deity of gods, Roland said. 2 days later, the deity of gods finally rose to a height of nearly 5,000 meters. From afar, it looked like a mountain cone stuck in the clouds, casting a shadow that covered a third of the kingdom of dawn and brought forward the afternoon dusk by a few hours. If not for the higher-ups being prepared, ordering the civilians to not go out and imposing martial law in the various cities, just this phenomenon alone would have caused order to collapse. After that, the deity of gods slowly moved towards the southeast of Grey Castle. The moving shadow outline created a distinct twilight line on the ground. Although Silent Disaster and Sky Lord were unable to control the core instruments, they had no problem shutting off the red mist valve. That was the only good news, at least it would not scatter red mist everywhere. Other than monitoring the movements of the deity of gods, the Witch Union and the administrative office of Grey Castle did not slack off. With the cooperation of both parties, they traversed more than half of Grey Castle in a short span of 2 days, sending a magic power core and the relevant operators to the route that the floating island would take. After opening the sealed wooden crate, Roland met Celine in the temporary warehouse in the camp. Phew, even if the carrier doesn't need to breathe, the sensation of being transported in such a narrow space is unbearable. She unfurled all the tentacles on her body, as though she was stretching her body. It's been hard on you, Roland said sincerely. Of course, he knew what it felt like to be sealed in a wooden crate, especially for people with claustrophobia. The experience was definitely enough to drive them crazy. If not for the urgency of time and the large bomber that could transport heavy loads was still being assembled, he would not have used such a method to transport the ancient witches. Compared to the sufferings in the past, this bit of discomfort is still acceptable. Celine turned left and right. Come to think of it, I'm even more surprised that you want to cooperate with the demons. Your Majesty. She bent her main tentacle and suppressed the voice in her consciousness to the minimum. Are you sure you want to do this? They are enemies without any humanity or pity, and deception is a common occurrence to them. To be honest, if not for your suggestion, Aletheia would definitely have refused to accept the order. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Roland replied seriously in his consciousness. The deity of gods must not land in the territory of the 4 kingdoms. We cannot afford such a loss. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils is a choice that the 3 chiefs often have to make. Celine's voice suddenly became much softer. I trust your judgment. Fortunately, Aletheia is not the one operating the core instrument, Roland said with a bitter smile. Otherwise, I would have a headache. That's where you're wrong. Celine smiled. She did complain a lot after hearing this, but it was Aletheia herself who stuffed me into the box. Roland was stunned, and he couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. All right, where's the senior devil you mentioned? I couldn't wait to board that floating city. This reaction was slightly out of his expectations. You actually want to go up? Of course. This was a chance to research a brand new core. Using the Godstone of Retaliation to gather magic power and transform it into a super buoyant force, just thinking about it made people excited. Celine's tone suddenly changed. What's more, it's a city of demons, a city. During the entire Battle of Divine Will, no one had ever managed to break into a demon city, let alone occupy it. Alright, what you said does make sense. Roland turned and walked towards a corner of the warehouse. Follow me. After passing through a specially made door, Haxord and Sarakas were waiting in the middle of the room for the operation to begin. They were surrounded by dozens of God's punishment witches, and both sides stared at each other. Although they were cooperating, neither side could feel at ease. This is. The moment he saw Celine, Haxord raised his brows in surprise. The carrier of the underground civilization? A witch fused with it. Haven't you done similar experiments? Roland asked curiously. Only Nasapel would willingly turn himself into a monster. Sky Lord didn't seem to want to continue on this topic. Since you're ready, let's begin. The details of the operation have already been discussed. Now that everyone is here, I will repeat the main steps. Roland looked around. The core that controls the deity of gods is located at the bottom of the obelisk. It's filled with red mist, so the main operators are the gods' punishment witches and the First Army. The possible enemies are the symbiotic demons, which are also monstrous beasts. Therefore, do not advance rashly. The First Army will set up defense points at key locations, and only approach the core after the surroundings are safe. The main mission of the gods' punishment witches is to protect Celine, so I'll leave this to the two of you. His gaze landed on Phyllis and Zoe. The two bowed in unison. Yes. According to Haxord, due to the early implementation of Plan B, there were currently hundreds of thousands of inferior demons and thousands of mad demons that had yet to leave. They obeyed the senior lord and did not pose much of a hindrance. As for the senior demons that obeyed Mask, they had already been convinced by silent disaster. The only thing that could not be controlled were the monstrous beasts that had been created. Even though Haxord had already closed the door to the hatchery, no one knew how many guardians were still roaming the city. Then, set off. Roland ordered. Haxord snapped his fingers, and a dark magic screen unfolded behind him. At the same time, a veil like red mist surged out. The two senior lords were the first to disappear into the distortion door. Next were the gods' punishment witches and Celine. Following that, the side door of the warehouse opened, and 1,000 soldiers carrying all kinds of equipment entered the portal. The plan to seize the city had officially begun. This is the interior of the demon's city. Celine could not help but sigh. This was the first time she had stepped into the enemy's core area, and it was also the first time she had seen the obelisk at such a close distance. Even though she knew that it was extremely large, she still felt a little shocked when she saw it up close. Especially when they were at the bottom of the huge crater. This red mist tower that rose from the mist lake and was hundreds of meters wide was like a pillar that supported the heavens. What do you plan to do? Phyllis asked as she looked around warily. First, I have to connect my perception to the control core. She looked at the magic core that revolved around the obelisk above her head. The core instrument can change its structure to achieve different abilities. As for whether to use insight or balance to connect, we will only know after trying. Balance? Isn't that the name of the magic stone? In a sense, there is not much difference between the magic core and the magic stone. The biggest difference is the scale and the degree of complexity. In fact, after reading Miss Isabella's research manuscript, I even feel that witches are not that different from them. We all use the same method to drive magic power. Phyllis was silent for a moment, then skipped this topic. What happens after I connect it? Once I connect it, I will be able to further analyze the demon's core structure, just like how I use the magic stone to analyze the witch's abilities. His Majesty's request is for it to land smoothly, so I should be able to achieve that by slowing down its effects. This is much easier than creating a new ability. Lady Phyllis, Lady Celine, Brian said as he walked over. The First Army has finished setting up the defense. The rest is up to you. Celine nodded and then inserted the main tentacle into the magic core that she had brought with her. Soon, the core began to emit a dazzling blue light. It slowly stood up from its inverted state and floated in the air. A thin thread silently appeared, slowly crawling toward the obelisk. This peculiar scene attracted everyone's attention. It was like a spider's silk hanging above the red mist lake, as if it had existed for a long time, and only now revealed its outline. The connection process was much smoother than expected. After the cores were synchronized, Celine saw the interior of the obelisk, or rather, the control system as a whole. It consisted of the 4 magic power cores, the obelisk itself, and the parent body beneath it, forming an extremely ingenious system. Magic power reverberated throughout the system, constantly emitting harmonious ripples. After some pondering, she gained a deeper understanding of the system. The 4 cores used different abilities to maintain the deity of God's operations, and the one controlling them was the parent body beneath the obelisk. Of course, it was not entirely accurate. From the flow of magic power, it could be seen that the parent body only had a transformative function, like the control lever on the fire of heaven. As for the lever activating the gears, valves, or steel cables, they were all internally set up. The crux was that it greatly simplified the complexity of the operation. Celine usually needed to spend a lot of time controlling a single core, much less controlling 4 at the same time. But after such an inconceivable transformation, it seemed feasible. She had to admit that NASA Pell, who came up with such a system, was a genius. If not for Roland's extensive knowledge of the dream world, she might not have been able to comprehend it, much less replicate the same system. But this also made Celine suspicious. The Union had previously observed the parent body's records, and it was clearly a mutated demon, similar to the chaos beasts that produced magic stones. Since it was a living creature, it should have its own consciousness, which would undoubtedly obstruct the control. How did the senior demon lord turn it into a completely obedient tool? In addition, from the perspective of the system, the obelisk itself did not seem to be important. It was more of a receiving and amplifying function. As the key item that the demons relied on to survive, it did not belong to the deity of gods. This was somewhat different from what she had imagined before connecting to it. With a strong sense of curiosity, Celine extended her consciousness to the demon matrix. In that instant, an inconceivable scene appeared in front of her. Oh my God, she could not help but let out a gasp. It was a gigantic net. In the net that was formed from numerous glowing lines, there were many flickering nodes. She realized that they were the demon cities, and the region where they were concentrated was the continent opposite the Land of Dawn, the Blackstone region. Not only that, but Celine also saw many dimmer nodes scattered outside the net, like pearls that had lost their luster. What shocked Celine even more was that there was an inexplicably familiar feeling inside the mother's body. She entered without any obstruction, as if this was just a place she frequented. Carrier, Celine reacted quickly. That's right, even though it was still a type of devil, it had become something similar to a carrier through the modifications. It no longer had its own consciousness and could only act according to certain instincts. That was the key to its ability as a control center. Without a doubt, this technique was closely related to the underground civilization. So that's what happened. Celine had a very complicated feeling in her heart. It was the thrill of discovering a new technology and the chill of seeing a corner behind the scenes. With the help of the technology of the extinct races, the Witch Union implemented the transformation plan of the gods' punishment witches. As demons who had absorbed the inheritance shard, how could they not take advantage of this? As it turned out, they were far ahead of the Union. But what puzzled her was that the modifications were likely to allow them to control multiple core instruments, allowing them to display astonishing effects. Other than the deity of gods, there was no need for other cities to achieve such a feat after all. The matter was fraught with risk, not to mention that it was equivalent to depriving the modified of their consciousness. And the mother body was responsible for the growth of the obelisk, so its importance to the demon race was self-evident, and its position was definitely not low. But she saw that the mother bodies that represented the city nodes had more or less undergone modifications and were in the process of transforming into vessels, which was somewhat illogical. Does the king not care about the lives of the demons in the city? Done admiring? An unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Celine jumped in fright as she turned around to see a strange demon appear before her eyes. It did not have the humanoid appearance of a senior demon. Its lower body resembled a reptile, and its upper body had more than 10 hands that were of various shapes and sizes. The most eye-catching part was its head, which was like a deformed pillar with many masks hanging from it. Only then did she realize that she could actually turn around in her consciousness. Unknowingly, she was no longer a light soul, but a body with weight. I didn't expect anyone other than me to be able to enter this place. The other party's voice was filled with joy. It seems like you are the same as me, abandoning your original body and not being bound by any rules, all for the sake of seeking knowledge and truth. How is it? Are my works to your satisfaction? There was no need to ask. This demon was definitely the senior lord mask that Skydome had mentioned, Nasapel. Why can I see my own appearance? What did you do? You should be able to guess. Mask proudly spread out his hands. Isn't this very similar to the realm of mind? Celine's expression changed. Could it be that that's right, this is the realm of mind that I created? He let out a series of mixed laughter. Why does one need talent to explore the origin of magic? Why can some people enter and leave at will, while others can't even touch it? What I hate the most are those guys who are born extraordinary. That's not right. That's not right. Celine calmed her heart and carefully recalled her companion's descriptions of the dream world. If one wants to see themselves, a mirror can do it. The realm of mind can accurately reflect all living things, but other than a glowing net, there is nothing here. And most importantly, I only see the appearance of a carrier, and not the real me. What's so bad about being a carrier? If not for this body, you won't even be able to control the magic power core. Mask snorted. The realm of mind is just a name. No one can dictate what it must be like, although this is indeed a byproduct of an experiment. As for what I've really done, isn't that something that's obvious at a glance? He walked towards Celine and passed through her. Of course, that is to escape the shackles of a shell and become an existence that transcends everything. Celine was momentarily dumbfounded. Every body has its limits. There is no perfect body in this world. Since that's the case, why should I continue on this hopeless path? Do you see this net? Mask's voice grew louder and louder. Through it, I can be everywhere. This is more powerful than any other body. When it develops to a certain extent, I can even exist in multiple places at the same time. Or rather, I can create countless me's. With this, I can head to the most dangerous places and conduct the most dangerous experiments. I can explore all the mysteries of the world without any apprehensions. You should know what this means. Nasapel raised his hands high. All feelings, experiences, and knowledge will belong to me. This efficiency of absorbing knowledge will definitely allow me to evolve. It doesn't require talent, and has nothing to do with magic stones. Isn't this the dream of all those who seek knowledge? This guy is crazy. She finally understood why the mother cities that did not become the deity of gods underwent the transformation of carriers. It was not the intentions of the Demon King. Instead, it was Mask's doing. Looks like you realized it too. Nasapel took off one of the masks and revealed a female's face. On that face, the corners of his mouth were curled up stiffly. After leaving the realm of mind, the senior lords are nothing more than this. And the king, even in the presiding Holy See, he did not realize the minute differences between the participants and me. They are too reliant on their abilities. But you will not have the chance to bring this information out. Stay here and become a part of me. As soon as it finished speaking, the four cores abruptly stopped operating. No, stop. Celine cried out in astonishment. Once the magic power circulation was stopped, the deity of gods would become a dead mountain that could no longer float. This is my ability. Nasapel spoke with fervor and assurance. Even without my body here, I can control the magic power core from a distance through the net. It did not exist from the beginning, but was created bit by bit after I received the legacy. It does not require the support of talent, and it will not differ from person to person. The current net is obviously incomparable to the realm of mind, but what about centuries or millennia later? You must know that I, who is broken free from the restraints of my body, do not lack time. Rumble, 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 following the stillness of the core, the interior of the deity of gods began to tremble violently. The soldiers stationed around the promotion plaza found it difficult to stand steadily, and many of them were caught off guard and fell to the ground. The deity of gods is descending. Silent Disaster said in a deep voice. Damn it, what's going on? Hacksword roared at Celine. Hey, witch! Answer me. Mask is interfering with the operation of the core instrument, we need to sever its connection. Celine shouted a few times, but realized that the other party was unable to hear her consciousness. She could sense the changes in the outside world, but she had lost the ability to communicate with the outside world, as though there was a transparent glass wall between them. You are in the body of the Mother of Soul, and that carrier is just an empty shell. How can they hear your warning? Mask said with a ruminating look. And how can it be so easy to sever the connection? In my race, the Mother of Soul's position is second only to the king, and is on par with the senior lord. This is not only reflected in the magic power level, but also in the strength of its body. Not to mention the thick layer of red mist covering it, it is not an easy task to kill it. Furthermore, without the Mother of Soul, how are you going to control the core instrument? Therefore, the outcome will not change. There are hundreds of thousands of your kind in this city. Do you want to send them to their graves? I truly did not know that a witch from the Union era would actually sympathize with a demon. Nasapel sneered. Besides, they are just traitors who sided with Haxord. Their deaths are not to be regretted. As for those symbiotic demons, it would be a waste to destroy them along with the deity of gods. But as long as I spend more time, I can create more. If you want me to change my mind, you better think of a more convincing reason. There is not much time left for the bugs outside. How did this monster know that she was from the Union era? Celine was very surprised, but she had no time to think about such trivial matters. What about the Godstone of Retaliation? If the floating island crashes here, Hermes and Greycastle's western border will also be affected. Are you sure the king won't punish you for this? Skylord sure is thorough. Nasapel did not seem to mind. But exterminating humans is undoubtedly a higher priority. Your Majesty will definitely understand my difficulties. After all, there was a traitor among the great dark monarchs. They had to pay the price. A small price to pay? Isn't the Godstone of Retaliation the foundation of the Red Mist Tower? Without sufficient red mist, you will not be able to establish a foothold on the fertile plains. How are you going to stop the Sky-Sea realm that is following closely behind? This reason is more substantial than the previous one. Mask did not refute it. But you have neglected 2 points. Firstly, the symbiotic demons have a much lower need for red mist than primal demons and junior demons. No matter how scarce the resources are, they will not complain. Secondly, I have sufficient confidence in the humans. What does confidence mean? Celine gritted her teeth and asked. I have indeed underestimated Osruk's talent. Humans have slow progress in magic power, but have displayed astonishing achievements in another direction. I am completely confident that if I were to obtain your inheritance and combine it with my technology, dealing with the Sky-Sea realm will not be a difficult task. In other words, even without the 2 Godstone of Retaliation mines, I can still win the battle of divine will. Celine realized that no matter what she said, the other party would not change his mind. From the beginning, he was only toying with her. He was like a hunter toying with his prey. With the information unable to be sent out, she could only rely on herself to prevent the disaster. Look, there's no time left. Nasapel looked into the distance. The magic power that was supporting the deity of gods had finally disappeared, and the slow descent gradually turned into a true descent. Under such a drastic change, the soldiers were no longer able to maintain standing and could only try their best to lie on the ground. I heard that when an object falls, the person standing on it will also fly up. I wonder if I can witness such a scene? How can I reactivate the cores? Celine forced herself to focus. Mask was not in the deity of gods, and he was connected to it through the network. If I can expel him, I might be able to restore the magic power cores to normal. She attempted to extend her consciousness into the 4 cores, but she instantly suffered a backlash. It was an extremely complicated cyclone scene. Every cyclone was comparable to the one in Divine Wrath mode, and the 4 of them influenced each other to form an even more compact magic power cyclone. Ignoring the fact that she had to analyze all 4 at the same time, just dealing with one would require a large amount of time. This is what art is, isn't it? Nasapel enlarged the cyclone scene, and immediately, a grand star vortex structure appeared above their heads. Magic power interweaved within, making it dazzling. To calculate it, I spent nearly a century, and 2/3 of my brains have been constantly dealing with related problems. The other senior lords think of me as a monster. What a joke. If I did not modify my body and absorb many brains, how could I achieve all of this? Looking at the galaxy-like vortex, Celine felt a tinge of despair. At the same time, she sensed that Mask was taking advantage of her concentration on the cores to corrode her body. But Celine did not have any thoughts of resisting. If she could not change everything, the Union, and even the hope of all humanity would be destroyed. So what difference did it make to who possessed her? Quickly think of a way. Roland's figure surfaced in her mind, creating a ray of hope from the impossible. It was this man who gave hope to the tequila survivors. But she quickly rejected the idea. Mask's network and the realm of mind were two completely different things. It was impossible for her to obtain His Majesty's help here. What else could help her analyze the star vortex? Thinking back to the past, what did she do when she converted the core apparatus into divine wrath mode? A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through Celine's mind. She suddenly lowered her head to look at the flickering network. It was a technology created by the underground civilization, and the gray dots outside the network were likely magic power cores that had yet to be connected. Such a core existed in Neverwinter as well. Since she was able to use the core apparatus to connect to the deity of God's control hub, the other cores were undoubtedly able to do the same. Of course, the distance was the greatest problem, but from another perspective, she might be able to use the control hub to connect to the other cores. Then get Pasha and Aletheia to help her? No, they are of no use to the situation. The only thing she could pin her hopes on was one person, one of the three chiefs who had assisted her in handling the large number of core calculations. Lady Eleanor. As for whether Eleanor, who had long lost her consciousness and had fused with the control hub, could respond to her call, Celine did not have the time to care. This thought was like a ray of light in the darkness. Regardless of the outcome, she had to attempt to grasp it. She once again focused all her attention and placed her target on the obelisk. This time, she did not need to analyze it. All she needed to do was to increase the amount of magic power she injected. What are you trying to do? Nasapel continued to devour her consciousness as he spoke unhurriedly. Are you trying to expand the range of the network? Incomprehensible. Without the Mother of Soul or the corresponding carrier, those nodes will not change without reason. Even the king has to first fuse with the magic power core before he can control this astonishing power. Is that so? But I happen to know of one such person. Celine used all her strength to send her consciousness out along the network. Adjust the core mode, change it to balance. In that instant, the obelisk emitted a hum that ordinary people could not hear. The intense magic power undulations caused the entire network to flicker, as though it would extinguish at any moment. However, the cluster of magic power heading west was as bright as the sun. Grey Castle, City of Neverwinter. As usual, Astrologer of Dispersion Star and his colleagues were calculating the design drafts sent by the Ministry of Industry. This seemed to be a never-ending job, but it was surprisingly fulfilling. Different from observing the stars, every result they measured would determine the direction of the design and eventually turn it into a visible result. Although he often used a new telescope to look at the starry sky in his spare time, he had been focusing more and more on the Arithmetic Academy in the past 2 years. The more he calculated, the more he understood His Majesty's words about using numbers to describe all things. Astrologers did not know much about manufacturing, but if the curves or line segments depicted by the numbers looked very coordinated, the relevant design results would most likely be finalized. There seemed to be a strange connection between the two. Sometimes, he could not even tell whether the creation determined the number or the number determined the creation. If he could master it to a certain extent, would he be able to determine the characteristics of an unknown object just by a string of numbers and formulas? It was this wonderful association that made him look forward to it every day. The result of the 26th item is 3,475, which is out of the limit, the assistant reported after carefully pressing on the mechanical calculator. This thing was very rare. Princess Anna made it by hand, and there were less than 10 of them in Neverwinter. Most of them were allocated to the Administrative Office and the Arithmetic Academy. Astrologer of Dispersion Star nodded. When he was about to write it down in his notebook, the light above his head suddenly flickered. The light bulb sizzled as if it had malfunctioned. Everyone stopped what they were doing and waited for the light to return to normal. Clang! A crisp sound came from the next room, as if something had fallen to the ground. The Astrologer of Dispersion Star frowned. He knew that the ancient witch's important instruments were kept in that room and had repeatedly told the apprentices to be careful when cleaning. How could they be so careless? However, he did not expect that the culprit would quickly rush out of the room and run towards him in panic. My lord. The skeleton is floating. What? Astrologer of Dispersion Star raised his eyebrows and hurriedly walked to the door. Then he widened his eyes in surprise. The tightly closed skeleton had completely opened up as if it was changing its shape. A dazzling light bloomed from its center as if it had just woken up from a deep sleep. How was this possible? Only a few people in the Arithmetic Academy knew about the existence of carriers, except for the ancient witches who were in the form of sarcomas. No one could use these magic objects. They dug a secret tunnel under the Arithmetic Academy to place the central carrier. It was because of this that such a thing was stored in the Arithmetic Academy. The light didn't last long. After a dozen breaths, the skeleton returned to its sealed state and slowly descended to the ground. Sir, I only used a wet rag to wipe the dust off it. I definitely didn't do anything else to it. The acolyte who failed explained in a panic. There's nothing for you to do here. You can leave now, Astrologer of Dispersion Star said, pretending to be calm. When the door was closed, he took out a special key from his pocket. That was the only way to go underground. There was more than one sarcoma-shaped ancient witch, but the one underground was different. It was said that she had no consciousness and only had the ability to answer questions, so she had to be chained to prevent accidents. Astrologer of Dispersion Star was no stranger to her. She had contributed greatly to the verification of the calculation results in the past. However, he didn't forget Lady Pasha's warning. Once she broke free, she could easily tear apart anyone who approached her with the power of the carrier. He had to make sure that the accident just now wasn't caused by her. However, to Dispersion Star's shock, the central carrier didn't leave its original position. Instead, it slumped down, its tentacles twisting and entangling together, showing no signs of movement. Oh no, how could this happen? Dispersion Star knew that the problem was far beyond his ability to solve. He turned around abruptly and ran to the ground while shouting, "Someone, go to the castle and inform Lady Scroll." The burst of light soon dissipated. The gray dot lit up for a few seconds before extinguishing like a short-lived fire. Did I fail? Celine looked at the net in silence. For a moment, she was clearly connected to the magic core, but why didn't the light continue? She originally planned to use the equilibrium mode to connect the two ends and have Lady Eleanor analyze the four core instruments, but now, her hopes seemed to have dwindled. Even if she wanted to try again, she found it hard to concentrate. The corrosion of mask was gradually affecting her mind. Without the support of the Godstone mine, the net can't last long. It ultimately requires magic power to operate. Otherwise, why do you think I allowed the magic core to wander outside? Nasapel shrugged. Although it is incomprehensible, your willpower is commendable. I will accept your soul and knowledge. I will not allow such a thing. Suddenly, a voice that didn't belong to either of them appeared in the space of consciousness. Celine froze for a moment. The voice sounded familiar, with an indescribable sense of familiarity mixed in with the unfamiliarity. She turned around and saw a woman standing silently behind Nasapel. Her long hair nearly reached her ankles, and her brows were exquisite like a painting. Her half-opened gray eyes had a trace of indolence that couldn't be erased, making her a stark contrast to the other two members of the three chiefs. Lady Eleanor. Celine blurted out. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. After more than 400 years, she was once again seeing the leader of the Union. You are Celine, right? I remember your voice. And this fellow is undoubtedly a high-level demon. Eleanor scanned the surroundings. What is this place? Is it a new soul vessel? I will tell you everything later, but there's no time to explain now. Celine said anxiously. Please help me reactivate the magic core and expel this demon. Any later and it will be too late. Haha. Ha 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 ha, Mask laughed out loud. I was wondering what you had done. So it's an extra gift. Is this female very strong? It's a pity that I don't have a corporeal body, so my combat abilities are useless here. As for analyzing the four cores, it's even more laughable. In terms of calculation, halfway through his sentence, Nasapel's smile froze on his face. He clearly saw that the star vortex above his head was undergoing changes. First, a few blobs of light suddenly appeared, followed by the rapid expansion of the assimilated region. It was as though a waterfall was flowing in the opposite direction, forcefully suppressing the rotation of the star vortex and forcing it to rotate in the opposite direction. With the two forces intertwining, the four cores once again blossomed with dazzling light. The deity of gods that had regained the ability to ascend entered a state of rapid deceleration. The dispersing red mist began to shrink inwards, and the surface of the red mist lake, which had a tendency to boil, once again became crystallized. As for the first army soldiers in the promotion plaza, they were all pressed to the ground, unable to move. "Who are you?" Nasapel was stunned. "How can a single person understand the structure of the magic cyclone so quickly? It's impossible for a single person to do it." Eleanor extended her hand above her head, as though she was touching the magnificent magic image. But I'm not alone. With a loud boom, the surrounding light was extinguished. The net and the other nodes vanished without a trace, leaving only the deity of gods in the darkness, flickering persistently. Celine realized that the control hub they were in had lost its connection with the net. End of chapter 1449. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.